At the blind date, I found a young woman who said she had a daughter 3 years younger than me and asked if I minded. The moment I saw the photo of my ex-girlfriend, the campus belle, I quickly said age wasn't an issue and suggested we go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married if she didn't mind. This statement caught me completely off guard, and only then did I realize she was actually my blind date. Terrified, I turned and ran. But before I could even reach the door, 2 burly men forcibly shoved me into a car. The young woman followed closely behind, then instructed the driver to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. This nearly scared me, and I quickly said, "Sis, kidnapping is illegal." Lin Ruan chuckled softly, then gently pinched my cheek. My face flushed red after 18 years without holding a girl's hand as I asked, "Why are you taking me to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" "Of course we're going to get our marriage certificate. What else would we be doing?" I thought she was joking, but the next second I was stunned. Lin Ruan took out 2 household registration books from her bag, opened one of them, and waved it in front of my eyes. To my astonishment, I realized, isn't this my family's household registration book? Did my mom sell me out? How is that possible? Your mother and I are good friends. She gave me the household register because she likes me. We can get married right after this blind date. My face instantly turned ashen. I thought to myself, it seems my mom must owe her some big favors. Otherwise, with my son's outstanding looks, why would she worry about not finding a suitable match? I glanced at Lin Ruan beside me and said, "Sister Shen, how about I find someone else for you?" Hearing this, Lin Ruan grew somewhat angry. "Do you look down on me? If you agree, I'll give you 2 million in pocket money every month after marriage, buy you a house and a car, and my company worth 200 billion will be yours. Or do you think I'm too ugly to deserve you?" Hearing this, I shook my head frantically. The truth was, I had been captivated the moment I saw her. Her beauty leaned more toward a mature charm. I instinctively glanced at her. Her curvaceous figure made her look no older than her early 20s. Standing so close, I was even a little intoxicated by the fragrance she wore. I sighed and said, "Sister Shun, to be honest, you're beautiful and wealthy, but the age gap between us is too big. Your daughter could practically be my girlfriend. And have you even asked your daughter about this? She might not be willing to accept me." Lin Ruan understood the implication in my words and said, "I get it. It's not my age you're concerned about, but the fact that I've been married before." I felt somewhat awkward, having been called out so bluntly, but it was indeed the part one couldn't accept. I have a bit of a mental hang-up about purity and have never been in a relationship myself. Not only had she been married before, but she also had a daughter. It was hard not to feel uncomfortable about it. Along with the awkwardness, I also felt a bit ashamed for dressing up my reluctance in such high-minded terms. But what surprised me was that Lin Ruan not only didn't feel sad, but instead laughed. "It's just emotional purity, and mine is even more severe than yours." Hearing this, my mind began racing. Lin Ruan seemed to sense my confusion. "Do you think I'm lying to you, having such a big daughter yet claiming to have emotional purity? Actually, I've never been in a relationship, let alone married. My daughter was adopted from an orphanage." Hearing this, I was shocked. I never expected the school beauty to be adopted. Lin Ruan thought I didn't believe her and added, "Your mother knows about this too. I even have the official documents here. Do you want to see them?" Actually, I already believed her. There was no reason for her to lie if it were fake. The truth would come out eventually. A short while later, the car pulled up in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Ruan looked at me seriously and said, "I've laid out all my circumstances for you. Let me ask you one last time, do you really want to get married or not?" Hearing this, I fell into deep thought. Whether it was family background or looks, Lin Ruan was the top choice. But the idea of actually becoming the school beauty's father, I found myself genuinely tempted. Seeing my prolonged silence, Lin Ruan thought I was unwilling. With a tangled mind, I asked, "Are you sure you want to get married?" Lin Ruan quickly nodded. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, I looked at the marriage certificate in my hand and thought to myself, this cushy life is really sweet. Just as I was lost in my fantasies, the car pulled up in front of a large villa. "Sister Shin, is this your home?" Hearing this, Lin Ruan wrapped her arm around mine and said, "We're married now. Shouldn't you change how you address me?" I suddenly felt a bit awkward. Getting married in the afternoon after a blind date at noon was something I wasn't quite used to. Lin Ruan pressed herself against me and said, "The marriage certificate is already signed, and you're telling me this now?" Then she took my hand and led me toward the villa entrance. A man in a suit was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Ruan, He hurried over and said, "President Lin, the purchase contract for your villa is ready." Lin Ruan took it and directly shoved it into my hands. "Didn't you just ask where we live? Sign the contract now, and this will be our home from now on." The manager Lu Yu, who was standing nearby, froze in shock upon hearing this. Lin Ruan is the chairwoman of a conglomerate worth 200 billion. Stunningly beautiful and incredibly capable. Marrying her would be a win-win in both wealth and looks. He had come with fantasies too. If he could win Lin Ruan over, he would instantly reach the peak of his life. But he never expected that Lin Ruan would be accompanied by a man, holding hands with him, showing none of the domineering and icy demeanor she displayed in the business world. It was as if the status of both parties was that she was below and was pleasing the man. Even this villa was bought for this man. This is simply unimaginable. "Husband, what are you waiting for? I promise to give it to you after marriage. Sign it. After signing, here is our home." He Dongqing was like a heavy blow after hearing this. These two have been married? Previously he was just guessing, but now Lin Ruan's words have revealed that the two have already registered for a license. How many people miss the beauty of the flower so by this man to steal the pick? He Dongqing that call a jealous ah. The heart is very unconvinced. The guy in front of me from the clothes can be judged to be an ordinary boy. Only that face handsome a little too much. He can't wait to swap with Lu Ming so that Lu Ming to do the general manager of the annual salary of millions of dollars, himself to do a handsome young man, and then marry the beauty. But these thoughts he Dongqing dare not reveal half. Still regular and slightly bowed until Lu Ming finished signing the contract. Still have to make an effort to show a smile. "Welcome Mr. Lu to stay in our hometown cloud residence. You can contact us if you have any needs." After handling the relevant matters, he Dongqing quickly excused himself and left. This kind of inner misery, the surface still have to smile to welcome the taste is really difficult. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, who were immersed in joy, were naturally unaware of this. And in Lu Ming signed the word soon. Lu Ming's mind once again sounded the voice of the system. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The first time he ate soft food he obtained a villa, worth 46,800,000 yuan. Reward Gene Potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained broke $40 million, rewarding 48% of the shares of the Red Rock Group. The Gene Potion and related documents have been deposited into the system space." Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but get excited inside. Unexpectedly, the system's rewards were so generous. His own earned assets had reached $46,800,000, at a 10% increase. That meant that, as soon as he opened his eyes tomorrow, one had earned $4,680,000. How many years would it take to earn this kind of money without eating or drinking? This is a direct step to heaven. If it wasn't for the fear of being treated as a psychopath by Lin Ruan beside him, Lu Ming was afraid that he would be jumping up and down. Let's go in and take a look." Lin Ruan held Lu Ming and walked into the villa, visiting together. From Lin Ruan's mouth, he learned that just from the green areas, lakes, and groves that they had just walked into were also within the villa's belonging to the villa's outer gardens. This could simply be said to be a small manor. The greenery was so extravagant, and the luxury of the villa was even more so. What Lu Ming thought of and what he could not think of, the villa had it all. It really made him marvel. The life of a rich person is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After visiting the villa for half an hour, the two sat on the sofa to rest. Lin Ruan came up close to Lu Ming. "Hubby, how about this villa? Do you like it?" "Like it?" Lu Ming nodded and said, "Who would not like such a luxurious villa? Then do you have to give me some reward?" Lin Ruan blinked her eyes with a hint of a bad smile. Lu Ming listened in confusion. Such an expensive villa, there is nothing we can compare it to, nothing to take out but then saw. Lin Ruan pouted her small crystalline mouth and moved it. This look. Lu Ming, even if he had never eaten meat, he had seen a pig run, so of course he knew what to do. Looking at Lin Ruan's small and delicate fiery lips, Lu Ming couldn't help but meet them with his heart racing. The two clumsily kissed together until they couldn't breathe. Chapter 5. Your son. What? Lin Ruan, that rich flower has been taken down? Really? The license has been taken. This news is explosive enough. How many big shots have to have their dreams shattered? Just what kind of god is it? The news that Lin Ruan had already gotten married and licensed to a man quickly exploded in the major circles. The source of all of this was naturally the He Dongqing who was present at the time and the relevant staff members who passed it on. Gossip is human nature. In just a few days, those who had usually been coveting Lin Ruan quickly learned of this news. Bang! An unruly-looking young man barged into He Dongxing's office. Who? He Dongxing was in a bad mood, and when he saw someone barging into the office without greeting him, he just wanted to curse angrily. But when he looked up and saw the visitor, he immediately swallowed back the words in his mouth, only to see that the young man ignored He Dongxing and walked past him, then directly sat on his office chair, to the backrest lying down feet on the cabinet. Such a turtle dove. He Dongxing also did not dare to say anything in the slightest. Wang Xiao, why are you free to come to the company today? The other side of such arrogant behavior, He Dongxing did not dare how to still have to greet people humbly. Who called the person who came was the president of Castle Peak Real Estate Company and the son of the biggest shareholder, Wong Yaolin. He is the master of the company, and he is just a part-time job. Even if he became the general manager, he still had to get out of the company at the word of others. The results of so many years of hard work could go down the drain. Could it be that I specifically ran to receive Lin Ruan for this single, and evil this big young man, came to hold me accountable? He Dongxing was a bit nervous. Wong Yaolin pursuing Lin Ruan this matter was known to everyone, and he suddenly had a momentary brainwave, thinking of relying on this reception to take down Lin Ruan. It was very likely that Wong Yaolin had come to trouble him because of this. Thinking about it like this, He Dongxing felt a chill at his back. What's up with the one called Lu Ming? Wong Yaolin asked lightly, making it impossible to hear any emotions. He didn't say anything about He Dongxing's small mind. In his opinion, there was no need. A person of He Dongxing's status and position was like an ant in his eyes. This kind of bottom feeder wanted to take down Lin Ruan? That was simply a fool's dream. He had come over this time solely because he had received the news that Lin Ruan had gotten married to a man named Lu Ming. As for He Dongxing, seeing that he wasn't held accountable, he was as relieved as if he had walked out of a ghostly gate, and hurriedly said, I heard it with my own ears, a Xiao Wang. Lin Ruan said it was a wedding gift for Lu Ming. The other staff members next to me at that time also heard it. I called them to testify. No need. Wong Yaolin shook his head. What exactly is the origin of this Lu Ming? He Dongxing showed a difficult face. He didn't recognize this Lu Ming at all. Last time was the first time he had seen such an individual. This? Wang Xiao. I also do not know Circle simply never heard of this number of people. Wong Yaolin immediately cursed after hearing this. Waste. Don't know anything. What use do I need you for? He Dongxing silently lowered his head, not daring to reply. Scram. Facing Wong Yaolin's dismissal, He Dongxing was like an amnesty and hurriedly walked out of his office. After He Dongxing left, Wong Yaolin walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His face was hazy and his heart was very indignant. As Lin Ruan's suitor for many years, he knew Lin Ruan very well and knew that her vision was very high. What kind of god was this Lu Ming, that he could actually be favored by Lin Ruan? Thinking about how much effort he had put into pursuing Lin Ruan over the years, how many women he had rejected by pretending to be a gentleman, and in the end, Lin Ruan was actually taken down by a person who came out of nowhere. Wong Yaolin became enraged. I want to see what this Lu Ming is. Daring to rob my woman. Laozi will definitely not let you get away with this. And just as Wong Yaolin was burning with rage, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had already moved into the Forbidden Cloud residence to start living together. On the sofa, baby husband, why is your face so red? It's a little hot. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and looked squarely at the TV in front of him. Lin Ruan, who was wearing a black silk pajama next to him, suddenly plopped over and said with a smile on her face, seeing me makes your whole body hot, right? Lu Ming was somewhat beckoned. It's too hot. I'll go take a shower first. Hastily finding an excuse, he prepared to escape. These days of cohabitation, Lin Ruan's successive tiger and wolf words made it really hard for him. And when Lin Ruan heard about taking a bath, her eyes lit up, revealing a hint of bad smile. What are you doing coming in? Wash together Yeah. Night. In the villa bedroom, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were lying on the bed covered in quilts. Lin Ruan seemed to be able to see Lu Ming's thoughts and said in an enlightened manner, Baby husband, we are already married People will always be good to you, don't worry. The clueless Lu Ming nodded, saying the same thing. However, hubby can't see that you are thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. These muscles are quite strong. Lin Ruan's hands and feet were not honest, touching Lu Ming's muscle lines and said, I usually work out. Lu Ming was a bit vain, although he wasn't fat in the first place. The muscles on his body were changed by drinking the gene potion rewarded by the system. After getting the gene potion, he took the time to drink it. The product of the system must be a fine product. After drinking the potion, Lu Ming obviously felt some changes in his body, while his physique and strength became much stronger. The two of them just chatted with each other. Ring! At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming casually picked it up and instantly thought of something. He was so shocked that he almost dropped his cell phone off the bed without holding it steady. The video caller was clearly his old mom, Liuru. The video phone kept ringing. Lu Ming did not dare to hang up, so he had to pick up. After connecting, Liuru's figure has not yet appeared, but the voice first. Little brat, you didn't go home after the blind date. Run where wild went. Mom, this. Lu Ming squeaked and whimpered, not knowing how to say. But Liuru in the video found something wrong. Little brat, why aren't you wearing clothes? Hearing this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. His mom's eyes so sharp. A moment of unsteady cell phone was seen. For a moment, Lu Ming didn't really know how to explain. At this time, Lin Ruan next to him spoke out. Sister Ru. Lin Ruan took over Lu Ming's cell phone and appeared in Liuru's line of sight. Seeing the rosy-cheeked Lin Ruan, combined with the bare-chested Lu Ming, as a person who had been there before, Liuru instantly understood. Lin Ruan also continued. Sister Ru, Lu Ming and I have already registered our marriage. Great! Liuru burst out laughing. She also didn't expect her son to be so powerful and actually take Lin Ruan so quickly. Sister, what do you think of my son? Liuru's soul of gossip was burning brightly. Only to see, after Lin Ruan seriously pondered for a while, she said somewhat shyly. Lu Ming, he is very bao though. Chapter 6, Giving Too Much. Lin Ruan's words came out. Whether it was Lu Ming next to her or Liuru on the other end of the video all froze. For a while, they didn't know what to say. Lu Ming patted his head, very speechless. He would not have married a stupid daughter-in-law, right? This kind of words of a tiger and wolf can also be said casually? Is this something that the head of $100 billion group can say? Is this the legendary woman in love with zero IQ? In the end, Lu Ming grabbed the phone, trying to mend his ways and explain something. Mom, Wan Air. She. All right, don't talk about it. You are both adults and legal couples. All of this is nothing. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, he was interrupted by Liuru, only to see Liuru continue. You people, even Wan Air called out, that also shows that you guys are getting along well, so I'm relieved. But I still have to say one thing, you must treat Lin Ruan well. Don't do anything to apologize to her, or I won't have you as a son. Lu Ming's old face flushed. Although this kind of thing was legal and reasonable, it was really embarrassing in front of his own old mom. I will. Lu Ming nodded and said. After finishing with Lu Ming, the control of the video was handed over to Lin Ruan again. The two women began to chatter away. Lu Ming couldn't intervene at all, and could only listen quietly from the sidelines. Only to see the two began to chat from the side of the small trivial, chat to gossip dark love, cosmetics jewelry. Finally said to Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, 2 people to go. When to do the banquet, when to have a child. What is the name of the child, what to learn later. This past chat on a chat more than half an hour, the Lu Ming listened to is drowsy. Lu Ming. Finally, he came to his senses with a roar from Liuru. Sister Lin, I'm happy that you can become my daughter-in-law. What about today? I'll put down my word here. If Lu Ming treats you badly, you can talk to me anytime. I'll teach him a lesson. Only Liuru and Lin Ruan assured her, but her eyes were tigerishly warning Lu Ming. It looked like she was talking to Lin Ruan, but in fact, she was still warning Lu Ming. Liuru was really worried that her own child would not be able to stand the temptation. My own child Lu Ming has grown up with a beautiful face. When he grew up, he stood out from the crowd. A set of sword eyebrow star eyes, knife cut and axe chiseled handsome look, same as the reader's. If not for his own severe suppression, coupled with his lack of enlightenment, I don't know how many little girls he has to plague over the years. That's why Liuru is nervous to open a blind date for Lu Ming. I'm afraid that Lu Ming is like a wild horse that can't stand the control, and he's messing around. After listening to the words of Liuru, Lu Ming face unhappy. This is his own mother? How the words are favoring her daughter-in-law. If there is a fight in the future, no one will be willing to take him back to his mother's house. I'm afraid that I'm not a hugger, right? Fortunately, Lin Ruan's words warmed Lu Ming's heart. It won't be La Sister Yuru. I believe Lu Ming, he's very good, Lin Ruan said while revealing a happy smile. Finally, the two said a few more words before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruan looked at Lu Ming beside her with a bereft face. Putting her hands around Lu Ming's face, she rubbed it and said, "What's wrong? My precious husband is unhappy." Lu Ming pretended to be angry and complained without a good mood. "You're chatting so well with my mom. I'm afraid that my mom will kick me out of the house." Looking at Lu Ming's aggrieved look, Lin Ruan couldn't help but laugh, blinking her eyes, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming and pouting. "No la, hubby is not angry, haha. Compensate to compensate you." At the same time, kissing madly and messily on Lu Ming's face. This moment, being Lin Ruan so much. Originally, the two people covered in the quilt did not have much clothing. Right? Lin Ruan suddenly remembered something. Finding a bank card from her bag, she handed it to Lu Ming. "There's $5 million in this card, you take it and spend it first, buy whatever you like. I will regularly call money into it. Being my Lin Ruan's husband, you won't lack money." Lu Ming immediately thought of it. This was the pocket money Lin Ruan promised to give during the blind date, only this was so much at once. Lu Ming was not embarrassed and took it with his hand. "Aya mama. So fragrant. What is not a man's dignity is not dignity. All aside, who wouldn't want a wife who loves you so much and gives you so much money?" It's true. Lu Ming's mind immediately after the sound of the system. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtained 5 million yuan. The acquired assets have officially exceeded $50 million. Rewarded with divine cooking skills. Hiss. A large amount of information poured into Lu Ming's mind, causing him to feel a hint of discomfort. But again, it quickly passed. The system's rewarded god-tier skills instantly turned Lu Ming into a top chef in the world. Lu Ming felt like he was well-versed in kitchen matters from then on. This made him feel pretty good. After all, he was already married, and having this craft was quite good. Godly Gigolo System. Level? LV1. Proceeds? 51,800,000.00 yuan. Skill? Divine Cooking Skill. Divine Cooking Skill. Divine Cooking. Lu Ming looked at his latest panel and suddenly a voice came from his side. "Goo!" Looking over, it was actually from Lin Ruan's stomach. Lin Ruan hid in embarrassment. Lu Ming smiled and placed his hand on his smooth belly and said, "My wife is hungry. Definitely hungry, ah. How many times has she tossed and turned this day? How much energy has she consumed?" Hearing this, Lu Ming objected. "Obviously, it's all me. You don't even use it. Logically speaking, it's me who consumes more. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care." Lin Ruan covered her ears and played tricks under the covers. Lu Ming looked at this scene and didn't say anything else, his eyes full of love. Afterwards, casually putting on a pair of shorts, he got up and walked towards the outside. "Hubby, where are you going?" Lin Ruan emerged from the covers, looking cute and adorable. "My baby is hungry, of course I'm going to get food." "I'm going too." Lin Ruan made a bounce and jumped out of the bed. "Be careful. Your body hasn't recovered yet." Lu Ming sweetly chided. Lin Ruan did not reply and followed behind Lu Ming like a little daughter-in-law, heading towards the kitchen. The villa's kitchen was open-ended, and Lin Ruan was sitting on the sofa opposite. She didn't go over to help out, in fact, she knew nothing about cooking. So Lin Ruan just watched Lu Ming in the kitchen. She felt that she loved the man in front of her even more. Chapter 7: Begging for Forgiveness. Although they hadn't been together long enough to get married, she could tell how good this man in front of her was. It wasn't because she had been single for too long and was too lonely, nor was it because of the other person's super high face value. Rather, it was because of how good he was to himself. Lin Ruan was very glad that such a good man was snatched up by herself. In this way, Lin Ruan was more and more mesmerized. Her eyes were always on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of cooking, realized that Lin Ruan had been looking at herself. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Lin Ruan came back to her senses and responded, "Because you are handsome. It's a good reason. I know about the handsome thing." Lin Ruan was amused by Lu Ming's words. Then, after being quiet for a while, she suddenly became afflicted and asked, "Will we always be together?" Hearing this question, Lu Ming regained his straight face and said seriously after pondering for a while, "If you don't leave me, I will live and die together." Lu Ming felt that these words were his most sincere, heartfelt words at this time. Lin Ruan's heart trembled. Lu Ming's words struck deep into her heart. It made the haze that had just appeared in her instantly disappear and become sunny again. Her heart felt as sweet as honey, and her mouth even grinned involuntarily. A rise came to Lu Ming's back. He hugged Lu Ming tightly, smelling Lu Ming's flavor with all his might. Lu Ming, I love you so much. Lu Ming froze. Putting down the cooking utensils in his hands, he turned Lin Ruan around. Cupping Lin Ruan's face with both hands, he gazed at her tenderly. Are you willing to marry me? These words came out. Lin Ruan froze. Then her eyes couldn't help but woof up and teardrops started to fall down. This was Lu Ming's official and first confession and proposal, although they had already gotten married and slept together. But this all came too fast, skipping many of the steps that normal people take to fall in love and get married. Relationships, too, need rituals, and girls valued these the most, although Lu Ming could have ignored all of this and simply lived his life in the future. But he still wanted to make up for all this, so that Lin Ruan could feel his love. And in the face of Lu Ming's deep confession, Lin Ruan laughed and cried and gave her reply. Ido. Lu Ming lowered his head, and the two of them gave a deep and passionate kiss. Only when they couldn't breathe did they both stop. All right, fry a dish and then you can eat. Aha! Lin Ruan, who had left Lu Ming's embrace, obediently nodded her head. Retreating to the side, she looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the kitchenware that was placed to the side and put the prepared ingredients into the frying pan. His left hand turned the wok upside down, his right hand stir-fried, and from time to time, he picked up some sort of seasoning from the side and casually sprinkled it. Everything flowed smoothly, just like the god of cookery was possessed. All of this, in the eyes of Lin Ruan on the side, was so fascinating, although part of the reason was because of Lu Ming's handsomeness. But more than that, it was Lu Ming's smooth and just right movements. That process of stir-frying the vegetables was simply like dazzling acrobatics, and seeing it to the end made one soundly satisfied. It wasn't until Lu Ming had loaded the dishes onto the plate that Lin Ruan couldn't help but make a sound. Hubby, I can't imagine that you still know how to cook, and it's so well done. It's so good-looking. I won't get tired of watching it for the rest of my life. She had been holding back just now for fear of disturbing the scene in front of her, and didn't marvel out until Lu Ming was done. Lu Ming was a bit unsure. Is there anything good to look at when cooking? What's the use of looking good? It's the delicious food that's most important. Get ready to eat. Aha! Let me help you. Lin Ruan, who didn't have a single contribution in cooking, consciously prepared to serve the dishes on the table. But just at this moment, in a moment of carelessness, Lin Ruan's hand directly touched the pan where she had just stir-fried the vegetables. Hiss! Ah! With a cry of alarm, Lin Ruan's hand was immediately scalded with a hot blister. Lu Ming hurriedly grabbed the scalded hand and said with concern, Does it hurt? It hurts! Lin Ruan almost cried. It's fine. I'll help you deal with it. Lu Ming comforted and then found the medicine box, carefully picking the blister and squeezing out the water inside. The wound was then carefully sterilized, medicated, and bandaged. During the process, Lu Ming kept his head down, carefully handling the wound, and looking down from Lin Ruan's perspective. Looking at Lu Ming's divine-side face, which was concentrating on taking care of himself, a warmth rose in his heart. It seemed as if he himself had changed. In the past time, Lin Ruan was all by herself, fighting alone in the process. No matter what injuries she had suffered, she had licked her wounds in silence and suffered alone. She had propped up the $100 billion company, the Doublewood Group, creating her identity as a legendary strong woman in the shopping mall. And now, she realized that she was no longer that ice-cold female president. In front of Lu Ming, she loved to laugh, cry, and be pampered. When her hand was burned, she would be the first to think of Lu Ming, hoping to get his concern. Now she became the woman who wanted to get Lu Ming's favor. Realizing this, Lin Ruan's heart was joyful. She enjoyed this feeling. She was a woman even though she was a boss. All right, let's eat. Aren't you hungry? Lu Ming, who had finished treating his wounds, pulled Lin Ruan's hand and sat on the dining table. Looking at the lover beside her and the colorful and delicious food, Lin Ruan was in a great mood. She couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and clip a rib. This is too delicious. The ribs entered the mouth and were chewed slightly. Lin Ruan instantly felt an extreme surge of deliciousness. Her taste buds had never felt this before. With Lin Ruan's value and status, what kind of restaurants hadn't she eaten at before? even foreign Michelin restaurants and clubs that played up the private cuisine of the palace imperial chef. She had eaten quite a few of them. But she felt that those were all not as delicious as what her husband was doing at this moment. "Hubby, you are also too good. This is the best food I've ever eaten." Lin Ruan's chopsticks didn't stop, just like a happy little hamster, constantly eliminating the food on the table. "It's not that exaggerated. It's probably because you're hungry." Although Lu Ming said this on his lips, he himself was actually surprised by his current cooking skills. The divine cooking skill rewarded by the system was truly extraordinary. If he went to participate in a cooking competition, it was estimated that there weren't many people in the world who were his rivals. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan enjoyed the delicious meal to the fullest. However, after a while, Lu Ming realized that Lin Ruan on the opposite side of the table was starting to be dishonest. Perhaps it was because she had eaten almost enough. She began to eat less seriously, frequently stretching her feet over to tease herself. Eating, no messing around. After Lu Ming warned, Lin Ruan still acted on her own, constantly messing around with her feet under the table. Her face even showed a bad smile. This made Lu Ming decide to teach her a lesson. No longer paying attention to Lin Ruan made her let her guard down, waiting for her to reach out again. A hand grabbed it, Lin Ruan's jade foot, then started tickling at the soles of her feet. Ah, Soichi, Soichi. "Hubby, I don't dare." "Oh, stinky husband." Chapter 8. Mom got you a dad. Lu Ming played with her for a while and watched Lin Ruan keep begging for mercy before letting her go. "Let you not eat properly." "Humph. How dare you next time?" "What did you say?" No. Lin Ruan beamed her little mouth and shook her head, pretending to give in. But in her heart, she made up her mind that she would do this next time, just be careful not to get caught. Without Lin Ruan teasing, the meal was quickly finished. After cleaning up the dishes, the two of them re-entered the bedroom. Ring! At this time, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Lin Ruan picked up her cell phone, and Lu Ming, who was on the side, also subconsciously glanced at it. And this glance caused Lu Ming's heart to suddenly thump. Because the caller's note displayed on the cell phone screen was clearly the daughter, Lin Ruan's daughter, Lin Ruan. Lu Ming's mind immediately recalled the scene of his first meeting with Lin Ruan. The first time he met Lin Ruan was when she walked into the campus with her suitcase in her hand. At that time, Lu Ming was the one who received her, and at that time, Lin Ruan was still polite and rejected people for the first time. But as she joined the student union later, she had more contact with Lu Ming. The relationship between the two was considered to have skyrocketed. But, hello. At this time, Lin Ruan picked up the phone. "Mom." Lin Ruan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "What's up, Een? Is something wrong?" "Mom, can I call you if there's nothing wrong? I missed you so much that I called you." "Did you miss me?" Hearing Lin Ruan speak like this, Lu Ming was shocked. He had never heard Lin Ruan speak in such a delicate and soft manner. The Lin Ruan he remembered, even when he was close to her, she was still as cool as ever. Speaking was also always light, rarely containing emotions in it. But the voice on the phone just now. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but think of Lin Ruan. Although Lin Ruan was not Lin Ruan's own, the two were so identical. In front of outsiders, Lin Ruan was the high and cold female president, and Lin Ruan was the cool schoolgirl. But in front of their loved ones, they were such cute and delicate little women. While Lu Ming was surprised, the two chatted. "My good daughter, of course Mom misses you too. You haven't called me for a long time. I didn't call here, and it's going to be National Day soon. By then, I'll be able to come home to see you." Lin Ruan immediately said as soon as she heard that her daughter was about to go home. "Is that so? I was just about to tell you the good news. It just so happens that you're coming back too. So I'll introduce you guys to each other then." "What? Lin Ruan was confused by what she heard. "You have a father." Clank. When these words came out, Lu Ming's brain felt like it was in shock. "I've become Lin Ruan's father for a sake?" It seems like the reasoning is so. The recent events were just too unbelievable, and he himself had been immersed in Lin Ruan's tenderness, totally forgetting. As soon as he and Lin Ruan got married, his relationship with Lin Ruan would also change drastically. From the previous relationship of a schoolmate and confidant, to a stranger going their own way, and finally to the present. Becoming her father. Simply off the charts. Who would have thought this? At the same time, Lu Ming couldn't help but worry. If Lin Ruan found out that it was she who became her father, how would she react? Would she object? What should we do then? And at this time, a very surprised voice came from Lin Ruan's cell phone. Ah, really? Mom, you found someone you like? Who is he? Quickly tell me about it. I'd like to see what kind of man can actually melt the iceberg that is my mom. From the phone call, what Lin Ruan said and the emotions in it could be seen. As Lin Ruan's daughter, Lin Ruan also didn't want to see her mother end up alone, and still hoped that she could find someone she truly liked. That's why she didn't object after hearing Lin Ruan say that she had a father and was still happy for her. Only in Lu Ming's opinion, all of this was based on the fact that Lin Ruan did not know that she was the father that Lin Ruan had found for her. Facing Lin Ruan's inquiry, Lin Ruan said gently, "You'll know when you come back, you'll know each other by then. I'll secretly tell you, he's very handsome." Oh. After saying that, Lin Ruan also glanced at Lu Ming and continued, "And we've already gotten a license to get married and live together." When these words came out, Lin Ruan on the other end of the phone was a bit silent, obviously shocked. "Een, now that I'm suddenly telling you this, you might be a bit unable to accept it. But Mom really feels that he's the one I'm destined for." After hearing Lin Ruan say this, Lin Ruan finally spoke. "It's true that this is a bit quick, but I still believe Mom. My mom is a legendary female president in the business world. How could her vision be bad? A man who can be praised so much by you must be very good in order for you to marry and cohabit with him so quickly." Lin Ruan's words made Lin Ruan relieved, worthy of being her own good daughter, but also opened her mouth once again to take a precaution. "There's still one more thing that Mom told you first." Once Lin Ruan heard this, she slowed down and mentally prepared herself. The words that Lin Ruan said were more explosive than one another, and she was worried that Lin Ruan would break some more shocking news. After preparing herself, "Mom, go ahead," Lin Ruan shyly set out. "That is, this. Your father is not very old." "Not very old? How old is that?" Lin Ruan was a bit unsure. She had done half a day of mental preparation, and her mom ended up saying this? The age issue? If you truly love each other, age isn't much of an issue. Just 2 or 3 years older than you." These words came out. Lin Ruan on the other end of the phone shrieked out in shock. "What? About the same age as me? Mom, you're not kidding." She had originally thought that as long as it was one that her mom genuinely liked, age and all that wasn't much of an issue. But she didn't expect Lin Ruan to find one that small. This numbed her. Just 2 or 3 years older than herself, and she still had to call him Dad? How could she call him that? "Mom, don't joke with me," Lin Ruan asked again. In her heart, she held on to the last glimmer of hope. How she hoped that it was just a joke or that Lin Ruan had said it wrong. But the truth was the truth. Mom isn't joking with you, it's true." At once, Lin Ruan on the other end of the phone went silent. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you don't think it's appropriate?" Lin Ruan didn't respond. I know that it might be hard for you to accept it for a while, but I'm sorry, this has become a fact. Mom loves him very much. I hope you can support Mom's choice." Chapter 9. It's good to have a man. After Lin Ruan finished speaking, there was still no response on the other side of the phone. There was only no choice but to hang up the phone helplessly. This matter was indeed a bit hard to accept for Lin Ruan, so it was better to give her some time to ease her mind. After that, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were both silent for a while as well. They had expected this reaction from Lin Ruan, especially Lu Ming. He had long thought that this matter shouldn't pass so easily. After all, having to call someone who was only 2 or 3 years older your father. Who could accept that? But what made Lu Ming even more worried was Lin Ruan still didn't know that her dad was her former senior brother, Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Ruan for 3 seconds. After she finally accepted that her mom had found a father about her age, she had to accept that this man was Lu Ruan. Then she would have to accept the breaking news that this person was Lu Ming. At that time, Lin Ruan shouldn't have her mind blow up directly. "Hubby, do you think Een can accept this?" At this moment, Lin Ruan had a despondent look on her face. Although she was still the president who had always spoken her mind as an independent person, no one could change the decision she made, not even her daughter Lin Ruan. However, in Lin Ruan's heart, she still hoped that she would be able to get her daughter to support her choice and bless her and Lu Ming together. "Take your time. Our things do have a bit of a shock for her. Just wait for him to think clearly." Lu Ming hugged Lin Ruan and gently patted her back and said, "Hey, Lin Ruan in her arms was obviously still in a bad mood and was filled with sadness. Lu Ming decided to tease her. Don't be unhappy. Could it be that your daughter has never accepted me, so you won't be with me? At the sound of his words, Lin Ruan was like a rabbit that had been startled and jumped up from Lu Ming's arms, shaking her head. Of course not. That's not good. Nothing can stop us from being together. She is your daughter. Naturally she wishes you well, as long as we love each other well and prove to each other that we only see each other as true love. She will accept me sooner or later. Yes. Lin Ruan was impressed by Lu Ming's remarks. Gradually, Lin Ruan's mood began to turn better. Again, the whole person kept sticking to Lu Ming's body, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of falling in love. But Lin Ruan on the other side could blow up. Ah! Lin Ruan, who had hung up the phone, couldn't hold back any longer and let out a venting scream. What are you mad about? Scared us to death. The roommates in the dormitory were suddenly startled by Lin Ruan's scream. Why don't you say anything? Seeing that Lin Ruan screamed and then did nothing, the roommates hurriedly came over to her side, only to see that at this moment, Lin Ruan looked like she was in pain. This was precisely Lin Ruan, who was still unable to accept what her mother had said and was broken inside. Speak. Is this sick? Is everything all right? Why don't we go to the hospital? Facing her roommate's concern, Lin Ruan finally responded. I'm fine. Lin Ruan, who was in desperate need of comfort, told her roommates the whole story, and after hearing it, Lin Ruan's roommates were all dumbfounded as well. This was over the top. It wasn't within the scope of their understanding. If it was anything else, they could still come up with ideas or help out with trolling. But this kind of thing, it was too magical. In their place they would have to collapse, and they didn't know what to do. There was even a roommate who was a bit dumbfounded and suspected that her ears had heard it wrong, and re-emphasized. If I heard correctly, your mom found you a father about your age? Sticking a knife into Lin Ruan's heart again. But Lin Ruan had no choice but to bitterly nod her head in acknowledgement. No wonder even someone as cold as you broke down. Anyone else would not be able to accept this kind of thing. Wasn't your mom a high-strung female president? How come she's not sober anymore? Yeah. Can't understand this wave of Auntie's operation. Girls' thoughts will always be more mature than boys. In their view, boys who were 2 or 3 years older than them were just graduated at best. If their family was not well off at this point, they had just entered the bottom of the social workplace. This kind of person, even if given to them as a boyfriend, they were not willing to accept. Not to mention being their own father. A few roommates put themselves in their shoes for a moment and immediately felt a wave of discomfort. Thus, they felt even more heartbroken for Lin Ruan. But as Lin Ruan's roommates, they naturally couldn't say anything bad when they saw Lin Ruan so depressed. They had to think of some ways to cheer Lin Ruan up, or else it wouldn't be good for her health if she kept going like this. So a few of them said, think a little more openly. Things might not be that simple. Yes, you know best what kind of person your mom is. She has such a high vision. The person she chooses shouldn't be wrong either. Maybe it's very capable. Don't think so much. Just go home and take another look. Right. Your mom definitely won't be able to look at an ordinary person. These words came down. Lin Ruan's originally dull eyes finally had a hint of color. It makes sense. With my mom's condition, I don't know how many rich and powerful men pursued her, but she didn't look at any of them. This time, she got a license to get married so quickly. So this person must be extraordinary, otherwise my mom would definitely not be able to look at him. Seeing Lin Ruan return to normal, the roommates finally let go of their hearts. Aha! It's vacation in a few days. You'll be able to go home and take a look then. Maybe then you'll see how good that man is, and you'll be able to accept it in your heart. The more the several people talked, the more curious Lin Ruan became. Just what kind of man had actually conquered her own high-strung president mom? This made her begin to impatiently want to go home and take a look. And just as Lin Ruan was looking forward to it, Lu Ming, who was lying on the bed holding Lin Ruan, couldn't help but get a little worried. He had also heard that Lin Ruan would be going home on vacation in a few days. He didn't know if Lin Ruan would storm out when they met at that time. Just in the midst of suffering, Lu Ming slowly fell asleep. The night light was like water. The next day, Lu Ming woke up from his dream. Hazily, he felt that someone was watching him. After opening his eyes wide, he realized that Lin Ruan had woken up at some point. At the same time, the gaze had been watching herself, sweeping back and forth across her face. It was as if she was admiring a supreme treasure. Seeing Lu Ming wake up, Lin Ruan immediately gave Lu Ming a fierce good morning kiss. "Hubby, good morning ah." After saying that, she tightly hugged Lu Ming's arm. Being hugged like this, Lu Ming could immediately feel Lin Ruan's broad chest. The rested body immediately had some reaction. "Good morning. Why did you wake up so early? Not used to it? Didn't sleep well?" Lin Ruan hastily shook her head. "After so many years, it's so happy to have a man to sleep with." Chapter 10. The $100 billion Red Rock Group. Lin Ruan looked radiant on the surface, but the hint of dark circles that had just appeared could not escape Lu Ming's eyes. Could it be that Lin Ruan didn't sleep long last night, or didn't sleep at all? Lu Ming gently stroked his big hands onto Lin Ruan's eyes and gave her an eye massage. With a hint of heartache, he said, "Don't allow this in the future. Sleep well. Only when you rest well will you be healthy." While saying this, he pressed Lin Ruan down and let him lie on the bed to continue resting. When Lin Ruan heard this, a warmth rose in his heart. Lu Ming's concern and heartache made him very happy. "It's all right. I was a little excited last night and was too spirited. Feels like I can watch you all night long. The more I watched, the more energized and excited I became. And I'm usually used to it. I don't need to sleep for too long." Staying up all night for this kind of thing was really a routine for Lin Ruan. As the person in charge of the $100 billion company, the burden of the group was on her. Although she didn't need to ask about small matters, once there was a big matter that she needed to solve, it could be a matter of several days and nights of sleeplessness. So she had long been accustomed to staying up late. The biggest fear of staying up late was not physical exhaustion, but psychological loneliness. In the past, whenever she stayed up late at work until late at night, she didn't care about the physical exhaustion. But in the dead of night, that loneliness of being alone and looking at all the lights was the fear that made him grit his teeth. Whenever that time came, even her strong heart couldn't help but almost collapse. And now, she had Lu Ming by her side, a man who accompanied her in the dead of night. Regardless of whether he was awake or asleep, being by his side at night and listening to his sleeping breaths made Lin Ruan feel a strong sense of security and happiness. The loneliness that she used to feel late at night wouldn't come back. Even when she didn't sleep, she didn't feel tired mentally, and her mood was even more sunny and hopeful. Lin Ruan felt that she had no sleepiness now and refused Lu Ming's offer to make up for her sleep. "No need. I'm not sleepy. Let's get up quickly. We have to go out later." Lu Ming was successfully sidetracked by Lin Ruan and didn't urge her to catch up on her sleep. Instead, he asked, "Going out? Where to go?" "Hee, not telling you. You'll know later." Lu Ming cried and laughed, and seeing that Lin Ruan looked like she really wasn't sleepy, he gave up the idea of letting her catch up on her sleep. He got up and intended to go wash up. Just then, Lu Ming's system voice suddenly rang in his head. "Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived." Lu Ming was inwardly delighted. He hurriedly picked up his cell phone, and sure enough, the bank arrival text message popped up at this time. "Your account 7688 transferred 5,180,000.00 yuan at 10:05 on September 21st. Account balance 5,260,045.03 yuan. This makes one's cash exceed $10 million. According to the 10% increase, one had gotten exactly $5,118,000 in cash today. The tens of thousands of dollars he had saved over the years was almost negligible, and with the $5 million Lin Ruan had given him, he had an entire $10 million in cash to spend. Don't think that $10 million in cash doesn't sound like much, but this is real cash, not assets. Even some of the billionaires who claimed to have hundreds of millions of family assets did not necessarily have $10 million of cash in their hands to spend. Assets are assets and cash is cash, not to be confused. This moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited inside. $10 million. Ordinary people could not earn this amount of money in their entire lives. Lu Ming had never owned this much money either. Although he said that after he married Lin Ruan, he also had a system, and in the future there would be more and more money, even more than he could use up and count. But at this moment, Lu Ming was truly happy. Right? Don't I still have a company share rewarded by the system? Lu Ming suddenly remembered. When his assets exceeded $40 million, the system also rewarded him with 48% of a company's shares. The relevant documents had been lying quietly in the system space. Recently, his life had been so happy that Lu Ming had almost forgotten about it. Only the gene potion, which enhances combat power, was remembered by Lu Ming and taken before going to bed, while the documents were left to dust in the space. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the documents from the system space. Red Rock Group. Lu Ming glanced at the name of the company. Then he picked up his cell phone and searched for information about Red Rock Group. This search. Lu Ming was startled. The headline information that came out of the search was that the Red Rock Group's annual revenue last year had reached $58.6 billion. To know, Lin Ruan's Doublewood Group, as a listed company with a market capitalization of $100 billion, had a yearly revenue of $40 billion. In that case, Red Rock Group is even more powerful than Lin Ruan's Doubletree Group. It turned out that the system reward was the big head. Whether it was the Gene Potion or the Red Rock Group, it was all good stuff. Lu Ming continued to check some more relevant information. He found out that Red Rock Group is essentially an investment company, and the business scope of its investment is super wide, covering finance, real estate, trade, science and technology, medicine, and many other profitable industries. And most importantly, although the Red Rock Group is decentralized by a number of shareholdings, but the largest shareholder currently holds only 18% of the shares. That also means that Lu Ming currently holds 48% of the shares and is the largest shareholder of Red Rock Group. Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little shocked. The system was truly magical, and he did not know through what means he had acquired many scattered shares to himself. If not for the fact that Lin Ruan was in the house, Lu Ming wanted to shout, "All up! Wrong, the system is bullish." Originally, Lu Ming just felt that he had 10 million cash, but also lived in a villa worth 50 million has been very satisfied. As a result, it turns out that the system has already sent himself a big gift. He is still too easily satisfied. A few tens of millions of dollars is nothing. Annual revenue of more than 50 billion, the market value is at least 100 billion companies, the system said to send. It's too much. It's too luxurious. Hubby, are you ready? Lin Ruan, who was in the living room, had no knowledge of Lu Ming in this matter, and only asked when she saw that he didn't come out for a long time. Coming. Lu Ming hurriedly went out of the bathroom. He came to the living room but saw breakfast on the table. Salad, sandwiches, coffee, and fried eggs. It was obviously the breakfast Lin Ruan had prepared for herself. I'm not very good at it either, so it might not be that good. Lin Ruan pinched her hand and whispered. For so many years, the number of times she had touched the kitchen was only a handful of times. Although these breakfasts were simple, it took a lot of effort for her to get them right. Thank you, wife. I love everything my wife cooks. Lu Ming pulled Lin Ruan to sit down with him, and before he even ate it, he gave it a compliment. But obviously very flattered, just now also afraid of their own cooking is not good, very anxious Lin Ruan instantly smiled open. Chapter 11 Woman, you are playing with fire. And then the two also began to eat breakfast. Lu Ming looked at the very beautifully arranged breakfast in front of him, could not help but have a big appetite, picked up the sandwich and ate it. Well, poo, right, such a simple thing, it is difficult to make it difficult to eat, unless one has to have a dark cuisine food talent. Obviously Lin Ruan has already done her best, and even more so, she has done a lot of thought on the plating and style. Yummy. I love it. So Lu Ming still had to praise his wife. Lin Ruan kinda took a bite of the sandwich after Lu Ming's praise, but then frowned. It doesn't taste good at all, it doesn't even have any flavor. Hubby, don't eat it. Let's go outside and buy some more. Lin Ruan was exasperated, more than anything else, at her own poor handiwork. Although she didn't dare to compare it to her husband's cooking, what she did was quite a bit worse than what was sold outside. So she wanted Lu Ming to stop, and the two of them went outside to eat over again. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's lovely appearance, smiled and touched her head to show comfort. Where is it bad? A little bland, healthy? In fact, I think the most important thing is not whether the breakfast is good or not, but the intention to prepare the breakfast is far more important than the breakfast. With this intention, eating sandwiches makes me feel sweet. Lu Ming didn't say this just to comfort Lin Ruan. It had been a long time since he had eaten breakfast prepared by his family. Ever since he went to college, he hadn't had the habit of eating breakfast because no one would prepare breakfast for him, and he was too lazy to eat it specifically. One more lie-in and it wouldn't be lunch. And after so many years, there was a woman other than his own mother who was willing to carefully prepare dinner for him. This had touched Lu Ming's heart, even if the flavor of this breakfast was average. Lu Ming's consolation made Lin Ruan's psyche feel a little better, but she was still very aggravated and said, "But it still can't change the fact that I don't cook well." In this regard, Lin Ruan was a bit stubborn. She wanted to prepare the best for Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile and playfully said, Why don't I teach you? Although Lu Ming only said this in jest. However, Lin Ruan brightened up and responded seriously, yes, I want to learn. Lu Ming froze for a moment. Was this what the president's wife should do? Really? In the future, husband, you'll teach me how to cook. Seeing that Lin Ruan was so serious, Lu Ming had no choice but to nod. All right, as long as you want to learn, I can teach you anytime. Aha! After receiving Lu Ming's response, Lin Ruan happily kissed Lu Ming on his face. She couldn't wait to learn it and then make a delicious meal for her beloved man. Lin Ruan did not realize that she was having another huge transformation in this aspect. In the past, when she was still that ice-cold female CEO, eating was just to fill her stomach so that her body could keep her energy to work. Sometimes in order to save time so that she could devote herself to her work, she would ask her assistant to prepare easier and quicker food. It was to not waste too much time on this point so that she could step up her work. But now she valued 3 meals a day immensely. In order to share a meal with her beloved, especially eating food that she had made with her own hands, she was willing to spend time learning the art of cooking. Lin Ruan was already incomparably looking forward to the days of learning. Thinking about the two of them, a young couple, snuggling up in the kitchen, sticking together and cooking with their hands, what a dreamy and happy picture it was. And when one's cooking skills were accomplished, to really cook a big meal for her beloved husband and get a real compliment from him, then she would be happier than if she had made money. Not a moment later, Lu Ming had eaten all the breakfast that Lin Ruan had made. Lin Ruan just wanted to get up and clean up the dishes. She was pulled back by Lu Ming. You still have wounds on your hands. Let me do it. And it's time to change the medicine 2-0. Saying that, he pulled Lin Ruan to the sofa and brought the medical kit. Half squatting, he unwrapped the wound that was bandaged yesterday, sterilizing it again and changing the medicine. During this process, Lin Ruan's starry eyes flashed. Her heart warmed up. The man in front of her. How could he be so gentle and considerate? At this moment, Lin Ruan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. To have actually found this man who was a good cook, handsome, gentle, and considerate, and still had good physical strength. Hubby, do you think I'm dreaming? Lin Ruan suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was a little unsure and continued the work on his hands. Why do you say that? Then otherwise, how can I be with someone as good as you? Hearing this, made Lu Ming couldn't help but think of what Lin Ruan and his mom said on the video yesterday. Jokingly, he said, how am I good? Physically good. That's right. My little puppy husband is just physically fit. I have the right to speak on this one. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruan was so unashamed of Lu Ming's jabs that she even intensified them. The other hand was also not honest. It reached into Lu Ming's clothes and touched his abs. You woman, you don't understand what you've messed with at all. Lin Ruan was not amused, and her hand movements did not stop. And Lu Ming quickly got the job on his hands done. The next second, you! Before Lin Ruan could say anything, she was gagged by Lu Ming with her mouth, then pressed hard onto the sofa. The weather was like a woman's face, changing at the drop of a hat. At first it was a wet drizzle, accompanied by gusts of soft and nice thunder, and then the gusts of wind suddenly lapped at it. The force was so great that the sofa could not be stabilized, and the foot of the sofa rubbed against the ground with a crunching sound. Finally, the rainstorm and thunder and lightning came along with the gusts of wind and lasted for a long time, to finally return to calm. After it rained, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's clothes were soaked. The two of them had to go back to the bathroom to take a shower again. Lu Ming came out first and waited for Lin Ruan outside, only to see Lin Ruan was wearing a small black leather skirt, wearing a black undershirt bottom plus an outer shirt, walking out with her long white legs. Absolutely beautiful face, with this clothing, simply pure and desire, especially just now, was moisturized by love. The whole person is glittering, revealing a different charm, so that Lu Ming look again stupid. Out of the Lin Ruan, see Lu Ming this look. Hurry, very abashed said. Do not come, have to hurry out the door. She can now be very tired. See Lu Ming now, this deputy wolf looked at the appearance of meat is very afraid. Lu Ming heard a dumbfounded laugh. Little goon, and just now it was you who played with fire first, you can't blame me. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Lin Ruan once again played the rascal. Playing tricks was a woman's right, and Lin Ruan was so cute that it melted Lu Ming's heart to see her. All right, blame me, I'm the one who delayed. Come over. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Chapter 12, The Rich Woman's Magnificent. After fooling around all morning, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan both finally went out. The same driver from last time driving the Rolls-Royce Flying Goddess was already waiting at the door. After getting into the car, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" However, Lin Ruan was still keeping her mouth shut, letting Lu Ming ask as much as he wanted without revealing half a word. "Little goon, you're specifically trying to whet my appetite." Being called so by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan thought of something. Her face flushed red, somewhat shy and stubborn. "Don't call me that. I just don't say it. I'm just whetting your appetite. So what?" Looking at this, there was quite a look of being ready to die. But the next second, Lu Ming released a big move, and Lin Ruan immediately surrendered. Seeing that Lin Ruan was still so tough-talking, Lu Ming immediately leaned towards her. His body was pressed tightly against Lin Ruan's body, and his right hand held her in control as well. Afterwards, he pressed his mouth to Lin Ruan's ear, gently blowing and speaking. "Really don't say anything?" A low and nice voice with a hint of heat sounded in Lin Ruan's ear. "Ah? Ears are so itchy. Go away, go away." This was what Lu Ming had recently discovered. Lin Ruan's most ticklish place. As long as it was touched, Lin Ruan could surrender. Sure enough, Lin Ruan started begging for mercy in a few moments. Stop it, I surrender. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Let go of me." Lu Ming let go of Lin Ruan with satisfaction. This move would be his best move to subdue Lin Ruan in the future. "Then say it, where are we going?" Who? After Lu Ming withdrew, Lin Ruan adjusted her breath. Then, conceding defeat, she said, "Let's go buy a car." "What car?" Being asked so rhetorically by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan said without any good humor, "Of course it's a sports car. It can still be a bicycle." Oh, only then did Lu Ming come to his senses. At the same time, he was a bit excited. A sports car. What man wouldn't like the sound of a roaring car? This was one of the things Lin Ruan promised to give him during the blind date. However, Lu Ming had long since put it behind him and didn't care about it at all. I didn't realize that Lin Ruan still remembered it. Today, she is going to drag him to see the car. Not to mention, a sports car is like a man's second wife. After Lin Ruan gave himself a sports car alone, the assets that he had gained through eating soft food could be raised to another level. The amount of the daily system increase would become more, along with other rewards from the system. These were the main event. Thank you, wife. Wife is the most beautiful. Lu Ming turned his head and gave Lin Ruan a kiss on her cheek. Felt good. Not to mention, although Lin Ruan was a little older than Lu Ming and often stayed up late working. However, her entire state of being is very watery. Just like those 17 and 18-year-old girls, white and tender. Do not have to those cosmetics to conceal the flaws. A kiss down, as if the jelly like QQ elastic smooth, let a person cannot help but want to bite a little. Kissed a mouth. Lu Ming even want to come to the second mouth, third mouth first. Cannot stop, but it was dodged by Lin Ruan. Kiss, just kiss, which has with bite go away, go away. Lin Ruan pushed Lu Ming, resolutely not letting him get close anymore. Between the two of them, the car was already slowly lowering its speed. The car is already slowly reducing speed, obviously is about to arrive at the destination. Lu Ming looked out the window. At this time, there was a sea of people outside with a large amount of traffic and people. Rolls-Royce Flying Goddess. Look at the license plate.
Bin B66886.
This is the most awesome. So handsome and beautiful. What kind of godman is this? A god car plus a god couple. As soon as Lu Ming and their car approached the pavilion, it attracted the attention of many people, and everyone was talking about it. Eyes had been staring from the car, traveling to stopping to come out from inside. They wanted to see what kind of big shot they were. Finally saw Lu Ming Lin Ruan, such a divine combination. Many people cannot help but marvel. Lu Ming does not care about being surrounded by spectators at this time. Get off the car and look at the hanging everywhere is a banner signboard. Only then did he realize. It turns out that today the excellent exhibition hall opened a luxury car show. Can enter this luxury car show none of the top brands of luxury cars. This is to attract so many people to come to watch. Of course, the ultimate purpose of the show is still to sell goods. Some people were here to spectate, while Lu Ming and the others were here to purchase. Just a few steps after getting off the bus. From the pavilion, 3 staff members quickly ran over. Arriving in front of Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, they greeted them warmly. "Welcome, Mr. Lin. It makes our auto show shine. Well, let's go in." After saying that, he took Lu Ming's hand. Led by the staff in front, he walked inside the car show. Inside the car show center, people coming and going to see the show were very lively. After walking through the complicated, exclusive channel, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan arrived at the VIP area of the most internal and top-class luxury car show in the auto show, which was the closest place to the luxury cars. There was no guardrail surrounding it, and at any time a hand could reach out and touch the glowing body, unlike ordinary tourists who could only stand outside the guardrail and look from afar. Therefore, in the center of the exhibition hall of 10 luxury cars will be displayed in front of Lu Ming at a glance. Bugatti Veyron is powered by an 8-liter square supercharged M16 engine with a top speed of 434 km/h. Ferrari Enzo Forbes winner of the world's most expensive car for several years in a row. Pagani Zonda Windjammer accelerates from 0-100 km/h in 3.7 seconds with a strength of 345 km/h. Porsche Carrera GT convertible 2-seater sports car with an expansive exterior full of momentum, muscle plates on the left and right sides that bulge from the headlights toward the back of the eyes, and appalling power performance. Lamborghini Murcielago Bat Lamborghini's technically best sports car ever accelerates from 0-100 km/h in 3.8 seconds. Everything that could be placed in the showroom was an expensive and limited top-brand sports car. Now Lu Ming knew why they would come to the auto show to see and buy cars. These limited top sports cars in the usual but rarely seen, in the 4-store simply cannot buy these cars. Even if the brand 4-store booking also need a long time. And this car show do not know how much effort wasted, actually gathered so many luxury cars. This made Lu Ming look at it and couldn't help but let his eyes shine with golden light, deeply indulging in it. Do you like it? Lu Ming nodded in the affirmative. Which man would not like it? Pick whatever you want. Lin Ruan always wanted to give Lu Ming the best things, and the sports car was certainly no exception. So she didn't take Lu Ming to a forest point to see those ordinary crappy sports cars. Instead, she came to this car show and let Lu Ming pick to his heart's content. When Lin Ruan's words came out, Lu Ming hadn't said anything. The few staff members behind him were stupefied. Pick as much as you want? This is the rich woman's luxury. Any one of these cars at the show is a tens of millions of dollars or even tens of millions of dollars of limited edition luxury cars, and they would love to have someone tell him to pick whatever he wants. Sour. Everyone's heart is sour. Chapter 13. All like? Buy them all. No one dared to doubt that Lin Ruan's words were pretending to be bragging. After all, to be able to come to this VIP booth are all non-rich or noble existence. Some people even recognized Lin Ruan's identity. So not to mention buying one of the cars in the show, with Lin Ruan's strength, it's not even a problem to buy all of them. On the other side, Lu Ming had already walked up and had a close encounter with the luxury cars. Each luxury car has its own style and personality, so that Lu Ming as a treasure. After a round, Lu Ming, who was originally full of joy, frowned. It was too difficult to choose. Every one of them was his heart, so how could he choose? What's wrong? Don't have a favorite. Seeing Lu Ming frowning, Lin Ruan walked over and asked, "How could I not like it? It's just that I like it too much. That's why I don't know how to choose." Lu Ming hurriedly shook his head in the negative. How could one not like these multi-million-dollar luxury cars? One must know that before, he was just a good-looking ordinary person who probably wouldn't be able to come into contact with this kind of luxury car for the rest of his life. Now all of a sudden he had the opportunity to pick one of a dozen luxury cars. He was confused. He really couldn't pick one out. There's no favorite? Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took another look at all the luxury cars, wanting to hard pick one. But in the end, it was still very tangled. Can't pick out? Why don't you help me pick one? Looking at Lu Ming's so favorite and tangled look, Lin Ruan thought about it and proposed. How about we buy them all? The moment these words came out, it seemed that the entire room was quiet for a few moments. Lu Ming suspected that there was something wrong with his ears and asked uncertainly, "What?" Lin Ruan also raised her volume a few points. "I said, buy them all." This time Lu Ming heard clearly and no longer doubted that he had misheard. Incredulously, he said, "Are you kidding? Buy them all? How much would that cost?" Lin Ruan, however, guffawed and said flatly, "About $400 or $500 million, right? It's not like we can't afford it." After saying that, she held Lu Ming's hand and clasped her fingers tightly. "As long as my husband likes it, no matter how much money I spend, I'm happy." All of this, from beginning to end, was heard clearly by the crowd of onlookers at the back. One by one, They went from originally staring in disbelief to being dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. Just 4 or 500 million. Just when did 4 or 500 million dollars become so casual? Beauty, is it that you don't have a concept of 4 or 500 million dollars? For ordinary people like them, if you pack up a few of them and sell their whole family plus their whole person, you won't be able to come up with this amount of money. How do you? Sounds like drinking water, so simple. At this moment, they were all deeply struck. They realized that there is a real difference between people. Like Lu Ming, he is so handsome, and there is such a good-looking rich woman who loves him and buys whatever he wants. And they can only wait on the side. Everyone hates to be Lu Ming. There is a rich woman like there is a rich woman to buy. Unfortunately, this is all their fantasy. The reality is, after Lu Ming heard Lin Ruan's offer to buy it all, he quickly rejected it in his mind. But he was still touched. In Lu Ming's mind, he would have felt good about buying an ordinary sports car. He didn't expect Lin Ruan to bring him to a luxury car show and buy a limited edition sports car. This had already exceeded his original mental tone. Not to mention, just because of his dyslexia, Lin Ruan had to throw away $400 to $500 million to get all of these cars in her pocket. This way, he couldn't get over it in his heart, but he really didn't know what to do. He wouldn't be able to get more assets on Lin Ruan's side without limitations just to earn the system's increase in gold and rewards. This was because Lin Ruan was his wife who he wanted to walk hand in hand with for the rest of his life, not a tool for swiping the system's reward money. Besides, even if he didn't do anything, he actually had enough money in his hands to eat and drink for the rest of his life. Why be so obsessed with swiping money? That was why Lu Ming wanted to reject Lin Ruan's good intentions. But the words hadn't even finished. A greeting voice came from behind them. Zista van er. Lin Ruan and Lu Ming turned to look at the same time. They only saw a woman with a ponytail, wearing a lady's suit and looking competent and sharp, walk over quickly. After coming to the two of them, she instantly noticed Lu Ming, who was very close to Lin Ruan. Sister Ruan er. Him. My husband, Lu Ming. Lin Ruan hugged Lu Ming's arm tightly and introduced him. At the same time, she introduced the visitor for Lu Ming. This is a very close sister of mine, Wong Yaolin. While after listening to Lin Ruan's introduction, Wong Yaolin was surprised to make a sound. Sister Ruan er. You still really have a boyfriend, I heard some gossip and I couldn't believe it. There's actually a man in this world who can fit into your eyes. After saying that, Wong Yaolin looked at Lu Ming. Hello. I didn't expect you to melt our iceberg queen. Looking so handsome, it's no wonder that Sister Ruan would be taken in by you. Anyone else would also be conquered by you. As soon as Wong Yaolin finished her words, Lin Ruan responded nervously. Lu Ming and I are a legal couple, registered and licensed. Yaolin, you can't mess around. Wong Yaolin didn't think much about it. What's the matter, Sister Ruan er? I'm just saying it off the top of my head. How can? Halfway through her sentence, Wong Yaolin suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Ruan and Lu Ming in front of her. What? Sister Ruan, did you just say that the two of you have already gotten a license? Wong Yaolin had always thought that when they had just met, the husband that Lin Ruan had introduced as her husband was just a term of endearment. After all, it had only been how many days since he heard that Lin Ruan had a boyfriend. How could she not have imagined that the two had already registered to get married going? Besides, Wong Yaolin's relationship with Lin Ruan was quite good. She was considered to be someone who knew Lin Ruan better, knowing her character and her high vision. Although she is a little older, but she is like a frozen age. How many powerful people think of ways to get close to her? But it was difficult to move an inch, and no doubt they all crashed into the wall and returned. She originally thought that Lin Ruan should be like a fairy in this life, not into the mortal world. But she couldn't figure it out even if she scratched her head. How did she get married to a man so quickly? At this speed, anyone would have to be shocked. Sister Ruan er, you're not kidding me. Didn't we just meet the other day? This is only how many days You're out of singles and married. Obviously, Wong Yaolin was very shocked and didn't understand. In her opinion, Lin Ruan's move was perhaps not too sensible. How was this amount of time enough to recognize someone, let alone fall in love with someone and get married? Shouldn't be. With Sister Ruan er's intelligence, how could she not consider this? Wong Yaolin looked at Lu Ming's eyes, began to bring a few points of defense. She felt that Lin Ruan will not be coaxed by this man. Right? I'm begging everyone to give me a free recommendation or something. Chapter 14. My husband likes it. Although Lin Ruan was the head of the $100 billion group, she had no experience at all in relationships and was simply a love buff. Perhaps it was because of this that she was coaxed by the sweet words of the man in front of her to get married so quickly. Actually, Lu Ming and I met through a blind date. Then we went to register our marriage on the same day. But now we are living together. Oh. We both love each other very much. After saying that, Lin Ruan looked up at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also lowered his head, and the eyes of the two converged together, both slowly happy and loving. Hearing this, the doubts and indignation that had just welled up in Wang Yingying's heart slowly subsided. Eyes are the windows of the soul. The love she saw in Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's eyes was not fake. This was her backbone as a luxury car salesperson, and she was very good at seeing a person's face from their eyes. So the thoughts that had just popped up in her mind disappeared. It seemed like Sister Wan Er had really met her true love. As soon as a person's sensibilities change, many places will become different. Wang Yingying began to turn her head and think. This man, Lu Ming, must have some advantages that she didn't know about. Couldn't just be good-looking. Sister Wan Er was not such a shallow person. That was why Sister Wan Er was conquered by him. The more Wang Yingying thought this way, the more she felt that Lu Ming was not a simple man. No wonder. Oh, usually, my big President Lin is so busy that he doesn't even have time to have a meal with me. Yesterday, he suddenly told me that he wanted to come to the car show, and I still didn't understand. It turns out that he wanted to buy for his own man. Lin Ruan was full of complacency. That's not true. If it's your own man, you must treat him well with all your heart. Looking at Lin Ruan's happy appearance, Wang Yingying would never admit that she was a little sour. Although she had been in love, they all ended without any problems, and she was still single. She didn't expect that there would be a day when it was her turn to eat dog food. In the past, she was the one spreading dog food, but today she could experience the feeling of eating dog food. Don't show it, don't show it. Show it again, it's going to hold up. All right, tell you something serious. Lin Ruan collected herself and prepared to ask Wang Yingying something. Sister, just ask you. Sister, will you buy all the cars in this showroom, can it? Wang Yingying froze for a moment. Sis, haven't you always been a non-car lover? What's the point of buying so many cars? Wang Yingying was shocked for a moment and her mind didn't quite work, but then looked at Lin Ruan's gaze and the man next to her. Then she slapped her forehead, thinking to herself, she's really confused. What else could it be? Isn't it obvious that the purpose of Sister Wan Er's trip is to buy a car for her own husband? This is not my husband, I'll like it. I'll just buy it all. Lin Ruan looked at Wang Yingying, stayed for a moment, did not answer, and added another sentence. Wang Yingying was invariably stuffed with a mouth full of dog food again. Wang Yingying, are you an idiot? This still needs to be asked. This is not looking for dog food to eat. Wang Yingying wanted to cry without tears, not knowing what was wrong with her today. Has it been too long since she fell in love? It had been a long time since Wang Yingying's last relationship. As a girl, she was also very much looking forward to having a sweet relationship. But nay, the previous relationship did not end happily, and there was nothing sweet about the relationship. This also led to this obsession of having a sweet relationship, but she has not been looking for a boyfriend. Fear of opening a new relationship and will be hurt by something. It was really because of this that love was not an option. She was most afraid of people spreading dog food in front of her eyes. This is good. Other people do not say convergence. One's own mouth is cheap, and one must ask. Yingying, you are so outstanding. In the future, there will definitely be. Also, the car thing. Can you give me a word? Good professionalism allowed Wang Yingying to immediately adjust her mindset. Sister Wan Er, although with your assets and status, there's no problem to buy all the cars, but it might not be possible right now. Wang Yingying said helplessly. Indeed, with Lin Ruan's worth and status as the owner of the $100 billion group, no matter if it was her identity or funds, what luxury car she couldn't buy. But the key is, why? Sister Wan Er, you know that we've been publicizing this car show for a long time. There are some limited edition cars among them that were taken as early as the time of publicity. It's just that it's still a display period, and once the show is over, some of these cars will be delivered to their owners. Hearing this, Lin Ruan also understood. Indeed, if these cars hadn't been sold yet, she could have taken them all without any problem. But some of the cars already had owners, and it was impossible for her to take them away from people. One must know that the identity of the people who could afford these cars must not be simple either. It wouldn't do to forcefully take someone's love. Wan Air will just buy one. Lu Ming, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. He originally didn't want Lin Ruan to spend so much money on a car. Now there just so happened to be such a perfect reason. He himself just borrowed the donkey. Lin Ruan pondered for a while and asked again. How many cars are left now? Right now, 6 cars, I think. I'll take them all. In the reception room, Wang Yingying had expedited to do the documents related to the car purchase. Wife, no. Before Lu Ming finished speaking, Lin Ruan already knew what he was going to say and interrupted him. Hubby, money is really nothing to me. I know you don't want me to spend too much money, but really, this amount of money to me can't even express a single ounce of my love for you. You are my love, husband. As long as you like it, I'll buy it all for you, and the best of the best. Don't refuse anymore. After hearing Lin Ruan's words, Lu Ming was silent. Lin Ruan's burning love for him, he felt it. Just because he said that he liked them all, she was going to buy all the luxury cars and send them to him. No matter how much she said she only needed one, she still insisted on buying all of them. This made Lu Ming feel an incomparable doting love. I am afraid that even if Lu Ming said he wanted the stars in the sky, Lin Ruan would seriously consider it and find a way to get them for him. At this moment, Lu Ming was really touched. No longer saying anything, he accepted Wan's love for her at ease. Under the guidance of the staff, all the car purchase documents were signed. Immediately, Lin Ruan swiped her card with alacrity. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, for becoming the owner of the Bugatti Veyron Ferrari Enzo Pagani, Zonda son of the Wind Lamborghini Murcielago Bat Porsche Carrera GT, Bentley Continental Supersports Aston Martin 177. We're already expediting the temporary license plate, and we'll have the car delivered to your mansion for you when the show is over. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind also resounded with the system's voice. Ding, congratulations to the host. Eat softly for obtaining 7 luxury cars. Worth 86,200,000.00 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host. The assets gained from eating soft rice officially exceeded $100 million. Rewarded with divine medical skills and 22% shares of Red Rock Group. Chapter 15 Love You with Action to Prove. The system gave another very generous reward. Lu Ming had not yet had time to take a closer look. The system sound rang again. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising his level to 2, and his daily amplitude has increased to 20%. Lu Ming didn't expect the system level to actually increase. Incidentally, the daily increase had also increased from 10% to 20%. Based on his current $100 million increase in assets, he would be able to whore out $20 million for nothing every day he woke up from his sleep. $20 million a day. Before the week was over, he had gotten another $100 million. This money is afraid to spend still to come fast. And this time, the system rewarded about the shares of Red Rock Group. That's a $100 billion group. The 48% of shares rewarded last time plus the 22% this time, that's 70%. There was no doubt about it. Lu Ming was the king of the Red Rock Group. He has unrivaled power over the huge Red Rock Group. But what surprised Lu Ming the most was the divine medical skill reward. You know, no matter how powerful and rich you are, but you are suffering from a terminal illness, then everything is just a cloud of smoke, and you can't live without dying. I believe that there are countless rich people who are willing to give up their life's fortune, just hoping that they are healthy. The countless medical knowledge that springs to mind. Instantly, Lu Ming transformed from a person who knew nothing about the art of healing into the existence of a national saint. The system's rewards were just so amazing. Even if the next time the system gave some rewards that were beyond the realm of just human beings, Lu Ming would not be surprised anymore. What's wrong, hubby? Tired? Lin Ruan saw her husband sitting on the sofa in a daze and thought he was tired. Nope, nothing. Just too happy. Seeing her husband happy, Lin Ruan also revealed a delighted smile. Then she proposed. It's still early. Why don't we go outside and take a stroll? Next to the car show was the very large seaside city's famous Excellence Plaza. Clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, and playing. Everything was available. Great! Lu Ming naturally agreed with alacrity. There was so much money that he didn't know how to spend it. But throughout the entire shopping process, Lin Ruan took Lu Ming, almost only shopping for men's items, passing by the women's clothing store without even a glance. Lu Ming wanted to buy something for Lin Ruan, but she politely refused. No need. I have so many at home, they can't fit. In the end, Lu Ming had to be at ease as a tool, always being led by Lin Ruan. buying and buying in the men's clothing, literally changing the outfit on Lu Ming from scratch. He even bought a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. The specific Lu Ming didn't really recognize it, but it was quite good looking anyway. At this time Lu Ming has been swinging bad. Lin Ruan also do not let him out of money, has been her in the brush. Lu Ming also does not resist no matter what to buy him. The light receives no surplus. The whole street shopping down, Lu Ming's income gold so soared up nearly 10 million. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Originally Lu Ming's face value is resistant, and after the genetic potion enhancement it is a big step forward. Now after changing into a brand name clothing, the whole person was even more glittering. Walking down the road, many women looked at it and turned back frequently, changing one step into three. Not a bit of consideration for the feelings of the male companion beside them. Even Lin Ruan by her side is also walking, from time to time, the side of the head over to look at Lu Ming. Due to not looking at the road, she almost tripped and fell to the ground, but luckily Lu Ming held it in time. Silly sister, oh. Walk to look at the road, ah. Hubby, you are too handsome. I can't control it. I just can't help but want to look at you. Lin Ruan looked at Lu Ming and said with stars in her eyes. But then she was a little downcast. I regret it. I shouldn't have brought you out for shopping, buying clothes, dressing you up so handsomely. There were so many pretty young girls looking at you just now. If I hadn't been around, they would have rushed up to ask for your contact information. But what if I'm not around next time? They'll definitely hit on you. Looking at Lin Ruan's slightly roguish and brash appearance, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such Lin Ruan was a bit cute. Silly wife. Lu Ming touched Lin Ruan's head. Humph. You still dislike me. Wife, are you blind to yourself? Lin Ruan was unsure. What do you mean? Lu Ming turned Lin Ruan's body in a different direction, facing the mall curtain wall glass. The glass reflected the silhouettes of the two people. I mean, how come you don't realize how beautiful you are? In my mind, you're the most beautiful. And how could I dislike you and leave you? Lu Ming said this, completely from the heart. When his blind date had just entered the tea room, Lu Ming was immediately mesmerized by Lin Ruan. In his opinion, Lin Ruan was the best-looking woman he had ever seen. Lu Ming spoke with great sincerity and deep emotion. For a while, Lin Ruan even became blushing. Oily mouth. Ignore you. Lin Ruan's mood became good again, and her smiling face rebloomed. Yes. Lu Ming hugged Lin Ruan's waist, and his hands made fun of her, instantly making her giggle. After a bout of playfulness, stretch out your hand. Lin Ruan foolishly stretched out her left hand. Not this one, the other one. Ooh-hoo. Although Lin Ruan did not know what Lu Ming was going to do, she still did as she was told, only to see that Lu Ming removed a black rubber band from her right hand. Under Lin Ruan's gaze, he put it on his right hand. What is this for? Lin Ruan didn't quite understand. Lu Ming raised his right hand and shook it, saying, This is declaring sovereignty. From now on, this rubber band will be worn on my hand, and anyone who sees it will know that I am a man who needs to tie his wife's hair. This way, naturally, no one will come back to hook up with your husband. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Ruan instantly understood and immediately jumped into Lu Ming's embrace. Hubby, you're too good. Putting aside Lin Ruan's other identities, she was essentially a woman. A woman would always have a sense of insecurity in love. Fear of the beloved man being snatched away by another woman. With Lu Ming's good looks and his gentleness, the vast majority of women could not resist his charm. Lin Ruan is really afraid that one day, Lu Ming really left himself. If she had already fallen into Lu Ming's tenderness, would she be able to continue to live the lonely days of the past? This made her scared to think about it. However, Lu Ming responded to herself with action. With a black rubber band, he had isolated the rest of the opposite sex. This was like a tranquilizer. It made Lin Ruan feel a sense of security, letting her know that putting a woman at ease was more than just relying on her mouth to say love you, you're the most beautiful, but proving herself with actions. Hubby, I love you even more. Lin Ruan, who was in Lu Ming's arms, felt full of happiness. It's not good for you guys to be like this. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. It destroyed the current atmosphere. Chapter 16. You waste. Rubbish. Lu Ming turned his head to see that the visitor was a man wearing a high-grade suit, although he was good-looking with a third of his handsomeness. But this man exudes an inexplicable, annoying temperament, and seems to be hostile to himself. Their own impression has never seen this man. That should be As expected, Lu Ming was not surprised. This person was recognized by Lin Ruan, who also turned around at this time. After seeing the visitor, she subconsciously frowned. Seeing this, Lu Ming could tell that Lin Ruan wasn't treating this guy in front of her very well either. None of your business. Lin Ruan disliked back. He is, Lu Ming asked. Just an insignificant person, and also very annoying, without any self-awareness. Lin Ruan turned back and patiently explained with Lu Ming, stating that there wasn't anything too related to the man in front of her, and that she hated the other person. Since their own husband can for their own come up with make hand with rubber bands as a declaration that he is the main to avoid the opposite sex, then their own natural should also be patient to make explanations. After Lin Ruan explained, Lu Ming nodded. He is not believe Lin Ruan, just out of curiosity then asked a question. As a result, Lin Ruan explained a lot of things to him. As if she was afraid of Lu Ming because there is a man who knows and she said hello, difficult to be misunderstood by Lu Ming after the same. This she can think wrong, Lu Ming, and will not be so small-minded man. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's slightly anxious appearance. His right hand stroked the top of her head, as if he was jerking a kitten in general. Baby wife. This is such a cute look. Lu Ming secretly thought. This approach of Lin Ruan actually made him very happy in his heart. A high-strung female president was in a hurry to explain to him because of this small matter. That proved how important he was in her heart. Gradually, under Lu Ming's touch, Lin Ruan's emotions calmed down. These two had completely forgotten to ignore and hung out the man in a suit on the side for a long time. The man in the suit looked at the two ignoring his existence and showing love in front of him, and was so angry that his teeth were about to be clenched. You guys! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Ruan's domineering manner. Wong Yaolin, what the two of us are doing has nothing to do with you. Trouble can mellow out of the way. At this moment, Lin Ruan was completely different from the gentle and lovely person she was with Lu Ming, and her words were filled with the icy coldness and indifference of her female boss. Yes, the person who came was none other than He Dongqing's company's little old boss, Wong Yaolin. Previously, after he couldn't get any useful information from He Dongqing, he spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to investigate Lu Ming's information. After getting the information material, it instantly made him so angry that his liver hurt. This news that Lin Ruan and Lu Ming had already registered their marriage was actually not a lie. At first, when he heard this news before he was sure, he had the luxury of hoping that it was just a rumor. Because with his understanding of Lin Ruan, there had never been a man named Lu Ming around her before. Even if he had appeared later, it would be impossible to conquer Lin Ruan so quickly and make her marry him. So there was a big possibility that the current man named Lu Ming was pursuing Lin Ruan and getting closer to her. Or the worst possibility was that they had become boyfriend and girlfriend. But no matter which possibility, he, Wong Yaolin, still had a chance. But he never expected it. That news really wasn't a rumor. All of a sudden, his hopes were shattered to pieces. He couldn't figure out why he had lost to Lu Ming, who came from such an ordinary family. Just because Lu Ming was so much more handsome than him? Although when he saw Lu Ming's picture on the profile, he had to secretly feel that he couldn't compare to others in terms of face value. But a man should compare all round his education, family. Lin Ruan should maybe possibly, not the kind that only looks at the face, right? Bar? He had been pursuing Lin Ruan for so many years, and was well aware of the excellence of the countless suitors around her. That's why he also constantly packaged and improved himself, taking great pains to stand out from the many suitors and become the first in line. But who would have thought that he would one day have his home stolen, and it was still an ordinary person who was, in his eyes, a mole amongst ants, who was nothing but handsome. This was undoubtedly an insult to him. Lin Ruan, where exactly am I inferior to this guy? Why is it that I've been chasing you for 5 whole years? You don't even look at me. On face value. No, on background. Academic qualifications. Worth. I'm not as good as him. This kid is just an ordinary person. Where is he as rich as me? I can do whatever you want with this guy. Wong Yaolin's mood was so agitated that he unconsciously spoke louder and louder. The surrounding people, seeing someone so out of sorts and yelling so loudly, also turned their gazes this way. Wong Yaolin, it was originally your wishful thinking. When did I ever put you in my eyes? I have clearly rejected you many times. It was like this before, and it's even more so now that I'm married. Don't you come pestering me anymore. Facing the crowd of people around her, Lin Ruan was not at all merciless either. The passersby's pointing and opinions made Wong Yaolin lose his face. Under the double blow, Wong Yaolin resentfully looked at Lin Ruan. Could it be that you just looked at his face, you shallow woman? He has no money or power, he's just a little white boy. One day you will regret it. I'm the one who can give you happiness. Wong Yaolin perhaps had a bit of a mental breakdown and was already speaking out of turn, continuing to pursue Lin Ruan, verbally attacking her again. As Lin Ruan's husband, Lu Ming immediately did not spoil him and immediately stood out. Wong Yaolin, is it? You, this waste, garbage, second man. Where did you get the confidence to claim that you're the one who can bring happiness to Wan Air? You! Hearing Lu Ming's insults, Wong Yaolin was furious and just wanted to speak but was interrupted by Lu Ming. I'm not wrong at all to say that you're trash. You've been chasing Wan Air for 5 years and she didn't even look at you. And Wan Air and I met for the first time and went to get a license to get married on the same day. Compared to that, aren't you a waste? And then you're still a moralistic trash. Outwardly wearing an expensive suit, graceful and pretending to be some kind of gentleman. Have the nerve to say what you did for Wan Air, if I guess correctly, in the place where Wan Air can't see. You have quite a few other women, right? Maybe in your mind, those outside are just for fun and never on your mind. But even more so, you are just more disgusting trash. And Lu Ming hadn't even gotten to the point yet, and Wong Yaolin had perhaps been poked to the sore spot. He chose to use a louder voice to cover the interruption of Lu Ming's speech. You're nothing but a little white boy. You don't have money like me. Not as powerful as me. What are you? Wong Yaolin flip-flopped over and over again or these 2 sentences to attack Lu Ming, because that was all he had left to say. What Lu Ming had just said he didn't dare to refute in response, because he also didn't know how Lu Ming knew those things behind him. Chapter 17, Kicking Wong Yaolin. Being called a white boy by Wong Yaolin, Lu Ming wasn't angry at all. He didn't feel bad about being a white boy at all. This was at least an affirmation of his divine face. And how good is a little white boy? Really can eat this bowl of rice, have to say really fragrant. This Wong Yaolin wanted to be a white boy but did not have the opportunity to do so. Moreover, he is a white boy with a system. Before then, but now to really talk about, with his hands of the shares of the Red Rock Group, that family can be much higher than this guy Wong Yaolin. So what if I have money or not? At least I have a healthy body, Lu Ming said meaningfully while looking at Wong Yaolin. Wong Yaolin was so a look, the heart is a little weak, but also sure of how Lu Ming may know something. Who doesn't have a healthy body? Without money and power you are a waste. Wong Yaolin said with his neck sticking out. He didn't dare to say too much about the body. But when it came to money and power, he was a lot tougher. After all, this is where he thought he had crushed Lu Ming. You! Lin Ruan, who was on the side, saw him insulting her beloved husband and instantly became furious. Just as she wanted to speak, she was given a sign by Lu Ming to stop her. It was now a man's war. Lu Ming said in a questioning tone towards Wong Yaolin. Is it? With that body of yours? The moment Lu Ming said this, the gazes of the surrounding onlookers immediately gathered on Wong Yaolin. The eyes carried a hint of curiosity, and Wong Yaolin's heart thumped violently. The heart was as messy as a typhoon raging through the territory. Because Lu Ming was indeed right. He is indeed not very good. But this matter he had kept very well secret and no one knew about it. But why would Lu Ming know? But as a man, this kind of thing he naturally wouldn't admit, and it was still in public. There were so many people watching him, maybe there was a camera. As a famous local rich boy, there must be someone who knows him. So absolutely cannot admit. Less ing nonsense. Wong Yaolin was already a little flustered at this point, and his words were all tongue-tied. Lu Ming laughed at this. Which of your irritability, night sweats, red cheekbones, hot flashes, and swollen eyes and face is not a sign of kidney deficiency? Lu Ming was the one who possessed God-level medical skills, and he had just seen Wong Yaolin's kidney deficiency at first glance. Lu Ming spoke so professionally, coupled with Wong Yaolin's increasingly ugly face. All of them were proving that Wong Yaolin did have the symptom of kidney deficiency. For a moment, the onlookers couldn't help but snicker and cast sympathetic glances. This made Wong Yaolin even more embarrassed. This kid is too damn evil, Wong Yaolin thought darkly. He was the one who had come to find Lu Ming's trouble, and as a result, he was the one who had lost in every encounter. He himself, the young master of the Wong clan, couldn't even deal with this kid. Not only did he insult himself as a waste and trash, he also blew the whistle on his kidney deficiency, although it was unknown how he knew about it. But even if he desperately denied it now, it was expected that not many people would believe it. Thinking about this, Wong Yaolin's entire body was going crazy with anger. He couldn't say it anymore, so he had to do it. Give it to me. The four big men behind Wong Yaolin received his order and directly rushed towards Lu Ming. The surrounding passersby also dodged away, lest they be hurt innocently. Stop! Only Lin Ruan stood out at this moment, blocking in front of Lu Ming. Wong Yaolin, if you dare to touch my husband one iota, go back and I'll let your Wong family die. But at this moment, Wong Yaolin had already lost his mind and did not care about Lin Ruan's threats in the slightest. Go on for me. Beat this brat to death. The four big men continued to close in. Lu Ming was worried that Lin Ruan would be injured and hurriedly pulled her behind him. Immediately afterward, the four big men had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. Two of them stretched out their long hands, ready to bring Lu Ming under control. The other two clenched their fists and slammed them hard towards Lu Ming, to give him a hard beating. The crowd of onlookers looked at the four muscle-bound, fierce and vicious men who especially appeared to be professionally trained to surround Lu Ming, such a clean-cut handsome young man. It was as if they could guess how it would end. How can such a handsome young man be the opponent of four big men, if he was controlled do not know what kind of beatings? Everyone can't bear to look at it. But the next second, four miserable screams sounded one after another. The crowd looked at the four big men lying on the ground and twitching were stunned. What is the situation? I didn't even dare to look. I didn't see it clearly. How did they all fall without touching that handsome man for a moment? Looks quite fierce. Did not think it was a flower frame, these people. Yes, also thought that handsome man to be beaten it. Did not expect. This handsome man will not be a martial arts expert it. Seems to see him in those people body point a few times. Lu Ming was not a martial arts master. He did not know any martial arts. But he was the one who had taken the gene potion, and had a physical quality beyond normal people. Physical strength and strength were all super strong. In his eyes, the movements of these few big men were as slow as ants, and he could easily dodge their attacks. In addition, he possessed divine-level medical skills. Knowing the acupoints of the human body like the back of his hand, as long as he wanted to, it would not be a problem for these people in front of him to become crippled, not to mention just simply losing their fighting ability. You trash. The people you brought with you are trash as well. They can't even touch me and they fell down? After resolving the four big men, Lu Ming said to Wong Yaolin with a provocative face. After being provoked, Wong Yaolin, who had already lost his mind, actually didn't think about whether he was Lu Ming's opponent or not, and rushed straight towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll waste you. The weak Wong Yaolin was like a pussy at this time. Even if he clenched his fists, he didn't seem to be much of a threat. Looking at Wong Yaolin who rushed straight up, Lu Ming didn't even move. He caught Wong Yaolin's fist directly on the spot. As expected, it was weak. Wong Yaolin, who was caught by his fist, immediately panicked and desperately tried to pull out his fist. But he couldn't draw it back. Lu Ming grabbed it with force. Ah! Wong Yaolin instantly felt a huge pain hit him, and his entire face turned pale as he kept pumping cold air. This guy is also too weak, right? I'd say this guy is more like a little white boy with weak fists and feet. I'm on me all right. With this ability, still want to punch someone? Well, it's a real dish. This guy is crazy. For big men can't beat this handsome guy. Where did he get the courage? Saying that, the onlookers laughed. Lu Ming also laughed and said, Wong Yaolin, is this it? Is he weak in the kidneys and has no strength? After saying that, he directly gave him a slap, and then kicked him hard. Kicked Wong Yaolin flying. Fell a dog eating sure. Chapter 18 full of security. Wong Yaolin flung himself onto the road teeth at once. When has he ever suffered this kind of aggravation when he was well-bred? The knees and hands are hot and painful, but he didn't dare to open his eyes and look up, because he could feel that he flung himself in front of a group of onlookers. He didn't dare to get up, or maybe he didn't have the face to get up. With his eyes closed, he could hear the group of people in front of him snickering in low voices and even whispering while doing so. But since he lunged close, he could hear what they were saying. Laughing to death. It seems like this guy is really vain. What's the use of being so vain and having money? Yeah, even if you have money to buy meat, you can only look at it but can't eat it. Look at him being beaten inexplicably feels so good. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these people's comments, Wong Yaolin finally couldn't hold it in. He was too aggrieved. There wasn't a single thing that had ever made him happy today. He couldn't scold Lu Ming, he couldn't fight, and he was even ridiculed by a group of people. Thinking about all this, Wong Yaolin couldn't help but cover his face on the ground and secretly cry. But at this time, a team of security guards suddenly rushed over. The crowd of onlookers saw this kind of battle hurriedly dispersed, only to see the security guards came to the front of Wong Yaolin, will help him up. Wong Yaolin, who had his face covered, did not know what was going on. He struggled desperately, afraid of being seen in this embarrassing state. But how could he be the opponent of several security guards? The security guards forcefully lifted him up at once. Wong Yaolin recognized the people when he was grabbed up. It was actually his own people. Looking at the number of so many security guards, Wong Yaolin instantly had the courage to shout, "I am the son of your Excellence Plaza shareholder, Wong Yongkong. Just now that kid here intentionally hurt me. Quick, help me beat him back." Wong Yaolin was being carried by 4 security guards grabbing his limbs respectively when he said this. The teardrops and tear stains on his face were still clearly visible, but his expression was again arrogant. It was a very contradictory and comical feeling. What are you guys doing? Put me down. I told you guys to beat him up. Take me where? I'm the son of Wong Yongkong, a shareholder of your Excellence Plaza. Do you hear me? Are you deaf? I'll go back and tell my father to fire you." But strangely enough, the group of security guards seemed to have a clear purpose. As soon as they came over, they just lifted up Wong Yaolin and left. No matter how much he struggled and cursed, they paid no attention. Straight away, they carried Wong Yaolin away. What's going on here? Didn't this guy say that he's the shareholder's son of Excellence Plaza? How come the security guards still carried him away? Who knows? Maybe he was bragging. Whatever, did you see it just now? That son of a was crying but got up and looked arrogant again. Laughed me to death. Today's drama is too wonderful. All kinds of divine twists and turns. Fortunately, I just filmed it all. And so it was. The video of Wong Yaolin's courtship being rejected, being exposed as a kidney deficiency, and being taken away by the shareholders of his own plaza began to circulate. With Wong Yaolin being taken away, this matter was considered to have come to an end. Xiao Shuang, where are my bodyguards? What is my security system doing? Today, I actually encountered danger in the Excellence Plaza and no security personnel actually showed up. This is a serious loophole and dereliction of duty in the security system. Immediately investigate what's going on for me. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan, who was on the phone, and for the first time he saw what Lin Ruan was like when she launched into a rage. The female boss's anger turned into sharp ice blades, ravaging the ground with the cold wind without mercy. At the same time, Lu Ming also realized afterward, yes, Lin Ruan as a 100 billion group boss. How could she not have bodyguards around her who were secretly protecting her? Just because Lin Ruan does not like to get too close to strangers, plus now are together with Lu Ming, so the bodyguard has always pulled a distance to follow the protection. But this time, the accident happened so long ago. Surprisingly, none of the bodyguards had appeared. It seems that there is indeed a big problem. It was only later that Lu Ming heard that Lin Ruan had opened the strictest internal investigation after she went back, and that her company's security department had undergone a major blood change. After making the call, Lin Ruan immediately changed her face. The frost on her face Xiao faded away, suffering from a face full of spring love. Hugging Lu Ming's arm, she said, "Hubby, why are you so powerful? It's so safe to be with you." What Lin Ruan said was naturally from her heart. When the bodyguards didn't show up just now, there was still a moment of panic in her heart. She didn't know what horrible things Wong Yaolin would do. Lu Ming also backhanded Lin Ruan's entire body into his arms and solemnly said, "Wife, I will always protect you." Lin Ruan burrowed in Lu Ming's arms. Her heart was full of security. After the two hugged for a while, Lin Ruan raised her head and asked curiously, "Hubby, did you learn martial arts? Those few big men were actually knocked down by you in a few hits." Those words. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't want to reveal too much of his skills. If it hadn't happened so suddenly and also been more dangerous, Lu Ming wouldn't have wanted to show it either. He could only say vaguely, "No, it's probably because they followed his master's lead. Their bodies are not good embroidered pillows." Lu Ming's words immediately made Lin Ruan laugh, although he knew that it was unlikely and that it might not be that simple among them. But he didn't think about it in detail either. Joyfully laughing for quite a while, Lu Ming thought that this matter would finally just blur over. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruan suddenly thought of something again. "Right, there's another thing that's so strange. I know that Wong Yaolin's father, Wong Yongkong, is indeed a shareholder of Excellence Plaza. But why didn't those security guards help him and instead took him away? I don't know, Lu Ming said with a puzzled face. But in fact, he really guessed what was going on in this matter. It should be that the people behind Excellence Plaza knew his true identity. Wong Yaolin's father, Wong Yongkong, was indeed a shareholder of this Excellence Plaza, but actually only accounted for more than 3% of the shares. The Excellence Plaza is actually the property of the Red Rock Group, which occupies 85% of the shares. The remaining 15% of the shares are scattered in the hands of other people. Wong Yaolin's father, Wong Yongkong, was one of them. But with such a small amount of shares, what's the point? Lu Ming owns 70% of the shares of Red Rock Group and has absolute control over Red Rock Group. Excellence Plaza was only one of the Red Rock Group's properties. If he wants to liquidate the Wong family's shares in Excellence Plaza, it's not just a matter of words. And on Wong Yaolin's side, you dogs, dare to arrest my old man. I'm the son of your shareholders. Hear that? Are you guys deaf? I'll make you all suffer when I get back. Wong Yaolin was still cursing without disc until he was carried into the office. But just at that moment, a figure toward being carried Wong Yaolin is a big than a pocket. Snap! Chapter 19. What? He's the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. This slap directly blindsided Wong Yaolin, and his words stopped. In the back of his mind, he seriously suspected that today was his watery outbreak. How else would everything go wrong in his territory in Excellence Plaza? Even a few dogs dared to catch themselves, and even got dumped on a Big B pocket. This is the second time he was beaten today. You. The words were not finished. Snap! The left side of Wong Yaolin's face received another solid dobby doodle. The crisp ringing sound echoed in the office, and each of Wong Yaolin's left and right faces also came out with a reddish slap mark. The left and right were symmetrical. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look at who I am. Wong Yaolin, who covered his face, felt familiar when he heard this voice. Wasn't this his dad Wong Yongkong's voice? Wong Yaolin hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see that it was his own father, Wong Yongkong, standing in front of him. At the same time, it was also the person who had slapped himself twice. Wong Yaolin was very aggrieved that his dad not only didn't step in to help him, but also gave him 2 slaps. Dad, why are you hitting me? Why didn't you come out to help me at Excellence? Didn't you see that I was just beaten by that Lu Ming guy? Am I not your son? How could you stand by and watch me get beaten up? Or do you have an illegitimate child? That guy even told the public about my kidney deficiency. How can I see people in the future? Wong Yaolin bawled, no longer the rich son in a suit before. But Wong Yongkong's complexion was not half moved, and his anger even deepened. You punk! Shut your mouth! How could I have a wasteful son like you? Sooner or later, the Wong family will be broken by you one day. If it wasn't for the fact that I just happened to notice and sent someone to pull you away in time without making a big deal out of it, you'd be ready to die. Wong Yongkong's words directly made Wong Yaolin freeze. Unexpectedly, his father not only didn't sympathize with him, but instead became even more angry. Impossible. Eva investigated. That Lu Ming is just a guy from an ordinary family. I don't know what kind of luck I got in hitching a ride with Lin Ruan. Wong Yongkong directly interrupted Wong Yaolin and angrily rebuked. Lin Ruan's Shuang Mu group is just fine to mess with? If she targets us, we Castle Peak Real Estate are better off. What the hell are you thinking in this brain? It's not like I'm planning to hurt Lin Ruan. I'm just going to teach that Lu Ming brat a lesson. And with us targeting our Wong family, the Shuang Mu group will have to bleed more or less, and maybe Lin Ruan won't go out on this limb for that kid. Wong Yaolin did not realize how deep Lin Ruan's love for Lu Ming was. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Ruan to give up that much interest to go against the Wong family for Lu Ming. Hee. Wong Yaolin did not understand why Zhao Yongkong sneered. However, Wong Yongkong's next words sent him into unmitigated horror. Good. Even if you're right, Lin Ruan won't help him out. But what about Lu Ming himself? Oh, you said ordinary family origin. He's a major shareholder holding 70% of the Red Rock Group. You said he's from an ordinary family. What? That's impossible. Wong Yaolin was so shocked that he couldn't speak the words behind. His father was a shareholder of Excellence Plaza. He naturally knew that Excellence Plaza was the property of the Red Rock Group. He also knew what the terrifying existence of the Red Rock Group represented. As long as someone in the Red Rock Group sends a message, his father's hands in the shareholding of the Excellence Plaza, and what is it? Minutes to be cleared out. Outside the door, a large number of people are willing to take over. At this time, Wong Yaolin's heart has begun to fear. He knew that his father Wong Yongkong said certainly more reliable than him. After all, he is the power of the Castle Peak real estate, the hands of the news channels, than he is much more. In that case, that person he had been abused by him as a white boy was really the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group. This I also just learned. This is internal news that is not declared to the public. Only us shareholders with connections know about it. After hearing Wong Yongkong's words, Wong Yaolin felt his entire heart trembling. This? Dad. Then How Wong Yaolin couldn't even speak well. He is very clear about the consequences of offending this kind of big brother behind the scenes, as long as people put out a word. More than willing to get killed their Wong family offerings. How could he not expect that the little white boy he thought he was actually had such a terrifying background behind him? But thinking about it was also true. How could Lin Ruan, such a high and mighty female bully, actually marry an ordinary person? Oneself is really a dad. Think of a way. Help me. Wong Yongkong sighed heavily and said, I didn't think of any good way for the time being. I can only bring you to the door to apologize and kneel down to beg for people's forgiveness. Wong Yaolin was silent. He knew that this was the best way. As for other ideas like running away, he didn't dare to think about it. Where else could he run to? He would have to be caught back at the end of the world, and at the same time, the Wong family would also be implicated. Go back. Wait for my news notification. Wong Yaolin nodded and opened the door like a puppet and walked out of the office. Wait! Wong Yongkong suddenly called out to him. Wong Yaolin turned around violently, a flicker of color erupting in his eyes, thinking that his father had some good idea. Instead, Wong Yongkong just said with embarrassment, the matter of kidney deficiency can't be delayed. I know a Chinese medicine doctor. After this matter, you will take you to see. Wong Yaolin directly collapsed and covered his face and ran out of the office. The other side. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were both a little hungry after walking all day. Wife, are you hungry? Actually, after shopping all afternoon, Lu Ming was already famished. Lin Ruan looked at Lu Ming with a smile, knowing that her little puppy husband was hungry, and laughed. Not hungry, ah. Looking at you are full. After all, husband, you are beautiful, ah. Lu Ming had a helpless face, knowing that Lin Ruan was poking fun at him. All right, just kidding. I'll take you to a place. Lin Ruan pulled Lu Ming's hand and walked towards the Excellence building behind Excellence Plaza. That was the landmark building of Seaside City and the tallest building in Seaside City. The two took the elevator and arrived at the 118th floor. This was the highest floor of the Excellence building. The elevator opened. Surprisingly, it was an elegantly decorated restaurant. Elegant music was playing in the restaurant, and looking through the glass windows, the view was vast without any obstruction. This restaurant has a nice environment, Lu Ming complimented. Isn't it? I put a lot of effort into it. And that's not all. I've opened many restaurants in Excellence Plaza. You can eat whatever you want in the future. Lin Ruan said one by one, just like a little kid showing off a lollipop and finally eating it with his buddies. This also made Lu Ming secretly smile. If he told her that this entire Excellence Plaza was his own, what would her expression be? Chapter 20. A new way of rewarding. As the owner of this restaurant, the service Lu Ming and Lin Ruan enjoyed was certainly the best. After all, that was the boss. Was he trying to get fired? So the dishes that Lu Ming ordered were served very quickly. Yes, all the dishes ordered by Lu Ming. Lu Ming let Lin Ruan order the food, but Lin Ruan was thinking of him in every way. Hubby, you order. You can order whichever dish you like. It doesn't matter even if the menu goes all the way up. The waitress serving at the side was so shocked that she almost screamed out when she saw Lin Ruan like this. Luckily, his tenacious desire to survive lived to keep his mouth shut. The female bully was actually married, and with a gentle, submissive look in front of this man. When she used to occasionally see her boss come to dine, she was almost always alone, and her face had always been very icy, making people look scared and not dare to approach. This really overturned his perception of the boss. But General Manager Lin's husband is so handsome. It's no wonder that General Manager Lin treats him so well. If I had such a husband, I would treat him better than this. The waitress couldn't help but think of some messed up things going on. Hello. It wasn't until Lu Ming ordered the food that she came back to her senses in shock. Very quickly, after Lu Ming placed his order, all sorts of delicious dishes were quickly sent up. Xiao Ting, you go out first, we'll just do it ourselves. Lin Ruan withdrew the waitress in the private room. She just wanted to enjoy her alone time with Lu Ming. And she could see it just now. Xiao Ting's eyes could have been unconsciously glancing towards Lu Ming when she was ordering food beside her own husband Lu Ming just now. His own husband's charm was just too great, and he didn't mean to blame Xiao Ting. He just asked her to go out and serve his own husband himself. Hubby, quickly taste one. The taste of the food here is still good. The chef was specially poached by me from somewhere else. However, after eating what you've cooked, your meals are the best. Lu Ming smiled and picked up his chopsticks, casually chucked a bit of green vegetables and ate it. It had to be said that the flavor was okay and the ingredients were fresh, but it was still a bit worse than what he had made himself. However, this side wasn't just enjoying the food, it was also enjoying the beautiful environment. Dining on such a high floor was like being in the clouds, and you could overlook the entire city in the blink of an eye. Especially now, there was food and wine and a beautiful view, and there was also the beauty you loved by your side. This was simply the ultimate enjoyment. How does it feel? Lin Ruan asked Lu Ming. This restaurant was her achievement, her work. She naturally wanted to be liked by her beloved. Lu Ming also spoke about his feelings at this time. After listening to it, Lin Ruan was filled with smiles. Hubby, you and I are really in tune with each other's hearts. We think about pretty much the same things. That's why I also like to come here to eat before when I was fine. But now, I feel even more in tune because now I'm eating here with my beloved husband. Lu Ming smiled and put down his chopsticks. Reaching out, he grabbed Lin Ruan's small hand and played with it in his hand. Lin Ruan's small hand had delicate skin, was soft and boneless, and was extremely comfortable to grasp. Lu Ming couldn't help but be playful and didn't even eat properly. Lin Ruan saw this. Hubby, come here. Lu Ming was a little surprised, not knowing what Lin Ruan wanted to do. Hubby, come over. I'll make your experience of this meal a little better. This is my responsibility in my dual role as a wife and boss. Lin Ruan blinked her eyes, looking quirky. When Lin Ruan said so, Lu Ming was also curious about how to make the experience of this meal go up a level. So he got up and walked towards Lin Ruan. As she walked to her side, Lin Ruan grabbed Lu Ming and pulled him. Lu Ming instantly sat on Lin Ruan's big white legs. Lu Ming was still in a daze, only to see. Lin Ruan picked up a piece of roast duck slice on the table and sent it to Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming saw this and came back to his senses. Only then did he realize what Lin Ruan had said about a better experience. It turned out to be sitting on her lap and having her feed herself. This feeling, it was indeed quite good. Lu Ming took a bite of the food that Lin Ruan fed to his mouth. Previously, he had felt that it was average when he ate it. But now that he was being fed by Lin Ruan, Lu Ming actually felt that the food had become even more delicious. And after Lu Ming ate the roast duck slices that Lin Ruan had fed him, the system's voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his first soft meal, rewarding him with divine car skills. The system's beep caused Lu Ming to freeze for a moment. Hadn't he eaten soft rice a long time ago? How come the system said it was the first time he ate soft rice? Did the system have a bug? Lu Ming hurriedly asked the system. After some explanation from the system, Lu Ming then understood. It turned out that the system would also reward for this kind of actual action of eating soft rice. Simply put, as long as Lin Ruan feeds herself, it is also considered by the system to be a type of soft eating and will also generate rewards. Originally, Lu Ming had always thought that eating soft rice was something that needed to gain some benefits from Lin Ruan. Unexpectedly, being fed a mouthful of rice would also work. But it wasn't too late to know now. Is it delicious, husband? Wife feeding is even better. I still want to eat. Since he knew about this now, Lu Ming of course had to take the opportunity to brush up. After hearing that Lu Ming still wanted it, Lin Ruan also once again picked up the food on the table. Once again it was sent to Lu Ming's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. The system beep sounded once again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just one more bite of rice and he directly earned $2 million. This was too good. So behind, Lu Ming kept letting Lin Ruan feed on himself. And Lin Ruan didn't refuse, serving Lu Ming well. And so, ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 2,000.000.00. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eating soft rice. Soft rice gained assets plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eating soft rice. Soft rice gained assets plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Lu Ming directly kept on accepting the feeding like this and swept away the rice on the table. However, Lu Ming was not yet satisfied and said, "Still a little hungry? Then I'll order a few more for you." How could Lin Ruan let her husband go hungry? She hurriedly ordered a few more dishes. Then she started feeding Lu Ming again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating soft rice. Soft rice gained assets plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal and gaining assets exceeding $200 million. Reward Seaside City for the next 3 days event information sheet. After a meal, Lu Ming had actually swiped $100 million in assets, and there were also divine car skills and an information sheet on the next 3 days of events in Seaside City. Lu Ming read the general introduction of this information sheet. It said that above this information sheet, it recorded the big events that would happen in Seaside City in the next 3 days. This was good stuff. Chapter 21 Wind Rush. This meal actually took nearly 2 hours. However, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were enjoying themselves, so they didn't realize that so much time had passed. The two of them rested on the sofa in the private room. After a while, Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang, and after picking it up and looking at it, "Hubby, have you rested yet? Ying sent me a message, saying that the formalities for the car are all done. We can drive it back anytime." Sniffing, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Immediately, he decided to go over this time to receive the luxury car that belonged to him. He returned to the car show site. At this time, the car show site was still mumbling and crowded. The flow of people was even greater than during the day. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan still took the VIP channel and came directly to the center of the auto show. They also met Wong Yaolin, who had been waiting for them for a long time. "You two are famous," Wong Yaolin joked the first time she saw the two of them. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were confused. "What? The two of you beat up Wong Yaolin in his territory in Excellence Plaza. It also exploded such a powerful thing that it's all over the news now." Hearing this, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other and smiled. This incident was just a small episode in their shopping today, and they didn't expect it to spread so quickly. This is not a good thing for Wong Yaolin. Didn't the Wong family suppress the news? Lu Ming asked curiously. Wong Yaolin nodded. Yes, for something so humiliating. The Wong family naturally has actions. So these things are limited to these people in our circle to know. And our car show is in the Excellence Plaza. Of course I will receive the news earlier. Wong Yaolin's words caused Lu Ming to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be famous. Being famous hindered him from eating soft food in a low profile. Right, the formalities for the vehicles you purchased have all been completed. They're all here. Wong Yaolin then returned to the topic, handing Lu Ming the formalities and keys of the 6 luxury cars. Lu Ming took it over. All the formalities related to the 6 luxury cars were a whole big stack. Holding it in his hands was very weighty. "We'll just drive one back, and I'll ask you to send the rest over," Lu Ming said to Wong Yaolin. He and Lin Ruan were only 2 people, so they could only drive 2 at most, and the rest still had to be sent back with the help of the people from the car show. But of course, the couple was going home in one car, so Lu Ming asked Wong Yaolin to send the rest of the cars back. "Of course it's no problem. This is what we should have done." Wong Yaolin agreed readily, and then asked, "Then which car are you going to drive back?" "The car is right outside, so you can drive it directly." Thus, the group arrived at the showroom. Lu Ming looked at the luxury cars that belonged to him, and eventually picked the Aston Martin 177 to get into the car. This global limited edition of 77 units, with a domestic quota of 5 units of Aston Martin 177 appearance, deeply hit Lu Ming's heart. As a supercar, although his appearance does not have a strong sense of impact, but there is a noble and elegant posture. Wide flat body, the line extends all the way to the headlights, forming a drop, appearing to have a 3-dimensional sense of the front face. and the side of the recessed lines and convex wheel arches form a very powerful posture. The interior adheres to Aston Martin's luxury and exquisite craftsmanship, with a large number of bare carbon fiber panels, highlighting the pursuit of lightweight. Look at the interior of many subtle design. Get on the car. Lu Ming simply love it. Lu Ming just got on the car. Come to participate in the car show. In the people there is someone loudly protested. Hey, why can you enter the car and experience it while we have to stand outside and watch? Are you guys being dog-eyed? It's not fair. The man's voice was loud and drew the attention of many people. Many people also looked over with curious gazes. Wong Yaolin, who was on the side, had a very bad face when she saw this situation at the scene. She was not accustomed to this kind of people who disturbed the order of the car show and immediately disliked back. People are car owners. Why can't they sit in their own cars? If you can afford it, you can sit in it too. These words came out. The face of that man who protested loudly immediately changed, lowered his head and didn't dare to make another sound, turned his head and left the car show. Now the entire crowd knew that Lu Ming had bought this Aston Martin 177. In the gaze of the entire crowd, Lu Ming started the Aston Martin 177. The roar of the engine instantly resounded in the showroom. It was full of power and made people's blood boil when they heard it. For Lu Ming, who possessed god-level car skills, maneuvering this Aston Martin 177 was as easy as pie. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of tire rubbing, the Aston Martin 177 rubbed a circle of black tire marks on the stand and turned around. Then there was another kick of floor oil, and the thunderous engine sound exploded. Lu Ming drove the Aston Martin 177 towards the exit that the exhibition side had reserved early on. Like a silver-gray arrow of light, it disappeared from the crowd's view. Out of the showroom, the car came to the road with a large traffic flow. But the speed of the car didn't drop much. Under Lu Ming's constant operation, the Aston Martin 177 maneuvered flexibly and freely through the traffic. Many vehicles that saw Lu Ming's car hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to drive too close to Lu Ming. Lin Ruan, the co-pilot, saw Lu Ming weaving in and out of traffic. Not only did she not have a trace of panic. Instead, she tilted her head and stared blankly at Lu Ming. "Wife, will you be scared? Let me slow down a bit." After a moment of excitement, Lu Ming calmed down and slowed down his car. Although Lu Ming possessed god-level car skills, the skill of driving had been deeply engraved in his bones, and could be said to be a human-vehicle unity. This level was just a small matter to him with full certainty. He was worried that Lin Ruan would be scared and think it was dangerous driving. But Lin Ruan didn't have the slightest difference, but instead had stars in her eyes. "I'm fine, husband. I believe in you." Hearing this, a warm current rose in Lu Ming's heart. His wife trusted him so much that she even put her personal safety in her hands with confidence, not worrying in the slightest that he would have an accident while driving fast. "Hubby, you drive faster." Lin Ruan's words made Lu Ming froze a little. How could she ask him to drive fast instead? Seeing Lu Ming freeze, Lin Ruan explained. "Hubby, the way you drove just now was so handsome, just like in the movie." While Lin Ruan said this, her hands and feet were also used to act out the actions in the movie. Lu Ming cried and laughed at this little nymphomaniac, just focusing on looking at her own handsome moves while driving. "Okay, let's go for a drive somewhere farther away," Lu Ming said and took Lin Ruan to drive to a place with a higher speed limit in the suburbs. In this kind of place, Lu Ming was more able to utilize his godly car skills, and the Aston Martin 177 was more capable of performing. With a 6-speed manual transmission, the 0-100 km/h acceleration sprint can be completed within 3.5 s, and the top speed will reach 354 km/h. The strong pushback feeling brought to Lu Ming and Lin Ruan made both of them shout, "Woo-hoo!" Chapter 22: The Man in the Video. Just as Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were enjoying the passion brought about by the speed, the scene they had just witnessed at the car show was captured by the crowd of exhibitors and posted online. And because the reversal was too fast, with the addition of the two beautiful women, Wong Yaolin and Lin Ruan, this video instantly caught fire. The number of views and likes skyrocketed. The comments were even more varied. "There are beauties or two. There's one. These two big beauties are indeed powerful. Isn't this better looking than those anchors? Ha 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 ha. The beautiful woman who dislikes people is so sharp. That dude directly have nothing to say. No problem. Did you buy the car and still can't get into your own car? Laughing to death. How loud the protest is. How embarrassing it is after being disliked. Stay can't even stay. Gray slipped and ran away. I heard that this beautiful woman in the video is a rich woman. Bought 6 luxury cars from the auto show in one go. Really? Beautiful woman, look at me. Rich woman, look at me. Begging for a rich woman to adopt me. The luxury cars, beautiful women plus the reverse plot made the heat of this video skyrocket. Very quickly, this video was swiped by Lin Ruan. At this time, Lin Ruan stayed in her dormitory room and swiped short videos in boredom because she didn't have classes. As a result, she saw this video. As Lin Ruan's daughter, she recognized at first glance that the beautiful woman sitting in the sports car in the video was her own mother, Lin Ruan. Although she was sitting in the car at the moment and there was some reflective blurring through the window glass, she still recognized it at a glance. Then looked at the beautiful woman outside the car. Remembering again, this was her mother's friend Wong Yaolin. Lin Ruan had once brought her to have dinner with Wong Yaolin. That was even more proof that her vision was right. My mom has always disliked sports cars and all that. This acquisition of a luxury car should be for my dad. So the man in the driver's seat is the father she found for me. Lin Ruan carefully analyzed. At the same time, she also looked carefully at the man in the driver's seat in the video. Unfortunately, the shooter of this video was positioned on the other side. The main viewpoint of the video was also all on Wong Yaolin and the man protesting. So basically, the front of the man could not be captured, and it was still blurry. Even if Lin Ruan took a screenshot of the video and zoomed in, even trying to find videos from other filmmakers, hoping that there were clearer shots of the man in the videos from different angles. But the end result was still the same. It was impossible to see the man clearly. But Lin Ruan looked at a bit of the side of this man's face in the video, but she always had a familiar feeling. Could it be that I know this man? Lin Ruan was startled after being startled by this thought of her own, hurrying to recall the faces of those among her mother's suitors. But still, she couldn't find a similar one. I should have known to have my mom just tell me who that man is. Wouldn't have had to be so curious all day and annoyed with guessing. Lin Ruan thought about it, picked up his cell phone, and dialed Lin Ruan's number. He just couldn't stand it anymore. That desire to know was like feathers tickling his heart. His heart was itching. So still, he decided to make a call to his own mother to inquire. But Lin Ruan made several calls, but no one answered. In other words, she was used to it. After all, Lin Ruan, as the president of a conglomerate, had a lot of work to do and often needed to have meetings. In the past, there had been cases where the phone didn't work, and when her mother was busy, she would just call her back. But today, the fact that no one answered the phone made it difficult for Lin Ruan. The heart itches. The man in the video looked so familiar, but she just couldn't remember who it was. It made her very anxious to know who that man was. But the phone was just unanswered. This feeling of being only one step away from the truth, within reach, but just can't take the last step. It's a feeling that no one who has experienced it knows. If I have to describe it, it's like, I've been chasing the drama for a long time, and I know the ending is happy ending. But it's updated to the penultimate episode, and the last episode will be aired next week. Not being able to see the unfulfilled feeling of the hero and heroine together posting sugar and sweet show of love. Hey! In the end, Lin Ruan had to give up with a sigh. Clicking on the calendar and looking at the date, she consoled herself by saying, "It's okay. It'll be vacation soon. I'll be able to go home and see for myself what that man is really like." Just when Lin Ruan was itching to the core and fidgeting. On the other side, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan drove the Aston Martin 177 back to Yunli's former villa. The two of them got down from the car. It was probably due to the fact that they had just experienced speed and passion. Lin Ruan's face was slightly flushed, and her mood was still excited. Just get off the car, even some walking is not too smooth, after walking to the lawn. The legs softly paralyzed to the lawn. Lu Ming saw this, rushed over, wanting to help Lin Ruan up. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruan suddenly exerted herself and pulled Lu Ming down with her. The two lay on the lawn together. In fact, this was also because Lu Ming sensed Lin Ruan's intentions and was deliberately pulled down by him. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's physical quality, Lin Ruan would not necessarily be able to pull him down. The fallen Lu Ming quickly gathered Lin Ruan into his arms. Smelling Lin Ruan's lovely fragrance, listening to the sound of the water flowing in the artificial lake, and looking at the stars in the sky, the day's exertion instantly disappeared, and there was an unspeakable calm and comfort in his heart. Lu Ming couldn't help but close his eyes to feel it carefully, while Lin Ruan beside him turned her head to look. blinking her starry eyes and said tenderly, "Hubby, I love you so much. I'm so happy to be with you." Lin Ruan couldn't help but recall the days before there was no Lu Ming. After her daughter left for college, she was often alone. Every day of her life, even when she was eating, she was dealing with work on the side. Because she couldn't find anything else to do. The only way to paralyze herself with never-ending work so that she wouldn't have the energy and mind to mess around with other things. But after being with Lu Ming, she could eat with Lu Ming every day, go shopping, and even race cars. And lying on the lawn together, listening to the wind and enjoying the moon. This was all something she had never imagined doing before. After living for so many years, she realized that life was so interesting and beautiful. She fell in love with this kind of life. "Hubby, we will always be together, right?" Lin Ruan couldn't help but ask. How she was afraid that this life was just a dream or just a short-lived possession. Hearing these words, Lu Ming opened his eyes and seriously locked eyes with Lin Ruan. The strength of the embrace in his hands was also used a bit more, holding Lin Ruan tightly. "Well, it will be. We will always be together. Always happy and joyful." Aha! Lu Ming's words made Lin Ruan feel completely secure, and her face was filled with a happy smile. The two didn't speak for the rest of the day, just lying quietly on the lawn. Chapter 23: The reason for the sudden improvement in culinary skills? Under the breeze, Lin Ruan gradually fell asleep. She had been so excited last night that she hadn't slept well, and today she had played outside with Lu Ming all day. It was obvious that she was exhausted. Listening to her breathing slowly become even, Lu Ming hung a smile at the corner of his mouth. Turning his body sideways, he quietly looked at her face. It had to be said. Lin Ruan had completely grown into Lu Ming's aesthetic. Lu Ming recalled how stunning he was when he first saw Lin Ruan on a blind date, and that was when he realized what it meant to be a woman of the utmost beauty. Skin like cream, eyebrow dye qingshan, pupils cut water, lips like danxia. All of this made Lu Ming couldn't help but come up and give her a kiss on her face. As the night got deeper, the weather also gradually turned cooler. Lu Ming carefully picked Lin Ruan up gently and returned to the room. Holding her in his arms, he peacefully fell asleep. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Lu Ming had just woken up when the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Immediately after that, your account 7688 transferred 40 million.00 yuan at 9:06 on September 06th. Account balance, $45,260,045.03. The SMS alert from the bank card also came soon after. Now that the system's level had reached level 2, the daily asset increase was 20%, and Lu Ming's softly earned assets had broken through to 200 million. So early in the morning, he hoarded himself to the system's $40 million reward. His own account had instantly skyrocketed from 5 million in cash to over 45 million, together with the 5 million on the other card given by Lin Ruan. Wouldn't he now have 50 million in cash? This money came too easily. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. It can't be spent. It simply can't be spent. Ha! After marveling, Lu Ming also realized that Lin Ruan was not around. So he got up and washed up before heading towards the living room. Right away, he saw Lin Ruan's busy back in the open kitchen. Lu Ming's footsteps were instantly heard by Lin Ruan and turned around, surprised to see him. "Hubby, you're awake. Did you sleep well?" While saying this, she walked towards Lu Ming. The first hug of the day was carried out. Lu Ming placed his chin on Lin Ruan's head after hugging her. Slept soundly and slept until dawn. "How about you? You were exhausted yesterday." Lin Ruan nodded her head in Lu Ming's arms. "Me too. It feels like it's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably. When I woke up, I wasn't tired at all and I was in a good mood. Right, I made breakfast. Come eat it quickly or it will get cold later." Lin Ruan suddenly remembered his breakfast and came out of Lu Ming's arms, pulling him to sit on a chair. Then she herself made a few trips back and forth to take out various breakfasts from the kitchen. Today's breakfast was a rich Chinese breakfast. There was soy milk, donuts, 8 treasure kanji, and small buns. "Did you make all of this early in the morning?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. These things were not easy to make and still took quite a bit of time. Lin Ruan blinked and said, "Yes, you quickly taste it and ask how it is?" Saying this, she pushed a bowl of 8 treasure porridge in front of Lu Ming. "Good." Lu Ming picked up the 8 treasure kanji and took a bite. The dense and slightly sweet 8 treasure kanji instantly exploded in Lu Ming's mouth, and several different grains with a clear flavor also taste as he chewed also became more pronounced. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up another bun on the table and took a bite. The meat-filled juices complemented the full-flavored bun skin. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's appetite opened up. The speed of chewing in his mouth became much faster. Today's breakfast is delicious. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise. In fact, he was quite surprised. Although the breakfast made by Lin Ruan this time was not considered to be a delicacy, it was undoubtedly a qualitative leap from the last time's standard. If last time's breakfast was the culinary experimentation of a kitchen buff, it was barely edible. Today's breakfast was already much better than those breakfast stores outside. The progress really surprised Lu Ming. To know it was only after a day. It was as if Lin Ruan had opened up the two veins of her cooking skills, and she was self-taught. You're making rapid progress here. How did you do it? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. Having received Lu Ming's praise, Lin Ruan's face was filled with a delighted smile, and with a hint of smugness, she proudly said, "This is my true caliber." But Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan quietly when he heard that, making Lin Ruan shy and surrendering of her own accord. "All right, people studied all day yesterday." Hearing this, Lu Ming froze. "Yesterday? Weren't we together all the time yesterday? Where did you have time to study?" Lu Ming clearly remembered that the two of them had been together since they woke up, and hadn't seen how Lin Ruan had studied to make breakfast. "It's this law." Lin Ruan opened her cell phone and shook it in Lu Ming's eyes. One by one, the documents in the cell phone were all food recipes that Lin Ruan had found from the internet, and many of the other parties in the document were labeled by Lin Ruan. Originally, Lin Ruan did not sleep last night. Part of the reason is to collect these online, organized into a document, convenient for oneself to view at any time. In order to make a good breakfast, Lin Ruan utilized almost all the empty slots. While Lu Ming was shopping for a car, while waiting for the formalities to be completed, and while Lu Ming was resting after eating, Lin Ruan didn't waste a single moment, pulling up documents and studying hard. Today, she even got up early in the morning and began to prepare, in order to let Lu Ming get up to eat her hand-made breakfast. Lu Ming was stunned after knowing this. "I didn't expect Lin Ruan to work so hard to learn the art of cooking in order to have a good breakfast for herself." A hot current rose in Lu Ming's heart, filled with emotion, and he couldn't help but say, "Wife, thank you. You were so good to me. Since I was a child, no one has ever treated me this well except my parents. I love you, wife." Hearing Lu Ming's sincere words, Lin Ruan also had some blushing and said shyly, "You are my little puppy husband, of course I have to be good to you." Lu Ming could not help but sigh. Having this wife in life was enough. In the past, Lin Ruan had always been a high and cold female bully, not touching the spring water with her fingers, and had never been that nice to anyone. But now, for his own sake, into a gentle and lovely little dainty wife, and even so hard to learn cooking. At this time, Lu Ming was incredibly glad that he and Lin Ruan got married. Otherwise, he was afraid that he had missed out on the best wife in the world. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. It will get cold later." Lin Ruan interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts and pulled it back to reality. Lu Ming coyly nodded and just picked up his spoon, but seemed to have thought of something and put it down again. "Why aren't you eating again?" Lin Ruan asked in surprise at Lu Ming's movements. Lu Ming pulled Lin Ruan's arm and shook it, saying in a petulant manner, "Honey, I still want you to feed me." Lin Ruan was flabbergasted for a moment, but still immediately picked up the spoon. "I also don't want to..." But the little puppy husband he pampered, how can this be refused? Chapter 24. The father and son who came to the door to apologize. Ding! Congratulate the host to eat soft rice. Soft rice income assets plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating soft rice. Soft rice income assets plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal, rewarded with a perfume formula. Lu Ming just ate up today's breakfast by Lin Ruan's gentle feeding, eating to his heart's content while swiping $42 million of assets gained from soft rice. He also gained a reward of a perfume formula. But Lu Ming didn't bother paying attention. It was still more important to interact with his wife right now. "The rice my wife feeds me is just tastier for some reason. My wife has worked hard." After eating, Lu Ming didn't forget to praise Lin Ruan with a sweet mouth. Lin Ruan gave Lu Ming a blank look. Net nonsense, but still continued, "As long as you like it, I can keep feeding you." In Lin Ruan's opinion, being able to feed her beloved man. It was a happy thing, not troublesome or hard at all. And while Lu Ming was touched, he was also very happy to be able to keep whoring out the system's rewards like this. At the same time, a black sedan was driving towards their villa. Inside was clearly the father and son of Wong Yaolin and Wong Yongkong. In front of the door of Yunli's former residence villa, Wong Yaolin and Wong Yongkong got out of the car and looked through the iron gate outside. "Dad, is this it?" Wong Yongkong slapped Wong Yaolin on the head and said in a good-natured manner, "This house is the one our company sold to Lin Ruan. How could I go wrong? How did I give birth to this stupid son of yours?" Wong Yaolin aggrievedly touched his head. "I'm not forgetting it for a while." The words were not finished. Another slap arrived. "Shut up." This time Wong Yaolin didn't dare to speak anymore. "You now adjust your mindset for me. Lu Ming is not a simple, ordinary person like you thought before. He is the absolute controlling person of the Red Rock Group. If he wanted to mess with our Wong family, he wouldn't even have to do it himself. Apologize to me later. You must be sincere. If we don't get forgiveness, we'll be begging for food from now on." Wong Yaolin closed his mouth, not daring to speak for fear of being slapped for saying something wrong again, and could only nod his head furiously to signal. "Dumb? Speak to me." Wong Yongkong slapped Wong Yaolin's head again. This time Wong Yaolin ran out of breath. How could he be beaten even if he spoke, and beaten even if he didn't speak? He is too difficult. The beatings he had received since he was a child were probably not as many as today. What his own father said he certainly knows. After all, he is also clear about the strength of the Red Rock Group. So he could be said to have not slept well all night last night, tossing and turning in bed, thinking about how to apologize today to be sincere after all. Thought about it all night. He can be considered to have made up his mind. When he met Lu Ming, he would forget all about face and dignity. The attitude of apologizing should be as sincere as possible. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the Wong family. After the father and son reached an agreement, ding dong, they rang the doorbell on the door, then immediately bowed to the camera on the gate, hoping that the owner of the villa would be able to see their sincerity at the first sight of them from the camera. But as time slowly went by, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. They still couldn't get any response. Didn't hear, the two guessed, only to ring the doorbell again, bowed again, yet again. A few minutes passed, still no one responded. Father and son couldn't help but face each other in silence. "Dad, it can't be that the doorbell inside is broken, right?" Wong Yaolin tentatively raised a hypothesis. But Wong Yongkong just shook his head in silence. How could it be? As the highest-end villa, it was impossible for Yunli's former residents to have such a mistake. Then the only possibility was, it's probably because our performance wasn't sincere enough. After all, it's impossible to forgive you just because we bowed. So we still need to continue to show our sincerity towards people. Wong Yongkong guessed, because that was the only thing that made more sense. He was aware that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had already checked into Yunli's former residence, and their father and son had come here early in the morning. Obviously, the other party couldn't have left the house earlier than them. Moreover, in such a large villa, there were always servants at home to do their bidding. Even if they weren't at home, the Jean servants responsible for cleaning and looking after the house would still show up. But they had already rung the doorbell twice. No one had shown up. That could only be the reason then. Then what do we do, Dad? People are not willing to see us. It seems like they are unwilling to forgive me. Wong Yaolin asked anxiously. Calm down. What's the point of panicking? It's still too early to say that. Maybe people just want to see our sincerity. Wong Yongkong stomped on Wong Yaolin and continued. In this case, we won't ring the doorbell next. Lu Ming should know we're here. He's just not willing to see us. We'll just keep waiting at the door and wait until he sees our sincerity. And naturally he'll be willing to see us for a while. Things will turn around by then. Understood. Wong Yaolin nodded seriously. Dad, you are really old and cunning. Oh no. Resourceful. Waiting for him was another slap from Wong Yongkong. After that, the father and son had been waiting so quietly at the entrance of the villa, hoping to wait until Lu Ming saw their sincerity and was willing to show mercy to see them. But what they didn't know was, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan didn't even know about their arrival, because they were leisurely watching a movie together in the audio-visual room. Couldn't hear any doorbell at all. It wasn't that Wong Yongkong couldn't see their sincerity and wasn't willing to receive them, as Wong Yongkong said. Time passed by minute by minute. The sun also gradually rose into the sky. The September sun could be described as poisonous. Wong Yaolin and his father and son, who had been standing in front of the villa gate, had been sweating like rain. The inner shirt had long been soaked through and stuck to the body, and the hair that had been carefully tended to when they left the house was also in disarray. Finally, Wong Yaolin couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "Dad, there's still no one?" Wong Yaolin glared at him fiercely and said, "Then keep waiting. No matter how long we wait, we must wait for someone." The weather was really too hot, and Wong Yaolin kind of wanted to call home. But Wong Yaolin seemed to have seen Wong Yaolin's thoughts and directly scolded angrily, "Why don't you want to not be, you rebellious son? We use here in the big sun. Can't wait here, you go back and wait for people to find you to settle the score." Now Wong Yaolin didn't dare to speak. He hadn't suffered like this since he was a child, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was hot, but think about the consequences of offending a predator. Then the rest of his life may have to live on the streets as a beggar. And his heart trembled, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and continued to wait silently. Chapter 25. Pighead Wong Yaolin. But the two were ultimately wrongly paid, although Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were already out of the AV room. But also because they didn't ring the doorbell again. The two didn't even know that someone was waiting outside. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Hungry. Lu Ming noticed that Lin Ruan seemed a little hungry and asked with concern, "Yes, a little bit. Then I'll cook." Lu Ming just wanted to go and cook, but was pulled back by Lin Ruan. "Didn't you say you want to teach me how to cook?" Ever since she had tasted Lu Ming's handiwork last time, Lin Ruan had always coveted his cooking skills, wanting to learn a few tricks from him to make her own cooking skills even better. Lu Ming naturally remembered and nodded. "Let's go then. I'll teach you to cook today." The two came to the kitchen together. One-on-one cooking instruction began. For this cooking instruction, both of them were serious and not sloppy. Lu Ming had strict requirements, striving for finesse in every step of cooking, not to cope with things this would not make a good meal. And Lin Ruan was also fully concentrated, carefully memorizing every word of Lu Ming. Just like that, Lin Ruan learned and practiced again and again. The dishes that were made were just enough for the two who were hungry to eat them. After evaluating it, Lu Ming pointed out the insufficient mistakes. Lin Ruan then fried it again. This allowed Lu Ming to make a surprising discovery. Lin Ruan's learning ability was simply terrifying. Where Lu Ming pointed out mistakes, she would never do it again. A dish that was almost more than 3 times could be completely mastered. Although it was not as good as Lu Ming, it had already reached the point where it could ascend to the Hall of Elegance. 2 hours later, Lin Ruan was already able to skillfully make the 4 dishes she ate for lunch today. Just like this, it went on. Lu Ming had every reason to believe that before long, Lin Ruan's cooking skills would skyrocket, and she would have no problem becoming a chef in a restaurant. Just as Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's cooking instruction ended, they were also full of food and drink. Outside the villa, Wong Yaolin and his father and son had already stood under the blazing sun for 6 whole hours. The two of them were standing hungry and their mouths were dry. From early in the morning until now, they hadn't drunk an inch of water and hadn't eaten an inch of rice. Finally, Wong Yaolin felt dizzy. A stagger flopped to the ground. Just the next second, Wong Yaolin screamed miserably again and jumped up from the ground, instantly coming to his senses. This ground had been exposed to the sun for so long that it could fry an egg. And how could Wong Yaolin lie down? "Dad, I'm so hungry. Otherwise, it's fine if we go eat a meal and drink some water before coming back." Unexpectedly, Wong Yaolin, who had been silent before, suddenly changed his face. With one kick, he kicked Wong Yaolin over. "Ah!" Wong Yaolin was directly kicked to the ground. The hot floor made Wong Yaolin want to get up in a hurry. However, Wong Yaolin didn't let him go yet and stomped a few more feet towards Wong Yaolin's body. "How did I give birth to such a thing as you? Old me is a handful of years old. Still have to accompany you to apologize and disgrace yourself. These old bones have been in the sun for so long, and I didn't even yell anything, but you keep mumbling that you can't stand it. If it weren't for you, I'd have suffered. You're going back to destroy the Wong family? I'm telling you, even if you have to wait until the end of time, you still have to wait for me. Wait until Lu Ming forgives you. Otherwise, even if you leave, I'll kill you first and send you to him." The long hours of standing and exposure to the sun had long since made Wong Yaolin miserable. On the contrary, Wong Yaolin also kept on teasing his old man. Now Wang Yongkang's anger that he had endured for so long finally exploded, and he blasted out towards his son, Wong Yaolin. While cursing, Wang Yongkang stomped on Wang Yaolin with his size 43 big foot. That vigor. It was as if what was under his feet was not his son. Rather, it was his enemy. But think about it. If it wasn't for Wang Yaolin messing with Lu Ming, how would he need to lose his face? Shamelessly waiting here bitterly. The more Wang Yongkang thought about it, the more angry he became, and his feet showed no mercy. He beat the Wang Yaolin under his feet to the point that he was bruised and swollen. And Wang Yaolin did not dare to resist. After all, the one who did it was his own father. That can be called beating? That was the old man educating his son. Dad, I don't dare. I'll just wait here. I'm not going anywhere. Stop it. At this moment, Wang Yaolin's tears and snot flowed profusely, and the valuable suit on his body was trampled to rags. Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong. At this moment, Wang Yaolin's face had been beaten into a pig's head. Under Wang Yaolin's wailing and begging for mercy, Wang Yongkang finally stopped panting. It wasn't that he had a soft heart, it was just that, after all, he was old and got tired after beating for a while. Otherwise, he even wanted to beat this useless son to death, and then re-coach a small number again and forget about it. Say. Just at this moment, the door of the villa suddenly opened. As if they had heard the most wonderful sound in the world, Wang Yongkang and Wang Yaolin hurriedly turned around, only to see that the figure they had been waiting so hard for finally appear. Go away. Who are you guys? Why are you fighting in front of my house? If you want to fight, go fight somewhere else. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan walked out from the gate, and Wang Yongkang pulled Wang Yaolin's collar and rushed forward, revealing a bright smile. No, Mr. Lu. We came all the way here to apologize to you and Mr. Lin. Lu Ming looked at the two people in front of him confused. After looking at them for half a day, he couldn't recognize who these two were. Mr. Lu, this is my family's rebellious son, Wang Yaolin. I am teaching him a lesson. Hearing Wang Yongkang's words, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan froze. The two of them looked at each other, both surprised at the man in front of them. He is Wang Yaolin? Lu Ming asked, pointing at the pig's head, who was still trying to smile with his eyes wide open at this point in time with a swollen nose. Yes, it's this rebellious son. Receiving Wang Yongkang's affirmation, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were both stunned. It was only yesterday that they had met with Wang Yaolin. At that time, even though Wang Yaolin was a kidney weakling, he still had the look of a suit and a cockney. But this person in front of them, oh no, pighead. Let's not even be able to visualize the two together. If it wasn't for Wang Yongkang admitting it himself, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan definitely wouldn't have recognized the pig-headed man in front of them as the cocky Wang Yaolin who had a condescending look on his face yesterday. You hit him? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lu Ming couldn't help but give a nod to Wang Yongkang. This old man was really ruthless. His own son could bear to beat him like this. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu and Mr. Lin? Wang Yongkang looked at his son, who was dumbfounded and silent at this moment, and scolded with hatred. Only then did Wang Yaolin come back to his senses. He began to bow without stopping, shouting out of his mouth as he did so. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. Before, because of my ignorance and recklessness, rushed you guys. I hope that you are generous and forgive me this time. I promise I won't dare to do it next time. No. I promise there won't be a next time. Chapter 26. Important Meeting. Lu Ming looked at Wang Yaolin, who kept apologizing and shivering in front of him, and was puzzled. What was wrong with this Wang family's father and son? But at this time, Wang Yongkang shoved another object into Lu Ming's arms. The side said, Mr. Lu, this is an apology gift that we specially prepared. I hope you guys like it. Since Wang Yongkang was directly stuffing it into Lu Ming's arms, Lu Ming also subconsciously hugged this item, the weight of which was so heavy that it was heavy to hold. Looking down, it was a shiny sandalwood box, decorated with streaks of gold. This gift, even the box that holds it, looks so high-grade and valuable. Then what was held inside was even more so. Thinking about it was definitely not something ordinary. Lu Ming couldn't even think clearly until now why this Wang family father and son were doing this. The old man had beaten his son so furiously in front of his house that he was beaten into a pig's head. Not only did they send a gift of great value, they have also been apologizing to themselves. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lin, what happened yesterday was all a misunderstanding. He didn't just abrupt you yesterday. I beat him up and brought him here to apologize to you. In the future, I will take good care of this rebellious son. So look, can you let him off the hook? I guarantee that he won't appear in your sight in the future. After hearing Wong Yaolin's words, Lu Ming then realized. So it was because of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, although they had some small clashes. But Lu Ming never took it to heart either. And he didn't suffer any harm either. Instead, it was Wong Yaolin who was at a disadvantage the entire time. He was scolded by himself, beaten up, exploded with fierce news, and was finally carried away by the security guards of Excellence Plaza. This made Lu Ming very relieved, and even felt that Wong Yaolin was already miserable. Unexpectedly, today was also brought over by his own old man to apologize at the door, also by his own son to reach this pig-head appearance. Looking at Lu Ming was somewhat intolerable. I didn't even put yesterday's matter on my mind. Hearing this, Wong Yaolin and Wong Yaolin revealed a surprised smile. Mr. Lu, you are forgiving me. Lu Ming was at a loss. He hadn't cared about it. But this father and son seemed to really not understand. Looking at the two of them, he could only say helplessly, yes, 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 forgiven. I don't need this either, you guys take it back. Unexpectedly, these words came out. Wong Yaolin's father and son's originally joyful smile instantly became terrified again. Mr. Lu, we really are sincerely apologizing. Please believe us. Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to accept this apology gift. These two people would not feel at ease if they saw themselves not accepting the gift. Alright, I'll accept the gift. You guys go back. Don't fight. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the villa with Lin Ruan. He even kindly helped Wong Yaolin with a word. Lu Ming wasn't a good person either. It just felt that Wong Yaolin was too miserable, the miserable kind. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lin, take care. After seeing Lu Ming accept the apology gift, the two Wong family fathers and sons looked at their backs as they left and shouted loudly. After returning to the villa, Lin Ruan moved to clean up the dishes, while Lu Ming finally had the time to be able to check the system information that had been jumping wildly today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 2,000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from soft meal plus 2,000.000.00 yuan. The meal made at noon was still fed to Lu Ming by Lin Ruan, so by relying on the noon meal, Lu Ming had swiped another 50 million or so soft rice earned assets. This time, his soft food assets broke through to 300 million in one go, and the system rewarded him with goodies again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through $300 million in assets gained from soft meals, rewarded with an increase in body resilience. Divine Gigolo System. Level LV2. Income assets 312, 250, 00000. Skills: Divine Medical Arts, Culinary Arts Mastery, Divine Car Skills, Body Resilience Enhancement. Body Resilience Boost? Lu Ming pondered over the new things that the system rewarded him with this time. This skill was boosting his body's recovery ability. I just don't know to what extent it was actually boosted. Lu Ming opened the system introduction. After reading it, he fell into a deep shock. According to the system introduction, the upgraded body recovery ability is not as simple as saying that a cut finger will stop bleeding and heal automatically. It was that as long as he didn't die right away, he could always recover even from the heaviest injuries. Until he recovers, until his body is healthy. It just depends on the extent of the injury to determine the recovery time. This had completely exceeded the realm of human cognition. Although Lu Ming had thought about it before, was it possible that the system would one day reward something beyond his imagination? But he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. This thing was simply invincible, just as Lu Ming was marveling. Lin Ruan also came back after washing the bowls. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Lin Ruan walked over to the sofa and sat next to Lu Ming. Nothing, just a random daze. Lin Ruan just wanted to say something. The cell phone, however, suddenly rang and picked it up, only to see her responded a few sentences after hanging up the phone. Lu Ming also probably heard out that it was a call from the company side. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruan said to Lu Ming apologetically, "Husband, I'm sorry. There is a very important meeting that I have to host temporarily. I have to rush over there now, so I can't accompany you to finish the meal." Lu Ming was a bit surprised. It's already 6 o'clock, and there's still a meeting at the end of the day? Is it that important? It's still necessary for you to make a special trip over after work hours. Lin Ruan nodded and said, "Yes. This meeting concerns the development of our company in the second half of the year. Our company is the Greater China agent of Lo Group, and this meeting is about the cooperation with Lo Group." Lu Ming had also learned about Lin Ruan's company before. Lin Ruan's Double Wood Company was created by splitting her surname, although it sounded a lot like some old and traditional company, or even like a wood company. But in fact, the company's main business was to make beauty and skincare products, including a whole industrial chain of product development, brand promotion, and sales. However, due to the high cost of product development, the risk is too high. A few years down the line may not necessarily be successful. Therefore, the main profitable business of Shuangmu Group is still to represent some excellent brands in the market and be responsible for their sales in the Greater China region, thus obtaining the profit share that was signed early on. "Hubby, this meeting is really important to the company. I have to make a trip to the company. Will you eat by yourself first? I'll make it up to you later." Lin Ruan kissed Lu Ming and said tenderly. Lu Ming touched Lin Ruan's head and smiled. "It's fine. Work is important too. You can't neglect all of your work just because of me." Chapter 27 Deep Water Bomb. Lu Ming was very understanding. As the president of a large conglomerate, Lin Ruan should be very busy every day. But these past few days, he had been accompanying her and hadn't even seen him working. "Why don't I send you to the office?" Lu Ming said with a sudden thought. Hearing this, Lin Ruan's eyes lit up. "Is that really possible?" Lu Ming was confused. "What's wrong? Isn't it normal for a husband to send his wife to work?" "No. I'm worried about—" Lin Ruan didn't finish her sentence. Ever since the incident with Wong Yaolin, she was worried that there would be suitors like Wong Yaolin vilifying Lu Ming in the future. Although Doublewood was her company, but people's hearts were unpredictable. She was still worried that some jealous people would secretly play some tricks. Lu Ming saw Lin Ruan's concern and smiled. "I have you to protect me. The people in your company are still afraid of him. Moreover, I'm going there to declare my sovereignty over your company. This way they will know that you are my woman and won't covet you anymore." Hearing Lu Ming's second half of the sentence declaring sovereignty was so domineering. How could Lin Ruan refuse it? "Good. Then you'll accompany me." So the two of them washed and dressed up. Sitting on Lu Ming's Aston Martin 177, they drove towards Lin Ruan's company. Although it was rush hour after work, there was a lot of traffic on the road, but with Lu Ming's driving skills, they still quickly arrived in the vicinity of Shuangmu Group. A 62-story luxurious office building looked up with the 4 big words Double Wood Group hanging on top. "That's my company. How about that?" Speaking of the giant company she had built, Lin Ruan had a proud face. "Pretty good." Lu Ming smiled and responded lightly. The current Lu Ming was considered to have seen the world. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be so calm. But after having the system and getting the rewards from it, he also looked at these more lightly. After all, he had these too. The volume of the Red Rock Group was much more massive than the Shuangmu Group. Even the office building was a luxurious mansion that everyone in Seaside City was familiar with, much more advanced than Shuangmu Group's office building. Lin Ruan, who saw Lu Ming so calmly, felt a hint of surprise. He originally wanted to play a wave in front of Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to act so calmly. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming was very excited when he saw the villa and the sports car before. But now? How come? Lin Ruan couldn't think of a reason even if she thought about it. But it was also time to arrive at the company, so she stopped thinking randomly. "That's the parking lot entrance up ahead. Drive down from there." Lu Ming nodded and drove over according to Lin Ruan's command. The entrance to the parking lot. The security guard at the security booth saw a sports car driving towards the entrance of the parking lot, and it couldn't be recognized to enter. It was clearly an external social vehicle. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of car it was, he knew that it must be very expensive when he saw the shape of the car. He could only say stiffly, "Sorry. Non-company vehicles as well as unreserved vehicles cannot enter." The security guard's eyes fluttered as he spoke. He only hoped that this non-rich person would not give him a hard time. This kind of person was something he could not afford to mess with as a small security guard. Just in case this person turned the fire of not being able to get in on him, then he might not be able to keep his job at the Doublewood Group. One must know that for a company as big as the Doublewood Group, even for a security guard, the benefits were among the best in the security industry. But he couldn't ignore the group's rules and let vehicles in at will. "Mr. Lin, say something." The security guard heard the man driving the car in a trance after saying this. "My car, open the door." After hearing these words, the security guard then saw that there was a person sitting on the passenger side of the car. Looking down carefully, he was instantly startled. "Mr. Lin. Lin. I'm sorry. I'll open the door right away." Then hurriedly returned to the security booth and pressed the switch. The railing rose. The sports car roared and drove towards the underground garage. The security guard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he returned to the front of the guard booth's monitoring console. "I didn't expect him to actually stop his big boss's car today. It was almost a big deal." However, the security guard also then remembered the handsome young man who drove the car. He had also worked in the Doublewood Group for several years. He had never seen the big boss drive to the company alone. Had never seen the boss show up with another man. Even with his huge team of suitors, no one had ever been able to get close to her. To put it mildly, many people speculated whether their big boss didn't like men. But today, with doubts, the security guard also couldn't help but look at the surveillance of the underground garage. Surveillance. Only to see the sports car steadily stopped after. The two people got out of the car together. However, after getting out of the car, the big boss actually took the initiative and naturally walked to the man's side, took that man's arm. The security guards who saw this scene were stunned, rushed to rub their eyes, doubting whether he was tired and blurry-eyed. He actually saw the boss enter the company on the arm of a man. It wasn't a blurred eye. Was he dreaming? The security guard couldn't help but give himself a slap, and after Lu Ming and Lin Ruan entered the office building, many employees saw the two. On the surface, they all greeted Lin Ruan respectfully. But when the two walked by, every employee's face would lose its expression management, revealing incredulity. Unbelievable colors. "I didn't see it wrong. Jime guys, guess what I just saw? Ms. Lin came to the company on the arm of a man. I saw it too. Almost thought I was blinking. So it turns out that General Manager Lin still likes men. What the hell? I don't believe it. Just that iceberg of General Lin, which man dares to get closer? I saw it too. Nima is real. It was right at the peak of the off-duty rush hour. Many people just happened to be ready to go home from work, and it was now the time when Twinwoods Group had the largest amount of foot traffic. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan just bumped into these people. The news instantly exploded within the company. Many employees in the company had received the news. After all, the news that Lin Ruan had actually appeared with a man and was even in a relationship was like a shocking bombshell in the Doublewood Group. They all knew that Lin Ruan was a high and cold female bully who most likely didn't like men. But now she was in love. How could this not shock them? The female employees were fine, just more surprised. But the male employees could be heartbroken. Lin Ruan was the goddess of their hearts. To exaggerate, which male employee in the company hadn't fantasized about being with Lin Ruan? That's probably not a normal orientation. Who wouldn't want such a rich and beautiful goddess? Although they clearly knew that Lin Ruan wasn't something they could pursue to get their hands on, but everyone couldn't chase after her. Not belonging to anyone was better than being snatched away by another man right now. Chapter 28, Foreseeing the Future. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan traveled all the way from the garage to the 62nd floor. It was also the floor where her office was located, and the two were crossing over to the office areas of the other departments outside. The employees on the 62nd floor were in shock when they saw the two walk in arm. Just then, General Manager Lin Ruan's assistant saw her from afar and hurriedly ran over. When she ran in front of Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, she saw the scene in front of her, and her brain was as if she had been hit hard. It buzzed. Froze in place. Stupidly, she blurted out, "You are? Hello? I am Lin Ruan's husband, Lu Ming." Since someone had inquired, Lu Ming also took the opportunity to introduce himself. As soon as these words came out, the assistant immediately opened her mouth wide. This? A commotion immediately rose on the 62nd floor as well. Many of the employees still suspected that they had misheard. But immediately after, they heard their own big boss's voice again. "Well, his name is Lu Ming, he's my husband," Lin Ruan said tenderly with a smile as she turned her head to look at Lu Ming. At the same time, She also hugged Lu Ming's hand tightly, her body pressed against it, appearing intimate. Lin Ruan's words came out. Everyone's hearts instantly exploded. Mr. Lin got married. Today's information transmission was so developed that there were countless large and small groups that employees in a company established privately. This heavy news just started spreading in the large and small groups of the group's employees. Messages on the topic of Lin Ruan and Lu Ming were sent out frantically in various groups. Mr. Lin got married. What's going on? Didn't you guys see it? General Manager Lin brought a handsome man to the company. Saw that. Isn't that Mr. Lin's boyfriend? What boyfriend? Mr. Lin is already married to someone else. Is that true? Absolutely reliable news. He introduced himself on the spot. Mr. Lin admitted it himself. I was there. Yeah, I was there too. God knows I was shocked at the time. But it looked like Ms. Lin and her husband were super cute and sweet on the spot. It's really heavy news. But where is this little brother from? He actually managed to melt the iceberg that is our General Lin. I don't know. But that little brother is super handsome. Yen Dog expressed his love for it. No wonder he was able to chase General Lin into his hands. The news of Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's marriage just spread up and down the Doublewood Group. Almost everyone in the Doublewood Group knew about it. Some were shocked and some were heartbroken. But none of this mattered to both Lu Ming and Lin Ruan. The purpose of their trip for the official announcement had already been accomplished. As the main character of the event, Lin Ruan had been wearing a happy smile on the corner of her mouth after the official announcement in the group. As the president of the group, he had never known what the people in the group thought of her. But today she brought her handsome husband to shatter all this gossip, proving how happy she was now. Where are the people from the Luo Wei group? Lin Ruan opened her mouth. Her assistant, Xiao Yu, came back to her senses and hurriedly responded. The people from the Luo Wei group are waiting for you in the conference room. Are we going over there now? Lin Ruan nodded, first considering Lu Ming inquiring, Hubby, are you going to the meeting with me? Lu Ming shook his head. I just can't, you go. His purpose this time was just to send Lin Ruan over and declare his sovereignty at the same time. A meeting or something, he wasn't interested. It was formal and boring, so he might as well stay outside. All right, then feel free to take a look around the company. I'll come out and look for you right away. Lin Ruan finished and then attached her ear to Lu Ming, whispered, Husband, be good and wait for me. I have a mysterious prize at night. Oh, thrilling and exciting kind. Oh, Lu Ming heard, very curious. But Lin Ruan had already led her assistant towards the conference room. Soon, a woman wearing a uniform and stepping on black silk high heels with medium to high looks walked up to Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, hello. My name is Gu Weiwei. Let me show you around the company. Just like that, led by Gu Weiwei, Lu Ming roughly strolled around the Doublewood Group. Whenever he went to a place, he undoubtedly became the center of attention and conversation. So handsome. He's General Manager Lin's husband, right? I have to say that it's really a match made in heaven with General Manager Lin. Sparrow food. This kind of face value. I want it too. After a round of shopping, Lu Ming had pretty much understood. Finally, Gu Weiwei brought Lu Ming to Lin Ruan's office. Mr. Lu, then you can take a rest in General Manager Lin's office first. Mr. Lin will come over right after the meeting. Feel free to call me outside if you need anything. Okay, thanks. Gu Weiwei then exited the office as well. After Gu Weiwei went out, Lu Ming surveyed Lin Ruan's office. It wasn't anything special, it was just a bit bigger, a full 200 square feet. Therefore, Lu Ming soon felt bored. For a while, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he thought of something. With a thought, a document information appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This document was the information sheet of the next 3 days of events in Seaside City that the system had rewarded earlier. Previously, Lu Ming had not had the time to look at it. He put it in the system space and didn't extract it. Now that he was fine, he could just take it out and look at it. There might be some surprises. To know, this was equivalent to having the ability to foresee the future for 3 days. One could completely do something with the information on it. Sure enough, Lu Ming opened this document at the first glance. He saw the opportunity to make money. Seaside City, September 10th at 6:05 p.m. Luda picked up a lottery ticket while walking in front of the ramen restaurant on Yusen Street, and the ticket opened with a $1.68 million jackpot. In a flash, Lu Ming knew the time and place. It was entirely possible to go there ahead of time to intercept this $1.68 million jackpot ticket. However, Lu Ming quickly skipped over it and checked the information below. Because right now, more than $1 million was already a sprinkle for Lu Ming. He can just wake up every day and whore out the 40 to 50 million rewarded by the system. Plus, he believed that this grand prize of over $1 million must be just a dick inside this future event table. There must be even more lucrative events than this benefit. As expected, Lu Ming quickly found an event that operated well enough to earn more than 1 million plus lottery tickets. That is, this year's lower wheat production in most of the international regions caused the price of wheat to skyrocket, and by September 12th, the price of wheat skyrocketed to 2,890 yuan per ton. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Immediately inquired about the current price of wheat in the futures market. 2,214 yuan per ton. Compared to the highest price of 2,890 yuan per ton, it had risen by a full 28.3%. He currently has $50 million in cash, if the operation is good. Earn 2 or 300 million is not a problem at all. Chapter 29 Double Wood Group Big Event. Lu Ming hurriedly scrutinized the wheat event. Discovered that the big rise in wheat futures from tomorrow, then they have to start buying today. Immediately, Lu Ming took out his cell phone and dialed his college roommate, Ko Chong.
Yo, Colonia Lu.
What kind of wind is it today? It actually blew our schoolmaster Lu to call me. Ko Chong on the other end of the phone snickered. What do you think? It's probably the northwest wind. Northwest wind? You're not going to borrow money, are you? Now Lu Ming continued to play along. Yeah. So how much can you borrow? Ko Chong on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment before he then said, I don't have much money on me. If you borrow 50,000 or 60,000, there's more. If you borrow 50,000 or 60,000, you can still do it. If you borrow more, you'll have to think of a way. Hearing this, Lu Ming burst out laughing. It seemed that the feelings from college hadn't faded, and it hadn't been long since they graduated. He estimated that Ko Chong could have a deposit of 20,000 to 30,000 would be good. He didn't expect to be able to lend him $50,000 or $60,000. But the purpose of his call was not to borrow money, but futures. Ko Chong was interested in finance when he was in college and had some research on futures and stocks and all that. All right, no more games. It's not to borrow money. I have something to find you. Something you just say straight, say what borrow money. Scared me a bit. So what are you looking for me? Lu Ming also no longer nonsense. I am ready to buy some futures. Would like to ask you to help for a while. I remember you should know how to operate it. Of course. Subsequently, Ko Chong also very clearly recounted the processes that Lu Ming needed to operate one by one. It actually wasn't that difficult. Just Lu Ming himself opened an account online and transferred the funds in. Then Ko Chong's side then logged into his account for professional operation on the good, profit and loss are in the account. In addition to Lu Ming, other people cannot engage in small actions. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming registered the futures account, then reported to Ko Chong. By the way, he told Ko Chong about his next plan. The next plan is to buy wheat futures with all the leverage of $50 million. Ko Chong, who heard this plan, was directly scared numb. Lu Ming, you're out of your mind. Do you know how much wheat is stored in various countries? Wheat futures have been dropping for months, and you still want to buy with so much money, and with leverage. What are you doing with this money? Ko Chong on the other end of the phone frantically spat, trying to stop Lu Ming from this crazy idea. Don't BB. I naturally have my reasons. I'll find someone else if you don't help me. I rather think that you can also buy some from me. Lu Ming kindly suggested. Ko Chong and him had always had a good relationship, plus he was willing to lend money to himself just now, so it wasn't hard to give him a hand along the way. However, Ko Chong obviously didn't quite believe it. It still reminded Lu Ming many times. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you got that much money, but you really need to be cautious. The futures market is really cruel and anything can happen. According to that buying method you mentioned, maybe you'll lose these tens of millions of dollars in blood. It's okay. I'm really confident. After many unsuccessful attempts to dissuade him, Ko Chong had no choice but to listen to Lu Ming and help him with his futures operations. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming received an account text message wheat futures buying success tip a long time ago. Seeing this SMS, Lu Ming was in a beautiful mood. After all, just such a simple operation you can earn on 2 or 300 million. This is not worth being happy? This made Lu Ming look forward to this future information sheet even more, continuing to look through it. On September 9th, Mr. Shan, an ordinary tourist, purchased a piece of porcelain with 2,888 yuan at the Antique Street Jude place. which was later identified as a Qing dynasty antique and sold for a high price of 6,800,000 yuan at the auction. Over $6 million, not bad. But that's about it. Continue reading. September 9th, Noah's five-star hotel held an auction to sell a piece of land in Yalong Bay at a price of 30 million, later surveyed. The Fantasy Star Sea Stone was dug up underneath the plot, worth $4.68 billion. For $1,680 million. Lu Ming immediately took out his cell phone to check the information of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. It turns out that this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone is an ore that was only discovered a few years ago. The current production of this ore is very rare. Plus, the jewelry created with it is very gorgeous. So it quickly became an expensive raw material for the production of luxury goods. Seeing this, Lu Ming realized that it was something linked to luxury goods, no wonder it was so valuable. Lu Ming decided that he had to go to this auction and shoot down the land. After putting this in his heart, Lu Ming also continued to look down. Unexpectedly. It unexpectedly saw a big event about Lin Ruan Dual Wood Group. On September 10th, a large number of consumers were admitted to the hospital with skin problems due to the use of new skincare products after the launch of Dual Wood Group's new products. Due to the loss of consumer trust due to product quality issues, Doublewood Group received a large number of lawsuits, and its stock price plummeted by 30%. Could it be the product that Lin Ruan is now representing with Rho Group? Lu Ming was so shocked that he directly stood up from his chair. One had to know that although the incident was only a few simple sentences above about the consequences of the Doublewood Group, but this consequence was very terrifying when one thought about it. A 30% plunge in the stock price was tens of billions of dollars in market value evaporated. At the same time, a large number of lawsuits, Doublewood Group will also face a huge amount of compensation. But more serious is the loss of consumer trust. You have to know, Doublewood Group is a cosmetic and skincare company. Their products are used on the face. Once there's a crisis of confidence in this kind of stuff, who would dare to use Doubletree Group's products in the future? This series of reactions, coupled with a competitor taking advantage of the situation. Doubletree may even go bankrupt. Doubletree Group is his wife's company. Lu Ming naturally cannot sit back and do nothing. Lu Ming directly out of the office. He found Gu Weiwei, who was outside. Where is your President Lin? Is the meeting finished? Gu Weiwei thought that Lu Ming was unable to sit still and quickly said, Mr. Lu, General Manager Lin should be back soon. Should we? The words were not finished. Lu Ming said anxiously, quickly take me to the conference room. Seeing how anxious Lu Ming was, Gu Weiwei didn't dare to be slow. This way. The two of them walked briskly towards the conference room. At the same time, Lin Ruan in the conference room had a very ugly face. This time, the Luo Wei Group's cooperation talks had gone very badly. The other party not only lowered their agency profit share, but also set many unreasonable rules and regulations. In this way, wasn't Doublewood Group equivalent to working for Luo Wei Group for nothing? This made it hard for Lin Ruan and many of the executives of Doubletree Group to accept. But rejecting this cooperation would also have a great impact on Doublewood Group. So they entered a dilemma for a while. Chapter 30. Refusal of cooperation. And the one who caused all this situation was actually this young man in front of him, Lu Kailai. I don't know what kind of relationship he has behind him. Not long after graduation, Lu Kailai entered the workplace after entering the Luo Wei Group, directly skipped the internship period. And 2 months and rose 3 levels, are now responsible for the cooperation with the Doublewood Group. Originally, the Doublewood Group to understand the Lu Kailai his information, but also thought to deal with so little experience of a young man easily. But did not expect the cooperation meeting will be so unsuccessful. Lu Kailai in the cooperation meeting overbearing, inch to inch. Completely changed the usual conditions of cooperation between them and Luo Wei Group. At this time, Lu Kailai sat on the chair, slightly reclined, a winning expression. It was as if he had already seen the result of Doublewood Group being pressured to sign this unequal contract with them. He dared to do so, naturally he had certainty. Most of Doublewood Group's profits were obtained by distributing products through agents, and they didn't have any advantages in product development. And their Rho Group's products had obviously become one of the indispensable pillars of the Doublewood Group. Therefore, it was impossible for Doubletree Group to give up their cooperation with Rho Group. Even with how harsh the conditions were, Doubletree Group could only endure it, and they, Rho Group, can use this to gain greater profits. Unlike Lu Kailai's complacency on his side, Lin Ruan and the top management of Doubletree Group's faces were all very ugly. Listening to Lu Kailai's harsh conditions and irrational division, they could not wait to give up their cooperation with Luo Wei Group. But to think so is to think, but to do is another matter. On the one hand, after losing the cooperation with Lo Group, Doublewood Group's profit this year will definitely drop drastically. LLY. On the other hand, it is also worried that Ro Group will turn around and cooperate with Shiryun Group. It was important to know that Doubletree Group and Shiryun Group had always been rivals. If they let Shiryun Group steal their cooperation, it would be an incalculable loss in the long run. Just when the people of Doublewood Group were in a dilemma, Lu Kailai also stepped in tightly. Lu Kailai was also pressing forward. Mr. Lin, you guys have also considered this for so long. Isn't it time to have a reply? If the conditions are not satisfactory to you guys, then that's it for today. We can still go and talk to Shiryun Group. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people from Shuangmu Group were even harder to see. This Lu Kailai was forcing the issue. He was even putting the Shiryun Group on the stage. At the same time, led by Gu Weiwei, Lu Ming also arrived at the conference room. Mr. Lu, this is the room. Lu Ming nodded. The door to the conference room was opened. This cooperation, don't even bother. Lu Ming's voice attracted everyone. Turning their heads to look, it was actually Lu Ming who appeared at the door of the conference room. The moment Lu Kailai saw Lu Ming, he was slightly stunned. Then a hint of hostility flowed out of his eyes. Lu Ming. Lu Kailai. Lu Ming also didn't expect to see his university classmate Lu Kailai here, and it looked like Lu Kailai was also the head of the other party, Luo Wei Group. However, Lu Ming had a very bad impression of Lu Kailai. In college, Lu Kailai is a power struggle, cynical people. He can't stand people who are better than him. Lu Ming is better than him in every aspect, whether it is face value or learning, or the relationship with classmates and tutors. Therefore, Lu Kailai has always regarded Lu Ming as a thorn in his side, targeting him at every turn. Although Lu Ming had never been messed with by him either, but all in all it was quite disgusting. Don't work with them. Lu Ming came in and saw that the two parties had not signed the contract yet. He breathed a sigh of relief and emphasized again. Why? Although it had been difficult left and right, someone still asked this. They would have a lot to lose if they didn't cooperate with Lo Group. Lu Ming, on the other hand, said directly, the new products from Ro Group have serious quality and safety issues. If Shuangmu Group were to represent it, it would cause great consequences. The moment these words came out, the Luo Wei Group's man immediately spoke out angrily. Which one are you? Do you know that if you say that, our Luo Wei Group can totally sue you for slander? And Lu Ming completely ignored him. He walked directly to Lin Ruan's side. Do you believe me? Lin Ruan and Lu Ming looked at each other fondly and nodded with a smile. I believe you. He then looked at Lu Kailai and the rest of the Luo Wei Group. I'm sorry, we can't accept the conditions proposed by your Luo Wei Group. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach a cooperation this time. Hearing these words, the Luo Wei Group's people were also instantly flustered. They hadn't expected that the Doublewood Group was actually really prepared to give up on this cooperation. Mr. Lin, you have to think it over. You can't give up such an important cooperation just because Lu Ming casually said so. Have you ever thought about what will happen to Doublewood Group if you lose our Luo Wei Group's cooperation? Even if we don't have Yu Shuangmu, we can still cooperate with Shiryun Group. But Yu Shuangmu Group will never be able to find a product as good as our Ro Group. Lu Kailai brought up Shuangmu Group's biggest competitor, Shiryun Group, again in an attempt to threaten Lin Ruan, who knew that Lin Ruan was already not eating this. This is our Shuangmu Group's own business, so you don't need to bother.
Liu Kailai's face stiffened.
He didn't realize that Lin Ruan had already made up her mind and was so determined that she couldn't even threaten her with turning her head and cooperating with Shiryun Group. It was his turn to clam up. Shuangmu Group would lose a lot of money if they lost their cooperation with Luo Wei Group, yes. But likewise, their Luo Wei Group's loss is not small. In previous years, in the cooperation with the Doublewood Group, their Ro Group had made a profit of more than $20 billion a year. This profit accounted for a significant portion of Luo Wei Group's annual profit. If the Ro Group lost its cooperation with the Doublewood Group, it would need to find a new company to cooperate with. Not to mention whether or not the new partner can be better than Doubletree Group, but just how much time it will take to get to know each other. Luo Wei Group would have to lose a large sum of money for nothing. Lu Kailai originally just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pinpoint the weaknesses of Shuangmu Group, to deliver a beautiful performance to the company's top management. But 1,000 calculations. He couldn't calculate that such a roadblock as Lu Ming had appeared. A single word turned his favorable situation around. Now he not only can't take advantage of the situation, but also screwed up the cooperation. If the cooperation didn't work out, he wouldn't be able to stand it even if he had more background in Luo Wei Group. Thinking about this, Lu Kailai couldn't help but soften his tone. Mr. Lin, Shuangmu Group and Luo Wei Group is also cooperation for many years of old friends. There is no need for a moment of sulking. Why don't we talk about the conditions again? And anything we're not satisfied with can be discussed. Chapter 31 Perfume Formula. But this time, Lin Ruan had already made up her mind and icily began to send off her guests. I think I've made myself clear. Please go back. Lin Ruan began to drive away Lu Kailai and the Luo Wei Group crowd. The matter had come to this. We'll see. Lu Kailai could only put down a harsh word and leave. And the Luo Wei Group people had just left. The remaining Shuangmu Group executives in the conference room also couldn't help but cross their fingers. Nima's Luo Wei Group, that son of a surnamed Lu, endured him for a long time. Yeah, I want to go straight up in him. His face is so damn disgusting. It's the first time we've been pissed off like this in all the years we've been working with Lo Group. Now it's finally a breath of fresh air. Let him be arrogant. Now he still has to leave in disgrace. Yes, that look on their faces when they left, that was really cool to see. They really think that we, Doublewood Group, are easy to bully. Obviously Lu Kailai's disgusting face and the disgusting conditions he offered made the crowd very angry. Now they were grayly driven away by Lin Ruan. They were considered to have gotten a mouthful of bad anger out of their hearts. But the anger was out, but they always had to face reality. The fact that they had driven the Row Group away also meant that they had lost their products. In the next half of the year, Doublewood Group would face the predicament of not having enough excellent products to sell. No products to sell also meant that the company couldn't make a profit. But what was more dangerous was that it would cause a series of effects such as a shrinking market share. Although there were many other companies' products on the market, and the Doubletree Group could turn to distributing those as agents. But it would also have to find excellent products for a while to be able to do so. The top management of Doubletree Group, including Lin Ruan, all began to fall into a state of silence and frown. All of them were rapidly running their brains, trying to find a way out. Just then, I know what you guys are thinking, but for now this is already the best option. If we really cooperate with the Row Group and release a new product, the situation that Shuangmu Group will encounter will be 100 times, 1,000 times harder than it is now. What Lu Ming said caught everyone's attention and gaze. They also all knew about Lu Ming's relationship with Lin Ruan, so their attitude towards Lu Ming was still very polite. Still, someone couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, is it true that you said that the new product from Lo Group has serious quality problems? It will cause serious skin problems to consumers? I wonder where you learned that from. It was no wonder that the people from Doublewood Group asked this. It was because beauty products were almost the most strictly inspected products besides food. After all, they were used directly on human skin, so beauty products went through countless experimental tests before they were released on the market. Plus, there had never been any problems with Row Group's products over the years. There was also the fact that the new product this time hadn't been put on sale yet, so it couldn't be seen in the market at all. So the question is, where did Lu Ming learn about this news? And was the news reliable? So in fact, they didn't really believe what Lu Ming said. Lu Ming also knew that it was indeed a bit unbelievable for him to say so, but he couldn't explain it either. It was hard to say that he could foretell the future, so Lu Ming simply didn't explain. I naturally have my channels. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out later. The crowd was speechless. Hey, it doesn't matter. In the end, we've already rejected Willow Group's cooperation as well. Cool is cool, but it's hard now too. Don't sigh. It's better to think about what to do next. We can only hurry to find more other products, but we can't lower our quality requirements. It's not that easy to find The group discussed what to do next with Doubletree Group, one person at a time. Lu Ming listened for a while and also interjected. Excuse me, I would like to ask, with such a high profit every year, hasn't Doubletree Group ever thought of developing its own products? To keep acting as an agent for other people's products is to have your lifeblood in someone else's hands. If Doublewood Group had its own products, it wouldn't be so passive. Mr. Lu, self-developed products are not that simple. We naturally understand this, and Doublewood Group has never given up on the idea of developing its own products. You should know that every year, our Doublewood Group invests tens of billions of dollars as research funds. But our current base of self-research products is still too thin, and there has been little progress. Even if we have developed 1 or 2 products that we think are not bad, but when they are put on the market, they are still not recognized by consumers and sales are low. That's why it's not easy to develop our own products. Without major breakthroughs, our products are no match for those old-school products. But with our thin self-research base and poor research, how can we have a major breakthrough all of a sudden? In response to Lu Ming's question, the top management of Doublewood Group also explained to him. Now Lu Ming also understood. It was a vicious cycle. After investing a huge amount of money in research, even if the research product is similar to the big brand products, consumers will only choose the big brand products. Consumers will only choose the big name products. If you want to win those big brands, you have to research a breakthrough new product. But the DoubleTree Group cannot research and development. This is also true if not research and development cannot sell good products. Who would like to be an agent all the time? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he seemed to have thought of something. Shuangmu Group's biggest problem at the moment is that after losing Rho Group, there are no excellent agent products to sell, and they can't develop any excellent products themselves. Is not it? Lu Ming analyzed and pointed out the most crucial problem at the moment. The executives of the Doublewood Group nodded their heads. What Lu Ming said was indeed the current key pain point. If only I had a never-before-seen, top-notch perfume formula on the market. Would that be enough to solve Doublewood Group's current predicament? Hearing what Lu Ming said, the top management of the Doublewood Group each looked at each other. That being said, but how is it possible? A top-notch perfume formula, that's something that only the big foreign luxury groups have. None of the executives believed what Lu Ming said. But the next second, Lu Ming pretended to take out a document from his body. This is, Lu Ming replied, a top-notch perfume formula, the kind that is enough to dominate the market. Lu Ming also purposely emphasized. This formula was one of the rewards Lu Ming had gotten when he was fed by Lin Ruan. However, Lu Ming had always felt that it wasn't useful, so he threw it in the system space and didn't take it out. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Moreover, Lu Ming said that this is a formula that can dominate the perfume class is not nonsense. This perfume is simply called 1,000 people, 1,000 feelings. 1,000 people smell. There are 1,000 flavors. Everyone smells different. Chapter 32, Unconditional Trust. After Lu Ming briefly talked about the effects of the perfume formula with the executives of the Doublewood Group. Impossible. How could there be such a perfume? Yes, Mr. Lu. Don't joke around at this time. That's right. If it wasn't so outrageous, we would still possibly believe it. Hey, if there really is such a product, then our Doublewood will really be saved. None of the Doublewood executives believed what Lu Ming said. Indeed, the effects of the perfume formula that Lu Ming had said were just too heaven-defying. Such a perfume had already exceeded the cognitive realm of beauty products, and it was almost enough to say that it was black technology. Lu Ming, however, gazed at them and said seriously, "What I said is all true." The crowd fell into silence. It was because in their conversation and gaze with Lu Ming, they could see Lu Ming's sincerity. But what he said was really unbelievable. It was really hard to make them believe it. However, in their hearts, they hoped that it was true because it was the only way to save the Doublewood Group. Just when they were in a dilemma, a voice came to settle everyone's military heart. "I believe you." The crowd looked over, only to see Lin Ruan reaching out and gently holding Lu Ming in her hand. Lu Ming smiled slightly and came up with a solution. "I know it's hard for you guys to believe, but we can first configure a sample according to this formula. That way, we can know through the sample whether or not there is the effect I'm talking about. If there is, we'll immediately advance the process to mass production. If not, the big deal is to think of another way." The crowd's eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement. "Yeah, why didn't we think of it just now? Whether there is an effect or not, apart from the samples we will know. What are we arguing about here? Mr. Lu, great talent. Fortunately Mr. Lu came up with this method. This large group of us is really ashamed. I'm really pissed off in the head today. That group of dogs from Low Group." At this moment, Lin Ruan began to speak in favor of the big picture. "Good. Then old Wong, you grab and go configure a perfume sample out." Old Wong nodded his head and promised with conviction. "All right, General Manager Lin. I'll go right away." After saying this, he was just about to leave for the research room when he was called out. "Old Wong, you predict how long it will probably take for the samples to come out?" Old Wong patted his head and pondered for a while. "Well, these raw materials we have in the research room, If the formula is complete, I'll let the whole department catch up. We should be able to get it out tonight. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll go over to the research lab first. With that, old Wong excused himself and retired, and the other executives also left the conference room. The door to the conference room was closed by them in passing. The next second, Lin Ruan's exquisite and flawless little face disliked Lu Ming. A pair of starry eyes blinked and blinked, not saying a word. What are you doing? Looking at me all the time without saying anything. Lu Ming was embarrassed by the look. Look how amazing my husband is, and such an amazing perfume formula. By the way, he also knows that Luowei Group's new products will have serious quality problems. This mustn't be looked at more. Cough, cough. Lu Ming tactically coughed a few times, then said with a smile, I tell you, I dream a white, bearded old grandfather. Lu Ming bulled-head and babbled some nonsense. After all, he really didn't have a reason that could completely rationalize these things. But it was impossible for him to expose the secret that he had a system. This secret he couldn't let anyone know right now. Even the love of his life, his wife. It wasn't that he didn't love her, but if this kind of thing was revealed, it might instead have an effect on her safety. What if, on some occasion, she unconsciously leaked it out? Therefore, before Lu Ming had the absolute ability to guarantee the safety of himself and the people around him, it was impossible for him to expose the secret of the system. So he could only talk such nonsense for the time being. He was also prepared for the fact that Lin Ruan wouldn't believe him, but he believed that Lin Ruan wouldn't press him further. But what Lu Ming did not expect was, after listening to his nonsense, Lin Ruan. Surprisingly, she nodded. I believe you. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. This you also believe? Lin Ruan hooked her lips and smiled. You are my husband. I believe everything you say. Hearing this, Lu Ming hugged Lin Ruan into his arms. If you have a wife like this, you have no regrets in this life. The most important thing between husband and wife was trust. And Lin Ruan had absolute trust in herself. No matter what he said, he supported himself and believed in himself. She believed herself when she said without evidence that the new products of the Low Group had safety problems and asked him to give up the cooperation. When he casually took out a document and said that it was a formula that beat all perfume products in the market, she also believed it. Even this reason that he made up out of thin air, he also believed it without hesitation. This nonsense reason, Lu Ming almost embarrassed to say, really too much. Lu Ming more and more know, in front of Lin Ruan in the end how much he loves himself. She is that unprincipled, unconditional belief that she loves herself. At this moment, Lu Ming was once again glad that he and Lin Ruan got married. Doublewood Group's research leader Lao Wang went to configure the samples. The others will have nothing else to do for the time being, but to wait for his news. So Lu Ming and Lin Ruan also left the Doublewood Group office building first. Right. Didn't you say that you were going to take me to a very mysterious and exciting place at night? Shall we go now? Lu Ming suddenly thought of what Lin Ruan told him before the meeting. He was very curious. But Lin Ruan still kept it mysterious. Yes, you'll know later. After saying that, Lin Ruan got into the driver's seat of the Aston Martin 177. She was the one who knew the destination and was driving. Not a moment later, the Aston Martin 177 stopped in front of the Noah's 5-star hotel. After getting out of the car, a hotel staff immediately came to help park the car. Lu Ming looked at the luxurious decoration at the entrance of the hotel. It seemed to feel that the name of Noah's 5-star hotel was a bit familiar, and it seemed that he had seen this name somewhere. After thinking for a while, only then did it come to mind. This is not the hotel that was mentioned on the future information sheet. It said that Noah's 5-star hotel would hold an auction, in which a piece of land called Yalong Bay was sold at a price of 30 million. But then the raw material for making luxury jewelry, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, was discovered underneath. If I remember correctly, the value of those Fantasy Star Sea Stones was as high as $4.68 billion. At that time, he said that he had to write it down and find a chance to cut off this land. But after the sudden crisis of the Doubletree Group, he was also busy and dizzy, and forgot about it for a while. I did not expect that now he still came. It seems that this 4.68 billion is destined to be my Chapter 33, Old Witch Lu Shiyun. Under the leadership of the staff, Lin Ruan and Lu Ming walked towards the interior of the hotel. On the way, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, Wife, the very mysterious and exciting thing you said, it wouldn't be attending the auction, would it? Lin Ruan was a little surprised. not realizing that Lu Ming also knew about the auction held by the Noah Hotel. Yes, auctions can be exciting. Soon, Lu Ming also knew why Lin Ruan said it was exciting. After they were seated, the auction soon began. One by one, the lots were displayed and began to be auctioned. The people who participated in the auction were not said to be rich, but they were also rich in money. It was as if money was just an ordinary number in their mouths. Each time, the price was raised 1 million by 1 million. On the scramble of these people, the lots invariably fetched a high price. What made Lu Ming feel most speechless was that a large 62.8-carat diamond had fetched a sky-high price of $168 million. This really makes Lu Ming doubt the IQ of the person who shot the diamond. This diamond thing is not an IQ tax. Now even ordinary people know that diamonds are not something rare. On the contrary, his production is not low. It's just that the world's largest diamond dealers control and render diamonds as something linked to love. Even now there is artificial diamond technology. Artificial diamonds are almost indistinguishable from natural diamonds. Even professionals and instruments can't tell the difference. And it was such a thing that it fetched a sky-high price of $168 million. What that person was holding in mind, Lu Ming really did not understand. However, Lu Ming did realize what Lin Ruan was referring to as excitement. These rich people, in their eyes, money was just a number now, and they could spend hundreds of millions or billions in just a few words. Listening to the amount figures increasing, it would indeed be psychologically stimulating. Well, is there anything you have your eye on? I'll help you shoot it down if you have one. Lin Ruan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. It just so happened that, at this time, the host on stage introduced the next lot. What about the next lot? It's a land plot located in Yalong Bay. Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. This lot is good. It's his. Lin Ruan was a little puzzled when she heard Lu Ming say he wanted this piece of land. This piece of land? It doesn't seem to be of much use. Originally, Lin Ruan had never thought that Lu Ming wanted a piece of land. Although this piece of land is not small, the actual value is not big at all. The location is remote and has no value for development. Otherwise, it would not have appeared in this auction, and if it really had value, it would have been taken away privately. So for a while, Lin Ruan did not know what Lu Ming wanted this piece of land. In the face of Lin Ruan's skepticism, Lu Ming did not explain. Instead, he looked at Lin Ruan blearily. I just want it. Seeing how eager Lu Ming was, Lin Ruan also smiled in amusement. Good. Since my husband likes it, I'll shoot it down. Although in Lin Ruan's opinion, this piece of land had no value and was of little use after it was auctioned. But as long as her husband likes it, she has to buy it. Buy it and give it to him. At this time, the plot of land had also been auctioned to $30 million, the auction price indicated by the system. And there is no one to continue bidding. After all, this price has already exceeded the value of the land. No one will continue to bid. But this time, Lin Ruan made a bid and raised the sign in her hand. The host on the stage saw this. 31 million. This lady has bid $31 million. Is there a higher one? If not, the Yalong Bay land plot will be auctioned by this lady. For a while, the gazes of the people at the auction all converged on Lin Ruan. As Lin Ruan was a celebrity in Seaside City, there were naturally quite a few people who knew him. These people were all very surprised that Lin Ruan had offered such a high price for this piece of land. Could it be that there was some inside story about this piece of land that they didn't know about? They couldn't help but speculate. One must know that Lin Ruan's vision and methods were top-notch. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person to bring the double-wood group to the point it was at today. But this was just a guess, they were not sure, so they did not feel free to make a move. And Lu Ming saw that Lin Ruan had already bid even higher than what was marked in the system, and felt stable in his heart. This plot of land worth $4.68 billion had arrived. $4.68 billion. This was not a small amount of money. Lu Ming couldn't help but get excited in his heart. But at this moment, the host's excited voice suddenly rang out. Oh my God! Another lady has bid $35 million. $4 million added at once. Is there anything higher? Lu Ming had originally felt that the land parcel that was a sure thing had been interjected across the board. This also caused Lu Ming to look at the person who had bid. He only saw a middle-aged woman who was a bit older but covered up with thick makeup sitting there proudly. When she saw Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looking over, the eyes were full of provocation. Lu Ming also immediately looked out and softly asked, Who is that woman? It seems like she is deliberately targeting us. Lu Shiyun, chairman of the Shiyun Group. After hearing Lin Ruan's explanation, Lu Ming instantly understood. So that person was the chairman of the Shuyun group. No wonder he would deliberately target them and intervene when they were about to take the land parcel. Lin Ruan's Shuangmu group and her Shuyun group were both leading cosmetic companies, and as peers they were already in a hostile relationship, and over the years, in order to seize the market, the two sides had faced each other an unknown number of times. And the two of them also hated each other very much. So when Lu Shuyun saw that Lin Ruan actually made a bid to auction off the land plot, naturally, she wanted to intervene and disgust Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan did not give in and immediately raised her hand again, bidding 36 million. The host saw someone bid again and just wanted to shout it out. But the next second, Lu Shuyun also raised her hand, bidding $37 million. Lin Ruan continued, bidding $38 million. Lu Shuyun followed suit, bidding $39 million. A few times down, as soon as Lin Ruan made a bid, Lu Shuyun followed closely behind. Obviously, she's here to disgust Lin Ruan. Lu Shuyun had caught on to Lin Ruan's mentality that she was determined to win, so no matter how she bid, Lin Ruan would always follow her bid. She just wanted to raise the price and waste Lin Ruan's money for nothing. Lin Ruan couldn't help but want to give up at this point. This bid had already exceeded the value of the land by a lot. If she gave up at this time, it would be Lu Shuyun who would suffer the big loss. Lu Ming obviously saw Lin Ruan's thoughts and softly said, "Give it to her." Although Lu Ming coveted the valuable fantasy starfish stone underneath, he actually knew that Lin Ruan wanted to give it up. But he actually knew that Lin Ruan wanted to give up the competition and let Lu Shuyun lift a stone to hit her own foot and eat this dumb loss. Then it would be able to disgust Lu Shuyun in return. Lin Ruan would also be able to take a breath. For the sake of his wife being able to kill that old hag in public, Lu Ming still let Lin Ruan give up the bidding. Afterwards, he might even be able to find a chance to secretly accept the land parcel over. But the most important thing at the moment was still see Lu Shuyun, the old hag, make a fool of herself. Chapter 34. The Great Injustice. Lu Shuyun. Hearing that Lu Ming had voluntarily chosen to give up the plot of land, just to give her an outlet, Lin Ruan's starry eyes flickered. A different kind of sentiment swirled in her heart. She was truly both ashamed and touched. Although she didn't know what Lu Ming wanted this piece of land for, she could see that Lu Ming truly wanted this piece of land. Originally, she had said that she would auction off whatever Lu Ming liked, but now this had happened. Caused them to have to give up. Is there anyone else bidding higher than this lady? The host on stage was still excitedly drumming up bids, but his eyes, the whole time, were on Lin Ruan, just waiting for Lin Ruan to raise her hand again. The same was true for the other people attending the auction in the arena, because this piece of land had long exceeded its value and no one else would bid on it. It was only because of the fight between Lin Ruan and Lu Shuyun that the two of them had speculated to this price. However, the host had spoken for half a day and waited for half a day. He couldn't wait any longer for Lin Ruan to make a bid. Lin Ruan was still sitting there without saying a word. The host couldn't drag it on and had to start counting down. As the host counted down, he was about to put the hammer down. Lin Ruan was still unresponsive. This time, Lu Shuyun sat down. Her face changed drastically. Snap! Congratulations to Ms. Lu for auctioning the Yalong Bay land plot for $39 million. The host sealed the deal after announcing that Lu Shuyun had won the land plot. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan intentionally turned their heads to look at Lu Shuyun behind them, with a teasing look in their eyes, and genuinely applauded and congratulated Lu Shuyun. Seeing this scene, Lu Shuyun's face instantly fell. Her face was so hard to see that it was extremely hard to see. Lu Shuyun's back teeth were about to break. Privately, her fists were clenched and she didn't care about the pain, even when her nails were stuck into her palms. Although she still had to mention a smile in front of her on the surface, her heart was already aching to the point of dripping blood. She didn't expect Lin Ruan to give up bidding at this point. Originally, she only wanted to raise the price a few times to disgust Lin Ruan, so that she could take the land only at a higher price and spend more money. But she didn't expect to end up planting it herself. A full $39 million had been spent to buy this piece of broken land that was worthless to her. In his opinion, at this moment, the applause from the entire audience was more like a slap on her face, mocking her for lifting a stone to hit her own feet. The way the crowd was looking at her, Lu Shuyun also felt that those people were looking at her with the eyes of an ingrate. The more Lu Shuyun thought about it, the more angry she became. She had never been so humiliated after fighting with Lin Ruan for so long. In a fit of anger, Lu Shiyun directly got up and left the auction site. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had been paying attention to Lu Shiyun. She had been stinking after she had auctioned off the land parcel. In their opinion, it was really refreshing. Especially Lin Ruan. Seeing her nemesis of so many years suffer such a big loss, she was so happy inside. The smile on her lips never came down. As for Lu Ming, seeing Lin Ruan so happy, although he said that the land lot was not auctioned, he was also very happy in his heart. His wife's happiness was the most important thing. Seeing Lu Shiyun leave the stage in a negative manner, the two men returned their attention to the auction. But the next few lots neither of them had much interest in, just quietly watched as spectators. As the last lot was finished, the auction ended. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan left the Noah 5-star hotel together. However, they did not expect it. Just after leaving the hotel, they saw Lu Shiyun, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan exchanged glances. Obviously, this Lu Shiyun is here to guard them. Do not know what is the intention. But the two were not afraid. They walked forward. Lu Shiyun also immediately greeted them and just wanted to say something. But Lu Ming said first, "Mr. Lu is so polite. Could it be that you want to treat our couple to dinner? To thank us for letting you have that piece of land? Actually, Mr. Lu doesn't have to be like this. We aren't that stupid to spend $39 million to auction a piece of wasteland." Hearing this, Lin Ruan directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ming's words were interesting. It was eerie and mocked Lu Shiyun. It was no wonder that she suddenly broke out. In fact, her expression management had always been done relatively well. The Lu Shiyun in front of her did not feel so good. After listening to her, her face was hard to see. Of course, she could hear the mockery in Lu Ming's words. If not for the fact that she was the one involved and had a grudge against the other party, a passerby would have heard it. She would have thought that Lu Ming had spoken beautifully and had a good relationship with her. Thinking about the fact that she had spent $39 million for no reason, she was burning with rage. 39 million, do something bad. But even if you know that you this time is real as a wrong seed, she also had to accept the truth, because it was impossible for her to escape. To know, can organize this kind of great auction behind the person is certainly not simple. Photograph the auction instead of repentance not to pay will certainly be pursued. Moreover, she was also a dignified figure in Seaside. How could she do something like skipping a check? The face of her will lose even more when it is spread out. So this loss, she can only be eaten. Lu Shiyun was so angry that she almost wanted to make a move, but she still endured it. She had waited here for so long just to strike back at Lin Ruan and take a breath. $39 million only. Only a small amount of money. It won't take long to earn it back. It's not like you don't know how well Luo Wei Group's products sell. Lin Ruan. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Lin Ruan. I don't know what you were thinking. You actually refused to cooperate with Rho Group? It's just that the conditions are a bit harsher. It's not like it's a slave treaty. It seems like you've been living too well for the Doubletree Group. Even the Rho Group looks down on it. Speaking here, Lu Shiyun suddenly smiled smugly and continued. Our Shiyun Group has already signed a cooperation with Luo Wei Group. Even if you want to undo it, you can't undo it. When we start to sell Luo Wei Group's new products, not to mention 39 million, even if it is 10 times, earn 390 million is also easy. But you, Shuangmu Group, will be in deep. Can you find any other alternatives in a while? You can't. At that time, consumers will come to our Poetry Rhyme Group to buy products, your Doublewood Group market. I can laugh. Lu Shiyun smiled openly. She had been suppressed for too long. All along, Shuangmu Group and Shiyun Group were both competitors who fought openly and secretly. But no matter if it was market share or product quality, Doublewood Group had always suppressed Shiyun Group. Lu Shiyun dreamed of surpassing Doublewood Group. But even if she tried her best, she never managed to do it. And today, she finally waited for this opportunity. Luo Wei Group surprisingly didn't continue to cooperate with Doublewood Group, but instead signed a cooperation agreement with them. Chapter 35 Perfume Samples. This was why she hadn't left and was waiting here for Lin Ruan and the others to come out. She wanted to show off and taunt Lin Ruan. It was as if she had already seen the Doublewood Group fall into the abyss. And the wonderful situation after her Shiyun Group and the Luo Wei Group had partnered up and gone all the way to the sky. Her words had just fallen. She saw Lin Ruan and Lu Ming looking at her with a strange look. That look. It was like the same kind of look they had when they congratulated themselves at the auction just now. It was as if we're looking at a great injustice. This makes Lu Shiyun cannot help but speechless for a moment. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this again? Why did I say again? Why don't you say anything? Is it because you regret not having anything to say? Lin Ruan, you'll see soon. My Shiryun group is going to surpass your Shuangmu group. Lin Ruan puffed and laughed. I don't know what you're complacent about. The Luo Wei group's cooperation is something we refused. In other words, it's something we don't want. You see, picking up trash that I don't want, why are you still so condescending? As for what you said about surpassing the Doubletree group, why don't you think about why I have the backbone to refuse cooperation with the Rho group? Lin Ruan's words came out. Lu Shiryun directly froze. She couldn't help but feel that what Lin Ruan said made sense. It was indeed the Luo Wei group that Shuangmu group had taken the initiative to reject, which was why they, Shiryun group, had the opportunity to take over this cooperation. Then isn't it just like what Lin Ruan said? She picked up someone else's trash and is still smug. Incorrect. Lu Shiryun hurriedly shook her head, shaking these thoughts out. Immediately, she raised her voice and used it to support herself. Whatever you say, we'll see. After some time, when our Shiryun collection surpasses the Shuangmu group, I'll come back to taunt you properly. After saying that, Lu Shiryun then directly turned around and left. Her footsteps were very quick. She had waited here for Lu Ming and Lin Ruan for so long, with the intention of mocking them and at the same time showing off that Shiryun group had taken the cooperation with Luo Wei group. Yet she didn't expect it. Instead, she was once again mocked by them. This moment, even she, as a strong woman in the shopping mall, couldn't hold her tongue. Directly broke the defense. The heart is weak. The last raised volume of harsh words is her last stubbornness. Lu Shiryun thought as she walked, mentally hating Lin Ruan even more. After so many years of hard work, I finally waited for this opportunity. Shuangmu group used to only rely on Luo Wei group to be able to press my Shiryun group. Now that Luo Wei group is on my side, I, Shiryun group, will definitely grab all of Doublewood group's market share. The more Lu Shiryun thought about it, the more excited she became. While Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at her back as she left and shook their heads and smiled. I didn't expect Luo Wei group to really cooperate with Shiryun group. This time, Shiryun group will be in deep trouble, not to mention surpassing Shuangmu. It will be good to survive the quality crisis. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, nodded thoughtfully. This is normal, since we, Shuangmu, won't cooperate with Luo Wei group. They will definitely go to Shiryun group, and Shiryun group naturally won't reject it. Instead, they still think it's a pie in the sky. But this pie falling from the sky is with a highly poisonous Lu Ming picked up a joke. No matter her, she's complacent now. I'm just going to see how miserable she is later. Lin Ruan said with a smile. Lu Ming could tell that Lin Ruan was in a good mood. Not only did she trick Lu Shiryun into spending $39 million to buy a piece of broken land without any value with a slight trick. Moreover, Lu Shiryun had specifically waited for them at the entrance for so long just to show off. Instead, they continued to mock them for a wave. Thinking of Lu Shiryun's face twice, Lin Ruan could have laughed out loud. The two had been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. It was still the first time she had so painfully slapped Lu Shiryun's face, or twice. Looking at Lin Ruan being so happy, Lu Ming was also ready to add more fire. Suddenly said, I have an idea here. I can still disgust her again. How about doing it? Lin Ruan naturally wouldn't refuse. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Ming nodded and said, that Lu Shiryun holding that piece of land in Yalong Bay is not much use. You find someone to contact him. Find a way to buy that piece of land at a low price. I think she should be willing to go out and return some of the blood. At that time, I have a way to make him even more disgusted and angry than he is now. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Ruan couldn't help but look forward to it. There was actually a way to make Lu Shiryun even more disgusting and angry. That had to be done. And so, Lin Ruan immediately called and contacted someone, arranging for that person to contact Lu Shiryun and buy back Yalong Bay at a low price. After arranging it, Lin Ruan was also very curious. Hubby, what's your solution? Could it be that this piece of land has a mystery? Keep it a secret, you'll know later. Lu Ming didn't reveal it to Lin Ruan. Only he himself knew. There was a fantasy starfish stone worth $4.68 billion buried underneath Yalong Bay. If he smoothly bought Yalong Bay from Lu Shiryun at a low price. When Lu Shiryun realizes that the fantasy starfish stone underneath has been sold for so much money, how would she feel? I'm afraid this will be so angry that she will vomit blood directly. Lu Ming couldn't help but look forward to seeing this scene. Just at this moment, Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang. It's old Wong's call. Lin Ruan hurriedly picked it up. Immediately, old Wong's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. The perfume samples have been configured, and after testing, it's really the same as what Mr. Lu said. 1,000 people, 1,000 senses. Really 1,000 people and 1,000 senses? Lin Ruan asked in surprise. Yes, it really has this effect. Old Lu, old Zhang, and I have all tried it. Everyone smells differently. It's all their favorite kind of smell. It really matches everyone's sense of smell perfectly. If we really put this perfume on sale, the Doublewood Group will not only be saved, we'll even make a fortune. Old Wong on the phone was obviously too excited. The more he spoke, the more excited and louder his voice became. Good. Since the effect has been proven, you immediately advance the process of this perfume product. Audit, production, listing, all synchronized preparations. Pass the product approval at the fastest speed, mass produce, and let the product go on the market as soon as possible. Old Wong didn't make a fuss. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go make arrangements now. That's all for now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. And after Lin Ruan hung up the phone, she directly jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Hubby, you are awesome. Your perfume formula is really awesome. As long as this perfume product goes on the market, it will definitely explode. This perfume is amazing. Lin Ruan's emotions were higher than ever. It was no wonder. The perfume formula given by Lu Ming was just too incredible. Her Shuangmu group was bound to see a peak after having this product that was destined to explode in popularity. Chapter 36. News from the class group. It was important to realize that product development had always been a sore spot for Doublewood Group. That was why Doublewood Group had to rely more on agency cooperation with other companies to earn revenue. And most of the revenue exchanged was also invested in product development, but it had never seen an upturn. This led to Doubletree Group being in a weak position in the cooperation with other companies. It was no wonder that the Willow Group changed the cooperation treaty today. The enemy was strong and we were weak. This kind of thing would happen sooner or later. If Lu Ming hadn't appeared, I'm afraid that Doublewood Group would have ended up choosing to cooperate under Willow Group step-by-step pressure. But now, with the perfume formula given by Lu Ming, Doublewood Group would no longer have to rely on other companies and sell other companies' products like before. Such a marvelous perfume was enough to support the entire Doublewood Group. How could this make Lin Ruan not excited? Lin Ruan felt more and more that Lu Ming was her own four-leaf clover. After being with him, she was first incomparably happy and joyful in her own life. And at work, Lu Ming not only allowed her to ruthlessly hit the face of her mortal enemy for many years, he also saved the Twinwood Group by saving the day. It even solved the problem of Doubletree Group not having excellent self-research products. In fact, not only did Lin Ruan think this way, Lu Ming also thought this way. After all, his system was activated by being with Lin Ruan. It was also through eating Lin Ruan's soft food that he had obtained these rewards. These rewards could in turn be used to solve the troubles Lin Ruan had encountered. Thinking about it like this, Lu Ming felt that he and Lin Ruan were truly destined to be a natural pair. Go home. Lin Ruan suddenly and violently took Lu Ming's hand in stride. Lu Ming was suddenly pulled for a moment and didn't react. In such a hurry, what for? Lin Ruan directly responded, going home to reward you properly. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little curious. What reward? Lu Ming asked this and Lin Ruan got a little shy and whispered, I bought a few sets of uniforms online. Hiss. This time Lu Ming was more anxious to go home than Lin Ruan. There wasn't much of an idea, just wanted to help Lin Ruan choose a set that fit. In that case, that must not be a set of change. Try until the best and most satisfied. This is a very costly event, is to have to go home early. After returning home, it was raining. Lin Ruan changed a set of clothes. Lu Ming, on the other hand, held up his umbrella and walked into the road. There seemed to be an obstacle ahead, but Lu Ming didn't give up and gathered his courage and strength. Continuing forward, nothing could stop it. The front was dark and slippery, but Lu Ming was not affected in the least. There was even a legend in the distance about the seductive song of the siren that would draw sailors in and then sink them for eternity. Just like that, Lu Ming wrestled with this heavy rain for several hours. Early the next morning, Lu Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone in a daze and saw that it was already noon. Couldn't be helped that he had gone to bed too late last night. Today was the day to sleep a little later. After hurriedly answering the call, there came Ko Chong's excited voice from the other end of the phone. Lu Ming, do you know? The wheat futures you bought went straight up today. Do you know what this means? It means that the $50 million you bought yesterday has turned into $108 million. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Ko Chong kept asking himself questions. He was in so much excitement that his voice on the phone was shouting so much that his throat was hoarse. Luckily, Lin Ruan was sleeping rather deeply and didn't wake her up. Ko Chong on the other end of the phone was still rambling on. That is $100 million. You're too damn godly. You know that wheat is going up big time? It's too damn bullish. I'm really convinced. And Su Li heard what Ko Chong said. Actually not too excited. Because he already knew about it. It's only $100 million. According to what was said in the future information sheet, wheat futures have risen by 28.3%. At least can earn another 1 or 200 million. Not to mention, he gave up 4.68 billion yesterday to make his wife happy. Now, a mere $100 million is nothing, and it can't stir him up at all. Ko Chong on the other end of the phone calmed down a little, and seemed to sense Lu Ming's calmness. Curious. Lu Ming, why aren't you excited at all about making so much money? Lu Ming paused for a moment and uttered the maxim. I'm not interested in money at all. Money is just a number to me. If I can, I'm still willing to be an ordinary person. The words came out. It directly silenced Ko Chong. Only after a long time did Ko Chong adjust his mind. With an adoring tone, he said, Lu Ming, you kid. How long has it been since you graduated? It feels like you are very different from when you were in school again, but no matter what, you are really better than. I can send you futures earn big money screenshot to the group to go. I've long been looking at those in the group for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Ming froze for a moment and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Ko Chong was surprised. Don't know anything at all? Just what the group said about you, huh? I don't know. Lu Ming had always rarely paid attention to the class group. Now that he had graduated, it was even more unlikely that he would bother. When Ko Chong said this, he really didn't know what was going on. It's quite complicated. I don't know how to say it either. You'd better go and look at the records yourself. Anyway, at that time, those saying those words really made me angry, and I couldn't help but come out and hold a few words against them. But at that time you didn't have any news at all. I still thought it was strange. It turns out that you didn't find out at all. Since Ko Chong said so, then Lu Ming also planned to go and take a look for himself. So he said goodbye to Ko Chong and hung up the phone. He opened his wizards and found the class group with 99 plus red dots. Pulled all the way up. Found the thing that Ko Chong said, and after reading the chat log from beginning to end, it was also clear what Ko Chong meant. It wasn't really much. When everyone graduates, the most important thing is naturally to find a job. In the beginning, there was nothing. We just talked about the state after graduation and spit on the work things. But then I don't know how it evolved. A good classmates group has become a place for some people who have found a good job to pretend. This is only after how long it is tainted with the bad smell of society. Among them, there is a guy named Fong Ziwen suddenly mentioned himself. This guy was close to Lu Kai Lai when he was in college, and things are like that. It wasn't a broad-minded guy either, so naturally his relationship with Lu Ming wasn't that familiar, but it couldn't be called a feud either. Does anyone know where Lu Ming is high up? Lu Ming felt wrong when he saw him suddenly posting in the group like this. After all, he was not familiar with him, and he had absolutely no reason to mention himself. Sure enough, the following, Chapter 37 Argumentative. Before any of the other students could make a sound, Fong Ziwen started to act out by asking himself, I think I saw him handing out flyers on the main road last time. On that hot day, it hurt me to drive by and see it. This word came out. Immediately set off shock waves in the group. Many people bubbled up and asked in surprise, how could Lu Ming go and hand out flyers? Yeah. Fong Ziwen, you're looking at it wrong. That's right. No pictures and no evidence, haha. At first, there was no one at all who believed what Fong Ziwen said. In everyone's mind, it was impossible for Lu Ming to be so downtrodden that he would go to a job like handing out flyers. But immediately after, Fong Ziwen seemed to have prepared for this. He sent out a photo that clearly showed Lu Ming handing out flyers to passers-by under the scorching sun. With conclusive evidence, this time Lu Ming's downtrodden to handing out flyers was so by Fong Ziwen's conclusion. Many people felt sorry for Lu Ming, but there were also people who started to gloat and fall on their swords. I'll go, it's really Lu Ming, reduced to handing out flyers. What a disgrace. It turns out that Lu Ming hasn't been talking in the group, because he didn't find a job and had to go hand out flyers. So he's too embarrassed to show up. At least we are also key university graduates. Lu Ming, how to fall to this. Ha 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 ha, laugh to death. In the past, in the school tutor most valued Lu Ming. Did not expect him to mix into this? At Fong Ziwen, where did you see Lu Ming? Next time I pass by, also pay attention. Maybe school herbs are more efficient at handing out flyers than ordinary people. For the sake of the handsome guy, pick it up. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming looked around. The people who were shady to him were almost all people who were closer to Lu Kailai Fong Ziwen's group. Seeing himself so down and out. Of course, these people could not help but jump out and sneer at him. But there is still a part of the people to help themselves to speak, such as including Ko Chong and a few good relations with the students. So these two groups of people just so in the group quarrel. Lu Ming kept pulling down and looked at the chat records below. His brows were also furrowed. He and they actually do not have any deep grudges. I did not expect that Fong Ziwen took a picture on the road and started to make a fuss. In fact, Lu Ming was just casually helping the family to send a hair. I didn't expect to just so a moment, just happened to run into Fong Ziwen also by him took a picture. Just at this time, a new message suddenly appeared in the class group. It was Ko Chong who dumped a few pictures in the group. There was a screenshot of the transfer record of Lu Ming transferring $50 million to him. There was a screenshot of Lu Ming's chat record of communicating with him about the content of the futures. There are screenshots of the futures records he purchased and the gains he made after the futures went up. After the pictures were dumped up, Ko Chong also made a point to the people who had been shady in the group before. All come out to take a look. Yesterday Lu Ming made a move to transfer $50 million to me to buy futures. Now it's gone up to more than 100 million. The screenshots are all here, it can't be faked. Those of you who mocked Lu Ming before, how much do you have in savings? I wonder if you have a fraction of Lu Ming's account. Obviously, last time, Ko Chong was really pissed off by those Yin and Yang guys in the group. This time he was fully prepared and was bound to give those people a good smack in the face. And those people didn't dare to respond at all after seeing the screenshots that Ko Chong had sent. No matter how many times Ko Chong of them, they pretended not to see. This time, their faces were swollen. So how could they have the nerve to show up? On the other hand, those students who were previously on good terms with Lu Ming and had helped him out started to show up one after another. More than 100 million. God, Lu is bullish. Lu Ming is hiding too deep. One shot is $50 million. It's also gone up to over $100 million. Big brother take me. I recently lost hemp. Sleep all nightmares. Envious of you have free money to speculate on futures. My job salary is low to poor. Cannot afford to eat. Not long after, Lu Ming's roommates also saw the news in the group. Especially after Ko Chong sent out the screenshot. Everyone was just like Ko Chong, frantically erasing those people from Fong Ziwen, determined to take out a mouthful of bad anger. Yesterday, they were also holding a lot of fire for helping Lu Ming. A Fong Ziwen, your family can make $50 million by sending out flyers. Do you have the nerve to do that? Don't keep quiet. Have the guts. You guys never talk in this group. Each and every one of you are temporarily blinded. Ha ha ha. This is probably because your face is swollen from being punched and swollen, hurting the nerves in your eyes. I wonder how much you guys get paid a month? Do not eat or drink for a few hundred years to get 100 million, right? I bet they're peeping at the screen right now, but just don't have the face to talk. It's the feeling of gripping you still don't dare to show up. It's so cool at Fong Ziwen. With Lu Ming's roommate's firepower focused on him, Fong Ziwen couldn't help himself. Jumped out and sent out a message. Laughing to death. I just got busy and only saw it now. You guys think I'll believe it if you send a few screenshots? The futures are profitable and good. But this money is Lu Ming's? Not really. There's a lot of room for maneuver. I have to say, Fong Ziwen's angle is still very tricky. Those who were with him saw Fong Ziwen appear and gave them a direction at the same time. At this time, they also jumped out one after another. Fong Ziwen has a point. Who knows what's inside? And this money doesn't necessarily belong to Lu Ming. It's not certain that this $50 million is someone else's, just borrowing Lu Ming's account to operate. Yes, so Lu Ming used to pretend to be right. After pretending that the money is not to return to others, what is it? I guess Ko Chong specially found to help Lu Ming act it. He will have access to these. I have to say, Ko Chong in order to help Lu Ming wash the ground is really tired. Those people from Fong Ziwen began to Yin and Yang again. This made those who supported Lu Ming unable to resist arguing with them once again. These people don't think about it. Even if someone wants to buy futures, how can they not operate through their own account and have to use Lu Ming's account? And even if Ko Chong has the resources in this area, it is not possible to operate such a large amount of money at will. Want to put him into Lu Ming account, put it. Maybe this has been the only point they can explain to themselves, comfort themselves. So these people are grasping this point with the wild dog like biting to death around this point crazy output. Once again, a heated argument broke out in the class group. Because this time, Ko Chong and the others had evidence to refute. This time, the argument was even more violent than the last time. Finally, Lu Ming couldn't watch anymore. Directly personally appeared in the group of Fong Ziwen at Fong Ziwen. You said before that you work in a financial branch under the Red Rock Group, right? Chapter 38. Lu Ming is the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. Seeing Lu Ming finally appeared in person and also talked about his proudest point. Fong Ziwen this time, but the waist also does not hurt, leg also does not hurt, a breath can speak half a day without stopping. Operating the cell phone, then immediately replied. Yes, this students know well. After all, my job is our classmates inside after graduation to find the best job. I am in the famous Red Rock Group. The financial company under the Red Rock Group is a small. The manager. It's only a small 30,000 a month job. And when the performance is good, you can get 50,000 or 60,000. Literally, Fong Ziwen did have proud capital. Although they are graduates of prestigious schools but just stepped into the workplace, generally are 5 or 6,000, a little higher 8,000, 10,000 such as the starting salary level. But Fong Ziwen not only earns tens of thousands of dollars a month, but also became a manager and has a position. Perhaps Fong Ziwen wanted to show himself too much. He began to reveal his background, wanting to let everyone more to rely on him. Some people who wanted to hug his thighs would be on his side by then. Only Fong Ziwen continued. Hey, actually I was more interested in starting a business to prove myself. But my dad, as one of the shareholders of Red Rock Financial Corporation, had to drag me into the company. Later on, I thought that the company under the Red Rock Group is not bad. In the future, I will take over my dad's class, take over those shares of his, and I will also be able to get a dividend of $10 or $20 million every year. This word came out. Many students were shocked. Although they knew that Fong Ziwen was able to become a manager of a company under the Red Rock Group, he must have some background within the company. But it didn't occur to me that his dad was actually a shareholder. Every year, he could still take $10 to $20 million in dividends from his shares. This is a real tens of millions of dollars a year, instead of Lu Ming's money that he doesn't know the source of and may lose in the futures market at any time. Strictly speaking, it is the shares of the Red Rock Group that can be passed down from generation to generation to ensure the livelihood of future generations. The wind direction in the group instantly changed. Just as Fong Ziwen thought, some people who were not concerned about their own interests or were wallflowers began to hug his thighs. Thinking and Fong Ziwen good relationship, see if you can get them into the company. After all, there is a shareholder father, it is also possible to do. As for Lu Ming's money, whether it was Lu Ming or not didn't matter to them, because Lu Ming couldn't possibly give them the money either. I go. Brother Fong, you turned out to be a rich second generation. Disrespectful, disrespectful. My brother Fong is so awesome. Having this kind of background and still keeping such a low profile. The shares of the financial company under the Red Rock Group, that's not something an ordinary person can own. Once you have it, it's really something. Yes. Isn't this more reliable than Lu Ming's money? How can this be compared? So what if it's $50 million? Brother Fong will earn it in 2 or 3 years of dividends. Brother Fong, if you have a chance, give me a hand. Brother Fong, is the company still short of people? I'll go to your company to run errands for you. For a while, the group was flooded with remarks licking Fong Ziwen. The people who helped Lu Ming were instantly silenced. Fong Ziwen looked at the ones touting him one by one, and prettily watched as he was being licked comfortably. Then saw the message sent by Lu Ming, only to see. Your father will soon no longer be a shareholder of Red Rock Financial, and you are about to lose your job. Fong Ziwen laughed Kai the instant he saw this message and immediately replied. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming, are you being funny? It's all nonsense now. The newly acquired dog leg also immediately chimed in. I think Lu Ming is crazy. Does he know what he's saying? Brother Fong is too good. Lu Ming is jealous. Laughing to death. Lu Ming also has today. But it didn't take long. Thump. The crowd once again received a message from Lu Ming. But this time it was a few pictures. It appeared to be a document filled with small letters. When the crowd clicked on the pictures to look at it, It was discovered that it was actually a picture of Red Rock Group's equity employment agreement, and it was still two equity hire agreements. One acquired 48% of Red Rock Group's shares, and 01 acquired 22% of Red Rock Group's shares. That adds up to 70% of Red Rock Group's shares. This represented that Lu Ming was the largest shareholder of the Red Rock Group, a $100 billion group. At this time, Lu Ming once again sent a message. Any comments? The entire class chat group was directly quiet for a minute or two. No one spoke. Everyone was carefully looking at the photo of the Red Rock Group's equity acquisition agreement sent by Lu Ming. But after that stage, the group directly exploded like oil that had been doused with water. I'm going. Nima added up the entire 70% of Red Rock Group's shares. Really?
I'm convinced.
This is true. Our company's legal affairs just happened to be next to it. I took it to him and he confirmed that it wasn't a forgery. In that case, Lu Ming is really the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. OMG. So the 100 billionaire has been by my side all along? Yeah, Lu Ming is not only handsome and a good student, but he's also so damn rich. How does this let ordinary people like us live? Simply away from a big PU. How rich is Lu Ming in the end, actually able to buy 70% of the shares of Red Rock Group? And it's not something that can be done with money alone. After all, they were all high achievers and some of the students instantly saw the point. One must know that Red Rock Group was a listed group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. Its companies were super wide-ranging, covering finance, real estate, trade, technology, medicine, and many other advanced industries. But it also occupies a large market in the traditional livelihood industry of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. That's why at the beginning when Fong Ziwen said that his father was a shareholder of Red Rock Financial Company, the crowd would be so envious. Because the Red Rock Group was really just a huge monster, not only was the amount of share dividends amazing, it was almost impossible to go bankrupt and close down. Unless the world ends, the Fong family that holds the shares is not the hen that lays the golden eggs. As long as you don't start your own business, you won't have to worry about spending money for several generations. And more importantly, Red Rock Group as a huge listed company, his share structure is extremely decentralized. Some in the hands of investment institutions, some in the hands of private shareholders, some in the stock market circulation. Many shareholders even had only a few % of the shares. The largest shareholder before only had almost 18% of the shares. These were all public information that their instructors had found for their coursework when they were taking business classes in school. It was the Red Rock Group whose shares were so dispersed and whose stock price was so high. It had actually been acquired by Lu Ming alone for a whole 70% of the shares. Chapter 39. Another rebellious son who pits his father against him. How could they not be shocked by this? Brother, from now on, you're my brother Lu. It's useless for anyone to come. What brother Lu? You should just call Papa Lu. Papa Lu is sorry. I misunderstood you before. I really didn't mean it. Son, I am willing to be punished. With Lu Ming's 70% of the shares, that annual dividend that has to be as high as more than $30 billion. Now I finally understand why Lu Ming can take out $50 million to speculate on futures. That's only a fraction of a casual game. Terrifying. For a while, all the gods and goddesses, demons and ghosts appeared in the group. Whether they were previously friendly with Lu Ming, or neutral spectators, or even hostile. All of them bubbled up to express to Lu Ming the adoration that flowed like the waters of the Yangtze River. It didn't take long. One person suddenly thought of something. Suddenly thought of something. Lu Ming is the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group's headquarters, while Fong Ziwen and his dad are just of its financial subsidiaries. Then isn't Lu Ming their top boss? These words came out. The crowd recalled Lu Ming's sentence just now. Your father will soon no longer be a shareholder of Red Rock Financial, and you are about to lose your job. Only now did they truly realize that Lu Ming was not talking nonsense. He really did have the right to drive Fong Ziwen's father and son out of Red Rock Group. It's this reasoning. Then Fong Ziwen is cold. Lu Ming has said that he will kick them out of Red Rock Group. The chicken with the golden egg is going to fly. Who told Fong Ziwen to keep denigrating his own top big boss? Who else would be able to tolerate it? At Fong Ziwen, what do you think? Say something. At this moment, Fong Ziwen in front of the cell phone screen was completely stupefied. The picture of Red Rock Group's equity acquisition agreement sent out by Lu Ming exploded in his mind like a nuclear bomb. setting off a wave of shock. It directly made him lose his ability to think. Several minutes later, Fong Ziwen only came back to his senses and exclaimed, "How is it possible? I don't believe it. These equity acquisition agreement letters might be fake." Lu Ming absolutely cannot be the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. Although his mouth said he didn't believe it, Fong Ziwen physically ran to his old man's office honestly. Without even knocking on the door, he barged in a fiery rage. "Dead!" It made Fong Guowei, who was sitting in his office, startled. "How many times have I said, knock before entering? In the company you have to call out to me, Mr. Fong. Don't be flustered when doing things. When will you change this nature of yours?" In other times, Fong Ziwen would have bowed his head and humbly accepted Fong Guowei's teachings. But he was completely unmindful now, directly asking, "Dad, our head office, who is the current major shareholder of Red Rock Group?" Fong Guowei looked at his son's strange behavior and felt a hint of something wrong. Sitting up straight, he looked straight at Fong Ziwen and said, "Lu Ming." These words came out. Fong Ziwen was directly frightened and took a few steps backward, wobbling and falling to the ground. "What happened?" Fong Guowei violently stood up from his chair, his face very grave. He walked over to Fong Ziwen. "D. Fong Ziwen squeaked, not daring to say anything. Fong Guowei seemed to associate it with something bad, grabbing Fong Ziwen's collar and shouting angrily, "In the end, what is the situation? You poor Saya? Did you mess with someone? If you don't say it again, I don't blame me for making a move." Fong Guowei raised his right hand, just ready to slap Fong Ziwen. Fong Ziwen hastily put out his hand to fend it off, saying at the same time, I said. Immediately after, Fong Ziwen began to squeak and tell Fong Guowei everything that had happened in the recent classmate group. "Bring the cell phone." Fong Guowei immediately took Fong Ziwen's cell phone and found the equity subscription letter sent by Lu Ming in the class group. Looking at the two big words on the picture that flew from the dragon, Lu Ming, I felt a little dizzy. The classmate that his son had offended was called Lu Ming, and the new major shareholder of his own headquarters was called Lu Ming. How could he not expect? He himself was but a mere shareholder of a company under the Red Rock Group, but his son had attacked the major shareholder of Red Rock's head office on the internet. Originally, this is a relationship that can't be broken. Although he was a shareholder of the financial branch of the Red Rock Group, with a yearly income of $10 to $20 million, he was already very much envied and respected by others. But he still knows clearly that he has a few points, too. In the Red Rock Group, he was nothing at all, let alone compared to the major shareholders. It's a far cry from the big shareholders. He didn't even have the qualifications to see the major shareholders. But his own son. The more Fong Guowei thought about it, the more afraid he was, the more angry he became, especially when he saw the sentence in the group. Your father will soon no longer be a shareholder of Red Rock Financial, and you are about to lose your job. Fong Guowei was even more furious. The foundation that he had worked so hard all his life to build was about to be destroyed by this rebellious son. He knew very well that Lu Ming, as the major shareholder of the headquarters, had the power and the means to clear himself out of the company. At most, he would only pay a compensation fee, which is still a relatively objective result. If one was ruthless, this kind of big shot would make them disappear from the world in minutes. Fong Guowei's anger could no longer be held back and erupted like a volcanic eruption. To Fong Ziwen on the ground was a beating and kicking. You rebellious son. Lao Zi really damn well wanted to stuff you back, but you've screwed your old man over. Lao Zi hard to lay down a piece of foundation, but not to you, the second generation, it will be gone. You're a bastard. You don't do anything right all day long. Now you've got a big shot like this. Maybe we will be finished in a minute. After Fong Guowei beat his son, he quickly picked up his cell phone, sent a voice message to the group. And at this time in the class group, many people immediately saw the voice message that Fong Guowei sent out with Fong Ziwen's cell phone, and it still looked like a very long paragraph. So they all curiously clicked on it. Immediately after, they heard, Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Fong Ziwen's father, Fong Guowei. I'm sorry, it's me who didn't teach this rebellious son well, to the point that he actually did such a thing. I have already severely beaten him up just now. I hope Mr. Lu can give us a chance to apologize, and I'll bring my son to apologize to you in person. I'll make sure that he recognizes the beating and the punishment, and definitely won't dare to have a trace of resistance. Let you have a good outlet for your anger. After the voice was heard, the crowd all froze. But the next second, another picture was sent from Fong Ziwen's side. But the protagonist of the picture was none other than Fong Ziwen himself. Only to see Fong Ziwen lying on the ground. His black suit was covered in shoe prints, and his carefully groomed hairstyle was messed up into a bird's nest. The face is a piece of blue and a piece of swelling, also left a nosebleed. It looked miserable. Chapter 40. It smells so good. This simply gave the people in the group a double mind blow. The voice was obviously Fong Ziwen's father, a shareholder of Red Rock Financial Group, but what made them rifle their eyes was Fong Guowei's humble and low tone in the voice. It made them listen with a sense of vestigial vision of the image of Fong Guowei bowing and lowering his head in front of Lu Ming. In fact, before this, they had been classmates with Lu Ming for so many years, and their impression of Lu Ming was still the same as before. Even if they knew that Lu Ming was the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group, they couldn't feel what this identity represented. But this time they could be considered to have an intuitive understanding. In their opinion, a high and mighty shareholder of the company had stooped so low as to apologize to Lu Ming, and even beat up his own son, Fong Ziwen, like this for it. This was the first time they felt Lu Ming's power. Even Fong Ziwen's old man came out to apologize in such a lowly manner. That was the end of the drama. Whether the people in the group were touting Lu Ming or cursing up Fong Ziwen and the others, Lu Ming didn't bother to look at them. Lu Ming did not bother to look. He directly exited the chat group window. As for what Fong Ziwen's father said about apologizing to himself in person, Lu Ming didn't give any response. Lu Ming also did not give any response. Maybe Fong Ziwen would even get another violent beating from his old man for this. Lu Ming realized that his message list had many more new chat messages and requests to add friends messages. As expected, they were all messages from college classmates. Lu Ming casually clicked on a few messages from his female classmates. Lu Ming, you are too handsome today. It really surprised me. This was the more reserved ones, taking the initiative to come to the door and throw out the topic, in the guise of a qua monster, making the boys flutter to hear it. Lu Ming, long time no see. Are you free to come out for a drink tonight? This was kind of proactive, making people look forward to the post-drinking entertainment. Brother Lu Ming, the weather has been so hot lately. I've bought a few new pajamas. Help me pick them out. This was directly posted up, accompanied by several photos of cool Lulu from different angles. And there were quite a few of them. With a critical attitude, Lu Ming looked at all the photos once. Then he deleted those few women. That's how ruthless he is. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that, and I'm going to be able to do that. But in Lu Ming's opinion, he really can't see these former female classmates. If you really look at it, he would have gone out in college. And it's a sure thing. Not to mention, now he has a beautiful wife like Lin Ruan. His vision has also become higher than before. After deleting those women, Lu Ming turned his attention back to the system in his head. At the time, he was woken up by a phone call. The system's beep came from his mind. However, he was busy talking to Ko Chong on the phone and ignored it. It was only now that he was idle that he came to take a closer look. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone text message. Your account 7688 transferred 62,060,423.00 yuan at 12:23 on September 10th. Account balance $66,0272,689.00. Woke up from a nap. More than $60 million from the white whoring system came into the account. Lu Ming's soft income assets had now exceeded $300 million, and after a 20% increase, he was now able to receive more than $60 million from the system every day when he woke up from his sleep. Originally, the money in the bank card was transferred to Ko Chong to buy wheat futures. There is not much money left, and now it has skyrocketed to more than 66 million. However, Lu Ming did not want to put this money in the bank card. Since wheat futures are bound to go up again, he can put the money back into wheat futures. So Lu Ming found Ko Chong's prestige. Clicking in, Ko Chong had already sent him a few messages. It's so cool. Those guys don't dare to talk anymore. Those guys can even target this. Too doggy. Lu Ming Tycoon. Adopt me. Apparently they were sent to Lu Ming at different stages of the group chat just now. But Lu Ming didn't see them. However, Lu Ming also skipped over these and directly sent. I'll transfer another $60 million into the futures account. So take it for me and keep buying wheat futures. Then added another sentence. I think wheat futures will rise for a while longer next. You can also take a few of them to make a profit. Lu Ming was naturally talking about a few roommates who were on better terms with him. From the beginning, when Fang Ziwen smeared him and he didn't show up, he has been supporting him. So there is this ability and also happen to have this path. It is not impossible to bring them a hand. Immediately, Lu Ming received a reply from Ko Chong. Harm. I can kind of regret it. You told me to buy yesterday. I didn't even buy. I'll have to follow through with whatever I say today. Thank you, big brother Lu, for taking us to make money. I'll take care of this. Lu Ming smiled and stopped after chatting with Ko Chong for a few more sentences. He then transferred the $60 million in his bank card into his futures account. Then he closed his cell phone. But as it was closing, the desktop of the cell phone lit up for a moment. Lu Ming suddenly saw that today was September 10th. Instantly, his eyes widened in panic. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lu Ming remembered as if Lin Ruan would go home to visit for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Get to know him, his father who is not much older than him. When he thought of this, Lu Ming panicked a little. After all, he had almost become boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Ruan before. As a result, he was now married to her mom together and became her dad. It was conceivable. When Lin Ruan came back, she found out that her former prospective boyfriend had turned into her father. That state of mind really had to explode straight away, although he had never seen Lin Ruan angry. But Lu Ming felt that he should not be able to afford it. In his heart, he could not help but raise the idea of slipping away, hiding in the mid-autumn first, and then coming back when Lin Ruan was gone. Just when Lu Ming was still doing a complicated mental struggle. Lin Ruan beside him woke up somewhat. Then the first time was to hug Lu Ming, who was sitting on the bed. Good morning, carrot hubby. At this time, Lin Ruan was like a lazy cat that was so cute that it exploded. Lu Ming couldn't help but scrape Lin Ruan's face. Woke up? Are you hungry? Hungry? But Lin Ruan buried her head in Lu Ming's embrace and inhaled hard, her delicate agaric nose moving along. Hee, now it's full. Seeing this, Lu Ming gently patted Lin Ruan's head and laughed. This is full Suck what suck my yang chi? You female goblin. Ha, yeah. I am a female goblin to come. Lin Ruan was amused by Lu Ming and started to flail on the bed. Is it delicious then? Yes, it smells so good. Lin Ruan nodded several times in a row, then added. Hubby's body is very fragrant. It smells good. I like it a lot. Saying that, Lin Ruan, in order to prove herself, she stuck on Lu Ming's body again and inhaled fiercely for a few mouthfuls. That intoxicated look was Demented X. Chapter 41, Digging for Treasure. And the way Lin Ruan was enjoying herself so much was not an act. She really felt that way. She didn't know since when. Lin Ruan felt that Lu Ming had a very good smelling aroma on his body. Even if it was Lu Ming's clothes or the things he touched on a daily basis, he would bring this fragrance with him. Even from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, she could smell the aroma on Lu Ming's body. This aroma often made her want to smell it. It was as if she was a kitten that had taken to catnip. This made her even more fascinated with Lu Ming. Really not getting up for dinner? Lu Ming asked gently as he helped Lin Ruan ruffle the hair that was pressed into her face. No, let's lie down for a while longer. Lin Ruan pulled Lu Ming's next door, signaling him to lie down together. Seeing this, Lu Ming also had no choice but to return to the quilt again. The two of them just snuggled together tightly. From time to time, they played tricks on each other, and from time to time, they were quietly dumbfounded. Happiness is so simple. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming's system's beep suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yalong Bay land parcel through eating soft rice. Assets gained from soft rice plus $20 million.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his level increase. Current level LV3 daily increased to 30%. Rewarded with God-level hacking skills. Top bodyguard team. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind was immediately flooded with a large amount of hacking technology information. This information was quickly comprehended and digested by Lu Ming, melting through. It didn't take long. Lu Ming became the strongest hacker in the world. As long as he wanted to, anywhere in the cyber world he could enter. In the cyber world, he was the absolute god. Immediately after, another small amount of memories flooded into Lu Ming's mind. It was the information and contact information of the bodyguard team. The Xuanwu Legion. It was the name of this top-tier bodyguard team rewarded by the system. Every member of this bodyguard team was a top-notch warrior. Every single one of them was skilled and battle-hardened, possessing the strength to fight one against 100. The Xuanwu bodyguard team was made up of such powerful warriors, and with the help of the system, they were 100% absolutely loyal to themselves. With this bodyguard team, from now on, he wouldn't have to worry about himself or his family around him being harmed. It was simply a guarantee of absolute safety. To know. Nowadays, as he became more and more valuable, he also began to reveal himself and even made enemies with some people. Who knows if there will be any danger in this? And so, Lu Ming immediately picked up his cell phone. Inputting the captain of the Xuanwu bodyguard team in his memory, he instructed him to immediately send someone to protect his parents in the dark for a long period of time. At the same time, also send some people to protect himself and Lin Ruan. After the incident, Lu Ming also let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, these worries were eliminated. Moreover, through the hints of the system, Lu Ming already knew that the land parcel in Yalong Bay had already come under his name. That means that the person Lin Ruan secretly sent has successfully acquired the Yalong Bay land parcel from Lu Shiyun at a low price. It only cost $20 million. This makes Lu Shiyun a direct loss of $19 million. And then there is a big bad news waiting for her. This way Lu Ming did not lose at all. When Lin Ruan in the auction but bid 30 million, if not Lu Shiyun interfered and the words will be taken down. Now only spend 20 million, directly save 10 million, but also can incidentally angry Lu Shiyun twice. But, at this time, Lu Shiyun should be happy. In her opinion, although a little loss but at least turn out to blood. When he digs out the Dream Star Sea Stone underneath Yalong Bay, I don't know if she will be angry and spit out blood. Lu Ming was just thinking about it. Lin Ruan just happened to mention Lu Shiyun as well. This Lu Shiyun. It's too deceitful. What's wrong? At this time, Lin Ruan was holding her cell phone and brushing her scarf. When she saw the news that Shiyun Group had announced that they had reached a partnership with Roe Group and that their new products would go on sale today. Moreover, Shiyun Group also secretly disliked Xuanwu Group underneath the comments of the release scarf. The implication was that they were mocking DoubleTree Group's future decline, etc. Lin Ruan told Lu Ruan what she saw. Lin Ruan explained what she saw to Lu Ming. Lu Ming laughed out loud after hearing this. She is eager to find death. This suffered consumer lawsuits, facing major compensation, the loss of consumer trust and the serious consequences of the market. Shiyun Group is so eager to take over from the hands of the Xuanwu Group. And Lu Shiyun also accelerated the process of this evil. This is not anxious to find death. Lu Ming touched Lin Ruan's hair and said, "You just wait and see the show. Now Shiyun Group will be seriously injured if not killed, and you will know that I am right. Moreover, you've heard what old Wong said about the perfume from the Doublewood Group. As long as we finish the process and put it on sale, it will definitely be loved by consumers, and by that time, Doublewood Group will definitely be able to go further." After hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Ruan nodded. "Aha! I'll listen to you, husband." Ring. Right at this moment, Lin Ruan's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Lin Ruan's face also revealed a hint of joy. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruan couldn't wait to tell Lu Ming the good news. "Hubby, I'll tell you that piece of land in Yalong Bay, my people have already collected it from Lu Shiyun. It only cost $20 million. Lin Ruan smiled happily. After all, this price was a $10 million saving compared to the auction. Of course, the more important thing was that this piece of land was the land that Lu Ming wanted. Previously, Lu Ming had to give it up in order to support himself. But he had finally bought back what he wanted for his own husband. Although Lu Ming had known this for a long time. But seeing Lin Ruan so happy, he was also sincerely happy. "Get up." Lu Ming pulled Lin Ruan and said, "Don't. People don't want to get up." Lin Ruan still wanted to stay in bed. She felt that staying in bed with Lu Ming was a very happy thing. "It's time to reveal the secret. Don't you want to know?" Hearing this, Lin Ruan's eyes lit up. Immediately, she jumped up from the bed. I want to. Hubby, you say it quickly." Lu Ming mysteriously said. "You and I will go to a place and you will know, get up." This time Lin Ruan had to be obedient. After the two of them simply washed up and got a little something to eat, they set off from home. 1 hour later, the two arrived at Yalong Bay. When they arrived, there was already a team of diggers waiting for them in Yalong Bay. This was the engineering team from the Red Rock Group's real estate company that Lu Ming had transferred. "Hubby, what are we doing here? It's not to dig for treasure, is it?" Lin Ruan said with excitement as she held Lu Ming's hand and looked at the desolate surroundings. Hearing these words, Lu Ming also had a burst of excitement rising in his heart. Nodding solemnly, he said, "That's right. We are here to dig for treasure." Chapter 42 Loaded with Stars and Seas. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruan's eyes instantly widened. There really was a treasure to dig for, ah? Originally, she had only seen the waiting engineering team, so she had casually mentioned it. She didn't expect Lu Ming to really say that he was here to dig for treasure. But in these poor mountains, what kind of treasure could there be to dig for? But looking at Lu Ming's appearance, it didn't seem like he was joking. Could it be that my husband already knew that there was treasure buried underneath this Yalong Bay? Next, Lin Ruan obediently followed Lu Ming around. Finally, Lu Ming came to an inconspicuous corner. "This should be it," Lu Ming said in his heart. After wandering around for half a day, he could basically confirm that this was the location that the future information sheet said had the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Lu Ming did not say a word, greeting up the members of the engineering team behind him. "This is it. Bring the machines and people over to excavate." The engineering team that received the order didn't dare to delay and hurriedly started working. Before coming here, their own old boss could have instructed them to follow the command unconditionally. This time, the big man who called them is the old general manager can't afford to mess with. No matter what people say, do what they want. After coming back, everyone has a reward double the salary. Under the double power, they naturally have a very positive attitude. With the engineering team, to Lu Ming said the place to dig. The brothers of the engineering team worked feverishly. The target land began to be slowly lifted. The dust was too big, so Lu Ming took Lin Ruan and withdrew to the car to wait. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 hours passed. The place originally marked by Lu Ming had turned into a deep pit. Clang! The digger maneuvered by the engineering team brothers felt that the digging bucket had hit something stiff. Rushing out of the car to do some checking, they then exclaimed, "Head! It seems like we've dug. Digging into the mine." Old Lu, the eldest brother of the team, immediately ran towards him upon hearing this. The other brothers of the engineering team also gathered around. "That should be it, you guys wait. I'll go and report to General Manager Lu." After saying that, old Lu hurriedly ran towards where Lu Ming had parked his car. This was what Lu Ming had instructed Captain Old Lu before he walked away. Notify him as soon as he dug up something similar to an or who. Old Lu, who had run over with all his might, was panting with exhaustion. When he reached Lu Ming's car, he stopped and adjusted his breathing before knocking on Lu Ming's car window. "Mr. Lu, we dug something up." Lu Ming heard it. He hurriedly got down from the car. Since he had dug up something, it should be the Fantasy Star Sea Stone that didn't run away. So he led Lin Ruan towards the deep pit. Old Lu followed closely behind. Arriving at the deep pit, "Warner, wait for me up there. I'll go down to take a look and be right back." Lu Ming spoke to Lin Ruan and asked him to stay up there and wait for him. After all, this big pit was also quite deep as 5 or 6 meters. It wasn't very convenient for Lin Ruan to come down, in case he got injured. "Good. I'll wait for you up there." Lin Ruan was also very understanding. With that, Lu Ming then took a leap and jumped from the flat ground to the deep pit, walking to the place where the ore was found. Picking up one of the pieces that had been broken down by the excavator's bucket, he carefully studied it. He had long ago done his homework online. It was still roughly possible to determine if it was Fantasy Star Sea Stone. After studying it for a while, Lu Ming was certain that the ore in front of him was the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone mentioned on the future information sheet. He hadn't looked in the wrong place. Originally, he thought it would take some effort. He didn't expect to find it so quickly. Lu Ming then instructed Old Lu of the engineering team, "This is it. Dig it all out for me." Without saying a word, Old Lu greeted the brothers of the engineering team and brought their tools. He went down to the pit and started digging. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the flat ground with the Fantasy Star Sea Stone from earlier. "Hubby, is this gray thing the treasure you were talking about?" Lu Ming didn't sell out this time. Raising the stone in his hand, he said, "That's right. It's this unimpressive thing. You can't underestimate this thing." Lin Ruan looked left and right at the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, but she just couldn't see the slightest clue. "What is this stone? How can I look at it? I can't see anything special about it." Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's silly appearance and made a joyful sound. Lin Ruan was anxious on the spot. Not only did her husband not explain himself quickly, he also laughed at himself. Immediately, she pulled Lu Ming's hand and shook it left and right, pouting. "Bad husband, don't tell me even if, but also laugh at me." Believe it or not, I bite wash you, said, also demonstratively show a few teeth. Lu Ming immediately cooperated with the play. Yeah. So scared. The two instantly laughed into a ball. All right, I'll tell you about it. After fooling around for a while, Lu Ming also started to explain for Lin Ruan. This stone looks unimpressive on the outside, but it's very charming on the inside. Especially you women. A lot of them are madly enamored by it. It's called the Dream Star Ocean Stone. There's only one dreaming starfish stone excavated in the world, and we're the only one here. That's why it has a very small existing amount in the world. When Lin Ruan heard Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, she felt that the name was very familiar. It seemed like she had heard it somewhere before, but for a moment, she couldn't recall. Lu Ming continued to explain, after the research of the scientific staff, the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone does not have any special value. However, because the Dream Starfish Stone is even rarer than diamonds, the properties and hidden under its unimpressive appearance are the stunning that people can't forget after a glance. Fantasy Star Sea Stone has become the production material of countless luxury jewelry. That's why its price has also risen all the way up. Hearing this, Lin Ruan then remembered. As a woman, she had naturally heard of things linked to luxury goods and jewelry. But as a career-oriented strong woman, she hadn't paid much attention to these. That's why she couldn't think of it for a while. But she remembered that 2 years ago she went to an auction. At that time, there was a bag in the auction that was inlaid with one of the Fantasy Star Sea Crush stones. It was sold for a sky-high price of over $10 million. One should know that the value of the bag itself was estimated to be a few $100,000 at most. But after inlaying a little bit of Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, it was more than 10 times more. This was the addition brought about by the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. At that time, she had also seen that bag, after the decoration of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. It was indeed much more dazzling and looked much better than diamonds. It was no wonder that Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was now known as a more precious and beautiful material than diamonds. After Lu Ming finished explaining to Lin Ruan. Lu Ming took the Dream Starry Sea Stone in his hand and rubbed it on the ground. After rubbing it for a while, the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone began to shed its black and dirty appearance in Lu Ming's hands. It revealed its innermost, most essential appearance. Wife, look. Lu Ming picked up the transformed blue Fantasy Star Ocean Stone and raised it into the air. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone shone brightly. What was in Lu Ming's hands seemed to be a sea filled with stars. Chapter 43. Iron and Steel Straight Man. One could only say that the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone really lived up to its reputation with this glance. It made both Lu Ming and Lin Ruan marvel at its beauty. It was no wonder that the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone could become the most expensive luxury item today, the material used to make jewelry. Which woman could refuse such a stunning beauty? Even Lin Ruan, who had always been uninterested in such things, had unconsciously fallen in love with such a beautiful Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Hubby is so beautiful, Lin Ruan murmured as she looked at the shining Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Seeing this, Lu Ming hung a smile at the corner of his mouth and made up his mind. After this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was completely unearthed, to create a set of the world's most extravagant and expensive jewelry for Lin Ruan with the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. After a while, in the deep pit, the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was gradually unearthed partially. Looking at a portion of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone that was exposed on the surface, Lin Ruan was surprised. This piece of Fantasy Star Ocean Stone in the end, how big should be old value money. After sobering up, Lin Ruan resumed the essence of the career female CEO and began to think about how much money such a large Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was worth. Lu Ming smiled and said, with the current market price, such a large Fantasy Star Ocean Stone should be worth more than $4 billion or higher. Although it was known that this piece of Fantasy Star Ocean Stone could fetch a whole $4.68 billion if it was taken to be sold. But now that it was unearthed by Lu Ming, it was hard to say if he wanted to sell it all. After hearing the price Lu Ming predicted, Lin Ruan froze and exclaimed in shock. $4 billion? It could be higher. The land bought for $20 million had dug out Fantasy Star Sea Stones worth more than $4 billion. A full 200 times more. This was simply too outrageous. Not having to do anything, just buying a piece of land, one could make so much money. When was it so easy to make money? You know, as the owner of a listed company, tens of thousands of employees in the company are busy every day. it would take a month or two to earn $4 billion. And now, Lu Ming just spent $20 million and found an engineering team to dig out $4 billion worth of Fantasy Star ocean stones. Compared to him, he was really weak. At this moment, Lin Ruan's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Lu Ming. She felt that she had really underestimated Lu Ming all along. Originally, she had thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary person who was incredibly handsome. At most, he was relatively smart and had gotten into a major university. But now she realized that her husband was hiding many unknown secrets. But she had no intention of looking deeper, only more attracted by Lu Ming's mystery and more fascinated by him. Gradually, the time had come to evening. Seeing that the sun was about to go down, the sky was about to completely darken. But the progress of the excavation of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was not as good as expected. In order to protect the intact Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, the engineering team all gave up machine operation. Using primitive manual labor, they carefully dug with their tools a little bit at a time. Therefore, even though they had been digging for 3 or 4 whole hours, only a small portion had been excavated. Obviously, it was too late today. It was impossible to thoroughly excavate this Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Thus, Lu Ming also had no choice but to call a halt first. Everyone, stop for a while. The sun is about to go down, so let's stop here today. We will continue tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard today. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Hearing this, the workers of the engineering team cheered to thank the old boss or something like that. Lu Ming smiled and looked for old Lu, the big brother leading the team, and transferred $2,000 to him, letting him take everyone to eat and drink well. Himself and Lin Ruan didn't follow. The two of them followed, the brothers of the engineering team, on the contrary, to be restrained up. So the crowd dispersed. But Lu Ming, before he left, he had already notified the Xuanwu bodyguard corps to send someone over to protect the excavation site. After all, something over $4 billion couldn't just be left here unattended. On the way home, Lin Ruan always had a smile on her face. Lu Ming saw this and asked, "How is it, happy today?" Lin Ruan hurriedly nodded. Very happy. Originally, she was happy because she was able to buy back the Yalong Bay land plot that Lu Ming wanted again, and it was cheaper than before, so she was already happy. And yet, she didn't expect it. This piece of land in Yalong Bay actually had such a great treasure. The Fantasy Star Sea Stone that was worth more than $4 billion. Although compared to her worth, $4 billion was not much. But $20 million for $4 billion, who would refuse? And what made Lin Ruan even happier was, this piece of land was acquired from Lu Shiyun. When Lu Shiyun found out that the land she bought for more than $40 million was only sold for $20 million, but the land had unearthed Dreamstar Sea Stones worth more than $4 billion. Would she be furious? And then to realize that the one who bought this piece of land from her was none other than herself, her lifelong enemy. Would she take it to the next level and directly vomit blood in anger? Now, Lin Ruan finally understood why Lu Ming had asked himself to find someone to secretly acquire this piece of land in Yalong Bay back. She also understood why Lu Ming said that this would be able to pit Lu Shiyun one more time and take another breath. Thinking about this, Lin Ruan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Shiyun and her have always been arch rivals. The more Lu Shiyun was angry, the happier she was. And all of this was done by her own husband Lu Ming. For a moment, Lin Ruan was so happy that she directly gave Lu Ming a kiss on the cheek. "Hubby, you're great." Then blushing shyly, she added, "I must reward you properly when I get home." Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Really? Anything?" "Yeah." Lin Ruan nodded slightly. "Then the reward I want is, wife, you keep feeding me," Lu Ming said with a hint of excitement. "Good guy. Lu Ming the good guy." Lin Ruan was instantly infuriated and speechless. "Old me, I've acted so obviously, but as a result, this is the reward you want." This all made Lin Ruan start to wonder if Lu Ming was straight or not. Can something like feeding be considered a reward? What he clearly said was, thus Lin Ruan said in a good-natured manner, "Last night like that, don't you want it anymore?" Hiss. Being said so by Lin Ruan couldn't help but remember some scenes from last night. Couldn't help but wrath bay up and saluted. But still said, "Of course I want it. But I still choose to feed." After all, something like swiping the system rewards was really addictive. Listening to that constant stream of gold gained from obtaining soft food, and the anticipation of the divine skills given by the system again, it was simply too good to be true. But Lin Wank was so angry by these words that her chest was heaving. Couldn't help but reflect on whether or not he hadn't behaved too well where he was last night. Shouldn't be last night obviously he was very, otherwise. Go home at night and take out that Parisian family. Chapter 44 Constant Income. After returning home, Lin Ruan, who had something on her mind, didn't cook herself, but called for a takeout from her own restaurant. After quickly feeding Lu Ming, then she rushed him to take a shower. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, turned around and went back to her room to take out her secret weapon. A pair of Paris house black silk. Lu Ming had just come out after his bath when he was pulled onto the bed by Lin Ruan. Eat enough to work, Lin Ruan said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had a full day just like that. But this day could be a day where someone was not so well off. That was Fong Ziwen, who had been beaten up by his own old man. After Fong Guowei realized that his son had offended the major shareholder of the group's headquarters, he had been terrified in his heart. After sending out that voice of apology, he was even staring at the messages in the chat group at all times. Turning the volume of his cell phone to the maximum, as soon as there was a sound, he immediately opened it to check. He desperately hoped to receive Lu Ming's reply, not asking for immediate forgiveness, but even giving a chance to apologize at the door would be fine. This way there was still a chance to salvage it. But no matter how long he looked, he did not see Lu Ming respond in the group. Not even show up to say something else. Fong Guowei, anxious to have to hurry to add Lu Ming, but add friends after the message was sent out like a stone sinking into the sea. No response. Simply cannot add Lu Ming's friends. Finally, Fong Guowei can only let his son Fong Ziwen call Lu Ming. However, Fong Ziwen does not have Lu Ming's phone number. The class chat group is their only contact. Underneath this, Fong Guowei's anger rose again. Fong Ziwen gave the other party another fist fight and roared, "If I don't get Mr. Lu's forgiveness, I'll kill you. I'll pretend I never had a son like you." Hearing this, Fong Ziwen was directly scared and hurriedly looked for other students to ask for Lu Ming's phone number. Seeing that his father had been so brutal to him, he was afraid that his father would come for real, in case he really destroyed him, to obtain Lu Ming's forgiveness, leaving the company's shares. Thinking of this, Fong Ziwen shivered, hurrying to do what Fong Guowei said. But the people who could come together with Fong Ziwen were those who were not on good terms with Lu Ming. Their situation was also the same as Fong Ziwen's, and they simply did not have Lu Ming's phone number. He had to contact some people he didn't want to contact. Those people who were on good terms with Lu Ming and had Lu Ming's phone number. But how could those people not know what Fong Ziwen wanted? Wouldn't give Lu Ming's phone number to him at all, and even taunted him fiercely with a wave of bad breath. Didn't ask for the phone number. Fong Ziwen was once again hit hard by Fong Guowei. The third severe beating began again. While being severely beaten, Fong Ziwen regretted it. Regretting why he messed with Lu Ming at school. At first he was just jealous of Lu Ming's face value and academic performance and so on, so he looked at Lu Ming in a bad way. Later on, his relationship with Lu Ming became worse and worse, and he even did things to discredit Lu Ming. If he had known that Lu Ming was the big boss of himself and his father, he wouldn't have dared to give him 100 guts. Long ago, Lu Ming as a big brother, lick cannot lick, how will go to offend him. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Now can only try to make amends, get Lu Ming's forgiveness. But the first thing is still to get Lu Ming's contact information, bend and circle back to a dead end. So Fong Ziwen can only continue to try his best to figure out how to get Lu Ming's contact information. But he still couldn't come up with any solution even though he was up half the night thinking about it. In the end, he fell asleep in a muddle. The next day, Lu Ming woke up very early. He realized that his physical quality was getting better and better lately, probably because he had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the genes. Lu Ming felt that his strength and endurance were several times stronger. Now that he woke up so early the next day, the whole person was still alive and well, without a trace of fatigue. Lu Ming could only say that the things produced by the system were very powerful. Especially that aspect was very useful. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind also once again sounded the system's beep, and his cell phone also received the bank's arrival text message. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone SMS. Your account 7688 transferred 102,160,532.00 yuan at 12:23 on September 10th. Account balance 106,389,780.00 yuan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the SMS. Today's system increase reward had actually directly arrived at more than $100 million. It was only then that Lu Ming remembered that his system level had already reached the 3rd level, and the daily increase in the assets gained from his soft food had come to 30%. And his own soft rice income assets had also broken through to more than 300 million. A 30% increase, wouldn't that be $100 million? One must know that his increased cash reward yesterday was only over $60 million, right? Now it had turned into more than $100 million after a day's interval. It's simply too good to be true. Happiness is so simple, waking up every day to account for a small goal. Still for nothing. Happiness is doubled. Just at this time. Cell phone rings. Lu Ming glanced at it. It was Ko Chang's call, and casually picked it up. Mr. Lu. God Lu. I'm really convinced. You are too bullish. Yesterday wheat futures went up again. Straight up ah. Do you know how much money you made? Ko Chang's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Ming couldn't help but hold his cell phone a little farther away from his ear, or else he was going to be deafened by his shouting. But what Ko Chang said about the rise, although he had expected it. But how much the gain was, he still didn't know. So he opened his mouth and said, "So how much was earned?" "Over $480 million. You now have a balance of over 590 million on your account. Close to 600 million. Hearing this figure, Lu Ming was also somewhat levied. This much? This was a bit out of his previous expectations. Originally he had thought that he could earn 200 to 300 million from this wave of wheat futures would be good. He didn't expect that he would earn more than $400 million now that the market hadn't ended yet. That's right. Isn't it good to have more? Think about it, you started with $50 million into the market, and on the first day it flipped to over 100 million. Add to that the $60 million you bought in yesterday, and it's a total of more than $180 million. It is this 180 million after yesterday's stop, plus leverage, it becomes 480 million ah. Ko Chang explained to Lu Ming in layman's terms. After Ko Chang's explanation, Lu Ming also finally understood. The return rate of this futures is really amazing ah. It is no wonder that countless people are going after it. Those who wanted to get rich overnight were wielding large sums of money into the futures market. As long as you pick the right one, this kind of horrible rate of return, anyone will be addicted to it once they try it. The premise is to invest in the right, otherwise most of them still blood money. Of course, Lu Ming is not in this scope. Chapter 45. The crowd is envious. Lu Ming woke up in the morning and received a reward for the increase in the assets obtained from the soft rice, which amounted to more than $100 million. I'm not happy yet. In the twinkling of an eye, he knew that he had made more than $400 million in the futures market. This makes Lu Ming cannot help but feel that this money is also too good to earn. Day into a small goal, easy ah. Money to a point, it is really a number only. Because of this money, really cannot spend, simply cannot spend, the more you spend more and more. Let Lu Ming feel that spending money is a difficult thing. Even if you don't do anything every day, buy villas and luxury cars, eat and drink everywhere. It's also not enough to spend thinking about before he was excited because of hundreds of thousands, millions. That time is really simple. Lu Ming feels that it won't be long before he really loses his feeling for money. He would treat money like dirt. It doesn't hurt at all to squander more money. At that time, he might miss the teenager who would still be excited about making money. Right, how about you guys? You should have made money too. Lu Ming suddenly thought of the last time he reminded Ko Chang to bring a few of his roommates along and wondered how they were doing. Speaking of this, Ko Chang on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. I definitely followed this time ah. After yesterday's lesson, I still don't know that there's meat to eat by following you. I directly to all credit card brush burst, but also with relatives and friends borrowed a lot of money, the whole family smashed into it. I've made over $500,000 following you. Old Xie and Fatty also made a few tens of thousands. Easily earned tens of thousands of dollars. They are also happy to die. Speaking of this, Ko Chang also couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Lu Ming, do you think today's wheat futures can go up again? Can. Lu Ming said categorically. He had wanted to contact Ko Chang again just now. He didn't expect Ko Chang to call on his own accord, so he just happened to talk to Ko Chang. I'll transfer another 100 million into it later, and you continue to help me buy wheat futures. But it must be sold off in time when it rises to 2,885 yuan a ton. Lu Ming didn't say the price of 2,890 yuan a ton that he saw on the future information, but instead said a little lower down the line, After all, this way co-weight is a little better to operate, easy to run, and reduce the risk factor of accidents. Nyobi my Mr. Lu. Seeing Lu Ming's categorical assurance that wheat futures could go up again, he also gave a price line. Ko Chong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lu Ming, as a shareholder of Red Rock Group, even if he took out a few $100 million, Ko Chong was not surprised. But in the futures market, Lu Ming could actually guarantee that wheat futures would go up and also predict the price of wheat futures, which was outrageous. As a veteran of playing these for many years, he naturally knew how unpredictable the futures market was. No one has ever dared to be as certain as Lu Ming. But after he had experienced the events of the past 2 days, he had been completely convinced of what Lu Ming had said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly smashed down his entire fortune to buy with Lu Ming. As for Ko Chong's bragging, Lu Ming said without a trace of anger, "Don't be poor. I'll transfer the money into the account here, so you hurry up and operate. Also, remember to tell old Xie, Fatty. That must drop all brothers. And after that time yesterday, I'm sure they'll smash their pots and pans all they have to get the money together this time too. This is a good opportunity to make money that can't be found anywhere else.
No.
I can borrow again. Or mortgage the house. Must get a big one. That's all for now then, haha. I'll go and get busy first." After speaking with Lu Ming, Ko Chong hung up and slipped away. Lu Ming shook his head and laughed at this guy. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Ko Chong, neither of them mentioned asking Lu Ming to lend them money as a way to capitalize on buying wheat futures. Even though they know that Lu Ming is the major shareholder of Red Rock Group and is very rich, they just try their best to get the money together. Because in their hearts, Lu Ming has such an opportunity willing to bring them, it means that he has them in his heart. They wouldn't do anything to hurt their feelings without knowing their place. This was the true brotherhood. After Ko Chong hung up the phone, he also immediately notified Lao Xie and Fatty, telling them that wheat futures can still go up next, so they can try their best to get the money together. At the same time also gave Lu Ming's account to operate, bought 100 million of wheat futures. Then he took a screenshot of his and Lao Xie's and Fatty's futures earnings records and sent it to the class chat group. Followed my brother Lu made a small profit of several $100,000, which realized that it is too easy to make money. Next continue, strive to earn $1 million. Ko Chong so Versailles remarks and earnings screenshots. Directly let the group exploded. Sour old man, earn more than $500,000 a day. Lousy salary 8,000. Do not eat or drink. When can I save $500,000? Newbie really envy you and Lu Ming a dormitory, have this opportunity to get rich. Brothers, take me with me, at least a classmate or I give commission can also be Yes, although we have a little conflict, but it's a small matter. For the sake of classmates, forgive us and take us. At this moment, those who were not on good terms with Lu Ming and had said bad things about him all regretted it. Who would have thought that the current Lu Ming would not only become the major shareholder of Red Rock Group, but would also be able to bring his friends together to make money. If they had known that, they should have made a better relationship with Lu Ming. Although they knew that if they wanted to get on the bus, the other party wouldn't take them, they still couldn't help but ask, what if? Can't just watch this opportunity to make a lot of money slip away, even if they are rejected as letting themselves die. And all this in the group, Lu Ming did not pay attention. After he hung up the phone, then he saw a message. It was the news of Shiryun Group's new product launch. Opening it up and taking a look, it turned out to be that the new products from the cooperation between Shiryun Group and Lo Group had gone on sale. In 1 day's time, more than 1 million items had been sold. It was a very popular situation in the market. Even Shiryun Group's stock price had begun to rise because of the cooperation with Ro Group and the popularity of the new product. Lu Ming also had to admire Lu Shiryun's methods. Worthy of being a woman who could fight with Lin Ruan's Double-Wood Group for so many years. For a while, the internet is full of good news about Shiryun Group. However, Lu Ming knew that this was the end of Shiryun Group. The current popularity was just a carnival before the end of the world. How popular is Shiryun Group now, and how high are the sales of their new products? Then how big is the crisis they are facing? With over 1 million sales, once product quality issues start to erupt, then it can be imagined. Numerous insults and lawsuits would directly pull down the current Shiryun Group, which is currently enjoying a good time. The ensuing sky-high compensation and loss of consumer trust would also send Shiryun Group straight into the abyss, dying without a burial place. Chapter 46. Your daughter and I used to be friends. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about the tragic end of Shiryun Group after its highlight, Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming was still thinking of helping her with it. She was too tired last night and should rest and sleep a little more. But he didn't expect Lin Ruan to be quickly woken up by the ringing of her cell phone. With her eyes half opened in a daze, she stretched out her small pink root hand to touch the cell phone to her hand and answered the call. Immediately, a pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mom, I'm back. Already almost at the high-speed train station. Are you free to pick me up?" Hearing this voice, Lu Ming stopped for a moment. This familiar voice. It was Lin Ruan. She actually made a surprise attack. She came back so early. As for Lin Ruan, when she heard Lin Ruan's voice, she immediately lost her sleepiness and woke up. "Yina, you're almost there, so early this time." Lin Ruan was a bit surprised. Usually when she was on vacation, Lin Ruan would usually arrive home in the afternoon or evening. After all, she had to sleep in the morning for beauty sleep, so Lin Ruan was surprised to hear that Lin Ruan had arrived so early. "Yeah, in order to see what that father of mine is all about, and whether or not he's as good as you say he is, I've picked the earliest train today," Lin Ruan responded. One should know that Lin Ruan's heart had long been impatient to fly back home while she was at school. After all, whoever knew that their mom had found them a father who wasn't much older than them? Who cannot be shocked in the heart? She Lin Ruan since she found out since she cannot sleep at night. If it wasn't for the fact that the school program was so tight and there were so many other things to do, she would have taken the day off and rushed home. She would have taken a vacation and rushed back home. She finally made it to the day of vacation. She had almost lost sleep the night before, tossing and turning in bed until after 5. How could she sleep when her home had been burglarized? She got up early in the morning and took her luggage to catch the earliest high-speed train. Fast and furious rush back home, just to see which man chased his mom. She had always been very supportive of Lin Ruan's search for a partner, because she hoped that Lin Ruan could find her own happiness. But Lin Ruan had always had a very high vision and would all men, no matter if they were dignitaries or business elites, they were all rejected. But she didn't expect Lin Ruan to get together with a man this time out of the cold, and even flew off the handle to register and get a license. Or a man of the same age as herself. This was even more unacceptable to Lin Ruan. Girls were always more precocious than boys, and in Lin Ruan's opinion, men at this age were not fully mature at all, whether it was mentally or career-wise. But yet, he had conquered his own mom. Of course, she had to take a good look at what this man was really about. Women in love are always blind, even if her business world is the reigning mom, in the end, is just a little girl who has not been in love. Maybe she was just blinded. So as long as she found something wrong with this man, she must stop this man from being with her own mom, even if she uses some not-so-good means at that time. Thinking about this, Lin Ruan was even more anxious, urging anxiously, "Mom, I'm almost at the station. Do you have any free time? Or maybe you call someone to pick me up." Fine, don't worry," Lin Ruan responded. The two also hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruan had a smiling face, but when she saw Lu Ming, however, she found that Lu Ming had a despondent look on his face and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, hubby? Why the bitter face? Is there something unhappy?" "Because your daughter came back," Lu Ming said truthfully. Lin Ruan was surprised to hear this. "Why are you unhappy that Een is back? Isn't this a good thing? You guys will be able to meet soon. After you meet this time, we can have a wedding." Lin Ruan couldn't help but have little stars in her eyes when she talked about having a wedding. She had been looking forward to her wedding with Lu Ming for a long time. Every woman fantasized about having a grand wedding with her beloved and being blessed by all her friends and family. Now, as long as Lu Ming is accepted by her daughter Lin Ruan, there would be no obstacles for them to start preparing for the wedding. How could this make her unhappy? What Lin Ruan said, Lu Ming could understand and was equally looking forward to. But he knew that the key question was whether Lin Ruan would accept him. So he shook his head and said, "What if Een doesn't accept me? Have you thought about this, Ruaner?" Hearing this, Lin Ruan laughed and said, "My dear little husband, why are you so lacking in confidence?" As Lin Ruan said this, she got up and put her forehead on Lu Ming's forehead. Her hands pinched Lu Ming's handsome face and continued, "I don't think for a second that she will not accept husband you. Look at you, this appearance, this body, this physical strength. Which woman outside to see not drool? Character is even more gentle and considerate. Do things steadily. Talent, you think, you cook super delicious. You also solved the crisis of the Doublewood Group and unearthed the fantasy star Sea Stone, which is worth more than $4 billion. Any one of these things would be amazing in anyone else's life, but you have them all. With such an outstanding you, there is no reason why In wouldn't accept you. In Lin Ruan's mind, Lu Ming was the perfect being. She was able to name Lu Ming's good points one by one, but could not think of any bad points about Lu Ming. Lin Ruan could not think of any reason why her daughter would not accept Lu Ming. People loved to hear words of appreciation from others, and Lu Ming was no exception, especially when it was coming from his own wife, a beautiful woman. Lin Ruan's praise made Lu Ming's heart happy, but he was still pessimistic. What you said is all right, but there's one thing you might have forgotten. I'm only not much older than In, and I'm considered the same age as her. Would she be able to accept calling someone her own age her father? It's hard to think differently, isn't it? Lin Ruan fell silent. She did forget about this, because the time she spent with Lu Ming was just too much of a release and too much happiness. So happy that she forgot about age, work, even her daughter, all of this stuff. Every day she didn't think about anything. Her heart only hung on Lu Ming, and she was happy doing anything with him. But now by Lu Ming so mentioned will be the heart of the heart, think for a moment. Only then did he realize that it was indeed difficult to let his own daughter call a person of her age her father. Just as Lin Ruan froze, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. And that's not all. I have something I want to explain to you. You also know that I graduated from Magic City University, and I went to the same school as your daughter. In fact, I've known her before, and even used to be close friends. Chapter 47 Frozen Rose Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan blinked her beautiful eyes and was listening seriously when Lu Ming said that he had something to tell her. After all, she had rarely seen Lu Ming look so serious. When Lu Ming said that he and his daughter were in the same school, Lin Ruan nodded, this she knew. But when Lu Ming said that he used to be good friends with Lin Ruan, Lin Ruan was instantly shocked and opened those cherry lips wide, a face full of surprise. But Lu Ming had more to say. Well, it's just that later on, because of some unpleasant things that happened, there were some misunderstandings. So they fell out and never came back and forth again. Hearing this, Lin Ruan even became filled with complexity. This was something she had not expected at all. Lu Ming actually had such a complicated relationship with his daughter. Of course she knew that Lu Ming and her daughter attended the same university and were alumni. But with a university so big, plus different majors and different ages, she had never thought that the two would know each other. When her daughter enrolled in school, Lu Ming was about to graduate. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's expression, and his heart was also full of thoughts. He had only talked about his previous relationship with Lin Ruan and what had happened. He didn't say anything about the fact that he used to have a crush on Lin Ruan. After all, he was married to Lin Ruan. How could it be possible to say, I used to have a crush on your daughter? This was something that should never be said to death. Although he knew that after marrying Lin Ruan, sooner or later he would meet Lin Ruan one day. But he was hoping that this day would come a little later. It's just that reality is like this, the more you fear something, the more it comes. Lu Ming didn't expect that this day would actually come so soon. Now you know what I'm worried about. I reckon that your daughter shouldn't accept me that easily. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan and said. Lin Ruan tightly frowned her eyebrows. There is indeed some trouble. For a while, both of them fell into silence. Both felt that this matter was very tricky, and the atmosphere fell into an unprecedented depression. After a long time, Lu Ming took the lead to break the silence and said, I thought of a way. Why don't we try it like this first? Lin Ruan raised her head in surprise. What way? She had never expected that her husband and her own daughter would have had some unpleasant things happen before. This did affect her daughter's acceptance of Lu Ming as her father. Lin Ruan really hoped that Lin Ruan would accept Lu Ming with all her heart and this marriage would be blessed by her daughter. This way, the family could live happily together. She had long fantasized about such a day countless times. That's what I thought. Isn't she about to arrive at the station, so I'll be the one to pick her up. Let's see how she treats me. If her attitude towards me is okay, not that bad, then we can just tell her, and that should still be more acceptable. But if she has a bad attitude towards me, we'll just leave her alone for now and think of something else. Lu Ming explained to Lin Ruan. Actually, Lu Ming had faced his heart squarely when he was silent just now. He was still brave enough to accept this matter in his heart. After all, this matter of him and Lin Ruan meeting was something that would happen sooner or later. His future was to work hand in hand with Lin Ruan and grow old together. How could he keep running away and avoiding not meeting with Lin Ruan, knowing that Lin Ruan and Lin Ruan were mother and daughter, not friends? If you can escape for a while, can you still escape for a lifetime? Instead of running away, it's better to face it earlier and publicize these things. Then do your best to solve the problem. Hearing Lu Ming's proposed solution, Lin Ruan considered it for a while. He felt that it was not a bad solution. After all, Lin Ruan's attitude towards Lu Ming was critical. They had had some unpleasant things happen before, and if she had a grudge against Lu Ming in her heart right now, hastily publicizing the relationship would only make things worse. But if Lin Ruan had already forgotten the unpleasantness in the past, then the next thing was better. Immediately, Lin Ruan's face also had a hint of a smile on it, and she praised Lu Ming. "This is a good idea. Hubby, you have a good brain. All right, since you agree, I'll get ready to go over to the station. She should be arriving soon." Lin Ruan nodded. "Go ahead, hubby. Cheer up, oh." Lin Ruan had some warmth in her heart at this time. She saw Lu Ming trying hard to figure out a way while putting into action to make her daughter accept him. It was knowing that she wanted this marriage to be blessed by her daughter. That was why she took such initiative to face this tricky dilemma. "Good. I'll go then." After receiving a fragrant kiss from Lin Ruan, Lu Ming then washed up. Then he drove his car and headed towards the high-speed train station. He changed his car today, and instead of driving the Aston Martin 177, he drove the Bugatti Veyron. High-speed rail station. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the crowd at the high-speed rail station was much higher than usual. At a glance, there was a sea of people. Lin Ruan pulled a silver-gray suitcase down from the car. At once, she harvested the gazes of everyone around her, only to see her, wearing a white simple t-shirt with a short black skirt, revealing a pair of long, slender, and fair legs. No matter which old driver saw them, they would say, "Legs play year." And Lin Ruan's looks were not bad either. The iconic melon face and just the right amount of eyebrows. The nose and the cherry mouth, overflowing with youthful vigor. It was this superb figure and appearance that made Lin Ruan become the deserved school flower of Magic City University. Lin Ruan didn't pay attention to the gazes around her. She was used to such things happening. Dragging her suitcase by herself, she exited the high-speed train station. Finally back. After exiting the crowded high-speed train station, Lin Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. She had suffered for so long and had finally returned. Standing at the exit, Lin Ruan was looking for the person Lin Ruan had sent to pick her up. Only the person hadn't been found yet. Instead, someone took the initiative to come to the door. A man who looked to be in his mid-20s, dressed in a suit, with a watch on his hand and leather shoes on his feet, all looking like high-grade goods, clearly looking like a business elite. Only to see the man in the suit walk up to Lin Ruan with a smile on his face and said, "Hello, beautiful woman. Can we get acquainted?" The man in the suit stretched out his right hand with a watch. Usually people's watches were carried in the left hand. He was strange, the watch was carried in the right hand. So when he reached out to shake hands, the watch on his hand was visible.
No.
Facing the suited man's accosting, Lin Ruan didn't hesitate to directly throw out words of rejection. Then she took a few steps back, far away from the man in the suit. Her body began to emit the icy aura that belonged to a high-cooled schoolgirl, trying to make people back off. At this time, Lin Ruan. It was as if she was like a frozen rose with ice cream. Chapter 48. Father and Daughter Meeting. Facing Lin Ruan with such a straight ball of rejection and an icy cold aura emanating from her body that was very resistant. In a normal situation, an ordinary person would have already beaten a retreat. But the man in the suit was different. Instead, he became more excited. A few steps, and closed the distance with Lin Ruan. Showing his hand, he said dejectedly, "Beautiful woman, I really have no other meaning, just want to make friends with you. Look at me. Do I look like a bad guy?" As a veteran of love affairs, the man in the suit was different from those inexperienced ruffians. Hitting on beautiful women on the road was already a routine for him, and his cheeks had long been honed. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of being stalked by a man. He has been rejected many times, but in the end, there are also times when he succeeded in getting his hands on a woman. And now for him, too simple to get hitched, he rather disdain one is this kind of difficult can slowly overcome so that there is a sense of accomplishment. Plus, it was really the first time he had met an iceberg beauty like Lin Ruan. It made him feel even more fresh. Heh, just a clothed beast. Lin Ruan glanced at the man in the suit with disdain. A few meters away, Lin Ruan could feel the greasy and frivolous energy of the man in the suit, making it clear that he was just a guy with a false appearance. Oh no, he didn't even have a watch. The appearance looks just average as a big man, Learning from women do not know how much stuff smeared on the face, take off the makeup, may be more ugly it. A high-grade looking clothing watch, but under her fiery eyes are full of holes. As the president of the $100 billion group's daughter, how could she not see that all of his body is just a high fashion? All the factors add up, can only prove that this suit man is a scum man undoubtedly. As for the man in the suit, after hearing Lin Ruan's insults, his face changed. A trace of anger flashed across his face, but it was quickly suppressed by him and he continued to look like he was smiling. Beauty, you're waiting for a car, right? My car is parked in the parking lot, why don't I send you a? It's just as well that during this time in the car we chat and get to know each other, maybe you'll be interested in me. I promise to get you safely to your destination on time and on point. The man in the suit directly ignored Lin Ruan's insults, as if he hadn't heard anything just now, and steered away from the topic. At the same time, he pulled out a Mercedes-Benz car key from his pocket. Facing such pestering from the man in the suit, Lin Ruan was impatient. She had never seen such a brazen person. She had refused so many times. The other party still kept pestering him so much. Thus, Lin Ruan had no choice but to say, "My boyfriend is coming to pick me up," in order to use it to dissuade the man in the suit. But she didn't expect that using the excuse of having a boyfriend actually didn't help at all. In the hearts of people like them, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no wall that can't be dug down. Even this was instead more exciting. Beauty, I don't mean anything else either. This has nothing to do with whether you have a boyfriend or not. I see that your boyfriend has not been around for so long, so I guess he can't come. It's better for me to send you, the man in the suit said cheerfully. This time Lin Ruan was really out of options. The guy in front of her was like a gummy candy that her shoes accidentally stepped on when she was walking. How to grind it won't fall off. It seems that the other party is dead set on their own. Lin Ruan's eyebrows were tightly locked, her eyes constantly scanning the figures and vehicles coming and going in front of her. At this moment, she only wanted to quickly escape from here and leave this man in a suit. Right at this moment, Lin Ruan seemed to see a familiar figure and fixed her eyes on it. Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was standing next to a blue and white-colored Bugatti Veyron sports car and was waving to Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan was as if she had encountered a savior. Opening her long legs, she walked towards Lu Ming in big strides. "Hey!" The man in the suit saw Lin Ruan suddenly leave and hurriedly followed him. "Beauty, I'm serious, it's not a good time to take a taxi." The words hadn't even fallen. Lin Ruan walked over to the Bugatti Veyron under the gaze of the man in the suit. Opening the car door, she sat in. Seeing this, the man in the suit's footsteps lurched, and his outstretched hand stayed in mid-air. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Ming looked at the man in the suit who followed Lin Ruan over and had a guess in his heart. Being accosted was something that had happened to Lin Ruan more times than she knew, and she wasn't surprised. Turning to the frozen suit man, she said, "Brother, this Bugatti Veyron of mine only has 2 seats, so you can just facilitate yourself." After saying that, started the car. With a roar, it lifted off. The dust stirred up by the rear tires raised the suit man's face. "Car." Lu Ming drove the car and joked. "Being accosted again, ah." Lin Ruan held her forehead with a speechless face. "It's such a situation, but this person is too difficult to deal with. His cheek is not normally thick. Luckily, you showed up and kind of did me a big favor. Thanks." After thanking Lu Ming, Lin Ruan suddenly thought, why are you here? Are you here to pick up someone? Then is it okay for you to pick me up and leave?" "It's fine. I originally came to pick you up," Lu Ming responded truthfully. Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruan was very surprised. How could Lu Ming have come to pick himself up? It was impossible for him to know that he would be at the station at this point today. To know they hadn't been in contact since a year ago. It must be a coincidence, and then Lu Ming was joking about himself. "Don't joke. Just find a random place to drop me off. You can then turn back and pick up your friend." Lu Ming turned his head to look at Lin Ruan, then said seriously, "I'm really here to pick you up." Hearing Lu Ming once again say so with such certainty, Lin Ruan was shocked in her heart. Her eyes widened as if she had thought of something. With a shocked look on her face, she said in a broken voice, You really came specifically to pick me up? You wouldn't be that?" Lin Ruan's expression abruptly changed as she kept heavily looking at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was driving a car on the surface and was not alarmed by the storm, his heart was still a little bit in a state of flux. Seeing Lin Ruan's behavior, she should have guessed her identity. Thinking about it, Lin Ruan is not a fool if she can get into Magic City University. And just when Lu Ming was ready to be poked and prodded about his identity, only to see that Lin Ruan continued. You wouldn't be the driver that my mom sent to pick me up. Lin Ruan clapped her hands together and felt that she had found the truth of the matter. It was definitely the case. How else would Lu Ming know that she had arrived at the high-speed train station? She had only told her mom about her return and asked her to send someone to pick her up. No one else knew. And Lu Ming had also said that he had come specifically to pick himself up. So there was only one possibility. That was, Lu Ming was the driver that her mom had sent to pick herself up. Chapter 49. Renewed Reconciliation. Hearing this, Lu Ming almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. I've been here for half a day being nervous, ready to be recognized by you as your father. And here you are telling me, I am your family's driver? You're the one who's leaking, which I sees me as a driver. Is there a driver who looks like that and drives a $10 million sports car? Can't I look like the father your mom found for you? Lu Ming kept spitting in his mind. Originally, he wanted to explain at first, but then he calmed down and thought, this was not bad. Currently Lin Ruan was getting along with him quite well like this and didn't seem to care about those unpleasant things from before. If he blurted out his identity rashly, what if it fell apart? So for now, it was better to get along like this for the time being. They would find a chance to show their cards when their relationship was getting better and the situation was clear. Just as Lu Ming was going through complicated mental activities inside. When Lin Ruan saw that Lu Ming didn't say anything, she thought that he was too shy to speak and was not able to speak up. And in her heart, she was even more determined to make her own conjecture. She opened her mouth and comforted him. Lu Ming, in my opinion, there is no distinction between high and low professions. In fact, there is nothing wrong with being a driver. The wage level is definitely higher than the average person. And you're still my mom's driver, you're kind of my mom's half-assistant, so follow her around and learn a little bit more about Shuangmu Group. In the future, you may be able to use this to enter the Doublewood Group. I believe that with your ability, none of this will be a problem. Lin Ruan spoke sincerely, and even helped Lu Ming plan his career path in passing. In response, Lu Ming smiled and didn't say anything. This daughter is a cold-faced and warm-hearted fellow, although the surface looks very high and cold and not easy to contact. But in fact the heart is very kind. Thinking that he cared about graduating from a major university, he ended up being a driver, even her mom's driver, and was also bumped into by her, which is why he was silent. Thus opening her mouth to comfort and motivate herself. If only she could do the same when she realized that she was the father her mom found for her. There's something I want to explain to you. Lu Ming struck the iron while it was hot, bringing up what happened back at school, wanting to clear up this misunderstanding. Now was a good time, and after the misunderstanding was solved, it would also be more conducive to the showdown later. But Lu Ming had just mentioned it. He was interrupted by Lin Ruan's next words. I know what you want to say, I was clear about that incident later. Speaking of which, it's my fault that I misunderstood you first. It's me who should apologize to you. No, it was my fault. I was too aggressive and said a lot of harsh words. I hope you don't mind. I didn't mind a long time ago, after all. I was the one who was in the wrong, and it's not surprising that you got agitated. I obviously could have explained to you properly and this misunderstanding would have been solved. But I left. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan couldn't help but laugh as the two of them grabbed the blame for the fault. Looking at each other, they laughed. Lu Ming's turned back this instant. His and Lin Ruan's gazes collided. Lin Ruan's face blossomed into a brilliant smile, and her pupils were full of autumn water. It was very nice to look at. Truly, any man would fall into Lin Ruan's smile. But the good thing is, Lu Ming already has a more flavorful Lin Ruan than her. And in his heart, he has already decided that Lin Ruan is his daughter. That's why he guarded this psychological line of defense.
Alright, no arguments.
We're still good friends now. Lin Ruan was still very happy to be back with Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was one of the few male friends he had in school. When the two of them had fallen out, they had deleted all contact information. And when they realized the truth of the matter, Lu Ming had already graduated and left Magic City. I didn't expect to go home today, but I was able to meet Lu Ming again and get back together with him. This put her in a very good mood. Well, it's your good friend, but it doesn't hinder at all from also being your good father. Of course, this sentence Lu Ming only dared to say secretly in his own heart. However, he was naturally very happy to be able to make up with Lin Ruan. The main purpose of his trip was to get in touch with Lin Ruan and ease the relationship. This is to find a chance to show her the cards later. She is better to accept the reality of it. Good. The progress of the matter is very objective. Just when Lu Ming is happy in his heart, Lin Ruan in the passenger seat suddenly opened her mouth and said, Lu Ming, send me to Excellence Plaza first. I want to go buy something. Lu Ming naturally agreed and drove in the direction of Excellence Plaza. Soon, the two arrived at the shopping center of Excellence Plaza. Lu Ming then realized that Lin Ruan had come to buy something for Lin Ruan. For the rest of the day, Lu Ming followed behind Lin Ruan, being a relentless bag-carrying machine. It wasn't long before Lu Ming had many more shopping bags of all sizes on him. Lu Ming can only comfort himself are for his wife's things, but also accompanied his own daughter shopping. Should, no loss. But there is something that still makes Lu Ming very emotional. Lin Ruan is worthy of being Lin Ruan's daughter, so a shopping buy down. She spent at least 1 or 2 million, hands are not with soft. Normally, you can't see it at all. After buying things, the two of them retreated on the way, passing by a suit store. Lin Ruan immediately stopped in her tracks and pulled Lu Ming inside. What for? Lu Ming was surprised. Wasn't buying a gift for Lin Ruan. How did he run a men's suit store? To buy you a suit, as my compensation. Lin Ruan said. Lu Ming shook his head. No need. I actually don't really like wearing suits, it doesn't feel very free. And I have plenty at home too. Lu Ming was telling the truth. There were quite a few suits in his check room in the villa, but he wore them very few times. He still preferred to wear more comfortable casual clothes. But he could not resist the last time in Lin Ruan shopping. Lin Ruan almost swept away these stores. Everything to buy him a whole lot. He could not refuse anyway. Lin Ruan just want to buy, all buy down to himself. And Lin Ruan was obviously of the same nature as Lin Ruan, also not allowing Lu Ming to refuse. Hurry up and pick a set. If you don't, I'll think you don't want to make up with me. This could poke Lu Ming's dead center. Not make up? That won't do. I'll just pick it. I just picked a set that looked good to me. The clerk took it down. Lu Ming took it to the fitting room and changed into it. Handsome. When Lu Ming walked out of the fitting room, not only Lin Ruan's eyes began to shine. Even the clerk, who had seen countless people trying on suits in the store, couldn't help but marvel. After changing into a suit, Lu Ming was imposing, upright, and his temperament was on a higher level. It was almost like a reader and author who had walked out of a novel. Chapter 50: A New Reward. This was actually a very normal thing. Lu Ming had been a handsome embryo since he was a child, and had won the title of schoolgrass when he was in college, so it could be imagined that his face value was already very capable. Coupled with the fact that he had taken a gene potion later on, it had given Lu Ming's face value a qualitative improvement in every aspect. And now, Lu Ming had also changed into a branded suit. It was well known that suits were able to emphasize a man's temperament. That's why it drew Lin Ruan and the clerk at the suit store, who couldn't help but let out a gasp. Does it look good? Lu Ming didn't feel much about his face charm. Good looking. Very handsome. Look at them if you don't believe me. Lin Ruan nodded her head repeatedly when she heard Lu Ming's question. And at an unknown time, several other female sales clerks in the suit store also frequently cast their gazes towards Lu Ming. All right, this is the suit then. Wrap it up for me. Lin Ruan turned around and went to the counter when she was ready to swipe her card. She had just pulled out her wallet when she heard the cashier utter a shocking price. Hello, $1,260,000 for Chung Hui. You! As soon as the cashier spoke, even Lin Ruan's hand, who had just spent over $2 million without her hand going limp, paused for a moment. The hand that was pulling out her wallet stopped in midair. A suit? $1,260,000. Yes, your vision is really good. This suit is the latest design just launched by our Barry's chief. From the design to the material to the tailoring, it's all handmade by the best masters, and it's still a limited edition. Actually, the price of $1,260,000 is already considered very cheap. The cashier opened her mouth to explain. Lu Ming, who had changed back into his own clothes, walked over, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but advise, I don't think this set looks very good when I wear it, either. I'll choose another set, so I won't need this one for now. But he didn't expect it. Lu Ming's words had just been spoken. Lin Ruan took her bank card out and said to the cashier, Good, just swipe this card. Then she turned to Lu Ming and said, It's only $1,260,000. It's expensive, but it's worth it to look so handsome on you. Moreover, you've picked out the right clothes, so how can I possibly back out just because the price is more expensive? It's not like I can't afford $1.26 million. It's just that it's the first time I've known a men's suit to cost so much, so I was flabbergasted for a moment. As he spoke, the cashier had already swiped his card and presented the bank card and the packed suit. Lu Ming held it in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Such an expensive suit. He shouldn't have worn it a few times. It's a waste. Although he was now worth several $100 million, but to use more than $1 million to buy a suit that he hardly wore, Lu Ming still felt that it was too extravagant. However, Lu Ming was still touched in his heart. After all, he and Lin Ruan had not seen each other for some time. This time when they met and just made up, she gave herself such a big gift. Just at this moment, Lu Ming's system voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host. Through eating soft rice to obtain a set of suit clothing, soft rice income assets plus 126,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host. The assets gained from soft food exceeded $350 billion. Rewarded with divine calligraphy. The system voice that rang in his head made Lu Ming freeze. Lin Ruan buying him clothes could actually be counted in the soft rice income assets. So Lu Ming consulted the system. The system also immediately gave an answer. Ding. After the system has been upgraded, the host can obtain assets gained from a soft meal from any woman. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. This system doesn't do good. It wasn't encouraging himself to eat more women's soft rice, and it also rewarded a new divine skill, calligraphy. This really pokes at Lu Ming's needs. It is said that words are like people. But this saying is not appropriate when it comes to Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had a high face value, his calligraphy had actually always sucked, and his writing wasn't very pretty. Li Yuru, also known as Lu Ming's mother, once sent him to the children's palace to learn calligraphy. But after several years of calligraphy lessons, Lu Ming is flabbergasted that there is no progress, the learning to learn, the listening to listen to, but the writing is still so ugly. In the end, Li Yuru brought Lu Ming back, saying that it was not a waste of money. Therefore, writing has always been Lu Ming's pain point. Can only say that no one is perfect. God gave Lu Ming such a high face value and smart mind. In writing, a little defect is normal. But I didn't expect that now this defect. Surprisingly, it was perfectly solved by the divine calligraphy rewarded by the system. At this moment, Lin Ruan, who was walking beside her, didn't know that Lu Ming had instantly become a top-notch calligraphy master. After buying the suit, Lin Ruan and Lu Ming also planned to go back. They were about to leave Excellence Plaza. Just then, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Old Wong. Uncle Wong. The middle-aged man turned around when he heard someone calling him. After seeing that it was Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, he also smiled and greeted them. Mr. Lu In Ah. This person was none other than a senior member of the Doublewood Group, Old Wong. Hearing Old Wong address Lu Ming as Mr. Lu, Lin Ruan couldn't help but ask curiously. Uncle Wong, you know Lu Ming? Old Wong nodded and laughed. Definitely know each other, Mr. Lu. Isn't he? Seeing that Old Wong was about to expose his relationship with Lin Ruan, Lu Ming hastily asked in a hurry. Old Wong, what step has the perfume process advanced to? Being said so by Lu Ming, Old Wong also shot up his interest and said excitedly, all kinds of process approvals have already come down. It's currently in full production, and it will be ready to go on sale shortly afterward. Lin Ruan by the side was surprised to hear, perfume? Is Doublewood Group producing its own perfume? Is it newly developed? Old Wong and Lin Ruan were both concerned about the Doublewood Group. Being so abducted by Lu Ming, they also both went along with the topic, temporarily forgetting about what was in front of them and not noticing anything wrong. This allowed Lu Ming to let out a long sigh of relief. He almost let the old king expose his identity, but fortunately he changed the topic in time. And at this time, when Lin Ruan asked about the matter of the Doublewood Group, Old Wong was in the mood and immediately explained to Lin Ruan. Ha ha ha, almost forgot. And you still don't know about this? Yes, our Doublewood Group is going to list and put our own perfume on sale. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruan quickly followed up with, newly developed by the company? She naturally knew a few things about the Doublewood Group. The Doublewood Group hadn't been selling self-developed products since 2 or 3 years ago. This was because every time a self-developed product was marketed, it was always a cold market and ended up with heavy losses. I didn't expect that they would be listing their own company's products again now. Could it be that there was a major breakthrough in research and development? Chapter 51. The questions keep coming. Facing Lin Ruan's follow-up question, Old Wong also responded truthfully. This isn't something the company developed. It's the perfume formula that Mr. Lu took out. Speaking of Lu Ming's perfume, this time Old Wong couldn't help himself. Immediately, he began to blow up this new perfume. Ina, let me tell you, I've been studying beauty makeup for so many years, and in my opinion, this new perfume is really absolute. Thousands of sensations. Can you believe it? Is that outrageous? Everyone can smell what they like. Originally, I have a serious rhinitis. Cannot smell perfume. Your aunt has never used perfume. But this perfume I smell, not only rhinitis will not commit, and smell also feel clear-headed, very comfortable. When the perfume goes on sale, I'll be the first to buy it for your aunt. Old Wong as a senior member of the Doublewood Group. And Doublewood Group has developed from an obscure small company to the current $100 billion group. Undoubtedly, he was the most solid supporter of Doublewood Group, and he was naturally incomparably excited to see such an excellent product from the group. Looking at Old Wong's excited appearance, Lin Ruan's face was filled with surprise. Thousands of people, thousands of feelings? There's still this kind of perfume? Although he expressed doubt, Lin Ruan still had a few moments of belief in his heart. This was because he still knew Old Wong a little bit. Don't look at him being so joyful and excited right now. But in fact, Old Wong was a very serious and earnest person. A standard science and technology man. After all, those who did research, they were all cognizant of the truth, and would definitely not make false claims. So when it comes to beauty products and research, Lao Wong also has a set of his own philosophy, and is serious about his work to the extreme. But even so, the development of excellent products to succeed in many factors, the old king so far has not developed a product to make their own satisfaction. It was such a person, and the words that came out of his mouth, Lin Ruan naturally believed them more. For a moment, Lin Ruan couldn't help but be curious. How could Lu Ming, a person who had nothing to do with beauty products, have a perfume formula? And it was still a top-notch formula that had been highly appreciated and praised by Old Wong. So Lin Ruan also asked, Lu Ming, where did you get the perfume formula? Lu Ming waved his hand. I dreamed about it. In response, Lin Ruan glared at Lu Ming and said, You can at least make up a decent story. Now Lu Ming did not reply. He had said this to Lin Ruan before. Lin Ruan chose to believe him. In Lin Ruan's case, she didn't believe him at all. Since she didn't believe him, Lu Ming didn't bother to find another excuse to explain. At this time, Old Wong opened his mouth and said, None of this matters, as long as the perfume formula is Mr. Lu's own. We will soon be able to see the new perfume products of the Doublewood Group hitting the market and dominating the perfume market. That's the most important thing. Hearing this, Lin Ruan also nodded in recognition. There was no further questioning about the source of the perfume formula. However, her gaze also peeked at Lu Ming. It was at this time that he realized that Lu Ming seemed to be even more mysterious than he had imagined. She had always thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary college student who was handsome and studied well. But now, he, who had nothing to do with the beauty industry, had actually come up with a top-notch perfume formula. This made Lin Ruan feel as if Lu Ming was covered in a layer of fog that she couldn't see through. The two of them chatted with Old Wong for a while. Old Wong also had something to go and was busy. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were naturally ready to go home. Returning to the car, Lu Ming had just started the car when Lin Ruan suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Lu Ming, why does Uncle Wong keep calling you Mr. Lu? Old Wong was a high-ranking member of the Doublewood Group, while Lu Ming was just an assistant. The status wasn't quite equal, right? And Old Wong was still so respectful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hadn't thought of what to say. Lin Ruan thought of it herself again. Oh, the perfume formula you took out helped Shuang Mu Group so much. With Uncle Wong's character, he naturally won't treat you as an ordinary assistant. After saying that, Lin Ruan even nodded herself. Lu Ming didn't answer. The Old Wong was so respectful to him. Indeed, there was also the factor of the perfume formula. But there was another factor. Was his relationship with Lin Ruan. But Lu Ming couldn't say it. By the way, Lu Ming, how long have you been driving for my mom? Lin Ruan asked again. Lin Ruan kept opening her mouth to make Lu Ming a little flustered, and couldn't help but step on the gas a little deeper under his foot, speeding up to get home and getting off the car in a hurry. Otherwise, if he was fine in the car, Lin Ruan would keep asking. Cough. It's been a while. Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruan immediately turned her head and stared straight at Lu Ming. Then you must have seen that man? Hearing this, Lu Ming was directly speechless. Of course he knew who the man Lin Ruan was referring to was. It's not just your mom's husband, your dad. What's that man? And how could he say that? Your father is right in front of you, and you can't even recognize him. And you're asking about me. Is this something I can say directly? Say it. Lin Ruan began to urge Lu Ming. Lu Ming pretended to drive seriously and look at the road, not daring to meet Lin Ruan's gaze with his own eyes in the slightest. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be discovered to be weak at this moment. Lu Ming coped with a nasal voice. But as soon as Lin Ruan heard Lu Ming give an affirmative reply, she immediately got excited. I knew it. Then tell me quickly, what's that man's origin? Better tell us in detail. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Slowly, he said, pretty good, right? Just like that? Be more detailed. Tell me how he looks, his personality, and his abilities. Lin Ruan blankly glanced at Lu Ming, obviously not very satisfied with his answer. Lu Ming had to add, handsome looking, about the same as me. Personality I think is quite good, and ability is naturally excellent. Lu Ming output a bunch of nonsense. That man was himself, surely he was similar to him, and would he himself say that he had a bad personality and bad abilities? Lu Ming's pile of nonsense naturally couldn't get past Lin Ruan. It's the same as not saying anything. After he finally got through, Lu Ming was relieved and began to test Lin Ruan's attitude. Anyway, I can't say it in a sentence or two. I feel that he is still quite good. Don't you support your mom in finding her own happiness? Lin Ruan shook her head and said, of course I support it. My mom has been single for so many years. Of course I hope she can find true love. But that man is just too young, just the same age as me. Does such a little boy know what love means? What if he's just greedy for my family's property? Then my mom will be hurt and sad. This time I'm going home just to properly test what kind of goods this man really is. Chapter 52, Dad's Identity Exposed. Speaking of that man, Lin Ruan was gritting her teeth for a few moments, her two small fists compressed tightly. It was as if she would rush up and punch that man hard if she saw him. Although that little alabaster fist didn't seem to have much lethality. But it also made Lu Ming helpless. I thought that now that he and Lin Ruan had reunited, the two of them were getting along quite well, so the next showdown would be smoother. But I didn't expect that as soon as he talked about that man, her father, that is, himself, Lin Ruan's attitude had turned into what it was now. It seemed that Lin Ruan had deep animosity towards this father who had fallen from the sky. Then it was still necessary to do more work on her. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately began to act, trying to brainwash Lin Ruan. I do think that seeing is believing, and what you're saying is just your pessimistic speculative conjecture. The truth may not be what you think. Your mom has been in the business world for so many years, you still don't know her vision? That is notorious venomous, so you can think of these she cannot think? Since she was able to be with that man, she must have considered all of this as well, which means that there is nothing wrong with that man. Speaking here, Lu Ming paused for a moment and added, in my opinion, that man is actually very good, quite suitable to be your father. Lin Ruan was a bit stunned by Lu Ming's self-promotion. Surprised, she asked, you even think so? Lu Ming nodded and said very definitely, yes. Seeing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruan's mind was also a little confused. Drooping to the side, she didn't say anything else. But her heart that couldn't wait to go home to see that man also became more eager. Soon, Lu Ming drove the vehicle into the Yunli homestead villa. Where is this? Aren't we going back to my house? Lin Ruan was surprised that Lu Ming actually drove her to a place she was completely unfamiliar with. And once Lu Ming heard Lin Ruan say that, he immediately reacted. When Lin Ruan bought the former residence in Yunli, she moved over to live with Lu Ming. It seems like she completely forgot to talk to her daughter Lin Ruan about this matter. The heart is still really big, if he hadn't gone to pick up Lin Ruan himself. After Lin Ruan came home by herself and saw the empty old house, would her mind explode on the spot? So Lu Ming hurriedly explained. This your house. Your new home. Your mom bought it new. Oh! After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Ruan then got out of the car and walked towards the door. Lu Ming also followed closely behind and followed. In front of the main door, Lin Ruan was here for the first time and didn't have a key code or anything, so she was about to ring the doorbell. Lu Ming's footsteps had just stepped onto the stone steps. Master, welcome home. This retarded home intelligence His face recognized the identity of Lu Ming's villa owner and automatically opened the door. It also reported a voice. The voice just rang out. Oops, forgot about this. Lu Ming's heart had already set off shock waves, but it was too late. There was no way he could stop this retarded home broadcast. When this master welcome home completely passed, the door opened. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan couldn't help but look at each other. From Lin Ruan's eyes, Lu Ming came to the conclusion that she had come to a realization. This was normal, which driver could directly brush his face to enter his boss's house, and this was still a heterosexual beautiful boss. More crucially, this retarded home called out to his owner, Lu Ming did not say anything else. An instantaneous step and scampered into the villa. The result is not surprising. Immediately behind Lu Ming came a miserable scream. Lu Ming, it's actually you. You dog man, Lin Ruan shouted as she chased towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I treated you as a friend. You're shameless. Facing Lin Ruan's crazy screams and non-stop pursuit, Lu Ming didn't know what to say for a while. He could only control Lin Ruan first and let her calm down. Pressing her onto the sofa, she couldn't move. But even though Lin Ruan couldn't move, her mouth was still cursing. Lu Ming, you have the balls to let go of me. You dog man, seducing my mom to steal my house. Have a fight with you and you steal my mom. Are you not a human being? And you tricked me into reconciling with you. Cheating me out of my feelings. Cheating me out of my money. I. Lin Ruan on the sofa cursed and shouted, and also started to cry convulsively, her teardrops snapping down. Now she finally figured everything out. Why Lu Ming had come specifically to pick himself up. Why when he met Old Wong in Excellence Plaza, Old Wong was so polite to him. Why when he talked about that man, he praised that man one after another and said that he supported that man to be his father. At this time, Lu Ming wrote all perverse words and actions. At this time Lin Ruan completely figured out. He is that person, he cannot praise themselves, support themselves. Lin Ruan thinks she is really too stupid. Too stupid. This actually couldn't even think of Lu Ming's true identity. On the road, she even kept discussing with him, and made up with him, and bought him over $1 million worth of clothes. He's that husband that his own mom was looking for. Blood loss. Blood horse loss. The horses are all lost. Her own classmate, her friend has become her own father? Thinking of this, Lin Ruan cried even harder, and her whole body softened on the sofa. She didn't even need Lu Ming to hold her down. She just cried on the sofa by herself and couldn't even curse anymore. Seeing Lu Ming's head is big. Good thing. Lin Ruan heard the sound downstairs and rushed down, looking at the scene in front of her. Seemed to understand something, and looked at each other helplessly with Lu Ming. Finally, Lin Ruan came down and took control of the situation. She and Lin Ruan both sat on the long sofa and comforted Lin Ruan. At this time, although Lin Ruan was no longer crying, but she was also still not to be messed with, and stared at Lu Ming dead in the face, as if Lu Ming had a heavenly grudge against her. The three of them sat around on the sofa. No one said anything, and the atmosphere was still awkward. In the end, it was Lu Ming who took the lead and opened his mouth. You know the facts, it's just like what you saw. If you have any opinions, you can voice them. Hearing this, Lin Ruan immediately blurted out, You leave my mom. Lu Ming also immediately and crisply rejected her. This is impossible. One heir and I truly love each other. Get another one. These words came out. Lin Ruan was so angry that she violently stood up from the sofa and scolded, Lu Ming, you are at least a high school graduate from Magic City University. You don't work properly, you engage in crooked ways, and you're dating a rich woman. I'm blind. How could I have a friend like you? Just after scolding, a voice rang out beside Lin Ruan. Cough. It was actually me who took the initiative to chase Lu Ming. Chapter 53. Don't make a move on your father. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Ruan's mom, Lin Ruan. When she heard Lin Ruan say that, she couldn't help but stand out and retort. Actually it's not really chasing. Is that I arranged the matchmaking bureau with Lu Ming myself, but Lu Ming didn't want to be with me at first. I then directly tied him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. Lin Ruan directly told Lin Ruan the whole story in the beginning. Although it is a little difficult to say this to Lin Ruan, but this will clear the suspicion in Lin Ruan's mind that Lu Ming is with a rich woman. So Lin Ruan still took the initiative to come forward to make it clear. And after Lin Ruan heard it, Directly the whole person was dumbfounded. Standing unsteady, backward sat on the sofa. A pair of eyes looked at Lin Ruan full of disbelief. Mom! Lin Ruan's brain was directly messed up into a slurry, speechless, not knowing what to say. This really caused a huge mental shock to her. She had decided from the very beginning that it was that man, that is, Lu Ming, who had hooked up with Lin Ruan on the basis of having a few facial features and being that handsome. The purpose might have been to look at the family's money. But the truth is, his own mom looks at people and even used force when Lu Ming refused, directly tied people to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Ruan was simply going crazy. Is this the mother she perceived as a 1,000-year-old iceberg? Not close to men? Yes. You were single for many years, longing for happiness. But would you be going too far with this? Lu Ming is a fresh college graduate, not even a few years older than your daughter. How can you do this? When you think about it, it seems that Lu Ming is the one who suffered. He is still a forced victim. I can't help it. This thought popped up in Lin Ruan's mind. It's not right. It's not right. No matter what, I can't let Lu Ming be my father. Thinking of this, Lin Ruan still firmly objected. Mom, what exactly do you see in this guy? There's nothing good about him except his good looks. And as far as I know, he's never had a girlfriend. Maybe he's a G. Good Lord, in order to oppose Lu Ming, Lin Ruan had begun to talk nonsense and engage in smearing. Yet Lin Ruan immediately retorted. No, I mean Lu Ming besides being handsome, but he has a lot of good qualities. For example, he is careful, gentle, and stable. And just because Lu Ming hasn't had a girlfriend doesn't mean he's that. I'm his wife. How could I not know? In short, daughter, you don't understand my happiness. Lin Ruan's one plan failed, so she had another one. Okay, even so, but it's a fact that he eats soft rice. He's a good senior student of Magic City University. He doesn't go to look for a job. Relying on you, Mom, to support him. Is this a man? Lu Ming on the side heard. Yes, he ate soft rice. How? This I can admit. Eating soft rice so fragrant, and feeding or a great beauty. Who can refuse it? But before he could say anything, Lin Ruan started to retort again. How could it be? It's just that you don't understand Lu Ming. Lu Ming bought back a piece of land with 4.68 billion Dreamstar sea stones underneath for only $20 million. That's a huge profit. And he also came up with a top-notch perfume formula that solved the company's problem for many years. Without him, the company would be in a struggling situation right now. Mom, stop. Well, even so, he's still a very scheming guy. This guy guessed that I would definitely disagree, so he thought of all sorts of ways to specially pick me up at the high-speed train station and lied to me that he was your driver. And then play the show of reconnecting with me and cheating my feelings. Right? It also cost me more than $1 million. Hearing this time Lu Ming immediately stood out and spoke. It was my wife, your mom, who told me to pick you up. What's wrong with me as your father going to pick up you, my daughter? And I never said I was your mom's driver. It was always you who said it, and I never admitted it. As for the more than $1 million of clothes, I refused, but you had to send it. I don't want it and you're still angry. What can I do? Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruan recalled and was stunned. It seems like the truth is indeed as Lu Ming said. He never said that he was his mom's driver, nor did he admit it. The clothes were also given to him by his own force. Not true. This guy said he was the father and he was the daughter and took advantage of himself. Jumped up again and sprayed. Then when I said it in the car, you still shamelessly praised yourself one after another and said how good you are. Wasn't what I said right? Did I tell half a lie? Am I not handsome? Not excellent. I just spoke truthfully about my own merits. How is that shameless? Lu Ming had a clear conscience and was not afraid at all. Where to find such a handsome and excellent good youth like him? For a time, Lin Ruan was speechless. She couldn't find any point to attack Lu Ming. There is nothing good about this guy in every aspect. However, she, Lin Ruan, would never recognize Lu Ming, a man her age, as her father. No longer able to think of any point that could break Lu Ming, Lin Ruan couldn't care less and just threw out a sentence. I don't care, you get out of my house immediately. Lin Ruan directly played up her temper. But Lu Ming also started to lose his patience and said impatiently, No way. This is my home with Wan Air. If you want to go out, it's you who should go out. This is my and my mom's home. Looking at Lin Ruan as if she was about to be provoked into tears, the fire in Lu Ming's heart dropped quite a bit. sighed, and said, "How about this, in the future we will each call each other, you call me dad, and I will call you sister." Lu Ming had thought that this was considered a step back for each. Who had thought? After hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Ruan directly exploded with anger. She stood up with the intention of jumping over and having a life and death duel with Lu Ming. Although Lin Ruan could not possibly be Lu Ming's opponent, at this time she had already lost her mind. Lin Ruan was about to pounce in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming just wanted to step in and press her down on the sofa to calm her down. But Lin Ruan had already taken the first step to pull Lin Ruan's hand. Lin Ruan had been playing small like this and finally angered Lin Ruan, who couldn't help but shout at Lin Ruan, "Don't make a move on your father." These words came out. Lin Ruan stayed in place, no longer struggling or speaking. Lin Ruan's "the sound of your father" was like a bomb exploding in her mind. The entire person lost her strength and could no longer stand. Sitting on the sofa, she launched herself into a daze. The matter has come to this. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness. "Let's go back to the room first and let her think it over," Lu Ming said. The two then went back to their room together, leaving Lin Ruan alone on the sofa in a daze. Chapter 54, Strawberry Flavor Fairy. After a long time, Lin Ruan still felt that this matter was too outrageous, and it was still outrageous. Originally, in her heart, it would have been hard for her to accept that her own mother had found her a father about the same age as herself, but did not expect. There is even more difficult to let him collapse is that this person actually is his own previous friend, Lu Ming. Letting her call her friend as her father, how could she say that, even, or her own mom took the initiative to ask to marry Lu Ming? This really gave her too much of a blow. Lin Ruan, because of her family's good condition, good looks, and good studies no matter at home or outside, she has been cared for and looked after by others, and has had a smooth life. And today, she had suffered so many losses at the hands of Lu Ming one after another. Whether it was actions that pressed her on the sofa, or words that couldn't speak to him, or even mental blows, it was simply an all-encompassing injury to her. This made Lin Ruan heartbroken, and at the same time, she also resented Lu Ming in her heart. Subsequently, Lin Ruan seemed to have remembered something. She hurriedly took out the cell phone on her body, opened up the Prestige on her cell phone. At this time, the chat box on the Prestige that she had placed on top already had a striking red dot. Lin Ruan hurriedly clicked on the chat box of this friend whose note was Strawberry Flavor Fairy, only to see that within the chat box, Strawberry Flavor Fairy had already sent several messages in a row. Strawberry Flavor Fairy, Yin's wife, have you arrived home yet? Love. Strawberry Flavored Fairy, Yin's wife, why aren't you replying to me? Are you busy? Kisses. Strawberry Fairy, baby, why aren't you ready? Aggrieved. Strawberry Fairy, Yin baby, I miss you, don't you miss me? You don't even reply to me. Aggrieve. Strawberry Fairy, honey, why don't you answer my messages? Loudly crying. Seeing this, Lin Ruan couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly replied to Strawberry Flavor Fairy's message. Wife, I'm home. Something came up just now. I missed you too, wife. Lin Ruan had only just replied. The next second, Strawberry Flavor Fairy popped in for a video call. Lin Ruan also quickly connected, only to see that in the video, a cute girl with a somewhat fleshy face and big blinking eyes appeared all of a sudden. The video just connected. The strawberry-flavored fairy had wanted to ask why she hadn't replied to herself just now, but she immediately noticed Lin Ruan's red eyes from crying and the tear stains on her face. At once, she asked, baby, why are you crying? What happened? Who bullied you?" Being told this by the strawberry-flavored fairy, Lin Ruan almost cried out again. Felt so good to have someone on her side. Lin Ruan was also in desperate need of someone to talk to and vent out her dissatisfaction. So she told Strawberry Flavor Fairy the whole story. When Strawberry Flavor Fairy heard Lin Ruan finish, she also immediately formed a united front with Lin Ruan and began to condemn Lu Ming. So angry. This Lu Ming guy is so shameless. Not only did he eat soft food, but he also bullied my wife into crying. Just a bad guy. The strawberry-flavored fairy's words seemed to have spoken to Lin Ruan's heart. Lin Ruan frantically nodded her head in agreement. Aggrieved. Wife, I'm so hard to bear. It's the first time I've been so. Ooh. Pouring out her heart, Lin Ruan finally couldn't help but cry again. The strawberry-flavored fairy at the other end of the video saw the color of heartache emerge in her eyes at this scene. If she put herself in her shoes, She couldn't accept her own mother marrying a friend she knew either. So she could also understand Lin Ruan's feelings. Lin Ruan cried and began to howl in a low voice. Wife, I don't want to have such a father. I don't want, but I have no way. Them. Lin Ruan cried and her speech broke up. Seeing this, the strawberry-flavored fairy hurriedly comforted Lin Ruan. Wife, don't cry. Let's think of a way together. There must be a way to kick out that Lu Ming guy. Don't cry, don't cry. There is no use. I have made a lot of ways. But my mom, like being under a compulsion, cannot hear Lu Ming half bad. A mouth is in praise of him. To Lu Ming that called a dead heart. And Lu Ming even more will not let go of my mom. I really can't think of any way. Lin Ruan said while sobbing. The strawberry-flavored fairy also frowned and her eyes gurgled, her mind frantically thinking about what could be done to help Lin Ruan. Right? A hint of joy crept onto the strawberry-flavored fairy's face as he thought of a way that he felt good about. Baby wife, I've thought of a way. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruan hurriedly chased after him. What solution did you think of? The strawberry-flavored fairy asked in return. In order to separate your mom and Lu Ming, are you willing to pay a little price? Baby wife? Lin Ruan was confused by the question, but still nodded her head instantly. As long as I can get my mom to separate from Lu Ming, I'll pay whatever it takes. Then she couldn't wait to urge. Wife, why don't you tell me? What should I do? Strawberry-flavored fairy, however, said mysteriously. It's not safe for you to video chat there right now. Let's just type and talk. Obviously, strawberry-flavored fairy was worried about the plan leaking out if she said it on video, so that's why she suggested switching to typing. Lin Ruan nodded and instantly hung up the video call. Then hotly typing in the chat box, she typed in, Wife, quickly tell us what you've come up with. Strawberry Flavor Fairy's message followed right behind. Baby, as I recall, weren't you and this Lu Ming quite close when you were in school in the past? He seems to be the closest you've gotten to a member of the opposite sex in school. Somehow, the strawberry-flavored fairy's words seemed to carry a hint of jealousy. However, Lin Ruan couldn't pay attention to this at this time and immediately typed in a reply. Yes, I had a good relationship in school before, and the closest person to the opposite sex would be him. But later, because of some things fell out, these I have told you. So does this have anything to do with the way you came up with? Knowing that Lin Ruan was in a hurry, the strawberry-flavored fairy didn't dwell on that aspect much and began to get to the point. I think, when he was at school, it's possible that he liked you. Otherwise, how would he have been going out of his way to get close to you and strike up a good relationship with you? You know, other boys can't do that. Strawberry Flavor Fairy's words more or less carried a bit of animosity between love rivals. Poor Lu Ming never knew where he had come up with an inexplicable love rival. And the hostility wasn't small. This is how many years ago, but also nagging. And this was even a heterosexual love enemy. Chapter 55, Making Plans. And speaking of which, Lin Ruan still didn't understand what all of this had to do with the strawberry-flavored fairy's set approach, typing and asking, I also don't know if he's ever liked me, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with these things either. Of course it's related, and it's a heavenly relationship. Think about it, if he used to like you and now he's with your mom. Think of it this way, isn't it? As long as you tell your mom about this, wife, your mom will definitely separate from him. Strawberry Flavor Fairy's words came out. Lin Ruan was instantly enlightened and inspired. Her eyes, originally red and swollen from crying, began to light up. Yes, Strawberry Flavor Fairy's words made sense. It wasn't hard to see that in her own mother's heart, Lu Ming was a perfect image. But if she were to know that Lu Ming used to like herself, wouldn't it be possible to break Lu Ming's golden body? A man who used to like her daughter, but is now married to her together. What woman wouldn't care if she heard that? Such a man might have something else in mind for her daughter behind her back? But Lin Ruan suddenly thought of a problem. The originally exuberant mood quickly went down. The strawberry-flavored fairy also sent a message. How about, baby, what do you think of my solution? Aren't I smart? Lin Ruan typed in a reply. It's pretty good, but there's still a key problem. I don't even know if Lu Ming ever liked me in the first place. We were normal friends and you're the one who said he liked me. I can't prove it with my words, and my mom won't necessarily believe it either. That's why I asked you if you were willing to pay some price in the beginning. What price? Lin Ruan asked in surprise. The strawberry-flavored fairy evilly heatedly smiled. Word of mouth is no proof, But what if it's with your own eyes? You just have to let your mom see something not so good with her own eyes, so that she doesn't know that Lu Ming has evil intentions towards you, said here. Lin Ruan also understood what the strawberry-flavored fairy meant by the method and the need to pay some price. It was to let her mom see Lu Ming's crime against her, and then say that Lu Ming liked her, so that she would have credibility. I have to say, this is indeed a very good and poisonous plan. But Lin Ruan still hesitated, because the price to be paid is really not small. Isn't this too cheap for Lu Ming? The strawberry-flavored fairy also replied with a heartache. I don't want this either. You are my wife. I'm so heartbroken when you're like this. But if we want your mom and Lu Ming to completely separate, we don't have any other way. Seeing these words, Lin Ruan fell into silence, because the truth was exactly what the strawberry-flavored fairy had said. Other than this solution, there was really no other way to separate her mom and Lu Ming. After a while, Lin Ruan gritted her teeth, made a decision, and once again asked the strawberry-flavor fairy, then what should I do in order to let my mom see Lu Ming plotting against me with her own eyes? First of all, a suitable environment must be created. If your mom and Lu Ming are together all day long, how will you have a chance to make a move? They should be living together, right? You definitely need to separate them first. Let them sleep in separate rooms so you can get close to Lu alone. As long as they sleep in separate rooms, you can find the right moment to sneak into his room. This is called the right time, right place, right person. The strawberry-flavored fairy analyzed the situation. And Lin Ruan continued. After I get to his room, I'll make a fake impression of being plotted against by Lu Ming and attract my mom over. When my mom sees this, she will definitely be furious and her relationship with Lu Ming will break up. Then separate from Lu Ming and kick him out. Lin Ruan excitedly typed as if the plan had already succeeded. Strawberry Flavor Fairy sent a message. That's right. Wife, you look good. Love you, hee hee. Kisses. Wife, you're so smart. Came up with such a great method. Love you even more, oh Mua. Lin Ruan just said back. The strawberry-flavored fairy then sent another message urging. Although the plan is like this, wife, you must be careful. Don't really let Lu Ming take advantage of you. You just need to act it out. We can't suffer too much of a loss. Otherwise, I'll definitely die of sadness. Lin Ruan hurriedly comforted the strawberry-flavored fairy. Don't worry, wife. I'm sure to control the scale well, and I'm not willing to give Lu Ming an advantage. I will always only love you, kiss. After settling on a plan, Lin Ruan also temporarily stopped chatting with Strawberry Flavor Fairy, putting away her cell phone, and headed towards Lu Ming and Lin Wan's room on the second floor. Let's see me kick you out of the room first, Lin Ruan said as she buried her head and walked in big strides. Suddenly, oops, Lin Ruan felt like she bumped into a fleshy object, and the impact caused her entire body to bounce back. Looking up, it was actually Lu Ming, so frightened that she took a few steps back and kept a little distance, asking warily, "What are you doing?" Lu Ming blankly glanced at Lin Ruan and said without a good mood, "You bumped into me and you're asking me what for? Get out of the way. I'm going down to cook." After saying that, he also ignored Lin Ruan and directly crossed over her, going downstairs to the kitchen. Lin Ruan was speechless. It was indeed her who didn't look at the road and bumped into him, but her mouth still muttered unconvincingly, "Bad Lu Ming, stinky Lu Ming." Then she turned around and followed Lu Ming to the kitchen as well. Seeing that Lu Ming had already begun to maneuver the guys in the kitchen, Lin Ruan sat down on a chair close by and stared at Lu Ming with a tight gaze. Lu Ming naturally saw it as well. "What's there to see in my cooking? Why do you keep staring at me? Afraid I'll poison you? It's not like there's no such possibility," Lin Ruan said with a stiff upper lip. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly, no longer paying attention to Lin Ruan's gaze, and continued cooking. But this feeling was quite hard to bear. Thinking about it when Lin Ruan wasn't around. When he and Lin Ruan were cooking, they were all talking about love while cooking, entwined, that cooking was the enjoyment. And now, Lin Ruan hadn't come down yet either, and he was only frying a few dishes in the kitchen. So what was there to defend himself against? Suosei. Lu Ming just ignored him and did his own work. After getting all the ingredients ready, he started cooking. And in Lin Ruan's opinion, at first he didn't think Lu Ming could cook. Even if he could, it should be a three-legged kung fu. But she saw Lu Ming's skillful knife work from the beginning when he prepared the ingredients. It was then that she started to be a bit surprised. Immediately after that, Lu Ming's gesture of frying vegetables even more shocked her. Chapter 56 Lu Ming's Culinary Skills. One could only see Lu Ming holding a pot in his left hand and a spatula in his right hand. With a gentle toss from his left hand, the food in the pot rose up and threw a beautiful arc in the air. The spatula in his right hand was in the pot, stirring randomly, emitting a nuisance sound. What followed was a pungent fragrance. When Lin Ruan smelled the fragrance, her nose couldn't help but inhale a few times. At this moment, Lu Ming was as if he was possessed by the god of cookery. It was as if he wasn't just cooking anymore, but was completing an artistic creation. Lin Ruan was completely stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's every move, and an unbelievable color appeared on her face. Her heart was filled with shock. Cooking could still be like this? She had never seen that the movements of cooking could be so elegant and beautiful, and the fragrance that came out from cooking, just by smelling it, made her salivate. Let her mouth-watering stomach become hungry. Lu Ming, he seems to be really good at cooking. Lin Ruan had to admit this fact in her heart. Soon, the 4 dishes and 1 soup prepared by Lu Ming came out hot, and Lin Ruan was still staring straight ahead, not knowing what she was thinking. Tell your mom to come downstairs for dinner. It wasn't until Lu Ming called out to her that Lin Ruan came back to her senses, nodding her head in a confused manner. Oh, good. Rarely did she refrain from disliking Lu Ming back, and obediently stood up and went upstairs to call Lin Ruan to come down for dinner. By the time the 2 of them came downstairs to the dining table, Lu Ming had also already brought the meal to the table. It smells so good, hubby. Just after getting on the table, Lin Ruan already had a happy look on her face when she smelled the aroma of the meal. Then you eat more. Lu Ming spoiled Lin Ruan by chucking a piece of meat into her bowl. Lin Ruan was also nonchalant and started to enjoy the food in front of her, eating and eating with a happy face full of smiles. Her eyes narrowed into a slit. While Lin Ruan looked at the exquisite 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, her entire mind was still immersed in the kind of gesture that Lu Ming had made when he was cooking just now, and she hesitated to move her chopsticks. Try your father's cooking. Your father's cooking is delicious. Seeing that Lin Ruan had been in a daze, Lin Ruan began to urge him to move his chopsticks to eat. Oh good. Perhaps saying that his mind was still confused, Lin Ruan surprisingly accepted the word daddy when Lin Ruan mouthed it. Under Lin Ruan's reminder, Lin Ruan picked up the bowl and chopsticks and caught a piece of beef. The beef was picked up by the chopsticks and brought close to her mouth, before it even entered her mouth. The tantalizing aroma drilled straight into Lin Ruan's nose. The scent at this time was several times stronger than when she was watching the cooking. Lin Ruan seemed to be able to feel her stomach gurgling at this time, having a strong desire to eat this piece of beef. The chopsticks moved. The beef couldn't wait to be brought into Lin Ruan's mouth. Delicious. This was the subconscious cognition given by Lin Ruan's mind. Then as Lin Ruan began to chew, an even stronger wave of deliciousness exploded in his mouth. The juice of the beef filled her entire mouth. With just the right amount of seasoning, Lin Ruan could only feel this piece of beef in her mouth getting more and more flavorful the more she chewed it, finally sliding down her throat. Her brain then couldn't wait to dominate her body to clip the next piece. She had never eaten such delicious food before. She had to know that as Lin Ruan's daughter, she had eaten countless mountainous delicacies, even if it was some Michelin restaurant she had been to quite a few times. However, she now felt that Lu Ming's cooking was many times better than those high-end restaurants. However, how could Lu Ming have such good cooking skills, even better than chefs who had been immersed in the culinary arts for many years? Moreover, the high-end restaurants used the freshest high-end ingredients, while Lu Ming used just these ordinary ingredients from his home refrigerator to make this kind of delicious food. The more she ate, the more shocked Lin Ruan was in her heart. Her face became even more complex, and the movements of her hands continued to speed up. This performance of hers was naturally seen by Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan couldn't help but feel proud of Lu Ming and said happily, "Delicious? Isn't it? I've said that my husband's cooking is super delicious. I don't know how many times better than the ones outside." Lin Ruan just wanted to say something, but all of a sudden she thought that this was Lu Ming's cooking. The words of praise immediately swallowed back from her mouth. It was changed to a sentence. "It's not as delicious as you said, Mom. I can't eat it anyway." Then, forcibly controlling himself, he withdrew his chopsticks. "Can't eat anymore, you guys eat." After throwing down a sentence, she decisively turned around and ran to the sofa in the living room. If she wasn't decisive, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. Seeing Lin Ruan like this, Lin Ruan covered her mouth with a smile and leaned over to Lu Ming's ear and whispered, This girl has a hard mouth. She might already be regretting it now." As Lin Ruan's mom, Lin Ruan definitely knew Lin Ruan the best. As expected, Lin Ruan actually started regretting it right after she said that she couldn't eat. The latter move of putting down her chopsticks was still something she used all her willpower to forcefully control herself to put down. Otherwise, she would have lost a lot of face if she said it wasn't tasty and continued to eat. As for turning around and leaving, it was also in order to no longer continue to be tempted by that fragrant meal. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Ruan's heart became more and more regretful. Lu Ming's cooking is really fragrant. After she left the dining room and came to the living room, she seemed to be able to feel that fragrance. She didn't know if she was hallucinating or if it was the flavor that lingered in her mouth. It made her gulp. It was only because it was made by Lu Ming that she resisted in her heart when she saw Lin Ruan pushing it like that. Relying on the little bit of sanity that was left, she forcefully suppressed the desire to eat. But when she came to the living room, she watched and listened to Lu Ming and her own mother both continuing to eat their delicious meals. Especially when she was no longer there, they were even more indulgently intimate. Lin Ruan regretted to the extreme. Had I known just now, would not have done so. Even if it is playing dead not to respond well, have to be hard to say so, put their own back way to the end. She is and Lu Ming do not deal with, but not and Lu Ming cooking do not deal with pretend X a moment cool, this time well, put their own hungry. And it was also cheaper for Lu Ming, allowing him and his mom to have space to be alone. Lin Ruan really hated to go back to that dining table again, but that was just something she thought about. She had already left and said that the food wasn't good. What excuse could she use to go back now, so even how hungry she was and how much she wanted to eat? For the sake of her own face, she had to endure. Just like that, Lin Ruan gritted her teeth and watched as the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, snuggled up and finished eating all the meals. The two of them together took action to clean up the dishes. They didn't bring any to her at all. Lin Ruan heart that called a gas but there is no way, since she cannot eat the meal, she should also begin to implement the strawberry-flavored fairy for their own plan. Let her mom and Lu Ming sleep in separate rooms. Chapter 57 Going Wherever You Follow. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan walked over after clearing the table. Lin Ruan just wanted to speak, "You," but was preempted by Lin Ruan. We have to go out for something. You wait for us at home when we come back." Upon hearing this, the words on Lin Ruan's lips stopped. She was originally going to tell the two about letting them sleep in separate rooms. Unexpectedly, this would be the time when they were going out. Lin Ruan thought about it for a moment and decided to wait until the night before she went to bed. What did you just say?" Lin Ruan shook her head. "Nothing. You guys go ahead." After finishing with Lin Ruan, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan also went back to their room to freshen up and dress up before they were ready to go out. And Lin Ruan, who had originally agreed to them going out, looked at the backs of the two as they prepared to go out. She seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly called out to Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, "Wait, I'm going too." Lu Ming and Lin Ruan turned around and looked at Lin Ruan in surprise. "You're going too?" "Yes. Can't you? Then why are you guys going out?" Lu Ming gave Lin Ruan a blank look. "Going out to do business. I should be able to follow if I'm on business," Lin Ruan argued. She couldn't trust Lu Ming. Just now, she had not thought of it in a moment of negligence. But fortunately, she reacted before the two of them left the house. Lu Ming had taken his mom out, so he might have gone out on a date. He said it was some kind of errand, but who knows if it was serious or not. What if they went to a hotel because they were at home? So Lin Ruan, who thought of this, suddenly demanded strongly to go out with Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, just to be a light bulb and protect Lin Ruan. At this time, Lin Ruan stepped forward to speak. We're going to the company. Of course we're doing business." However, Lin Ruan still insisted on following. "Since we're going to the company, it's all the more reason for me to go along." Lin Ruan was already determined to follow at this point. Even if Lin Ruan said she was going to the company, she still wanted to follow. "So what if we go to the company office can also be a date, and the way there is also time for the two of them to be alone." Seeing this, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other, full of helplessness. "Fine, you can follow if you want to," Lu Ming said. Anyway, they really had a serious matter to make a trip to the company, and there weren't those messy thoughts in Lin Ruan's head. So Lin Ruan followed as long as she followed. It didn't matter to him. And so, the three of them also went out together. But since it was 3 people traveling this time, those sports cars of Lu Ming wouldn't be able to sit. So Lu Ming didn't drive a sports car this time. Instead, he drove a Cullinan in Lin Ruan's original garage. This also brought Lu Ming a whole new driving experience. Unlike the strong roar and thrust of a sports car, the Cullinan brought Lu Ming unprecedented comfort. The whole person was perfectly wrapped in the seat, and when driving it, no matter whether it was hitting the steering wheel or stepping on the gas pedal, everything was so silky smooth, and you couldn't feel any stuttering. Such a comfortable car to drive is also another kind of enjoyment, not the least bit worse than the speed and passion brought by a sports car. Cullinan drove out of Yunli's former residence and drove towards Shuangmu Group. After a while, Lin Ruan looked at the familiar streets. This seemed like it was indeed on the way to the company. "Mom, what are you going to the company for?" Lin Ruan couldn't help but ask when she saw that the car was indeed driving towards the company. She initially thought that the two were fooling her, because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the company was on vacation and no one was there. So what could there be that needed to be dealt with? Unexpectedly, it seemed as if this was actually true. "Our company's new perfume is about to go on sale. Naturally, we have to meet and this perfume formula was taken out by Lu Ming, so he has to come along as well. But isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival now on vacation? Moreover, isn't it always the publicity and sales departments that are responsible for new product releases and sales?" Lin Ruan asked the question in his mind. He also has some understanding of the DoubleTree Group. Usually this kind of thing are in charge of the senior management and do not need their own mother personally. Seeing Lin Ruan's inquiry, Lin Ruan also patiently explained to her. "This time is different. This perfume concerns the future development of our Shuangmu Group, and everyone in the company is looking forward to it. So even if it's a vacation, we're all working hard for it. The entire top management of the company will come to the meeting and focus on coming up with a perfect solution." After hearing this, Lin Ruan looked at Lu Ming, who was driving, in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Ruan to place such importance on the perfume formula that Lu Ming had come up with as well. It was even related to the future development of the Doublewood Group. It seemed that Lu Ming's perfume formula was really something. This made Lin Ruan feel in her heart that Lu Ming was just too mysterious. The strange aura that emanated from his body when he cooked made her look away. The flavor of the meal that he made was even more fragrant to the point that she couldn't wait to dry 3 bowls of rice. And she also took out a mysterious perfume recipe that was praised by Uncle Wong and by her own mother. This time, Lin Ruan felt that the Lu Ming at this time seemed to be completely different from the one in school. This man, a heavenly change had occurred. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Doublewood Group. This time Lu Ming drove a car that originally belonged to Lin Ruan, so it was also very smooth to enter the company. The 3 came to the company's conference room. At this time, all of the company's top management had already arrived, and when they saw Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's arrival, they all revealed smiles and got up to greet them. The meeting started soon. Lin Ruan and the company's executives began to discuss every aspect of the perfume before and after the launch, and everyone began to brainstorm. Lin Ruan, who was sitting at the bottom of the table, didn't have the chance to speak at all. Bored, she saw a small bottle of white transparent liquid sitting on the table. So she tugged on the clothes of old Wong beside her and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Wong, what is this?" Old Wong also immediately lowered his head and whispered to Lin Ruan, "This is the sample produced from the perfume formula provided by Mr. Lu Ah. Do you want to smell it?" Hearing this, Lin Ruan's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. Everyone had made Lu Ming's perfume formula sound so impressive. She would like to take a good look to see if it was really that good. After receiving the perfume sample that old Wong had brought over for her, Lin Ruan opened it up and placed it a palm's width away from her nose and sniffed it. In an instant, Lin Ruan could smell a special fragrance. It was a light fragrance that she couldn't tell what kind of floral scent it was like, but it was a scent that just made her smell extremely comfortable. When she smelled it, the aroma seemed to penetrate directly into her body and soul, and her entire being seemed to have been sublimated and baptized. Lin Ruan looked at the small bottle in her hand and exclaimed incredulously, "What a cozy aroma, ah!" Chapter 58. A change in mindset. Perhaps it was too much of a shock. So much so that the volume of Lin Ruan's words that came out of her mouth were much higher. Luckily, at this moment, the sound of the intense deliberations of the people in the conference room was still quite loud, and under the 7 mouths, her voice was still covered over. Her voice was still covered over. So the others didn't hear it. Only the old Wong on the side heard it and said with a smile, "That's not true. Mr. Lu said it before when he took out this perfume to admire it. This perfume has a magical effect. Lin Ruan looked at Old Wong expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Old Wong continued. Mr. Lu said that this perfume has a magical effect of 1,000 people with 1,000 senses. That is, every person who smells this perfume will smell their favorite flavor. That is to say, this perfume, it will automatically match people's sense of smell. Everyone smells the aroma is different but feel the best smell. At that time, Mr. Lu also said that this perfume can dominate the perfume market. At that time, we still do not believe. I didn't expect to be quickly hit in the face by the samples that came out of the test match, but it's a good hit in the face. As Old Wong spoke, his face was filled with smiles, very happy. And after hearing Old Wong's words, Lin Ruan was shocked. Now she finally understood why she felt that this perfume smelled so good. It was her favorite but never smelled before. It turned out that it was able to automatically match each smeller's sense of smell, allowing one to smell their favorite flavor. Mind you, even she herself wasn't sure what her favorite smell was. It was also thanks to the blessing of this perfume that she was able to smell the essence of her favorite aroma, the existence that could refresh her heart with a single sniff. This also represents that in the future, in the eyes of consumers, this perfume launched by Doublewood Group is the flavor that they feel is the most fragrant and best smelling. No wonder Lu Ming dared to say that he would dominate the perfume market. Even the executives of Doublewood Group had worked overtime for meetings even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when they were on vacation. Such an amazing product. Any other company would have attached such importance to it. Lin Ruan could already imagine that next, Doublewood Group would rely on this perfume to dominate the perfume market, and then develop step by step to become the leader of the beauty industry. As time slowly passed, this meeting had already been going on for more than 3 hours, but even after all this time, the people were still concentrating on their ideas and suggestions. There was not a single person who felt fatigued and impatient, and got up the idea of rushing to adjourn the meeting, because they all knew how much this perfume would affect the next development of the Doublewood Group. So everyone racked their brains and tried their best to put forward their suggestions. Under everyone's joint efforts, one stunning proposal after another was put forward in the meeting, until a flawless proposal came out. It was already nightfall outside. The meeting was also finally over. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. Invincible! This proposal is the most perfect proposal I've ever seen in my life. Our Doublewood Group is going to rise. Yeah. I can't even wait to see the ugly face of the Luowei Group after our product explodes. That dog surnamed Lu from the Luowei Group, when I think of his face that day, I'm furious. I really want to hit him in the face with my results. It's not just Luowei Group. Recently, Shiyun Group has also been jumping around quite happily, and after cooperating with Luowei Group, they've been sneering at our Shuangmu Group every day. Let's see if we don't clean them up this time. In the end, we still have to thank Mr. Lu Ming for the perfume formula. Even though the meeting had already ended, the crowd was still talking. The hearts were thrilled. For so many years, their Shuangmu Group's own products had been planted. Now there was finally a fist product of their own. After a while, the crowd began to disperse. Lin Ruan followed behind Old Wong and asked curiously, "Uncle Wong, just now a lot of people were cursing Luowei Group as if they hated them. Isn't Luowei Group our partner for many years? How come now?" Hearing Lin Ruan's words, Old Wong also reacted, knowing that Lin Ruan wasn't aware of what happened before. So he also told Ruan about that day when Luowei Group was high and mighty and suddenly changed the terms of cooperation for many years. At the same time, he also said that Lu Ming had descended from the sky, chased away the Luowei Group's people, and took out the perfume to solve the crisis of the Shuangmu Group. After listening to what Old Wong said, Lin Ruan was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen to the Doublewood Group recently. Luowei Group, who had been cooperating with them for so long, was actually so shameless that they suddenly changed the terms of cooperation, forcing Doublewood Group into a dilemma. Although she hadn't seen the events of that day with her own eyes, but just by hearing Old Wong talk about it like that, she was furious and felt the anger of the top management of Doublewood Group at that time. At the same time, it was also suffocating, a dead end for cooperation and a dead end for non-cooperation. She could hardly imagine how much pressure her own mother, Lin Ruan, was carrying at that time. Luckily, Lu Ming appeared and drove away the Luowei Group's people, and also pointed out a clear path for Doubletree Group. This Lu Ming really helped her mom a lot. Thinking of this, Lin Ruan's eyes couldn't help but look towards Lu Ming. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for her. After the meeting dispersed, by the time Lin Ruan had taken care of the final affairs, it was also very late. The three of them, Lu Ming, were all a bit tired from the afternoon. Therefore, they didn't choose to cook for themselves, they just simply ate a little outside before going home to take a shower and prepare to rest and sleep. At this time, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were already lying on the bed. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, sat dumbfounded on the sofa for a long time. Her face was full of tangled colors. Just at this moment, her cell phone suddenly shook. Lin Ruan picked it up and saw that it was a message from the strawberry-flavored fairy. Wife, how far has the plan gone? Did you succeed in kicking Lu Ming out of your mom's room and making them sleep in separate rooms? Lin Ruan thought for a moment and replied, the plan hasn't started yet. It's almost time to sleep. Why haven't you started the plan yet? The strawberry-flavored fairy on the other end of the phone was surprised. Lin Ruan hesitated for a moment and told Strawberry Flavor Fairy what was in her heart. Actually, I'm a bit torn right now. Seeing this, the strawberry-flavored fairy was even more stunned and immediately replied, what you're torn right now? You're willing to let Lu Ming be your father? Weren't you still strongly against it in the morning? What's going on here? Lin Ruan frowned, not quite calm inside. The strawberry-flavored fairy was right. She was indeed still strongly against it in the morning, and was very resistant to Lu Ming in her heart. But now, Chapter 59, Lin Ruan's framing. After spending a day together today, Lin Ruan began to think that Lu Ming was actually quite nice. People are handsome, this she already knew, but she didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to cook, and to cook so well. He was also quite good to his mom, helping her drive away the Luo Wei group and sharing the pressure for her. He also took out the mysterious perfume formula and solved the crisis of the Shuang Mu group. With all that added up, the resistance to Lu Ming in her heart wasn't as deep. That's why she had been in a tangle since she came back. But now that she had been told this by the strawberry-flavored fairy, she had a bit of a feeling of being awakened, and a picture snapped into her mind. That was, Lu Ming was forcing himself to call him dad with a smug look on his face, and he was powerless to resist, so in the end he could only obediently submit. Thinking about this, Lin Ruan completely sobered up, fiercely stood up from the sofa. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Ruan murmured. She admitted that Lu Ming was indeed quite an outstanding person. But there was absolutely no way that she, Lin Ruan, would call him a former friend, her father. And so, Lin Ruan walked directly towards Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's room. When she reached the door, she knocked on it. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the room door opened. It was Lu Ming who came to open it. What for? Lu Ming's tone was not very patient. He and Lin Ruan were busy and were disturbed by her knocking on the door. Of course he was not happy. Lu Ming's attitude also annoyed Lin Ruan, who spoke directly. You're not allowed to sleep in the same room as my mom. Lu Ming also laughed. Joke? Your mom and I are a legal couple. How come we can't sleep together? Just can't. I don't agree. Lu Ming was speechless and put a blank stare. It's your business if you don't agree. We're willing to do it. Saying that, he was about to close the door of the room. But Lin Ruan was prepared, and before Lu Ming could close it, she slipped into the room, then also directly pounced on the bed and hugged Lin Ruan. Delightedly, she said, I'll sleep here. Wanna sleep with my mom? With me around, dream on. Seeing this, Lin Ruan also hurriedly persuaded Lin Ruan. Een, stop it. Get up and go back to your room to rest, we're gonna sleep too. However, Lin Ruan didn't listen to her. This was the first step of her plan. She couldn't fail. If she failed, she wouldn't be able to continue. I won't, Mom. I just want to sleep with you tonight. I haven't been back for a long time and haven't slept with you for a long time. Lin Ruan began to pout with Lin Ruan. When she said this, Lin Ruan couldn't say anything else. Her daughter was away at college and indeed hadn't been home for a while. She couldn't force her to hurry, that would also hurt her heart. Therefore, Lin Ruan could only compromise and said, Hubby, Een misses me too much. I'll sleep with her for one night tonight, and I'll entrust you to sleep in the guest room for the night first. Lin Ruan could only think of this solution. It's not like she could rush or get out of the way. But it wasn't like the three of them could sleep together. Lin Ruan and Lin Ruan weren't biological fathers and daughters, and the two of them were about the same age, so even with Lin Ruan around, it wouldn't be appropriate. Lu Ming could also see that Lin Ruan had to sleep here tonight, but he couldn't think of anything to do for a while, and understood Lin Ruan's concerns. He could only sigh and said, All right, I'll sleep in the guest room first tonight. In Lu Ming's opinion, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 nights anyway, and it was impossible for Lin Ruan to stay at home all the time. When the vacation passed, she would have to go back to school. By that time, it would no longer be possible to stop himself from sleeping with Lin Ruan. After a late night, Lin Ruan was mentally and physically exhausted after the meeting and had long since entered deep sleep. While Lin Ruan beside her suddenly opened her eyes, quietly getting out of bed, she went out of the room and came to the guest room, Lu Ming's room. Sleeping Lu Ming and Lin Ruan in separate rooms, the first step of the plan had been successful. The next step was the second. Create the illusion that Lu Ming is plotting against himself. Lin Ruan stood in front of the guest room. Lu Ming, sorry. I had no choice but to do this. I really couldn't think of any other way. You're very nice, but I really don't want you to be my father. So please leave my mom. I'll definitely repay your kindness to my mom, and the double would group in the future. Lin Ruan chanted silently in front of the door, apologizing to Lu Ming before doing anything. She didn't deny Lu Ming's excellence and his kindness to her family. She just really couldn't accept Lu Ming as her father, so she went out on a limb. Lin Ruan had already planned that she would try her best to make it up to Lu Ming when this matter was over. After chanting, Lin Ruan took a deep breath and gathered her courage. She opened the door to Lu Ming's room, but what she didn't expect was, Lu Ming was surprisingly still awake. Obviously, it was already so late, he hadn't even gone to rest, and Lu Ming, who heard the door of his room being opened, also violently stood up from his chair and turned around to look. Surprisingly, it was Lin Ruan who came in. Just like that, the two of them looked at each other in disbelief and both froze. And just as Lu Ming froze, Lin Ruan was the first to react and began her plan. Directly slamming the door to the room shut, Lu Ming watched her close the door to her room with a puzzled look on his face before he could say anything. She watched as Lin Ruan tugged her clothes around, revealing a small fragrant shoulder, making an appearance of being forcibly plotted against by Lu Ming. Success or not, it all depended on this move. Lin Ruan held a generous spirit of righteousness and violently lunged towards Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming also reacted, seemingly guessing what Lin Ruan was trying to do. Seeing Lin Ruan flying over, he directly dodged to avoid it. With his current physique, dodging Lin Ruan's pounce was a breeze. But the room was so big, if he couldn't do it once, then he could do it again. Lin Ruan wouldn't just let Lu Ming go, and chased after him again. At the same time, it seemed like she was going to start yelling to call Lin Ruan over. Good thing. Lu Ming kept his attention at all times, and when he saw Lin Ruan preparing to yell, no longer stayed his hand. He couldn't just be shouted out by Lin Ruan, otherwise if he really woke Lin Ruan up, even if he didn't do anything, he would more or less be splashed with mud. Immediately, Lu Ming flashed behind Lin Ruan and covered her mouth with one hand. Lin Ruan's shouted voice was blocked by this, directly became much quieter, and could not hear what was being said. Seeing this, Lin Ruan frantically resisted, wanting to break free from Lu Ming's control. But the next second, Lu Ming directly pressed on an acupoint on her body. Lin Ruan's entire body lost consciousness and fell softly to the ground, fainting. This time, Lu Ming was finally relieved. This time, he was almost set up successfully by this woman, Lin Ruan, but fortunately, he reacted in time to get through this crisis. Lu Ming squatted down and looked at Lin Ruan, who fainted. Chapter 60, Strawberry Fairy confessing to Lin Ruan? Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's sleeping appearance. At this time, Lin Ruan's, after a fierce struggle, cheeks white with red, tooting exquisite small mouth. The previous high cold school flower and the appearance of the storm goddess in the past 2 days, there is a kind of child sleeping like cute. But Lu Ming wouldn't let her go just because of that. There was no such opportunity in the past, so of course he had to cherish it now. Lu Ming went straight to work. Each of his hands went on Lin Ruan's left and right cheeks, pinching and ravaging without mercy. Good guy. I didn't expect that you, the high and mighty schoolgirl, would actually turn into the vicious Rong Mama today. To actually make such a poisonous plan to trap me. In order to separate me from your mom, you really did whatever it takes, haha. You don't even care about your own innocence. Then you can blame me for not being polite. Lu Ming said, his heart getting angrier and angrier. The strength of his hand was also increasing, pinching Lin Ruan's face into various shapes. Don't say that. Don't look at Lin Ruan, she doesn't look fat, her face is small, and there is quite a lot of flesh on her face to play with. Pinched up and smooth like playing with jelly. This really made Lu Ming a little bit in love. Until Lin Ruan's face was pinched by Lu Ming to have some redness and swelling. Lu Ming then let her go. Picking her up, he sent her back to Lin Ruan's bed. When he went in, Lin Ruan was sleeping soundly, spitting out soft breaths. obviously not woken up by what had just happened. It seems that today is really exhausted. Lu Ming also favored Lin Ruan with a kiss before leaving. Only then did he return to his room, and worrying that Lin Ruan would wake up in the middle of the night to stage a second attack. This time Lu Ming directly locked the door to his room. Just as everything was completed, Lu Ming just wanted to get ready to go to bed. Ha! Lu Ming suddenly realized that there was a small black object on the ground next to his bed. Picking it up, he saw that it was actually a USB drive. He didn't have this. And at a closer look, it was actually a 1T USB drive. The amount of memory is amazing. The average person with a USB flash drive will use up to 64G, 128G, and few people use a 1T USB flash drive. This guest room has never lived in a person, himself is the first to live. And this room from the time it was bought to now, it has been into themselves and Lin Ruan. The flash drive is not his own. Then there was only one possibility, the flash drive belonged to Lin Ruan. It should have fallen off her when she rushed into the room and tangled with herself. Case solved. Lu Ming guessed it at once. But then Lu Ming couldn't help but be curious. The average person could not use a USB flash drive with such a large memory, and Lin Ruan still carried it with her so late at night, so it was obvious that what was inside was very important to her. Then the question arose. What exactly was stored inside? Good daughter, don't blame your father for this. You're the one who messed up first, haha. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the best way to win 100 battles. It's not too much to ask for me to get some information to get a hold of your intelligence, right? Immediately, Lu Ming made a decision. Out of the room came to the study, opened the study's computer and plugged in the USB flash drive he picked up. But I did not expect that this USB flash drive actually said a password. This makes Lu Ming feel even more that the things inside this USB flash drive are not simple. However, this could not be difficult for Lu Ming. He is just from the system that got the God-level hacking technology. Invading computers and breaking firewalls is easy, but can he be stopped by a password on a USB flash drive? In a matter of seconds, the password to the USB flash drive was given to Lu Ming. The password of the USB flash drive was broken by Lu Ming. The content of the inside is no longer half blocked by Lu Ming into the bottom of the eye. From the above line of selfie, Lu Ming can be sure. This was indeed Lin Ruan's personal USB drive. They were all pictures of her stinking beauty. But as Lu Ming started dragging the mouse and saw the content below, Lu Ming's mouth began to unconsciously open wide. The whole person was staggered, and his eyes were filled with shock. The face was also full of unbelievable color. After a long time, Lu Ming slowed down, couldn't help but say, "Good guy. This girl is playing so wild. Too exciting." Only to see, in this USB flash drive of Lin Ruan. At first, the front was quite normal, it was all Lin Ruan's smelly selfies. Although some of them are relatively cool, but they are not exposed, there is nothing unseemly to see. But Lu Ming looked at it and dragged the mouse to the bottom. The picture style began to change. Some screenshots of her chats with someone called Strawberry Flavor Fairy appeared. As for why Lu Ming was sure it was screenshots of Lin Ruan's chats with the Strawberry Flavor Fairy. That was Lu Ming recognizing Lin Ruan's avatar. In the past, when he was in school, he and Lin Ruan were on good terms, so naturally he had her friends, so he also remembered that her avatar was the one in the chat logs. Lu Ming casually clicked on the screenshot of the chat log. The first one was nothing strange. When the strawberry-flavored fairy first added Lin Ruan, she introduced herself as an I Xiao Xiao, and Lin Ruan politely introduced herself back. But the second one was a sudden change in style and became explosive. Just see the chat log screenshot. Strawberry Flavor Fairy. I've been holding something in my heart for a long time. No matter how it turns out today, I must tell you. I like you. Want to be with you. And after a long time, Lin Ruan didn't reply, and Strawberry Flavored Fairy was sad and sent another message. Strawberry Flavored Fairy. I'm sorry. It was my impulsiveness that scared you today. If you're scared, let's stop seeing each other in the future. But in the end, Lin Ruan replied with a, "Okay, I promise." What followed were some words from the strawberry-flavored fairy, who was so happy that she went crazy. This directly confused Lu Ming. Good guy. It was actually Strawberry Flavor Fairy who was confessing her love for Lin Ruan, and Lin Ruan had even agreed? If he remembered correctly, Strawberry Fairy's real name was Anai Xiao Xiao, right? It's a woman, right? A woman confessed to Lin Ruan, and Lin Ruan even said yes? In this state of confusion, Lu Ming continued to look down. Strawberry Flavor Fairy and Lin Ruan officially dating, That talk can be ambiguous up, often mutual pugilism, some love words or something. Looks actually a little sweet. Lu Ming kind of understand. Lin Ruan is a record of the fetish, right? These chat log screenshots recorded that she and Strawberry Flavor Fairy had a series of processes from getting to know each other to confessing to dating. Who? The content was so explosive that Lu Ming had to take a deep breath before moving on to the following content. This should be the Strawberry Flavored Fairy, also known as Ni Xiao Xiao. When Lu Ming saw Ni Xiao Xiao's picture, he couldn't help but be indisputably attracted for a moment, because Ni Xiao Xiao actually looked like a little loli, although Lu Ming already knew from the chat records that Ni Xiao Xiao was also a college student from Mordor University. Her little loli look really looked underage. Chapter 61 Little Loli Ni Xiao Xiao. Ni Xiao Xiao on the photo. Her face was very white and red, like a freshly peeled egg. Her big, watery eyes made one's heart ache with love at a glance. But the most crucial thing was that she was wearing a double ponytail, and also wearing a set that seems to be a cosplay suit. As for which one is cosplay, Lu Ming also did not recognize. He did not have any research in this area. But this also made Lu Ming wonder. This Ni Xiao Xiao is not long, single long meat and this meat has not grown crooked. Simply the face of an angel, the body of a devil. In the front are some personal photos of Ni Xiao Xiao. Lu Ming has seen one by one. The next appeared Lin Ruan and Ni Xiao Xiao's photo. These photos directly made Lu Ming look dumbfounded. With a strong sense of condemnation, Lu Ming endeavored to finish reading the photos. After looking at them, Lu Ming collapsed into a chair. He really couldn't imagine that the original Lin Ruan would be like this. In response to this, Lu Ming expressed his strong condemnation. Moreover, Lu Ming had also solved a doubt in his heart at this time. No wonder Lin Ruan had never had a boyfriend, or even had any intimate contact with any male, and was still labeled as a high and cold school flower. He used to think that Lin Ruan, a good-looking girl who was particularly outstanding in all aspects, naturally had a higher vision. It was normal for her not to be able to see the boys around her. But Lu Ming never expected it. Lin Ruan would actually do such a thing. Could it be that following Lin Ruan with a long time also suffered from misogyny and other diseases? Lu Ming sat paralyzed in his chair for a long time, took a few deep breaths, and only then calmed down. Tonight there is a big harvest. This USB flash drive is hiding a shocking secret. Lin Ruan has been hiding this secret so well, without the slightest hint of leakage, so it can be seen that the secrecy is done so tightly. I think she is absolutely not dare to give Lin Ruan no. Now that Lu Ming had gotten hold of Lin Ruan's secret, it was the same as knowing Lin Ruan's secret. It was also the same as knowing Lin Ruan's soft underbelly. Pinching her handle, which shall not pinch Lin Ruan to death. Lin Ruan, let's see how you can escape me this time. Want to drive me away from your mom? No way. Lu Ming's eyes went to the USB flash drive. This would be his biggest backbone in the future. If Lin Ruan still dared to stop him from being with Lin Ruan, then he could threaten back with this. Thinking about this, Lu Ming was so refreshed. From now on, Lin Ruan, this little tiny girl, was not enough to worry about. Lu Ming will unplug the USB flash drive, and then to the study's computer is drumming for a while, before humming a song mood happy back to his room. Locked the door, sleep at ease to go. Early the next morning. Bang bang bang. Lu Ming hadn't even woken up yet when the door to his room was hammered hard. The sound of the slamming door was also accompanied by Lin Ruan's miserable screams. Lu Ming, you pervert. Dog man, open the door. I'm going to kill you. The misery of that voice was such that it was almost as if the owner had already collapsed into a frenzy. With such a big commotion, Lu Ming was naturally woken up at once. Still thinking that he didn't know what Lin Ruan was mad about, but he was not afraid of her now that he had her handle in his hand. So he got up in a daze and walked towards the door of his room. Then directly opened the door. Unexpectedly, at the moment Lu Ming opened the door, Lin Ruan's crazy rushed up and attacked Lu Ming with her teeth and claws. Although Lu Ming had just woken up in a daze, Lin Ruan could not be his opponent. In a flash, Lin Ruan was controlled and pressed onto the bed. And Lin Ruan used all her strength and struggled frantically, but she just couldn't move. Lu Ming. You! Shut up. Lin Ruan, what are you mad about early in the morning? Lin Ruan just wanted to yell, but was interrupted by Lu Ming coldly shouting out. Being shouted by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan was stunned for a moment, but then quickly came back to her senses. You're still asking me? Why don't you think about what you actually did? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I really misjudged you. You devil, demon, wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Ruan's tone was very complicated, with a hint of crying yet murderous, resentful, and hateful. Lu Ming was confused. What the hell are you talking about? What did I do? This kind of thing, you dare not do it, right? And at this time, Lin Ruan was also awakened by the commotion over here and hurriedly left the room to rush over. What's going on this? Why are you making a scene again? Lu Ming also released his control over Lin Ruan after seeing Lin Ruan come. Lin Ruan got up in a flash and ran to Lin Ruan's side like a flying swallow, throwing herself into her arms and hugged her tightly. Afterwards, she said as if sobbing, "Mom, Lu Ming, he plotted against me. I." Hearing this, Lin Ruan was instantly dumbfounded. And Lu Ming also knew that he couldn't let Lin Ruan talk nonsense, and immediately retorted, "Lin Ruan, is this kind of thing something that can be said casually? I look up to you. I think you're crazy. You've learned to plant evidence in order to discredit me." Although Lin Ruan was really shocked when he first heard it, but when he turned his head and thought about it, he also felt that there was something fishy going on. In his opinion, Lu Ming was definitely not this kind of person. He then patted Lin Ruan's back and comforted her for a while before asking, "Een, tell mommy about the matter in detail." Mom listened to what's going on. Lin Ruan could only stammer that she came to Lu Ming's room. But Lin Ruan also immediately noticed the problem in her words and immediately asked, "Why did you run to Lu Ming's room in the middle of the night?" "Ah?" Being asked by Lin Ruan, Lin Ruan also panicked for a moment, but her brain turned. "Lu Ming. He told me to go over So I went over. But as soon as I went in, he locked the door and knocked me out. And then it was... Oh." Thinking about what might have happened after she fainted, Lin Ruan couldn't help but wail. She couldn't believe that Lu Ming hadn't done something to her when she was completely passed out and unconscious. It was really quite possible that she herself, being given that by Lu Ming, she originally just wanted to pay a small price to complete the plan. But she didn't expect to be taken advantage of so much by Lu Ming as a result. And so, the more Lin Ruan thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and the louder she cried. And Lu Ming, who was watching from the side, finally couldn't help but speak. "Hey, if you say I'm plotting against you, then I'm plotting against you? The police still have to talk about evidence." Lin Ruan also gritted her teeth when she heard this. There's surveillance at home. In Lin Ruan's mind, as long as the CCTV captured herself entering Lu Ming's room, Lu Ming would have no defense and would not be able to say anything. Just check. Lu Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest, undaunted. Chapter 62. A Wave of Riches. Yes, there were indeed many cameras installed in the villa of Yun Li's former residence. Although there were none in the rooms and other personal private spaces, there were quite a few cameras in the public spaces that could capture the corridors. So the three of them went to the surveillance room and pulled up the surveillance of the corridor in front of Lu Ming's room last night. After pulling up the screen, Lin Ruan stared at the surveillance screen with a deadly stare. Inside the incomparable pain and aggravation, thinking that she must poke Lu Ming's true colors, so that he pays the due price. Lin Ruan will monitor to last night. Lu Ming back to the room after the screen began to multiply the speed playback. Soon the time close to Lin Ruan said 12:30 time. At the start of this moment, Lin Ruan was even more pumped up and almost pressed her face to the screen. But the surveillance screen flashed by quickly, and the surveillance time passed by minute by minute.
At isa oras 30 minuto. 2 oras 30 minuto.
It had been until 6:20 at dawn. The figure of Lin Ruan going to Lu Ming's room never appeared on the surveillance screen either. For a moment, Lin Ruan was stumped. Under Lin Ruan's questioning gaze, Lin Ruan incredulously rushed to the monitor, shouting out of the side of her mouth, "Impossible! I clearly went. How could it not be?" Then he tuned back the surveillance time and watched it again and again. He even tuned in the other surveillance on the other side of the corridor, but no matter which surveillance he watched from and how many times he watched it, he didn't see herself appearing in the corridor in the slightest. Not to mention the footage of her going to Lu Ming's room. This moment, Lin Ruan was completely dumbfounded. Her brain was messed up into a pulp, and she began to doubt her life. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to stand out. "This is according to what you said. The surveillance was also watched. But there was no sign of you. So does that prove that you were talking nonsense?" Although he said this on his lips, Lu Ming was boasting about his resourcefulness in his heart. Luckily, before he went back to his room last night, he had the bright idea to think of this. Before he left, he used divine hacking techniques to process the surveillance screen. Otherwise, right now, Lin Ruan really saw the image of Lin Ruan entering his room. Then he himself would be mute and unable to say anything. And now that Lin Ruan had never been seen on the surveillance screen appearing in the corridor, that would have cut off this woe from the root. Een, you were probably dreaming. Sleepy? At this time, Lin Ruan was still speaking kindly, giving Lin Ruan a downward slope. But Lin Ruan's mouth was chanting at this time. Impossible. I clearly went. How could it be a dream? I remember it clearly. Then, with a jolt, she shouted out. I know. Lin Ruan pointed at Lu Ming. It must be you. Did you do it? Don't say it, it was really guessed by Lin Ruan. But Lin Ruan had targeted Lu Ming so 3 times. Lin Ruan could no longer look away. Immediately, she coldly drank. Lin Ruan, how old are you? Do you know what you're doing? These words came out. Lin Ruan was instantly stunned. A look of panic and fear surfaced on her face. She had never seen her mom look so angry, and had even shouted out her full name. Immediately after that, I know you've always been against me and Lu Ming being together, but how could you use such underhanded tactics as planting evidence and framing to force us apart? You don't even want your own reputation. And Lu Ming, even if you don't recognize him as your father, he's still a benefactor to us, to the Doubletree Group. Is that how you treat your benefactor? Do you know how much trouble this kind of slander will bring to both of you? Think about it. Lin Ruan's tone was full of pain and disappointment towards Lin Ruan. After saying that, she left with Lu Ming. And Lin Ruan, who was left alone in the same place, panicked for a while before repeatedly recalling last night's memories. But no matter how she thought about it, she clearly remembered that it was she who had clearly gone to Lu Ming's room. There was no way it could have been a dream. Thus, Lin Ruan became more and more certain of her suspicions. It must have been Lu Ming who had changed the surveillance images. So she immediately copied the surveillance records from her computer, then sent it to a technical god she knew to help detect it. Not a moment later, the technical god replied to Lin Ruan. The surveillance records are normal. There are no traces of modification. Lin Ruan was stunned for a moment after receiving this answer, and still asked undeterred. Senior, are you sure? This surveillance footage is clearly different from what I remember. It clearly passed through the corridor last night. No way, are you dreaming? This section of surveillance doesn't seem to have any problems to me. If there are traces of modification, with my means I will definitely be able to see some clues. I dare say that no one can escape my eyes, unless he is a god. Seeing this, Lin Ruan's face turned white. This senior brother was a computer technology genius she knew, with a very high level of skill, a top technical god in China. But even he said that there was no problem with this surveillance record. Now Lin Ruan's faith began to waver. Could it be that the surveillance footage was truly okay? Was she really dreaming? She hadn't been in Lu Ming's room at all? In a trance, Lin Ruan returned to her room. Lying on her bed, she stared blankly at the ceiling as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. After a long time, Lin Ruan had a flash of light and violently jumped up from her bed. She ran to the toilet, started checking up on herself. She suddenly remembered that if something really happened, it should have left some traces and pain behind. But no matter how she checked, no matter how she jumped, she didn't feel anything unusual. Could it really be that daydreaming, night dreaming, I had a nightmare last night? I really haven't been to Lu Ming's room. Thinking of this, Lin Ruan couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that her innocence was still intact, and that she had wrongly blamed Lu Ming. Because of a dream, it had gotten to the point where it was like this now, and it had really made a big deal, causing her mom and Lu Ming to be so angry with her. Ugh! For a while, Lin Ruan didn't know what to do. Thinking about it, Lin Ruan decided to go and apologize to Lu Ming. After all, it was true that this matter was not something that could be talked about casually, and she had wrongly blamed him. He should be very sad, right? And so, Lin Ruan also walked out of her room, ready to go find Lu Ming. And at this time, Lu Ming, instead of being sad, was still very happy. Because today, Ko Chong, at his behest, cashed out and left the market when the wheat futures reached the price of 2,890 yuan a ton. This time Lu Ming's gain was up to more than $1,625 million. Plus today's 30% increase in the system's rewards, more than $100 million called over. He now has a bank card balance of 1,757 million, a real wave of wealth. 61 chapters were swallowed. Try to revise for an early release. Chapter 63, Learning Materials. This wave of Wheat Future's final earnings really exceeded Lu Ming's previous expectations. Thanks to his continued investment in the following days, the final total gain was as high as 1.62 billion, compared to his initial expectation of earning 200 or 300 million, directly doubled several times. Just as Lu Ming was happy in his room, the next second, Lin Ruan quietly appeared outside the room door. The door to the room was half hidden. Lu Ming immediately saw Lin Ruan sneaking around outside the door. He was immediately on the defensive. Who knows what Lin Ruan was up to again? What are you sneaking around for? Only after being called out by Lu Ming did Lin Ruan gently push open the door and dawdle her way in. Crossing her palms over each other and playing with her fingertips, she said sheepishly, "Which one of me is sneaky? I was kind and came to apologize to you." Lin Ruan's voice were quite small. Fortunately, Lu Ming's ears were sensitive, which made him hear clearly. Hearing Lin Ruan say this, Lu Ming also could not help but laugh. Which one apologizes in such a low voice? Lin Ruan immediately raised her volume and said, "Then this is finally okay. Are you still listening or not? All right, barely. Then you start apologizing. I'll listen." Lin Ruan's back teeth were about to be clenched when she saw Lu Ming's look of watching a good show, but she still endured it and started apologizing.
Lu Ming, I'm sorry.
"I did the wrong thing in this matter today. I shouldn't have wronged you with unwarranted speculations. It's me who didn't distinguish between light and heavy, and didn't realize the seriousness of doing so, leading to such an unmanageable result today. Here, I once again solemnly apologize to you." Lin Ruan apologized word by word, with clear articulation. Lu Ming could hear that her apology was sincere and was not fooling around. An average person, after hearing such a stating apology, would probably forgive her. Not to mention that Lin Ruan was still her own daughter, so naturally Lu Ming was no exception. Still, Lu Ming took this opportunity to make his request. "Your apology was very stale. How about this? If you promise me one more request, I will forgive you." Lin Ruan's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and she immediately asked, "What request?" "Call me father in the future." Hearing this, Lin Ruan immediately jumped up and directly refused. "This is impossible." As she jumped up, there was a small crunching sound, as if something had fallen to the ground. But under the sound of Lin Ruan's voice, no one noticed. Lin Ruan glared viciously at Lu Ming. She didn't expect Lu Ming to actually make this request. It was simply taking advantage of the fire. But she definitely wouldn't agree to it. Apologizing was fine, calling her father wasn't. "Then I won't forgive you. Whatever." Lin Ruan huffed and turned around, about to leave the room. But as she turned around, her eyes swept, actually saw the USB flash drive on her body fall to the ground. Lin Ruan's face panicked, and subconsciously squatted down to pick up the USB drive. But Lin Ruan found the USB flash drive at the same time. Lu Ming also saw. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. This USB flash drive had a destiny with him, dropping it here twice and thrice. With an instantaneous step, Lu Ming picked up the USB flash drive in advance before Lin Ruan did. "This USB flash drive looks good," Lu Ming said as he played with the flash drive in his hand. But Lin Ruan was instantly anxious and hurriedly said, "This is my USB flash drive. Give me back my USB flash drive." But Lu Ming wouldn't let her off so cheaply. "Agree to my conditions just now, and I'll give you back the U-disc." "No way. Even if I die, I won't be able to call out to your father. You can take the USB flash drive if you want it. There's nothing important on it anyway." Although Lin Ruan was anxious in her heart, she knew that the more anxious she acted, the less likely Lu Ming would return it to her. Therefore, she deliberately pretended to be indifferent. Thought so Lu Ming will feel an ordinary USB flash drive cannot pinch her, return to their own. Even pretended to be generous that can be given to Lu Ming, that she does not care about this USB flash drive. Lu Ming, if he did not know the contents of this USB flash drive, I am afraid that she was really deceived by this appearance. Women are really natural movie queens. So Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile that contained deep meaning. "It's really for me, so I'll take it. Thanks." "Huh." Lin Ruan was dumbfounded when Lu Ming said this. She didn't expect Lu Ming to not follow the rules. A small USB flash drive he wants. "What? Regretting it? But you said you'd send it to me," Lu Ming said with interest. Lin Ruan immediately responded, "I still have some information inside. You first return me. I'll go and save it. I'll go and save it." I'll make sure to send you the USB flash drive. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, both of them, hid 800 hearts and minds and exchanged words with each other. But Lu Ming is not fooled, but also her, the content shall not be emptied. To an empty USB flash drive, what is the use? Lu Ming is not and Lin Ruan circle, directly said. That cannot, the content of your mom has not seen it. Hearing this, Lin Ruan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Looking at Lu Ming's smile that contained deep meaning, her heart was very weak, as if she had been seen through the secrets of her entire body. But then, she immediately thought that this USB flash drive had set its own password, and only she knew it. And it had also been carried around with her. It was impossible for anyone to know what was on it. So she quickly settled her mind and calmly said, but some study materials, it's nothing. But the next second, Lu Ming's mouth spat out a name, and I Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Lin Ruan instantly lost her mind. The whole person took a few steps back, holding onto the wall before standing still, her eyes filled with disbelief. Where did you hear this name? What I know, it's more than that. Oh, for example. Lu Ming then said something about the contents of the USB flash drive. This time, Lin Ruan was sure that Lu Ming must have read the contents of his U-disc. This U-disc not only even has a secret but she has also been carrying it with her. The content inside even an I Xiao Xiao does not know. And Lu Ming even. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ruan's mind, finally coming to a conclusion. I know. I wasn't dreaming. I did come to your room, and that's when the USB flash drive was taken away by you and read the contents, wasn't it? And you know, computer technology. Otherwise you couldn't have cracked the password of my flash drive. You even changed the surveillance records and erased the images of me coming to your room. Aha! Lu Ming directly nodded his head to affirm her conclusion. At this moment, Lin Ruan finally understood. Please cast your recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 64 Lin Ruan yields. When Lu Ming admitted it without warning, Lin Ruan suddenly slapped at Lu Ming. But still, Lu Ming easily caught her hand, and Lin Ruan, who was caught by her hand, had an annoyed expression and gritted her teeth. Lu Ming, I really can't imagine that you're actually still a technical expert. Handle the surveillance screen so well. Even the person I'm looking for can't see a single trace. How could Lin Ruan not expect that the computer technology god in her mind had clearly said that this surveillance record could not have been modified? Otherwise he must be able to see it, unless he was a god. But now Lu Ming has done it. Doesn't that mean Lu Ming is a godlike figure in this field? And Lu Ming just casually responded, just learned a little. Lu Ming's attitude made Lin Ruan even more annoyed and said loudly, you say it lightly. Did you already think of it? I would watch the video, so I handled the video. And next, you went along with it, making my mom think that I intentionally smeared and framed you, forcing me to stoop so low as to apologize to you. Hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head. You're good at backpedaling. It was clearly you who framed me first, huh? Luckily, I'm a bit capable and dodged it. Otherwise, I'm the one who's suffering now. There's no cause and effect. You're just eating your own fruit now. Lu Ming's words caused Lin Ruan to be stunned for a moment and fall into deep thought. She realized that Lu Ming was indeed right. In the beginning, she was the one who wanted Lu Ming and her mom to separate, so she thought of making all these things, but Lu Ming had some means and avoided all of them. But now it has all backfired on her. After thinking about it, Lin Ruan also pulled her hand out from under Lu Ming's control. Then she reached out in front of Lu Ming, spread her palms and said, okay, I was wrong about this, but I also apologized, so you can give me back the USB drive. Lu Ming directly to Lin Ruan, amused. This girl so naive? This girl is so naive. She wants to take the flash drive back? Thinking about it is beautiful. Why should I give you back the USB flash drive? If you don't give it back to me, you won't be able to stay with my mom. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of her threat at all, and immediately said, if I give it back to you, you don't want me to be with your mom either. Then I might as well not return it. It's good to take it and share the contents with your mom. For a moment, Lin Ruan was speechless by Lu Ming. From the amplitude of her heaving chest, it could be seen that she was already furious at this point. But she couldn't do anything about Lu Ming. She couldn't say that she couldn't say it, and she couldn't rob him either. As long as Lu Ming was not willing to return it, she really had no way to get the USB flash drive back from him. And once it became a big deal, attracted her own mom to come over and get involved. The secret in her hard disk will most likely be exposed and known by her mom. Losing face is small. If her mom didn't allow her to be with an Ai Xiaoxiao and forced her to break off the relationship, that was the big one. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, she didn't want to take that risk. Thinking about it, Lin Ruan could only give in for the time being. Swallowing all her grievances under her stomach, she changed into a kind face and looked at Lu Ming. Then you say, what will it take to return the USB drive to me? Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. He could tell that Lin Ruan was lowering her head and couldn't help but snicker. Yo, figured it out? Now you know to bow your head. As he said that, his right hand also pinched Lin Ruan's fair face and pinched it. The hand feel was simply not too good. Where's that irritability you had before? Haven't you been disliking the sky and the earth since you came back? Now so well behaved. At this moment, Lu Ming was like a big devil king, doing whatever he wanted to Lin Ruan, a little weak chicken with her head bowed down. And Lin Ruan didn't have any way out. Just let Lu Ming pinch her face without resisting. Because she was really afraid that after making a big deal out of it, the secrets on the USB drive would be discovered by Lin Ruan. And the only thing she could do to resist was her gaze. Lin Ruan stared viciously at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to turn her gaze into a knife and stab Lu Ming's entire body with hundreds of knives. But it was a pity. The gaze was of no use. Lu Ming was still pinching her recklessly. Lin Ruan slowly began to despair. The sharp gaze began to weaken until it became slowly helpless. She had never thought that she would actually one day be under Lu Ming's teasing, without the power to put up resistance. Her pride, her psyche collapsed. And at this time, Lu Ming also saw the end, knowing that this time he really completely subdued her. Directly stated his conditions. I still say that, you call me father first, I'll think about it. Lin Ruan didn't respond. She guessed it was this, but really when Lu Ming proposed it, she still couldn't accept it, and her heart was filled with resistance. Her teeth were clenched and her lips were tightly closed, sitting in a last-ditch resistance. But soon, the devil's whisper came from her ears. If you don't scream, I'll take the USB drive and show your mom. Lu Ming felt that right now, he really looked like such an unforgiving villain in a movie or TV drama, taking someone else's handle to threaten others, and then the other side a look of trepidation. Don't say, this is really some exciting, but in fact Lu Ming is also forced to helpless. If he can and Lin want good together life, he also do not want to engage in such trouble. Naiha Lin Ruan repeatedly want to separate him and Lin Ruan. If this little ninny was made to be obedient at once, in the future how could he live this life? Therefore, the means that should be used should still be used. The most important thing is to be a little bit better to this daughter in the future. After hearing Lu Ming's threat, Lin Ruan subconsciously took a few steps back. When she raised her head again, her eyes, her expression, all no longer declared his anger at this time. But in the end, love overcame anger. The anger in her eyes slowly dissipated. Thinking of the consequences if Lin Ruan really saw the USB flash drive, she began to become terrified. Then the mouth squirmed for a while, but not the slightest sound came out. It was just too difficult to speak. After a while, after trying countless times in her mind, Lin Ruan closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Finally, still shouted out, "Dead!" After shouting, Lin Ruan's entire body was devoid of strength as if she was deflated. The mind was also a blank. She had ultimately failed, her pride and dignity completely thrown away. Good daughter. At this time, Lu Ming's face blossomed into this smile of heart satisfaction and happiness. Said at the same time is also like in coaxing children in general, in Lin Ruan head gently pat a pat. Chapter 65 Crazy Little Hammer. At this time, Lin Ruan's eyes that had been closed all this time also opened. She looked at the smile on the face of Lu Ming, who was half a head taller than him, and surprisingly felt that there was a hint of kindness. It was different from the perverted, disgusting smile she had imagined from the moment she had learned that her mom had found herself a father. Lu Ming's kind, good-looking smile seemed to have entered her heart. It made her, for a moment, a little shaken as well. She had been not so young when she was adopted by Lin Ruan and had early memories. Knowing that she was an orphan who suffered abandonment from her parents and grew up in an orphanage, but since being adopted by Lin Ruan, she and Lin Ruan had depended on each other. Lin Ruan treated her as a real daughter, and she felt a true mother's love from Lin Ruan, making up for some of those deficiencies. However, in the piece of fatherly love, it was something she was permanently missing. Although all along, she also envied other friends and classmates for being able to have both a father and mother's favor. But the experience of her youth made her very precocious, knowing that the kind of life she has today is already very favorable. So the peace of father's love was a regret buried deep in her heart. But at this moment, she actually felt the father's love that she had always longed for in Lu Ming. This made her feel in this instant that it wasn't impossible to recognize Lu Ming as her father. But this thought also flickered. Am I crazy? To actually give birth to such a thought? Lin Ruan frantically shook her head and hurriedly shook this dangerous thought out of her mind. Lu Ming was only 2 or 3 years older than herself. How could she have such a thought? No, resolutely not. After coming to her senses, Lin Ruan began to recover her true colors and asked Lu Ming for the USB drive. I've already shouted. Now you can give me back the U-disc. Lu Ming, on the other hand, smiled. I didn't say I'd give it to you after you shouted. I said I'd think about it after I shouted. You tricked me. After hearing Lu Ming's reply, Lin Ruan directly exploded. She understood that she had been tricked by Lu Ming, and that he had no intention of returning the USB flash drive to her so easily, but she had no way out. The initiative was completely on Lu Ming's side. She was genuinely afraid that the contents would be seen by her own mother, and that would be the end of her and An I Xiao Xiao. At this time, Lin Ruan's heart was dripping blood. She felt that she was really too naive, and had just been teased by Lu Ming. Playing word games with her dad, he shouted, but still did not return the USB flash drive to himself. Still have to consider. Consider your sister, ah. So Lin Ruan also began to anxious. How in the end you are willing to give me back the USB flash drive? Lu Ming, who held the initiative, was in no hurry at all and said faintly, You perform well. Saying that, he turned around and lay down on the bed. Look at what you did last night, causing me to toss and turn all night, and early in the morning you came to make trouble again. Now the whole body is stiff and uncomfortable. You should at least help me massage and loosen up my muscles. It's not too much, right? Lu Ming's words had just fallen. Lin Ruan immediately refused. This is still not excessive? I am bound to not help you with a massage. In her opinion, Lu Ming's requests were all more excessive than one another. Just the matter of calling out to her father alone. She had already broken through her own bottom line. But now, Lu Ming even asked himself to give him a massage and loosen his tendons? Simply delusional. To know, she has never been in contact with men, and she can't even touch them. Not to mention such an intimate thing like massage. For a moment, Lin Ruan was incomparably resistant and immediately turned around to leave the room. Determined, there was absolutely no way she would agree to this request from Lu Ming. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Ming also did not have any indication of retaining him to stay, still leaving her to leave the room as she did. And so, the more Lin Ruan walked, the more flustered she became. Some thoughts could not help but float in her mind. For example, after she left, Lu Ming turned around and showed the contents of the USB flash drive to her mom. Thinking of this, Lin Ruan couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. The footsteps began to slow down. In her heart, she shouted, Stay me ah! Say something! Thinking about whether or not she could force Lu Ming to cancel this condition by leaving in protest. However, until she reached the door of the room, Lu Ming didn't react either. Lin Ruan stood at the entrance of the room at this point in time. She was in a dilemma of whether to leave or not to leave. How much she wanted to disregard everything and directly slam the door. But she couldn't. For the sake of An I Xiao Xiao, Lin Ruan put up a fight. With a turn, she rushed to the bedside and directly made it to Lu Ming. Massage ha! Loosening the tendons is right. Come on. Who's afraid of who? While speaking, her hands turned into small hammers and hammered frantically on Lu Ming's back. At this time, the resolute impossibility she had just set up instantly shattered. Lin Ruan had almost exerted her entire body's strength in order to get back at Lu Ming, just to make Lu Ming taste the taste of a painful blow. But it was not expected. At this time, Lu Ming was the one who let out a comfortable sound. The force is not bad. Quite comfortable. Continue. When these words came out, Lin Ruan was immediately stunned for a moment. She had clearly exerted her entire body's strength. How come she didn't make Lu Ming taste the pain, didn't make him regret it, but instead got comfortable? Lin Ruan was so angry. Are you a turtle? This doesn't even hurt. Lin Ruan felt that Lu Ming was a reincarnated turtle in his past life, with a turtle shell on his back. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to hammer him so hard and not feel any pain, but feel comfortable instead. This was not scientific. I'm a tortoise. Then you're the daughter of a tortoise? A female tortoise. Lu Ming, who was enjoying himself on the bed, suddenly came out with a sentence. This made Lin Ruan even more furious when she heard it, and the force on her hand increased even more. Who is a turtle? You turtle. Lin Ruan silently cursed in her heart, not daring to say it explicitly, otherwise Lu Ming would have to wonder how to tease her again. And even after Lin Ruan exerted herself even more, Lu Ming still didn't feel any pain, but instead became more comfortable. Because even if Lin Ruan used all her strength, to him, her strength was still very small. To put it simply, it just couldn't break his defense. The next time, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan didn't speak to anyone. The difference was that Lu Ming was silently enjoying himself, while Lin Ruan was the one who had been cursing Lu Ming in her heart, but didn't dare to speak out, just silently continued massaging, until both small hands started to get sore and wanted to stop, but was forced back by Lu Ming's words and had to continue. After another while, Lin Ruan's hands had completely run out of strength, but she was still hammering away, and just then, the door to the room was suddenly opened, and Lin Ruan walked in. She was stumped on the spot, and Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, who heard the sound and turned their heads over, also completely froze when they saw the visitor. Chapter 66 Asking is relying on charm. The three of them looked at each other wide-eyed for a good 10 seconds. Lin Ruan raised her hand and rubbed her eyes to confirm if she had misread, but there was still that scene in her eyes. Her own daughter, Lin Ruan, was sitting on Lu Ming's body and seemed to be massaging him? You guys! What are you guys doing? Lin Ruan still didn't believe the scene she had just seen, because in her subconscious mind, it was good enough that Lin Ruan didn't find trouble with Lu Ming. How could she possibly help him with a massage? And as Lin Ruan asked the question, Lin Ruan also came back to her senses. Rushing away from Lu Ming, with a look of shock and weakness, she hurried to hide far away. In fact, Lin Ruan was more than weak. The successive blows had caused him to mentally collapse. She could not have imagined that her mom would suddenly come to Lu Ming. Her mom would suddenly come to Lu Ming's room, just in time to see herself and Lu Ming so close to the scene. Next time, she should lock the door to her room. No, right? There is no next time. It's all Lu Ming's fault. It's all because of what kind of spicy chicken conditions he put up that he got into this situation. Compared to Lin Ruan's panic and weakness, Lu Ming did not have any waves at all. While Lin Ruan was thinking nonsense, Lu Ming lazily rolled over from the bed and said with a smile, "In the massage, to be precise, it's your daughter who is helping me massage and loosen my muscles. This can't be right." Lin Ruan's face was complicated. It may be that her filial piety found it, knowing that so much fuss recently exhausted me, so she helped me massage, relax, and unwind. To your filial piety, don't say, the technique is good. You can also let her help you press a little. Rarely did Lu Ming say this. Lin Ruan still had an incredulous look on her face. In the morning, these two people were like enemies with deep hatred. If not for the fact that they were in the middle, the two people would probably have to fight. And their own daughter has been refused to recognize Lu Ming as a father. How only in the past not long, their daughter has undergone a great transformation. Begin to filial piety, service up Lu Ming came. This transformation came so fast and furious. It really caught Lin Ruan a little off guard. It's really unbelievable, Lin Ruan said as she shook her head. Lu Ming stood up and said with a smile, "You didn't also see it. It happened. What else is unbelievable? You have to believe your husband, me. Moreover, Yin has already recognized me as her father. So a massage is nothing. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Umbrellas." As he spoke, Lu Ming also looked at Lin Ruan, who was on the side. This time, Lin Ruan was even more surprised when she heard this, and her gaze also looked towards Lin Ruan, as if inquiring, "Is this true? You really agreed to recognize Lu Ming as your father?" Under the gaze of both Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, especially the smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth and the raised eyebrow out of the corner of his eye, Lin Ruan felt a great pressure. How could she not know what Lu Ming meant? Right now, the USB flash drive was still in Lu Ming's hands, and if she didn't recognize it, Lu Ming could burst it out on the spot. Moreover, if she didn't recognize it, she couldn't seem to explain what had just happened. More so, it would make her mom suspicious. So Lin Ruan simply gritted her teeth and directly admitted it. Having received Lin Ruan's affirmative reply, Lin Ruan instantly became fleshly happy, looking at Lu Ming as if she was looking at an omnipotent hero. "Hubby, I adore you too much. You really did it. Someone as stubborn as Yin was conquered by you. How did you do it? Lu Ming looked at Lin Wanru's incarnation as a little fangirl circling around him, and was very satisfied inwardly, faintly pretending to be a hero. In fact, I didn't do anything. It may be that my charm subliminally sensitized Yin. Yin is also a good child who knows his mistakes and can change, so he offered to help me massage and do his filial piety. Lu Ming also cued Lin Ruan again after he finished speaking. Right? Yin, my good daughter. As Lin Ruan listened to Lu Ming's words, she had long cursed him in her heart. How she wanted to expose Lu Ming on the spot and tear him apart with her hands. But that could only be thought about. Reason had been reminding her that she had better cooperate with Lu Ming, or else she couldn't afford the consequences of exposing the USB flash drive. So even if at this time Lin Ruan had how much she hated Lu Ming in her heart, she could only cooperate and rise up with a smile and say, yeah, it's all because of Dad's charisma. With the two of them corroborating each other, Lin Ruan didn't think much of it and believed their words, a pleased smile on her face. Great. Mom is so happy to see you guys getting along harmoniously. Lin Ruan was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. She could tell from Lin Ruan's recent attitude that her daughter had a great resistance to Lu Ming. In fact, she had long been mentally prepared for this as well. When things really happened, she realized that her daughter's resistance was much more overwhelming than she had imagined, even to the extent that she didn't care about her own reputation but also wanted to discredit Lu Ming, forcing them to separate. This left Lin Ruan helpless. One was the daughter that she had raised with her own hands, and one was the lover that she truly loved. If these two were as incompatible as water and fire, what could she do? But the good thing is, when she couldn't think of a way, these two people actually magically got better, and even her own daughter was willing to recognize Lu Ming as her father. This simply made Lin Ruan feel as if she was dreaming. At this time, Lu Ming also opened his mouth and asked, by the way, did you come over to find me for something? Only then did Lin Ruan remember that she did have something to tell Lu Ming before coming over. Yes. I came to find you because I want to tell you about the sales of our perfume, Floating Life Like a Dream, the perfume formula Lu Ming took out to produce the product that ended up being named Floating Life Like a Dream. How much? Lin Ruan didn't beat around the bush and directly responded. According to the statistics of the stores, the sales volume for 1 hour was 43,000 bottles. After hearing the data reported by Lin Ruan, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Shuangmu Group was worthy of being one of the leading companies in the beauty industry. The sales results of a product launched in such a hasty manner was actually so amazing. To know, from the time Lu Ming came up with the formula to the time it was put on sale, how much time had passed. Doublewood Group's publicity for the new perfume can simply be said to be non-existent, yet it was under these circumstances. Surprisingly, it was able to sell 43,000 bottles in the first hour of the sale. This made Lu Ming have to admire. Although Shuangmu Group had never developed any products of its own before, but it was able to rely on agency products to become a company with a market capitalization of $100 billion, precisely because they had achieved an extremely high level of word of mouth and customer trust. That's why it was able to achieve such beautiful results within an hour of the product's launch without any publicity, relying on those old customers' trust in Shuangmu. Chapter 67. Shuyun Group is going to be a thunderstorm. And at the current pricing of 580 bottles of Floating Dream, over 43,000 bottles, that's over $24,900,000, close to $25 million in sales. No wonder you're so happy. If word of mouth spreads about Floating Life Russian Dream next, it will only sell more, Lu Ming said with a smile. Lin Ruan nodded and added, yes, and there's another news to be happy about. Shuyun Group is going to storm the market, right? Lin Ruan was a bit surprised. You knew. Lu Ming was not surprised. It was about the same time as he predicted. This was because 2 days had already passed since Shuyun Group and Lo Group had cooperated and put their new products on sale. It was also time for the consumers who had purchased their products to receive them and use them. Once the Ro Group's products were used, the user would definitely experience some abnormalities. Guess what? Lu Ming also briefly stated his speculation. While Lu Ming was analyzing, Lin Ruan tightly held Lu Ming in her arms, her eyes filled with admiration. Hubby, you're too good. It's indeed just like what you said. The new products from the Lua Wei Group have serious quality problems. There are already quite a few users of Shuyun Group who have severe skin allergies after using their new product. However, this matter has been suppressed by the Shuyun Group, but I feel that once the number of consumers in trouble gets large, it will definitely explode. No wonder Lin Ruan was so surprised and adored Lu Ming, because it was as if everything that happened was right in Lu Ming's grasp. It was all exactly as he said. And Lin Ruan on the side listened to what the two were chatting about. She was also very shocked. She had already learned from old Wang that it was Lu Ming who had driven away the overly bullying Luo Wei group, and that was why Luo Wei group had later turned around and cooperated with Shiyun group. The reason Lu Ming used at that time was that Luo Wei group's new products had serious quality problems. But Lin Ruan didn't trust Lu Ming, thinking that this was just an excuse for Lu Ming to drive away Lo group. Perhaps the Shuangmu executives at that time, with the exception of Lin Ruan, also had the same idea, and were just using Lu Ming's argument to comfort themselves and feel better. But now, the ironclad facts proved that what Lu Ming said was actually true. Luo Wei Group's new product really had serious quality problems. Lin Ruan naturally knew something about the beauty makeup industry, knowing that when a beauty product was undergoing research and development, not only did it need to have an effective beauty effect, but safety was also a major concern. Consumers buy beauty products to become beautiful, not to be disfigured. Therefore, any beauty company in the product safety issues is absolutely impossible to childish. After all, this is about the reputation of the whole company in the eyes of consumers. So this represents, even if it was the developer of the product, the probability was that Luo Wei Group did not know that their product had quality and safety issues. Otherwise, they couldn't have just put it on sale. But Lu Ming, who had nothing to do with the Rho Group, knew about it. And even though he had prevented the cooperation between Doublewood Group and Rho Group, he had avoided this crisis. Thinking about this, Lin Ruan's heart was like being blown up by a bomb, creating shocking waves. The gaze that she looked at Lu Ming also became very complicated. Resentment, shock, curiosity. The image of Lu Ming in her mind began to become incomparably mysterious. It was completely different from her previous impression in school of a sunny, good-looking, humble, but still just an ordinary college student. She could no longer see through Lu Ming as a person now. It had only been a short year or two, and now Lu Ming could make incomparably delicious meals. He had casually come up with the world's top perfume formula and saved the Doublewood Group. He also possessed a handful of profound computer technology, and according to what his senior brother said, he was a godlike figure in the field of computer technology. Even now, Lu Ming seems to have foreseen things in the future. Otherwise, why would Lu Ming be able to know things that Luo Wei Group itself didn't know? Lin Ruan could only think of this outrageous explanation for the time being. Once she thought of all the things Lu Ming had done. No wonder Mom, the 1,000-year-old iceberg, has given him a conquest and is still mesmerized. Lin Ruan couldn't help but lament in her heart. And just at this moment, Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was a call from the company's top executive, Old Wang. So she casually picked it up. General Manager Lin, the sales of our new perfume, Floating Life Like a Dream, are going well. Old Wang spoke with a tone of obvious elation. Well, this sales department has already reported to me. Seeing that Lin Ruan already knew about the sales situation, Old Wang turned his words around. Since the sales department has already reported, let me talk about our D department. Old Wang continued to report. Our D department has detected a substance called sodium phenol in several products that were put on sale by the cooperation between the Shiyun group of companies and the Luo Wei group. This substance is corrosive and cannot come into direct contact with human skin. And their products actually come with such a dangerous substance. Once consumers use it, they will suffer from skin allergies or skin burns or even disfigurement. So I immediately sent someone to check it out and found that after their products were put on sale, there were already many consumers on the internet who reported that they went into the hospital after using their new products. Mr. Lu said before that Low Group's products had serious quality problems, and at that time we thought it was just an excuse. It's thanks to Mr. Lu, if our company had put such a product on sale, then we, Shuangmu, would be finished. Old Wang's tone was very excited. On the one hand, it was because they didn't really believe Lu Ming when he said that the new products from the Low Group had quality problems before, but at this moment it was fulfilled. On the other hand, this allowed Doublewood Group to avoid a crisis that would have splattered the sky. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, this incident would have happened to Doublewood Group by now. Then the consequences of the Doublewood Group can be imagined. As the group's loyal senior citizens, they never want to see this scene. And Lin Ruan was even more so when she heard the old king say the term phenol sodium. Her heart was shocked, and her back almost went cold. As the president of the beauty company, although it was not research and development, She more or less had some basic understanding of the substance of the product and knew how harmful the sodium phenol was to the human body. Being in the beauty industry, quality and safety must be absolutely guaranteed, followed by the effect of the beauty. Once there is a problem with quality and safety, even if it is an allergy, this is already considered a big deal and will cause an uproar among consumers. Not to mention the fact that it will make people's skin burn and even disfigurement. This has gone beyond a product quality problem. It is simply poisoning. Chapter 68. Why don't you go out and close your eyes? After a while, Lin Ruan still had palpitations, her heart thumping. If Lu Ming hadn't appeared in time and pointed out that Luo Wei Group's new product had serious quality and safety issues, and she had believed him, then the next development would have been that they, Shuangmu Group, were forced to continue cooperation with them despite Luo Wei Group's step-by-step pressure. Then the next development would be that today's poisoning incident of beauty products would be what happened to Shuangmu Group. Thinking of this, Lin Ruan's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but look towards Lu Ming, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. And at this time, Old Wong on the other side of the phone also continued. Mr. Lin, I've checked, those remarks about Shuyun Group on the internet have been suppressed by them for the time being. Although it will explode sooner or later, we can also get our hands on them and poke them. What do you think? The current Shuyun Group and Luo Wei Group were both competitors to them. Old Wong naturally wanted to see them go down early. When something happens to an enemy, it wouldn't be a cutie if you didn't take the opportunity to screw him over. What? Old Wong looked for Lin Ruan to report, but also because Lin Ruan was the president after all, and because he believed that she would definitely agree. The result is not surprising. After Lin Ruan heard it, she also quickly agreed. Good. Just do what you said. After receiving Lin Ruan's authorization, Old Wong excused himself and went to operate this matter. It didn't take long. The voices of many victims who had used the new products put on sale by the cooperation between Shuyun Group and Luo Wei Group appeared on the internet. This instantly created waves on the internet. Poetry rhyme groups water armies, supporters began to line up against the victims, attracting many melon eaters. But immediately afterward, a test report on the safety and quality of the new product jointly offered by Shuyun Group's Low Group appeared. This report was like a nuclear bomb that exploded onto the internet and set off a furor. The incident, which was only a small-scale heat, instantly rushed to the major news platforms' hot searches. This report is really fake. The new product jointly released by Shuyun Group Rho Group contains sodium phenol, a corrosive substance. If it's really like what the report says, sodium phenol can cause human skin allergies and even burns and ulcers, then who dares to use it? Shuyun Group Rho Group is toxic. I've checked online, sodium phenol is a substance that can cause skin irritation and even burns, just like the report said. How dare the new products jointly released by Shuyun Group Rho Group contain sodium phenol? The testing organization that issued this test is still quite reliable and wouldn't dare to joke about such things. Right? So it's very likely that it's true. I'm one of the victims of the new product. I can guarantee that what this report says is true. Ever since I used their new product, my whole face has been red and itchy. Luckily, I ran to the hospital in time for treatment. The doctor also wondered why I got some kind of harmful substance on my face. The doctor even said my face would probably have rotted if I had come in later. Luckily, I haven't used it since I received it. The previous cosmetics still have a little bottom, so I thought I'd use it up before removing the new one. Otherwise, it will be hit Everyone hurry to talk to the sisters around in case they also bought the new products jointly offered by Shuyun Group Rho Group and still used them, it would be a disaster. Before the sporadic voices of a few consumers, Shuyun Group Rho Group was still able to use other methods, such as water armies, to suppress these voices. But now, with the appearance of this product safety and quality test report, it had brought things on the hot seat. It was no longer something they could suppress by buying water armies and blocking accounts. Moreover, Lao Wang had found the most authoritative testing organization, and with the voices of the victims that kept appearing, it was enough to prove the authenticity of the report. The passers-by couldn't look away. Under Old Wang's operation, one ring was connected to another. The safety and quality of the new product jointly offered for sale by Shuyun Group Luo Wei Group was finally a complete thunderstorm. This day, the sky is falling on Shuyun Group Luo Wei Group. The network is everywhere in scolding their remarks. Consumers also kept calling their company phone to complain. Have even begun to unite ready to sue these two companies. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were naturally happy to see such a situation. These two companies are now competitors of Doublewood Group, and now they are in deep crisis. It was definitely a good thing for DoubleTree Group. When these two companies completely cooled off, the market share they originally occupied would be devoured by Double Wood. Plus, Double Wood now had such an excellent product as Floating Dream. The future of the Double Wood group could be said to be bright. Although there was a lot of good news today, what made Lin Ruan the most happy was Lin Ruan's change in attitude towards Lu Ming. Not only was she willing to call Lu Ming dad, but she was even so good as to help Lu Ming with a massage. This was what was most unexpected to her. Today was really a good day, everything was better. This made Lin Ruan somewhat unable to help but hug Lu Ming and give him a kiss on the face. And at this time, Lin Ruan could still be on the sidelines. For the first time, she saw her mom and Lu Ming being so affectionate. Lin Ruan, who was next to her, directly froze. At this time, her heart ached. It was hard to bear. It was as if she had seen her mom fall into the hands of the great demon king. She even wanted to rush up and separate them. But on second thought, that is their own mother initiative to kiss people. They are still licensed legal couple. What reason does one have to stop them? Even his own USB flash drive, the handle is still in the hands of Lu Ming. So even at this time how upset she was, she could only endure, could only look straight at Lu Ming, using her eyes to try to warn him not to do excessive things. But would Lu Ming be afraid of Lin Ruan, this little fellow now? If it was before, Lu Ming might still give her a few points. But now, Lu Ming didn't care what Lin Ruan thought. Joke. My own wife. I do what I do. None of your business. So in Lin Ruan's eyes, Lu Ming did not restrain, but in front of her face. He gave Lin Ruan a deep French kiss. This directly made Lin Ruan look away. She herself didn't like men, but now she had to witness her mom kissing a man she hated like that. How could she let this enter her eyes? She could only silently close her eyes. When just at this moment, Lu Ming but suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Why are you closing your eyes?" This directly pissed off Lin Ruan. I'm not allowed to close my eyes? I still have to watch you two make out, right? Lu Ming was speechless when he heard this. Do you know how to be a human being? Shouldn't you go out at this time and leave us the space? What's the use of closing your eyes and not going out? Chapter 69. Is this appropriate? The moment these words came out, Lin Ruan instantly opened her eyes and said without a trace of anger, "Still want me to go out? What are you trying to do? Isn't this enough? Driving me out? What more do you want to do?" Although Lin Ruan had already verbally called Lu Ming as her father, while being able to tolerate him doing some intimate actions with her own mother. But she still couldn't accept it if Lu Ming gave an inch. And it was still acting so brightly. It's a clear day now. Even if you guys are forgetting to make out in front of me, you still want to do unashamed things? And still acting so obviously? Is this something parents can do? Hearing Lin Ruan's words, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other. They both felt that what she said seemed to be right. However, Lin Ruan was being thin-skinned by Lin Ruan's words and felt that as a parent, she really couldn't act like this in front of her daughter. It was indeed inappropriate to drive away her daughter for the sake of further intimacy. Lu Ming didn't think so. He was afraid that after driving Lin Ruan out, this little girl heart is not happy to think about, and then suddenly give him so when they are in the thick of it. That shall not be scared out of a big problem. So, two people also stopped, just simply hugged together. Just endure it again. Lin Ruan will go back when her vacation is over. There would be plenty of time then. And just at this time, Lu Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. When he took out his cell phone and saw the caller's memo, he couldn't help but smile. "Wife, I guess there's another good news." Oh. Hearing this, Lin Ruan was a bit surprised. There were already 3 good news in a row today and now a 4th? Unable to help but ask, "What good news is it?" Lu Ming then explained, "It's a call from old Zhang, the leading brother of the Yalong Bay engineering team. According to the digging progress, it should be today that the Fantasy Star Sea Stone is dug out." After returning that day, Lu Ming handed over the site at Yalong Bay to the Xuanwu team to supervise the work. He had also explained to the engineering team to dig out all of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone as soon as possible, and once it was completely dug out, he would call himself. Now counting, this piece of Fantasy Star Sea Stone also dug 2 days. This time Lao Zhang Call should be with him to report this good news. The old Zhang Caller should be reporting this good news to him. Lu Ming connected to answer the phone. The phone immediately came from the engineering team's big brother Lao Zhang's voice. "Mr. Lu, that big stone dug out." Lu Ming smiled and said, "Tough old Zhang. I'll transfer some money to you. You give the brothers a share, have a good meal at night. The old Zhang on the other end of the phone was overjoyed to hear that Lu Ming had even given them money. So this time he was sent out by the group to help the big shots. He already had the company's salary to take, and now there was a reward money, so naturally he was very happy. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I thank you for the brothers. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming gave old Zhang $100,000. It wasn't a lot. The heads of the engineering team were divided down to $2,000 or $3,000 each, but it was enough to make the crowd happy. I wasn't wrong, was I? Another good news. How about it? Let's go over and take a look. Aha! So after Lu Ming and his duo dressed up, they were ready to go out. But not surprisingly, they were asked to follow by Lin Ruan again. After bringing Lin Ruan along, Lu Ming drove towards Yalong Bay. By the time they reached the location where the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was excavated, a huge deep pit had already appeared on the ground of Yalong Bay, and the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was lying so quietly at the bottom of the ground. The surrounding area had already been surrounded by the researchers. Lu Ming had called in to pull a line around it. And at the same time, these researchers had begun to carry out specific surveys on this piece of Fantasy Star Sea Stone. After saying hello, Lu Ming brought Lin Ruan into the internal area. At a glance, one could see the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone lying underneath the ground. And when Lin Ruan saw this huge black boulder underneath, she unexpectedly recognized it. She couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Such a large Fantasy Star Ocean Stone? Lin Ruan's shocked exclamation drew Lu Ming and Lin Ruan to look at her. You actually recognize that this is the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone? Lu Ming asked in surprise as he looked at Lin Ruan. To know, Lin Ruan wasn't there when old Zhang called, and when they went out, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan didn't mention the purpose of their trip. Therefore, Lin Ruan didn't know that they had come over to see the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Moreover, now the bottom of this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone is not the market after polishing, reveal the true face of the finished product. This piece of Fantasy Star Ocean Stone underneath was wrapped in black rock, very unimpressive, and even a little ugly. The average person wouldn't even know that the Dream Star Sea Stone looked like this before it was polished. And now Lin Ruan recognized it at a glance. It was no wonder Lu Ming was so surprised. In the face of Lu Ming's questioning, Lin Ruan was still in shock at this point and did not respond, only repeatedly confirming. Is this really the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone? Lu Ming didn't pursue the matter and nodded in affirmation. How can it be? This is really the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. I didn't recognize it wrongly. But this is too big. Lin Ruan reacted so greatly because she knew the value of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, as well as the fact that the size of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone in front of her was really beyond her knowledge. As for why she could recognize it as a Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, it was because she had once seen it at a friend's home. At that time, Lin Ruan had been overwhelmed by the charm of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, and her friend had gone along with it by giving her quite a bit of knowledge on the subject. But the one at her friend's house was only a few grams, and it was said to be worth tens of millions of dollars, more expensive than diamonds. And this piece in front of her, giant Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. How much money would it be worth? This is yours. How did you find it? Exactly how big is it? At this moment, Lin Ruan was extremely curious about this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone and kept asking. And so, Lin Ruan also told her the entire process from buying Yalong Bay to discovering the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. During this process, Lin Ruan was listening. The more her eyes widened and her mouth opened more and more. In the end, her mouth could be stuffed into an egg. After listening, Lin Ruan looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with incredulity. She had sort of heard it all. From the beginning of the auction, Lu Ming chose to auction off this piece of rotten land that no one wanted, to giving up the auction in order to screw over Lu Shiyun. But in the end, he let his mom secretly buy it back from Lu Shiyun. After buying it back, he came over at the first opportunity, and in such a large piece of land, he accurately found this place and dug out the Fantasy Star Sea Stone from here. All of this, without fail, proved, from the very beginning, Lu Ming knew that there was such a huge Fantasy Star Ocean Stone here that was enough to drive people crazy. Chapter 70, Male God for short. This was the second time that Lin Ruan felt that Lu Ming could foretell the future. The first time was the safety of the new product quality that Shiyun Group and Luowei Group jointly offered for sale, and the second time was knowing that there was such a large piece of Fantasy Star Sea Stone here in Yalong Bay. This made Lin Ruan unable to resist asking, Lu Ming, are you able to foretell things? Facing Lin Ruan's inquiry, Lu Ming smiled and said, Yes, I'm an immortal. Ha! A male immortal, or male god for short. Originally, Lin Ruan was startled at first, but then she heard Lu Ming say male god. She immediately rolled up her eyes. Although she recognized in her heart that Lu Ming was indeed very good, she could not say that on her lips, and she had never seen herself praising herself even if she was even better. So, it's your honor to have a male godfather like me, a good daughter. Lin Ruan didn't say anything. Another blank stare went over. She was now powerless against Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was right, having such an excellent father sounded like it was quite good. But she still resisted Lu Ming in her heart. Because Lu Ming was just a young man not much older than him. If he was a bit older it would have been possible. Just as Lin Ruan was thinking wildly, a group of people with filming equipment arrived in front of Lu Ming. Hello? Is this Mr. Lu? A cute girl with a round face and short hair with 2 pair swirls took the initiative to ask. Lu Ming gave a and nodded. Mr. Lu, hello. My name is Bing Bing. I'm a reporter from a TV station. I heard that you dug up a huge fantasy star sea stone, right? The girl first introduced herself and then went straight to the point, starting to interview Lu Ming. Yes, this way please. Lu Ming brought several people from the TV station, including the reporter named Bing Bing and the cameraman behind him, into the cordoned-off area. When the people came to the deep pit and saw the huge boulder underneath, one by one, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They naturally did some homework before the interview, knowing that such a large fantasy star sea stone must be worth a lot of money, even though the value of this fantasy star sea stone had nothing to do with them. But for them to be able to interview this kind of exclusive news, it was also a big breaking point. The ratings must be very high. Thus, the crowd at the TV station was also filled with excitement, as if they saw the prize beckoning to them. Mr. Lu, may I ask if we can take some photos of this fantasy star ocean stone? Of course. It would be even better if we could have an interview with you. Bing Bing turned her head towards Lu Ming and asked, her face revealing 2 tiny pair swirls, which was adorable. Of course. Lu Ming agreed very quickly. It was never because the reporter Bing Bing was cute. Rather, it was because this group of reporters was the one he called himself. Lu Ming broke the news to the TV station and attracted them over, in order to use the TV station's publicity to spread the news of this giant star ocean stone. And since the TV station was interested in doing an interview, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. Lu Ming did so after some careful consideration. The benefits of doing this: first of all, Lu Shiyun would know the news faster. When she knew that she had bought the land at a high price and sold it at a low price, and ended up digging out sky-high fantasy star sea stones from it, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. On the other hand, Lu Ming was doing an experiment. Although on the future information sheet, this giant star sea stone was finally sold at a price of $4.68 billion. But in fact, through this auction of this land parcel in Yalong Bay, things on the future information sheet could be changed. So Lu Ming wanted to use the TV station's publicity channel to let the fantasy star ocean stone be known by more people, and to attract people who are qualified and willing to buy this fantasy star ocean stone. After having a better understanding of the fantasy star sea stone, Lu Ming felt that this giant fantasy star sea stone might be worth more than the price of $4.68 billion. It should be known that the stock of dream star sea stones around the world was very small now. More have been collected, so the circulation of the market is even less. It can be said that a gram is hard to find. If one could gather people who were interested in the fantasy star sea stone together and let them bid on it, Lu Ming felt that this would definitely fetch a higher price. Afterwards, Lu Ming also cooperated with the TV station's people to conduct an interview. More than half an hour later. Mr. Lu, thank you for accepting our interview. We'll go back to the station first. The interview had just ended, and the people from the TV station were in a hurry to rush back. After all, after they went back, there were still many preparations to go through before this news could be officially launched. If there was a delay and it was reported by other media outlets first, then the traffic bonus would really be bye-bye to them. So they couldn't wait to go back to the TV station in one breath and work overtime to rush it out. Lu Ming also expressed his understanding. It's fine. Then Miss Bing Bing take care on the road. And so it was time to say goodbye to the people from the TV station. After the TV station people left, there was nothing more for Lu Ming to do if he stayed over here. So he greeted Lin Ruan and Lin Ruan. It's fine, let's go back too. Now all they had to do was sit back and wait for the seller to contact them at home. Leaving just like that? The fantasy star ocean stone is just going to be left here? It won't be stolen, right? Lin Ruan was still worried when she heard talk of leaving, taking 3 steps back towards the fantasy star ocean stone in the pit. Don't worry. The person who can steal this fantasy star ocean stone hasn't been born yet, Lu Ming said, directly stuffing Lin Ruan into the back seat. Started up the car and left. In fact, Lu Ming had already instructed the Xuanwu team to stay behind to guard this fantasy star ocean stone before he left. They had just left Yalong Bay. A team of well-trained brawny men in black combat uniforms appeared, protecting the fantasy star ocean stone without a drop of water. And Lu Ming was very assured of the Xuanwu team's people. Cullinan sped down the road at breakneck speed. Soon, Lu Ming and his group arrived at the Doublewood Group. Because Floating Dream had just been listed, and because the Shiyun Group Luowei Group was in a big mess right now, it was a good opportunity for the Doublewood Group to step in and seize the market. So there are quite a few matters that Lin Ruan has to deal with personally. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan have nothing to do, so they stayed in the company. Lin Ruan went to a meeting with a group of executives. Leaving Lu Ming and Lin Ruan in her office, they were bored. It was a long afternoon. Lu Ming just sat on the boss chair, casually playing a randomly downloaded mobile game to pass the time. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, stood behind the chair, obediently massaging Lu Ming, occasionally adding tea and pouring water. Of course, all of this was definitely not of Lin Ruan's own volition. Chapter 71, The World of Two. Perhaps Lin Ruan felt that she had already made an effort to perform all afternoon. After she had won Lu Ming's favor, she started to return the favor. Standing behind Lu Ming, she continued to press her shoulders for him and whispered, "Dad." Lu Ming peacefully hummed a sound. Lin Ruan now in the voice of father is called more and more smooth, maybe called more are accustomed to. No longer like before, every time you call have to do a lot of heart comfort but also called the stammering. And Lu Ming is also happy with it. Every time Lin Ruan called him father, he was superficially like this, plain as day. But in fact, inwardly, he had already gotten a kick out of it. You know, back in the school, Lin Ruan was the school's recognized high cool school flower. How many boys were in love with her, but were deterred from approaching. And now, this high cool school flower is not only serving herself tea and water, pressing her shoulders and hammering her back, but also calling herself a father. This feeling, simply not too good. And Lin Ruan, who was on the side, after seeing Lu Ming's response, also continued, "Dad, what do you think of this technique? Is it comfortable?" Lu Ming nodded and said, "Well, it has improved a lot, but it still needs more practice." Lu Ming was right about this. After Lin Ruan had pressed more, this technique had indeed grown quite a bit, and her talent in this area was still there. But Lu Ming felt that it was more about his own good discipline. And hearing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruan's face stiffened. But still, she quickly made a good boy smile. "Thank you, Dad, for the compliment." Then, "Dad, don't you have to give me a little reward? People are already very understanding now. That USB flash drive of mine, can you award me?" Sniffing, Lu Ming turned around and looked at Lin Ruan's unnaturally smiling face and asked rhetorically, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Lu Ming didn't believe Lin Ruan's bull. What understanding? He only knew that if he returned the USB flash drive to her, this now harmless-looking good daughter could immediately change back to the previous Lin dislike who disliked the sky and the earth. And what happened next did verify Lu Ming's guess. Lu Ming had just refused. Lin Ruan instantly stopped the movements in her hands and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. "Lu Ming, how in the world are you willing to return the USB flash drive to me? I'm being driven crazy by you. I serve you like this every day. I've never been this nice to a man before." Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan in her grumpy incarnation and said with a wink, "I'm your father. It's not right for you to be nice to me. Besides, I have the USB flash drive, that's why you're so nice to me. If I give it back to you, you mustn't change your face." With these words, Lin Ruan was suddenly speechless. Lu Ming was right. If the USB flash drive was not in Lu Ming's hands, how could she give Lu Ming a shoulder massage every day? Not tearing Lu Ming apart was not bad at all. But obviously Lu Ming also understands this has been holding her handles and making her every day. She is really helpless if she doesn't accept it. She is afraid that the contents of the USB flash drive will be exposed, and if she accepts it, she suffers every day. Lin Ruan's heart was about to turn to dust. She thought of herself if she had been dominated by Lu Ming like this. Her mind could not help but appear some images. Right now Lu Ming just let himself serve him all day long, serving him tea and water, pressing his shoulders and pounding his back. But if as time passes, Lu Ming will most likely become more and more excessive, or even do certain things in the movie, At the thought of this, Lin Ruan directly shivered in fear. Pushing the chair in front of her, she then quickly fled the office, as if she had seen something horrible. Agu. Lu Ming, who was on the chair, was also startled when he was suddenly pushed like this. His knee also knocked into the desk. Looking at Lin Ruan's speedy fleeing figure, he felt that this little girl had committed a crime and fled. He had been thinking of talking to Lin Ruan just now. If she could sincerely recognize herself as her father, even if it was the kind of flash drive that was returned to her later. He was still willing to return the flash drive to him, and at the same time help her keep her secret. But now, this Lin Ruan fellow actually sneaked up behind him. Young people don't talk about martial virtues. This Lu Ming remembered. After Lin Ruan finished running, Lu Ming couldn't stay in the office alone anymore. He walked out of the office. He found Lin Wan's assistant, Xiao Yu, and said, "Which conference room is Mr. Lin in? Take me over there." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Thus, under Xiao Yu's leadership, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the conference room. After Lu Ming briefly thanked her, she opened the door of the conference room. In the conference room, the executives of the Doublewood Group were in the middle of a heated discussion. Click! The sound of the conference room door being opened with a click disturbed many people, and all of their gazes looked towards the door with sulks on their faces. But the next second, after seeing the figure that entered was clearly Lu Ming, the sullenness on everyone's faces instantly disappeared and turned into a smiling face. And as soon as Lu Ming entered the door, he opened the door with so many people looking at him. He also knew that he seemed to have disturbed the crowd's meeting, so he said with embarrassment, "Sorry, you guys continue the meeting," just as Lu Ming was about to exit. However, he heard Lin Ruan say, "Let's stop here for today's meeting. Everyone get off work." After saying that, she stood up and pulled Lu Ming out of the conference room. Lu Ming was also a bit confused at this time. He didn't expect that he showed up and actually made Lin Ruan directly end the meeting and follow him. At this time, the senior management of the conference room, looking at the back of Lu Ming and Lin Ruan arm in arm, they looked at each other. Although the meeting ended abruptly, they didn't have much of an opinion in their hearts. "Looks like our general manager Lin is still a husband slave. Ha ha ha. I'm really envious of Mr. Lu. Chief Lin is really good to Mr. Lu. She obviously puts Mr. Lu first. Envious, jealous, and hateful. I wish I could be like Mr. Lu. Thinking of farts to eat at old Zhang. Look at you, your face value is less than 1/10 of Mr. Lu's. It's good to have a woman like you. I do have a question that's quite curious. Where exactly is this Mr. Lu?" Although the meeting had already ended. But at this time, the discussion in the conference room was still very intense among the top management. After all, eating melons and whatnot was much more interesting than a proper meeting. As for the two main characters in their mouths, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had already returned to the office. After returning to the office, Lin Ruan swept her gaze around and asked, Where did Een run off to? Seems like she went back. She ran out just now." Lu Ming responded casually, but when Lin Ruan behind him heard it, her eyes flashed a strange luster, and she even gulped. Then step by step, she walked towards Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard the sound and turned back, Lin Ruan had already walked in front of him and pushed him gently, pushing him down on the sofa. Chapter 72 Sweet Blitz. The night was getting thicker. 2 hours later, both Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were already hungry. They also packed up the office and prepared to leave. At this point in time, the employees in the company had all long since gotten off work and gone back. But just as the two of them were taking the elevator unexpectedly stopped at the floor below, and old Wong walked in. Looking at the intimate two, he couldn't help but ask, "Chief Lin, Mr. Lu, you guys are still at the company, ah?" As a senior member of the company, old Wong was at the meeting just now. He had thought that Lin Ruan had left with Lu Ming after ending the meeting at that time. But he didn't expect it. He had finished the gossip conference and went back to the research lab to work overtime for a long time before coming out. Now that it was so late, he even ran into the two of them at the company. In the face of old Wong's question, Lin Ruan was too embarrassed to say anything. It was Lu Ming who hurriedly said, Yeah, ha ha ha." The old king, who was a man of age, immediately saw that something was wrong with the two of them. Combining the expressions of the two, he seemed to have guessed something. However, he didn't say anything more. It was just that the gaze towards the two started to become complicated. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, had completely blushed with shame at this point, stoned her head on Lu Ming's body and hid her face. Soon, the elevator came to the first floor. Old Wong bid farewell first. Chief Lin, Mr. Lu, I'll leave first. After saying that, Old Wong slipped away without looking back. In that atmosphere just now, Old Wong was also embarrassed and only after seeing Old Wong leave, Lin Ruan then raised her head and slapped Lu Ming without any good reason. It's all because of you playing so late. This is great. Just in time to meet Old Wong. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's reddened face and laughed as he retorted. Wow, you can't blame me for this. Think about it, who started this thing? Wasn't it you who started it? When Lu Ming said this, Lin Ruan was suddenly speechless for a moment. For a moment, she didn't know how to retort. After all, Lu Ming was right, it was indeed he who started it. The main thing was that this was indeed a rare moment. After her own daughter came back, she had been following the two of them around, and she hadn't even had the chance to have a proper alone time with Lu Ming. Today there was this opportunity, so naturally she would not let it go. Because she didn't know how to refute Lu Ming, Lin Ruan could only be aggrieved and muttered her little mouth. When Lu Ming saw Lin Ruan's adorable expression, he couldn't help but pinch Lin Ruan's little face with both hands. Lin Ruan did not resist Lu Ming's action, obediently pinched by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was also aware of where he was, and didn't play for too long before stopping. Pulled up Lin Ruan and got into the parking space on the Cullinan, ready to go back. But what Lu Ming didn't expect was this. Although he took into account the fact that they were in the company, influence is not too good, so also just slightly pinched a few times. But this scene was still seen by some employees who had just finished working overtime, and also took a photo with a quick eye. The angle on the photo was perfect, and the timing was also appropriate. Lu Ming was pinching Lin Ruan's face with a doting face, and Lin Ruan was no longer the cold face she used to be, smiling with a happy face. Immediately, this photo was circulated in the company's major groups. It immediately caused a hot debate. Its general manager Lin and her husband, Sweet Storma, really sweetened hard by this photo. I'm kowtowing to this pair of CP. Look at Chief Lin. She's really gentle in front of her husband, always smiling. I'm in. Don't you guys think that Chief Lin and Lu Ming are very much like the CP in the novel? An iceberg beautiful president and a super handsome mysterious little brother. When the beautiful president's company is in trouble, the male lead saves the day and helps the female lead. It's simply not too similar. What you said is very graphic. Our company's President Lin and Mr. Lu are indeed like that. Sour sour. And at this time, the envious hero and heroine in the mouths of the crowd. They had already arrived at the Excellence Plaza. Under Lin Ruan's leadership, Lu Ming followed him to the place where the car show was. Why did you bring me here? Lu Ming followed Lin Ruan with a confused face. It was the middle of the night and the car show wasn't open. You're just following me. Lin Ruan continued to remain mysterious and did not tell Lu Ming, continuing to bring Lu Ming around inside the exhibition hall. After circling around for a long time, the two finally arrived at the booth. Lu Ming then realized that although the car show was not open, however, there were still staff members busy, carrying several large wooden boxes down from the loading truck. Afterwards, the wooden boxes began to be dismantled. Not long after, several large wooden boxes were all dismantled. 6 luxury cars appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. Just as Lu Ming was mesmerized by the 6 luxury cars, Lin Ruan, who was beside him, hugged Lu Ming and said, "Hubby, sorry. I only received these 5. Hearing this, Lu Ming was stunned. Lin Ruan couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Ming's dumbfounded look. All these cars? I bought them to send you. Ever since she discovered Lu Ming's love for luxury cars last time, coupled with the fact that there was no way to buy all of Lu Ming's favorite cars at once last time, Lin Ruan had then instructed Wang Ying to find a way to continue buying cars, no matter how much it cost, even if it was a price increase. Thus, under Lin Ruan's heroic and impersonal outburst, the 3 luxury cars that had been ordered at the previous car show were bought back with a price increase, and the other 2 were new models that had just been shipped back from abroad. Lu Ming, who learned of all this, froze. Wife, you this is car I'm enough to drive on it, think about it, the last time the family car, I haven't even driven all over it. As a result, you bought 5 more, although I know you are not poor these money, but also 2. Before Lu Ming finished speaking, Lin Ruan spoke up. I don't care. Hubby, you like cars. I must buy them for you. If you can't finish it, you can just put it on and watch it. You'll be happy even if you put it away to look at. Right? Hearing Lin Ruan's capricious words, Lu Ming couldn't help but be touched. He knew that Lin Ruan was doing this all for herself, because of her performance at the last car show. Lin Ruan then remembered it all in her heart and tried her best to do it. She spent countless efforts and money just to make herself happy. Seeing Lu Ming not speaking, Lin Ruan was a bit anxious and thought he didn't like it. "Hubby, why don't you say anything? You don't like it?" Lu Ming shook his head and also hugged Lin Ruan tightly and gave her a kiss on her forehead. "Definitely like it. Honey, you're really good to me." Lu Ming said this. Lin Ruan immediately smiled sweetly. In her opinion, there was nothing more important than her husband being happy. Even if she had to spend a huge amount of money to make her main husband happy, she wouldn't feel any pain at all. In fact, in the past, she had long been wealth-free. Being in possession of a huge amount of money, she had begun to get lost and wondered what the point of continuing to make money was for her. She had enough money to spend for several lifetimes. But due to habit, she still kept working so hard. Chapter 73 System Reward. But now, she had found the meaning of making money. Because she had Lu Ming, she wanted to make Lu Ming the happiest man in the world. Although the price increase to take these luxury cars cost Lin Ruan hundreds of millions of dollars, in Lin Ruan's opinion, as long as Lu Ming was happy, this amount of money was simply not worth mentioning. The staff of the exhibition on the side looked at Lu Ming, and their hearts were secretly sour. After all, who doesn't want to be so favored by a beautiful young woman who looks like a flower and is rich? The staff present had all seen the last time Lin Ruan waved her hand and said she was going to buy all the luxury cars at the auto show. Although she didn't succeed in buying all of them, she turned around and got these 5 luxury cars again. This beautiful old boss was really valiant. They really hated that they were the favored man. The two hugged for a while before letting go. Under Lin Ruan's urging, Lu Ming and the staff began to sign the car purchase contract. And the moment Lin Ruan swiped her card to pay, Lu Ming's mind immediately resounded with the system's voice. "Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining 5 luxury cars. The value of the assets gained from the soft food is plus $126,200,000.00. Ding, congratulations to the host. The assets gained from soft rice exceeded $400 million, rewarding 30% of the Red Rock Group's shares. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up, reaching LV4. Daily cash increased to 40%, rewarding advanced mask formula. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up. The assets gained from the soft meal breaks through 4.500 million, rewarding godly charisma." A series of system voices exploded in Lu Ming's mind. But at this moment, Lu Ming did not feel too noisy at all, and even felt very wonderful. Ever since Lin Ruan had returned home, he had almost never had the chance to swipe the system rewards with Lin Ruan. Today finally came at once. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but hurriedly check up on the messages and rewards. This time, the new luxury car that Lin Ruan had purchased for herself was worth $120 million alone. So the direct soft income assets had also risen to $486 million. The system level had even risen directly to level 4, and in the future, he would be able to get a 40% cash increase reward every day. Lu Ming roughly calculated. The heart instantly. 40% of 486 million. That is nearly 200 million. This directly shocked Lu Ming. Every day when you wake up from sleep, you can whore out $200 million for nothing. That's $6 billion a month, $72 billion a year. Even Lin Ruan's DoubleTree Group didn't make this much profit a year ago, and he didn't have to do anything every day to whore himself out to such a high profit. This was simply horrifying. Even the system had rewarded Red Rock Group with 30% of its shares, and he had already owned 70% of the shares before. With the two added up, he was now 100% in control of Red Rock Group. And the system had also at the same time thoughtfully prepared a small assistant for Lu Ming who was 100% loyal to Lu Ming to help him deal with the Red Rock Group's affairs, avoiding the need for him to divide his mind to manage the Red Rock Group's affairs. In other words, in the presence of this little assistant, Lu Ming can be completely regardless of the Red Rock Group things, do a hands-off. Just do wait to collect money every year. Immediately after, it is the system rewards advanced mask formula. This mask formula is also a future product that exceeds countless masks on the market. As long as the successful production and sale can definitely dominate the mask market. Because the mask produced by this formula could not only hydrate and beautify, but even possess a whitening effect, and the effect of moisturizing the skin and allowing those pits on the face to heal. This is the effect that all the masks and even other beauty and drug products on the market can't do. Even if you spend a lot of money to the beauty salon to do what scar elimination, pore repair, in the end the effect is also minimal. This is still the ideal result. There are even a lot of instead of the face out of the matter. And the system rewarded this mask formula, surprisingly only need to adhere to the mask, can achieve the effect of skin repair. Simply counterintuitive. As expected, the system's product must be of high quality. This mask formula is no worse than a perfume formula. Lu Ming believes that once this mask goes on sale, it will definitely be snatched up by consumers, directly beating other masks on the market. As for the last reward, the divine charm, this Lu Ming hadn't understood what the use of it was for the time being. He was already handsome enough in the first place, but he still needed to be rewarded with charisma, and at this time, Lin Ruan also came to Lu Ming's side and said, "Hubby, the matter of the car is all taken care of. Later we will go back directly. They will send these cars to the house. Thank you, wife. Wife worked hard. Wife is so nice." Lu Ming also gave Lin Ruan a backhanded trifecta while giving her a kiss on the cheek. Receiving Lu Ming's praise, Lin Ruan was also smiling like a flower. It felt like all that she had done had been worth it. Afterwards, Lu Ming spoke again. "My wife has wasted so much effort to send me this gift. Then I have to send my wife a gift as well." Hearing this, Lin Ruan couldn't help but look forward to it. "Yes? Then what are you sending me?" Lin Ruan blinked her charming eyes at Lu Ming. As long as it was sent by Lu Ming, she would definitely like it, no matter how valuable it was. Lu Ming directly took out the mask formula and handed it to Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan was surprised to see that it was a document. "This is. Just take a look and you'll know." Thus, Lin Ruan immediately opened this document and read it. While reading this document, Lin Ruan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Knowing that after reading it, Lin Ruan surprised herself by uttering, "Hubby, where did you get the mask formula from? Or dreamed it up ah?" Lu Ming still pulled out the same reason he did last time. And Lin Ruan also believed Lu Ming again and said happily, "Hubby, you're fantastic." Lin Ruan was too happy, because the effects stated on this mask formula that Lu Ming took out was too heaven-defying. According to the document, the mask formula produced by this mask formula had a superb hydrating and whitening effect, repairing pores and so on. If Shuang Mu Group could produce it, it would definitely be an even hotter product than Floating Dream. Because although Floating Life is a dream is very good, can crush all the same type of products on the market. But after all, perfume was still considered a niche. The biggest market in the beauty industry was still facial masks, facial cleansers, and lipsticks. If they Doublewood Group will always only Floating Life like a dream to take the words, then perhaps Doublewood Group will become a perfume company in the giant. But it could never be called a true beauty giant. But now, Lu Ming actually took out a mask formula. The mask market is a huge share of the beauty industry. With this mask formula, the future of the Doublewood Group was bright. Chapter 74, an excellent way to brush rewards. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many staff members present here, Lin Ruan would have wanted to reward Lu Ming properly. Could be seen how happy Lin Ruan was right now. So she had to kiss Lu Ming fiercely a few times, which was better than nothing. After kissing, Lin Ruan's eyes towards Lu Ming suddenly had a few more inexplicable glimmers. "Hubby, why do I feel that you seem to have become more handsome all of a sudden?" Lin Ruan was a bit puzzled, feeling that in just a blink of an eye, her husband suddenly had an indefinable aura about him. "I don't know how to say. It is, you suddenly changed all of a sudden. Obviously it's just this moment of effort, but it's just become more handsome, so attractive." Hearing this, Lu Ming touched Lin Ruan's head and laughed. "I guess you are too happy today." But in fact, Lu Ming knew in his heart that it should be the effect of the skill rewarded by the system, divine charm. It allowed Lu Ming to be able to exude a charming charisma on his body all the time, causing the people around him to feel good about him. This kind of invisible charm, even if it was placed on an ugly person, others would feel that this ugly person had an inexplicable aura. Not to mention put on Lu Ming this big handsome body, that played the effect is even more 1 + 1 2. And Lin Ruan nodded her head and believed after hearing Lu Ming's explanation. Today's string of good news did make her happy to the point of bursting. "Hubby, are you hungry? Let's go eat," Lin Ruan proposed. After everything at the car show was taken care of, the staff would naturally send the cars to the villa in Yunli's former residence. So there would be nothing left for the two of them over here. Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up when he heard what Lin Ruan said. This was another way to brush up on the system rewards. Although the system had already exploded in a wave just now, who would have too much of this stuff. So he hurriedly said, "Yeah, you feed me oh." Lin Ruan naturally wouldn't refuse Lu Ming's request to feed her. She was also enjoying this process of being able to hand feed her beloved. "Then husband, what shall we eat?" As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of the car. Lu Ming instantly thought of a place to eat, pulled Lin Ruan up and got into the car. "There, follow me." Starting the car, he drove in the direction he remembered. Before long, the car drove to a place Lin Ruan had never been before. "Hubby, where is this?" "There's no restaurant in sight either." After Lu Ming parked the car, he brought Lin Ruan out of the car and paced towards the front. "Come on, this way, the front is there." Although Lin Ruan was puzzled, she obediently followed Lu Ming. Turning around in the streets, not long after, a lively snack street was presented in front of Lin Ruan. The snack street was very lively, with many snack carts placed on both sides of the street, and the center aisle was filled with customers coming and going. No wonder they had to park their cars so far away and walk in again. The carts could not drive to this place. Lu Ming looked at the wide array of food on the snack street and was already drooling a bit, turning his head and saying to Lin Ruan, "Let's eat snacks tonight." Lu Ming had enjoyed coming to this kind of food street before. It was full of all kinds of snacks. They originated from all over the country, from all over the world. No matter what flavors you like to eat, you can be satisfied here. Recently, every day is a mountain of seafood. Really eat Lu Ming are tired, are beginning to miss the old days, just want to eat a variety of grounded snacks. Moreover, Lu Ming also considered one is, foods like snacks were an excellent way to brush up on system rewards. The portions were small and tasty, and there were so many different kinds of food that one could eat so many different kinds of food in the process of swiping the rewards. As Lu Ming wanted to eat snacks, Lin Ruan naturally wouldn't refuse. So the two of them joined hands and killed their way in from one end of the food street. Almost every kind of snack, wolfsbane potatoes, ham sausages, handmade pancakes, kebabs, freshly squeezed sugarcane juice, and so on. Both of them didn't let it go, buying a portion of all of them and sweetly feeding and sharing with each other. Lin Ruan's mouth was stuffed with delicious snacks, bulging like a cute hamster. Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruan's adorable appearance and couldn't help but pinch her face and ask, "Is it good?" "Good. Times ah." Saying this, Lin Ruan hurriedly covered her mouth. Due to the food stuffed in her mouth, her speech was a bit out of tune. After hurriedly barfing down the food in her mouth, she recovered and resumed speaking. "It's so delicious. It's been a long time since I ate." Even someone like Lu Ming, who had just had a few days of eating big fish and meat, was already incredibly nostalgic for the snacks in the food court. And people like Lin Ruan, who had been eating mountainous delicacies in the eyes of ordinary people for a long time, had long since gotten bored of eating them. Now suddenly all of a sudden ate such a grounded snack, but also let her feel that these snacks are exceptionally delicious. Especially with the flavor of childhood. The two of them made a short rest, and after finishing all the food in their hands, they resumed their attack. During this process, Lu Ming also kept receiving messages from the system. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 5,000.00.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating soft rice. Soft rice gained assets plus 5,000.00.00 yuan. Oh! Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV5. The daily cash increase is raised to 50%, rewarding the future drug adrenaline a bottle. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded 500 million. Reward Byte Group 35% of the shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from soft rice exceeds $550 million. Rewarded with a memory detector. As expected, snacking was indeed the best way to brush up on system rewards. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had already swiped more than 68 million soft food assets just by eating half of the snack street. Today, Lu Ming's soft rice earnings had already exceeded $550 million, and he had also upgraded the system so that the daily cash increase had reached 50%. But that wasn't what excited Lu Ming the most. Money was probably already earning hemp for him now. A year of not doing anything can get 7 or 8 billion yuan of revenue. This life cannot be spent not to mention that every year this revenue will only be more and not less. So now more money cannot stir up Lu Ming half of the psychological fluctuations. What really makes Lu Ming's heart fluctuate are the other three rewards. The first is the 35% of Byte Group's shares. As a top domestic company, Byte Group's net profit was as high as $300 to $400 billion a year. However, what Lu Ming cared about was not the dividends from his shares, but rather, he valued the status that this share brought to him. This meant that he, who owned up to 35% of Byte Group's shares, was already one of the pinnacle of existence in the domestic business world. Chapter 75, Going Home with a Full Stomach. This really made Lu Ming excited for a little while. But soon, he turned his attention to the other rewards. The future drug adrenaline and the memory detector. These were both future products that were beyond the current era. First was the future adrenaline. After reading the system's introduction, Lu Ming felt that this medicine was truly divine. His greatest utility is the ability to hang on to the lives of those on the brink of death. As long as you have a breath of life left, after injecting Future's adrenaline, you will be able to regain your vitality and live for one more week. Though after a week, the effects of the drug wear off and you still die. But that's pretty impressive. 1 week. How many things can this do? This was already equivalent to snatching a few more days in the hands of the Grim Reaper. If this thing was taken to the trade, there must be countless rich people willing to pay their entire fortune in exchange. Of course, Lu Ming wasn't short of money and wouldn't trade it. Another system reward was the memory detector. After using the memory detector, the user would be able to view the memories in the target's mind as if they were watching a TV show. The target's entire secrets would be directly exposed in front of your eyes. Both of these system rewards were indeed very useful black technologies. It made Lu Ming's heart rise with the idea of taking all of these and studying them in hopes of imitating them. However, it seemed that the system was aware of Lu Ming's thoughts. Immediately prompted Lu Ming, according to the current level of technology, cannot be researched. This was what made him give up on the idea. Although Lu Ming had many ideas flashing through his mind, his mouth never stopped talking. While he was walking, Lin Ruan had been stuffing all sorts of food into his mouth, just as Lu Ming barfed and ate. He had actually brushed the system to a new realm again. The system's voice once again sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded 600 million, rewarding the host with a localized body enhancement. The fingers became more slender, flexible, and powerful. Ding! Congratulate the host, level up, reached LV6 level, daily cash increased to 60%, reward skills, reward host body localized enhancement, mouth become. After hearing the system's new reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. What is the use of this new reward from the system? How come it doesn't sound so serious? Fingers become more slender, flexible, and powerful. Used to play the piano? Or? Lu Ming secretly moved his fingers a little bit. It seems that it did become very different from before. It feels like it should be much more powerful than the very famous stance plus Teng Ying's hands in the Small Life Well Done Kingdom. And the enhancement of the mouth, although the system says that it allows one to control the power of the mouth very well to achieve the effect of simulating various sounds, could be described as ventriloquism or box. But Lu Ming also always felt strange, and always felt that this system was not a good thing. In the face of Lu Ming's questioning, the system also quickly gave a reply. This system, in order for the host to become a godly white boy early, has specially picked out the 2 most suitable for the host from the thousands of rewards. This reply directly stunned Lu Ming. Wasn't this a naked statement that he wasn't very good in these 2 areas? So the system is a good person in order to help himself to improve, specially chose these 2 exclusive skill rewards to himself. I really thank you. Although very speechless, but Lu Ming also take this system cannot help in the slightest. He can only accept it silently and comfort himself. In fact, it is also quite good. This time his mouth can imitate a lot of sounds, just like the previous reading of an article. There is a good ventriloquist in the capital, and the guests will have a big banquet. The hand enhancement, on the other hand, made his fingers look better so that when those hand accusers saw them, one of them had to scream. Just as Lu Ming was silently comforting himself. Hubby, are you full? Lin Ruan, who was on the side, voiced out to pull Lu Ming's thoughts back. At this moment, they were standing in front of a northeast cold noodle stand. And if Lu Ming was still eating, Lin Ruan was ready to place an order. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly waved his hand and said, I'm full. In fact, Lu Ming felt a little full just now, but it was not easy to have such a good opportunity to brush the rewards. He had no reason to let go of. So he braced himself and continued to eat. By now, he was really full and couldn't eat anymore. He was already satisfied with the rewards he had received today. Looking at Lu Ming waving his hand in rejection, Lin Ruan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eat up! You ate a lot. On the second half of the snack street, Lin Ruan had been unable to eat and lost her battle. She had been the one buying and feeding and stuffing it all into Lu Ming's stomach in the back. She was also surprised that Lu Ming had actually eaten so much tonight. What my wife fed me was so delicious that I didn't hold back for a moment, Lu Ming said. These words were very flattering to Lin Ruan, and with a smile, she accepted Lu Ming's praise. Since they had already eaten their fill, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan slowly scattered their steps, walking over to the side where they parked. Going home. Although Lin Ruan said this, Lu Ming couldn't tell that she didn't want to go home at all. So he opened his mouth and said, "No, it's still early. It's not easy to have a two-person world, of course we can't go back so early. Why don't we go to the mall?" Actually, Lu Ming didn't want to go home that early either. Ever since Lin Ruan came back, he and Lin Ruan hadn't had a chance to be alone together. This time, it was not easy for the two of them to be alone, so he naturally wanted to play outside for a longer period of time. However, he hadn't thought about it. Lin Ruan was frowning her little face and said, "But I'm a little tired." Huh? Lu Ming thought that he had gotten the wrong idea? Lin Ruan really wanted to go home? Well, it seemed like she might be really tired. All right, then let's go back and rest, Lu Ming said with a sigh. At this time, the two of them also walked to the car. Lin Ruan, however, took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat and let him drive. Lu Ming was still uncertain. Wasn't she tired and about to rest? Why did she still take the initiative to drive? Fatigue driving? However, Lu Ming soon realized that something was wrong. Lin Ruan didn't have the slightest sleepiness in her eyes. Instead, she was flashing an inexplicable gleam, which seemed to be an anticipation. At the same time, Lu Ming also recognized that this road was not the way home. Lu Ming was still quite familiar with the routes in this neighborhood. This direction was clearly towards the side of the Shuangmu group, and the road home was clearly the opposite direction. So Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked, "Wife, where are we going?" Lin Ruan glanced at Lu Ming and smiled playfully. "This is going home." Lu Ming was still confused. But immediately after, Lin Ruan drove her car inside a neighborhood near the Doublewood group. Good fellow. No wonder Lin Ruan said she wanted to go home so early in the morning. Chapter 76 Breaking Records. Lu Ming realized that sometimes Lin Ruan worked overtime too late at the company in order to facilitate rest. So she specifically bought a neighborhood house nearby. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. No wonder she said so early that she was tired and wanted to go home to rest. The original is not to return to the hometown cloud residence villa. Think also, back to the hometown cloud residence Lin Ruan at home, they still how to live in the world of two people. And here is different, now belongs to the two of them secret world. There is such a place, no wonder Lin Ruan said to go home to rest. She said this rest, in the end, is not serious. It was true. Lu Ming followed Lin Ruan into her home. The door was closed and the lights were not even turned on. The first thing that happened was that he was immediately pushed down on the sofa. The next day, it was only at noon that Lu Ming woke up. This sleep was without the disturbance of Lin Ruan, and he didn't have to be alone by himself. So Lu Ming slept quite comfortably. At the same time Lu Ming woke up, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone text message. Your account 7688 transferred 361,160,202.00 yuan at 13:23 on September 13th. Account balance. $1,928,389,780. Wake up from a sleep. The system's daily cash increase reward arrived. Now Lu Ming's soft food gained assets of $600 million. After a 60% cash increase reward, that was about $360 million. Plus the $1,300 million or so he had earned from wheat futures before. Now Lu Ming's account balance was up to $1.9 billion. Although this was a lot of money, but Lu Ming wasn't much excited. Now money was really just a number to him. Just waking up from a nap. Just to hear the feeling of having gotten money for nothing. Still quite comfortable. After all, he belongs to the lying money. Other people work hard. They lie down what do not have to do. Directly sleep and wake up day into 300 million. Seeing such news in the morning, the mood is much better. At this time, Lin Ruan is still sleeping. Lu Ming got up first, intending to wash up. Only now did he have time to take in the environment of this neighborhood room. As soon as he entered the door last night, the lights weren't even turned on and he went to sleep, so he hadn't really seen the environment of this house. Lu Ming casually strolled around for a bit. This house was not big, only 2 or 3 rooms and more than 100 square feet. but in Lu Ming's eyes it was quite a living atmosphere. The layout of the house could all be seen at a glance, and it was convenient to do everything. Unlike the Yunli homestead villa, you still have to go upstairs to take a nap. And although here Lin Ruan does not often come over to live, but obviously there are people over to take care of, the house is spotless. Especially in the living room and small balcony there are also some small green potted plants so that people look in a good mood. After washing up, Lu Ming returned to the room and saw that Lin Ruan was still sleeping very sweetly. Looking at Lin Ruan, who is still so beautiful and lovely in her sleep, Lu Ming couldn't help but give her a kiss on the face. I don't know if it was Lin Ruan's senses. After Lu Ming kissed, Lin Ruan also lazily opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Ming, she gave a nice call and tightly hugged Lu Ming. The eyes on her face were filled with happiness. This wailing made Lu Ming couldn't help but remember something from last night. After Lu Ming used the 2 skills rewarded by the system, last night's Lin Ruan seemed to transform into a wailing monster. The night could be said to be like going through a storm. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan snuggled in bed for a long time. Neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying the moment. Until, goo 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 goo. Both of their stomachs simultaneously beat a loud drum. Ha ha ha. Wife, get up. I'll order some takeout. Lu Ming patted the body in his arms. The feel was really good. Just now, Lu Ming had already seen that the kitchen of this house didn't have any food, so they could only order takeout. And Lin Ruan was not shy about being slapped. After getting up and pinching Lu Ming's face a few times, she ran into the bathroom to wash up with a silver bell-like laughter. Soon, the takeout that Lu Ming ordered also arrived, and Lin Ruan also washed up. The two sat around the small dining table and started to eat. While eating, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Ruan picked it up and immediately had a smile on her face. Hubby, the people from the company reported yesterday's sales to me. Guess how many of our floating dreams were sold yesterday? How much? This Lu Ming was really quite curious. 3,644,000 units. As Lin Ruan reported it out, Lu Ming was still a bit surprised. This sales figure was indeed better than what Lu Ming had imagined. It should be that after the debut of Floating Dream, word of mouth quickly fermented after old customers purchased it. And that's why it reached such an amazing result. 3,644,000 orders. That would put yesterday's turnover at least at around $2,110 million. Now Lu Ming also has some understanding of the DoubleTree Group. This turnover has broken through the DoubleTree Group's previous daily turnover record. And in the past, the daily turnover record of the DoubleTree Group or a variety of products together, now this time but only a product of the floating life like a dream. No wonder Lin Ruan was so happy when she saw the reported sales data. She was so happy that she didn't even eat properly. She directly jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Hubby, you're great. Lin Ruan knew that Doublewood Group's prosperity today was all due to the perfume formula that Lu Ming had come up with. Lu Ming also held Lin Ruan in his arms to prevent him from falling down. Looking at Lin Ruan in his arms, he said with a bad smile, "How great is it?" Lin Ruan immediately gave Lu Ming a blank stare, looking at Lu Ming's look, where she didn't know that he was talking. But then she instantly thought of last night's incident. Lu Ming had given himself a performance of his newly learned skills, which made her not help but blush. In a small voice, she said, "Last night was clammed up anyway," but quickly went back to the topic. Let's get back to the matter of Floating Dream sales figures law. Lu Ming laughed out loud. I've always been talking about floating dreams, and I think that the Doublewood Group should pay attention to a problem next. What problem? Lin Ruan nervously inquired. Lu Ming also then explained. Although today's sales figures are very good, however, I believe that anyone who has used Floating Dream will definitely be conquered and amenable to those around them so that the next sales will definitely be even hotter than the first day. So, is our Doublewood Group's inventory or production capacity enough to deal with this situation? Lu Ming's words were not putting up an unanswered question. With the magical effect of Floating Dream's 100 senses for 100 people, automatically matching everyone's sense of smell, who could refuse? When the time came, there would definitely be an oversupply. It was even targeted by scalpers who specialized in selling it. This would all affect the brand value of Floating Dream. Chapter 77 Lu Shiyun's Remorse. Lin Ruan was also worthy of being the female president of Doublewood Group for many years. Lu Ming said this kind of situation she has also long thought of, and even already in yesterday's meeting to make a plan. Hubby, we've already noticed this problem. When we met yesterday, we had discussed some preparatory plans for this situation. I've already instructed the company's people to purchase a large amount of raw materials for floating life and shift the productivity to floating Russian dreams if we still can't supply enough products. We have also already talked to other companies and will be renting their production lines to produce the floating dream. Hearing Lin Ruan finish, Lu Ming nodded admiringly. One could only say that it was worthy of being Lin Ruan. Not only had she discovered this problem long ago, she had even prepared multiple scenarios for the situation. It was no wonder that, under her leadership, the Doublewood Group was able to develop to this point today. Right, what's the situation with Luowei Group and Shiyun Group now? Lu Ming suddenly thought. Yeah, I almost forgot about them. Being said so by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan was also curious. Immediately, she looked up news about these two competitors. This thunder of Luowei Group and Shiyun Group has completely blown up. Lin Ruan's words carried a hint of delight. Lu Ming also went over to follow and found that the news of Luowei Group and Shiyun Group had been high on the hot search list for a while. Even as more and more consumers spoke out, the heat kept rising. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw a condemnation article released by the official association. The article strongly condemned such unscrupulous merchants as Luowei Group and Shiyun Group. Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that Luowei Group and Shiyun Group they were really going to be cold, and were already nakedly nailed to the pillar of shame. Just as Lu Ming thought. At this time, the Luowei Group and Poetry Rhyme Group lawsuits are entangled. Hundreds of consumers admitted to the hospital because of the use of their products collectively launched a lawsuit against the two groups. On the internet, Luowei Group and Shiyun Group's reputation has already become so infamous that their official blogs have long been blown up by netizens. More importantly, the share prices of Luowei Group and Shiyun Group had fallen to the ground. Shiyun Group had evaporated 42% of its market value. Almost overnight, the market capitalization had dropped by half, and Lowe's Group didn't fare too well either, also evaporating 36% of its market value. The $200 billion group directly hurt the bones. The next, once the handling is not good, the big group may be bankrupt. But even if this matter can be handled well, these two companies are not likely to return to the peak. After all, they needed to spend a large amount of money to compensate the victims and reach an understanding with them. By the time these things were dealt with, it would be a few months later, and their original market would have long since been seized. Even if they wanted to make a new push to regain the market. But because of this matter, consumers no longer trust, and even resist them. Seeing her competitors fall one by one with a bang, Lin Ruan was so happy that she was smiling. She had been fighting Lu Shiyun for so many years, and she had finally brought her down. At the same time, Shiyun Group, Lu Shiyun had just had a huge fight on the phone with the president of Luowei Group. Their Shiyun Group had suffered a terrible disaster this time. These toxic cosmetics were not produced by their company. They were just responsible for selling them. She wanted Luowei Group to take the responsibility. But Luowei Group how will be as she wishes it. They are now also burnt out how can according to Lu Shiyun said to do. So they immediately rejected Lu Shiyun. Lu Shiyun was so angry that she directly dropped the phone and swept all the things on the table to the ground. This was not enough to take out the anger. Lu Shiyun continued to smash things non-stop in the office. Only after her whole body was powerless did she sit down on the floor. The entire person lost their vigor. Why? She single-handedly founded the Shiyun Group and painstakingly managed to bring the Shiyun Group to the point where it was a double-legged rivalry with the Shuangmu Group. However, she was not willing to accept the status quo and was bent on surpassing Shuangmu Group and becoming the only beauty leader in Seaside City. Lu Shiyun originally thought that this time, Shuangmu Group's refusal of Luowei Group was because they had lost their heads, giving themselves a chance to cooperate with Rho Group for nothing. Under the circumstances, it was very likely that this time his Shiyun Group could surpass the Doublewood Group and crush it underneath them. In the beginning, the new products they had jointly put on sale with the Rho Group had indeed caused a sales frenzy, giving her a huge boost in confidence. But who would have thought? It soon received complaints and bad reviews from consumers. She thought it was dirty water thrown by her competitors. And no product was perfect, it was normal to receive some bad reviews. In front of the huge sales volume, those bad reviews seemed insignificant and didn't need to be too concerned. It was just an order to the people in the company to go ahead and press it down according to the usual practice. But soon, the development of things went beyond her expectations. The bad reviews and complaints soared violently. There were even consumers who reacted to being hospitalized for using their products. It was only then that she reacted, rushed to activate emergency means to try to salvage it. But suddenly, An online quality and safety report exposing their products came out of nowhere. In one fell swoop, this matter was pushed into the hot search. This time she really couldn't suppress it. She knew her Shuryun group was going to be finished, as expected. One night only, the internet was full of abuse against Shuryun group. The company also received countless letters of indictment from consumers. At the same time, the market value of her Shuryun group has also evaporated by 42%. Thinking of the product recalls, consumer compensation and other matters that the company would be facing, Lu Shuryun had a headache. After this operation, it is hard to say whether her Shuryun group can be saved. Even saved, the future of the road is not good to go. At this moment, Lu Shuryun really regretted cooperating with Luo Wei Group. If she hadn't cooperated with Luo Wei Group, what happened now wouldn't have happened, and her Shuryun group would still be a $100 billion group. And she also regretted why she didn't think about it. Obviously, the Doublewood Group and the Luo Wei Group had been working together for so many years, so why did she reject the cooperation with the Luo Wei Group at this time? She had obviously found out from her channels that at the beginning, it was Luo Wei Group that took the opportunity to raise prices, and later on, someone from Doublewood Group pointed out that there were problems with Luo Wei Group's products. That's why the two sides fell out. She knew all of this, but she subconsciously thought that it was the people from the Doublewood Group who weren't satisfied with Luo Group's demands. So they found an excuse to put pressure on them. Hoping that this would lead to better conditions in the next negotiation, she couldn't wait to agree to the Luo Wei Group's conditions when the Luo Wei Group approached her, thinking that by doing so, she had ruined the plans of the Doublewood Group and robbed them of their cooperation. Who would have thought? That person's claim that the Rho Group's products had quality problems was actually true. Chapter 78, World of Two Overtime. Because it was a rare occasion when there was no disturbance from Lin Ruan, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan could enjoy their world of two to the fullest. By dinner time, the two of them were already hungry. Since there were no ingredients in the kitchen, plus the two were too lazy to go out right now. So Lin Ruan simply took out her cell phone and called her high-altitude restaurant located in the Excellence Mansion. Soon, someone delivered the food over. Lu Ming opened it and took a look. Good man. All ruthless goods. French oysters, ginseng and wolfberry chicken soup, roasted lamb loin, sesame paste, pulled yam, roasted leeks, white burnt okra. Anyway, it's all good stuff. But there is one thing to say. The chef of Lin Ruan's restaurant's handiwork is quite good. Plus, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, two people were originally hungry, all pasted belly. Even Lu Ming couldn't care less about letting Lin Ruan feed herself without brushing the system rewards. And the two of them directly ate all these delicacies. After eating and drinking, the two were contentedly lying down on the sofa, enjoying the quietness of the moment. Only now did Lu Ming feel that the days of being rich were so plain and simple. What you want to eat is immediately sent by someone, and it is still high-class delicious cuisine. The significance of making money is very simple, is to live this kind of free and easy life. This kind of life is too comfortable to do whatever you want, and it should be the life that everyone dreams of. People pursue the freedom of wealth, is not the freedom of life after the freedom of wealth. Do not have to run around all day to maintain food and clothing. You can spend time on their own, want to do what they like to do. Only, Lu Ming's free life was soon bombarded by Lin Ruan's phone calls. Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang. When she picked it up and looked at it, it was docketed as her daughter, and it was none other than Lin Ruan's call. At this moment, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other face to face. Both of them couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. They didn't want to end such a beautiful day right now either. If Lin Ruan was there, they simply did not have the opportunity to be intimate. Even if they were holding hands, they would be stared at by Lin Ruan all the time, so how could they continue? After all, it is their own daughter, which is too good to make out in front of the daughter. The two looked at each other, who did not take the initiative to answer the phone. After a while, the phone suddenly quieted down. Lin Ruan and Lu Ming, two hearts rise a trace of joy. This is not something we hung up, haha. It stopped automatically. But immediately, their elation hadn't even fully risen yet. The phone rang again. This time Lu Ming and Lin Ruan both hesitated for half a day or didn't pick it up. But Lin Ruan was still persistent in calling again and again. In the end, Lin Ruan had no choice but to pick up the phone. Immediately, Lin Ruan's voice came from the phone. Mom, where have you been? Why didn't you come home? Did you go to bed with Lu Ming? Yes. Lin Ruan almost subconsciously answered Lin Ruan. Luckily, she immediately reacted and changed her mouth in time. How are you like this? Not worried about mom's safety at all and questioning me as soon as you open your mouth? I'm your mom, You talk to me like that? Also, you're a girl. How can you say something like sleeping the moment you open your mouth? Lin Ruan's words came out. Lin Ruan was instantly speechless. It was only after half a day that she said, I was wrong, Mom. I'm just concerned. Are you going home? Lin Ruan happened to take advantage of the situation and pretended to be pissed off by Lin Ruan. I'm so angry. I won't be going home tonight. You'll be alone and reflect at home. After saying that, Lin Ruan immediately hung up the phone. Then her hands were quick to turn off the cell phone, a set of actions down the line. After doing so, she looked towards Lu Ming and compared a victory. Yeah. Hubby, how did I act? Lu Ming cried and laughed, holding Lin Ruan in his arms and saying, Wife, you're too good. This was Lu Ming's heartfelt words. She really felt that Lin Ruan's set of operations was too horse-forked bug. Originally, Lin Ruan had called to catch up with them and tell them to go home. As a result, Lin Ruan took the situation in her stride right off the bat. Pretend to be angry, rebuke Lin Ruan, so that originally a bellyful of words Lin Ruan have nothing to say, but also smoothly announced that tonight will not go home. After this operation, Lin Ruan was probably confused. On the other hand, Lin Ruan just hung up the phone. Indeed, as Lu Ming thought, the whole person's mind was confused. At first, she really felt a bit guilty under Lin Ruan's rebuke. Feeling that what Lin Ruan had said made sense, her tone of voice was indeed a little too anxious and impulsive. After all, he was calling his own mom. How could he open his mouth with a chopping question? As Mom said, instead of caring about her as a daughter, she questioned her. No wonder Mom was so angry. But after a while, Lin Ruan calmed down a little. Then she always felt that something was not quite right. After thinking for half a day, that's when she reacted. What did Mom say in the last sentence? Not going home tonight? Not it? If you're angry, how come you're not coming home? Lin Ruan thought back carefully. Just now, Mom got angry with the first sentence. Now that I think about it, it wasn't that normal. Usually Mom loved herself so much. How could she possibly blow up because of her own words? Instead, it was more like she was right, so she got angry and changed the topic under the weakness of her heart. And also, by the way, announced that because of anger not to go home. In this way, she would have a reason to spend the night outside with Lu Ming. Thinking about this, Lin Ruan realized that she had been bluffed by her mother. But with the previous lesson, this time Lin Ruan calmed down. Preparing to first give her mom in a call to try and test the waters. This time she told herself that she must pay attention to her tone of voice and not get caught in the pain again. However, Lin Ruan was preparing for nothing. When she called Lin Ruan's phone again, it was already out of reach. It had obviously been turned off. At this moment, Lin Ruan was really sure that she had been tricked. Otherwise, how could the phone that could be called last second be turned off now? Her mom must have found an excuse to go out with Lu Ming to spend the night and not come back. Thinking about this, Lin Ruan was furious. At home, she directly cursed Lu Ming through the air. Lu Ming, it must be you, coaxing my mom to spend the night outside. Ah! Lu Ming, you liar, colorful wolf. But unfortunately, Lin Ruan was clearly just in an impotent rage. Because she couldn't contact the two right now either, and didn't know where they were. She simply couldn't do anything about Lin Ruan and Lu Ming. On the other hand, Lin Ruan and Lu Ming on the other side had even opened a red wine. It was used to celebrate the fact that they had successfully evaded Lin Ruan's pursuit this time, and could continue to enjoy their two-person world. Chapter 79. On the hot search again. At the same time, at this time on the internet, a news report about Lu Ming and the fantasy star C-Stone gradually circulated. The netizens were all in awe after reading Lu Ming's interview and introduction of the fantasy star Ocean in the news. This dude is too handsome for his own good. Dude, you're a guy. Why are you focusing on people being handsome? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that this guy spent $20 million to buy the land and dug out fantasy star Ocean stones worth billions? Husband. I'm announcing that he's my new husband. So handsome. This year's marketing number is really nifty to blow. A big stone is billions? Why don't you say tens of billions? Brain is a good thing. Domai is also a good thing. Big brother, why don't you check what the fantasy star Ocean stone is first? It's too damn outrageous. If it wasn't an official news release from a proper TV station, I would have really thought it was a marketing number blowing smoke. Worry. This brother is an Euro emperor. Forward it to suck in the brother's Euro. I did hear a little inside story. It seems that this piece of land was said to have been taken by a woman named Lu Shiyun at the auction for $39 million. But now I don't know how it was bought by this brother at a cost of $20 million, not to mention spending so much less, but also digging out Fantasy Star sea stones worth billions of dollars. This plot is also too fantastic, with the bizarre twists and turns of the story and the sky-high price of the Fantasy Star ocean stones fame. This piece of news began to gradually catch fire on the internet, but what pushed this news onto the hot search in one fell swoop was also something else. Don't know why. The son of the once richest man and a big name on the internet, Wong Yaolin suddenly retweeted this news with his insights. I was present at this auction of the Yalong Bay land lot and happened to witness the entire process of this land auction. Wong Yaolin briefly described the process that happened during the auction of Yalong Bay at that time, including the beginning when Lin Ruan made a bid, and then Lu Shiyun kept on raising the price and finally spent $39 million to smash it in his hand. At the same time, in the text also pointed out that the woman called Lu Shiyun is now online scolded Shiyun Group's boss. The netizens directly exploded after reading the content of Wong Yaolin's microblog. So it's that old boss of the Shiyun Group. This is not deserved. Yes. Recently the poetry rhyme group, because of cosmetics toxic things, make a big fuss. Did not expect this time again on the hot search, laugh. This Lu Shiyun, this wave of loss fried still want to disgust people, engage in price increases. I didn't expect others to give up directly. These play smash it. As a result, she was secretly bought back for $20 million. I can imagine how happy she was when she was desperate to get her blood back and sold it for $20 million. The last thing that kills is that this piece of actually dug out several $1 billion worth of Dream Star sea stone. If Lu Shiyun saw that, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. This Lu Shiyun's tawdry maneuver indeed put the master to look happy and the Lu Shiyun in the mouths of the netizens. At this time, she was busy with the company's affairs, trying everything she could think of. After arranging things, she thought to go online to see if the heat about her and Shiyun Group had dropped online. But to her surprise, she once again saw her name on the hot search. When she couldn't wait to open the news and read the contents, the whole person was dumbfounded. He spent $39 million to buy the land, $20 million monopoly sold out, a loss of $19 million not to mention. Actually, in this piece of land dug out billions of dollars worth of Dream Star sea stone. And that person is still her enemy. Lu Shiyun saw Lu Ming and Lin Ruan in the news. Now how could she not be clear that they were the ones who found someone to secretly spend $20 million to buy back the Yalong Bay land? She originally only wanted to discuss Lin Ruan, but did not expect things to twist and turn, folding are their own at a disadvantage. While her opponent, Lin Ruan, has been getting rich, coupled with seeing the comments of the netizens underneath the hot search, Lu Shiyun was really getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. In the end, she felt a tightness in her chest and directly fainted. As for the news on the internet, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan naturally saw it as well. Lin Ruan, who had just called a truce, was brushing her cell phone on the bed, and all of a sudden she saw the news on the hot search and exclaimed in shock, "Hubby, you're on the hot search. Quickly look." While saying this, she handed her cell phone to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming glanced at it, he saw that the news on the hot search was indeed about himself and the Fantasy Star ocean stone. "Hubby, the netizens are saying that you're very handsome. There are also female netizens crying out to steal my husband from me." Lu Shiyun's identity has also been blown out. I don't know if Lu Shiyun also didn't see this news. I don't know how she feels if she saw it. Ha ha ha. Lin Ruan was so happy that she kept chirping around Lu Ming. Not only because of the thought of Lu Shiyun spitting blood when she realized she was being punked, but also because the netizens were praising her husband. So Lin Ruan was like a happy little magpie right now. But after a while, this matter was put behind the two of them and they didn't pay attention to it anymore. Because what came next, they could probably guess it as well. Compared to all of this, Lu Ming was more concerned about how many people would contact him to talk about acquiring the Fantasy Star sea stone when the news of the Fantasy Star sea stone spread. The price Lu Ming wanted to sell it for was more ambitious than just the $4.68 billion stated on the future information sheet. However, what Lu Ming didn't expect was that he didn't wait for someone to negotiate with him about acquiring the Fantasy Star sea stone. Instead, he waited for the news that someone was going to steal the Fantasy Star ocean stone. On the night of the day that the online news spread, there is actually a group of 4-people team ran to the Yalong Bay want to steal this piece of Fantasy Star sea stone. Not to mention such a giant Fantasy Star ocean stone. Without a large machine, simply cannot be transported away. They hold a few iron weapons, also do not know what fart eating in mind. Really think that the Xuanwu team he placed on the scene is a dry meal, ah? As soon as the four of them approached the scene of the Fantasy Star Oceanstone, they were immediately caught by Lu Ming's people. The police were directly called to deal with them, and they were sent to jail to step on the sewing machine. This kind of thing Lu Ming is not at all on the mind, after watching it is also as a fun behind the head. Turn to check the system message. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone text message. Your account 7688 transferred 361,160,202 yuan at 10:23 on September 14th. Account balance, 2,280,567,482 dollars. Today's cash increase bonus arrived again. More than 300 million plus the original account of 1,900 million. The deposit successfully exceeded 2,200 million. When I woke up in the morning and watched the deposits continue to increase, it was simply awesome. Chapter 80 billions of gems donated to you. Just when Lu Ming was in a happy mood, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming left the room and walked to the living room before picking up the phone. A female voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Hello? Is this Lu Ming, Mr. Lu? I am. When Lu Ming affirmed his identity, the other party immediately said, Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the manager of the Museum of Curiosities. Oh, Dan. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Manager, oh, hello? Oh, Dan inquired immediately afterward. Mr. Lu, we learned through news sources that you dug out a giant Fantasy Star sea stone from the ground of Yalong Bay. With its large body weight, it should be the largest Fantasy Star sea stone in the world at the moment, right? Well, for the next few minutes, this manager kept talking about everything with no focus at all. By the end of his speech, Lu Ming had become a little impatient. This manager, who claimed to be the manager of the Museum of Curiosities, didn't know what his intentions were. After the phone call has been asking this and that to spare the circle, if there is really the intention to buy the Fantasy Star sea stone, then directly show up. He has been here and his limit pulling, consuming Lu Ming's patience. However, the tone of the other party was still quite polite, and Lu Ming couldn't possibly say anything about others. Only the next second, Danden's words made Lu Ming unable to hold back any longer. It's like this, Mr. Lu, this giant Fantasy Star sea stone of yours can be said to be the largest one in the world at the moment, and it's very rare and scarce. So it can also be called a curiosity one. Our Museum of Curiosities feels that this giant Fantasy Star sea stone is qualified to be placed in our museum. Do you know what you're talking about? Hearing this, Lu Ming was all flabbergasted for a moment before asking rhetorically, You mean you want me to donate it to your museum? Danden on the other end of the phone was actually not embarrassed at all and said with a smile, Yes, Mr. Lu, don't you think that as the world's #1 Fantasy Star ocean stone, it's of the greatest significance for it to be put in a museum to be appreciated by all? It's not something that can be compared to money and these coppery things. Lu Ming was really angry and laughing after hearing this and couldn't help but ask, According to you, if I donate this Fantasy Star sea stone to your museum, the ownership becomes your museum? What benefit will I get then? That's a treasure worth billions of dollars. And what if you guys sell it? Although Lu Ming was angry, he just wanted to see how thick the skin of this museum's people was, to see what kind of sure these people had in their heads. He only heard Danden smile confidently. Yes, after you donated the Fantasy Star sea stone to us. Mr. Lu, the ownership does go to our museum, but please rest assured that we will take care of it as if it were our own child. Lu Ming instantly felt like his high blood pressure was coming up. Nima can't understand human language, right? Who wants you to take care of a rock like a child? Lu Ming just wanted to speak out, but Danden continued first. As for what you said about being sold by us, please rest assured, our museum has been established for more than 30 years and this has never happened. Moreover, as long as you are willing to donate the giant Fantasy Star ocean stone to our museum is willing to label it as your donation during the exhibition, so that people from all over the world who come to view the exhibition will be able to admire your great name. We will also send you our museum's proprietary donation certificate and a bonus of $1,000. What do you think? Hearing this, Lu Ming was really on the verge of touching a mouthful of old blood. How did you manage to do that? Saying such words in such a natural way. Guarantee? It's useless for you to take your life to guarantee it. Billions of things I give you for nothing? Am I crazy or are you crazy? Name engraving? A certificate? $1,000 bonus? Is that worth billions of dollars? I don't know if the museum manager is brainwashed enough to say such things. It's a complete brain dead. Lu Ming could no longer listen. simply hung up the phone directly, rushed to drink a mouthful of water to slow down. But when Lu Ming just finished drinking water, the phone rang again. "You are Lu Ming, right?" Just as the phone was connected, an arrogant and domineering female voice came through. Lu Ming, who was already in a bad mood, was not used to it and asked directly, "Who are you?" Who knew that the arrogant female said as soon as she opened her mouth. "Your giant star sea stone my boss is looking at. How much do you say?" This time Lu Ming is really directly angry laugh. "You first weigh yourself whether you have the qualifications to speak like this. Give me the old man, get out. You." After saying that, Lu Ming directly hung up the phone before the other party made a sound. In one breath, he finished the water in the water cup. This early in the morning. Why did he encounter some strange brainwashed people? One of them opened his mouth and shut his mouth to talk about the significance, honor, and let himself donate billions of dollars worth of things to them. To put it bluntly, this is not just want to whore themselves billions of fantasy star sea stone. Still really thinks he's a cutie. One that came out with a condescending stance as if it was her honor to sell to her. If you don't know, you'd think you're begging her to buy it. Also don't think, even if you don't know what your status is, you are at least a person with billions of treasures in hand. A boss assistant? I don't know if I have $10,000 a month. How dare I be so arrogant? If the assistant was so brain dead, I guess the boss wasn't a smart thing either. Lu Ming was really powerless to spit. Now that the news of the fantasy star sea stone was gradually spreading, there should be more and more people contacting themselves, wanting to buy this giant fantasy star sea stone. Although there would definitely be people who wanted to genuinely buy this fantasy star ocean stone, those who had the strength were always in the minority. There were more people who wanted to rely on crooked methods to make a fortune. If he really had to deal with such stupid people one by one, then he would have to suffer. These two idiots in the morning alone had wasted a lot of his time. So he had to find someone to help him deal with this matter, filtering out these people who didn't have the strength to use their brains. After determining that they were people who really had the strength to buy, and the intention to buy, he would then personally go into action. Lu Ming pondered in his mind. In a short while, he thought of an excellent candidate, his own little assistant in the Red Rock Group. First of all, the system had said that she possessed 100% loyalty to Lu Ming, so she definitely wouldn't do anything for the sake of profit. And to be able to be arranged by the system to help him deal with the affairs of the Red Rock Group, it was thought that her ability must also be good. It shouldn't be a problem to handle such a small matter. Moreover, since she had become his little assistant, Lu Ming had never contacted her yet, so he just took this opportunity to communicate. Therefore, this little assistant couldn't be a better candidate. So, Lu Ming dialed a number on his cell phone. Red Rock Group's little assistant Su Zixin. Chapter 81. Little assistant Su Zixin. After the phone call was dialed over, junior assistant Su Zixin quickly picked up. "Hello? Chairman of the board. Do you have any orders?" Lu Ming still heard Su Zixin's voice for the first time. The voice was quite nice. Listening to the voice to recognize people, the girl with such a nice voice should be quite pretty. And it was the first time Lu Ming was asked by a girl obediently what her orders were. I have to say, this feeling is really good. This person, in particular, was also his own secretary, which could easily make Lu Ming think of some of his study materials. Lu Ming shook his head and shook those unhealthy thoughts out of his mind. This was his first time calling Su Zixin, so he still asked about the Red Rock Group first. "How is the group's current development?" Speaking of the group's affairs, Su Zixin's voice also became a bit more competent. "Currently the group is developing steadily, all businesses are flourishing. Which business does the chairman want to know about? I can briefly report to the chairman. Finance? Real estate? Science and technology? Medical?" It can be heard that Su Zixin still knows a lot about the Red Rock Group situation. It's worthy of being a person arranged by the system. The ability is really online. "No need. So are you still busy with your group's affairs?" Lu Ming started to get to the point. And Su Zixin also immediately heard Lu Ming's implication and immediately said, "Our group structure is quite complete, and all matters will be handled by the leaders of each department. Chairman of the board of directors, have any orders you can just say." Hearing Su Zixin say this, Lu Ming also said directly, "Well, there is something that I have to trouble you about." Afterwards, Lu Ming also said what he wanted to ask Su Zixin to do. Su Zixin, whose dual quotient was online, immediately understood what Lu Ming meant. "Good. I will definitely properly help the chairman screen out buyers who truly have the strength and sincerity to purchase the fantasy star sea stone. All right, then I'll trouble you." Finally, Lu Ming hung up the phone with satisfaction. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The products produced by the system must be of high quality. No matter if it was an item or a subordinate, there was nothing to say. A young and gentle little girl is excellent in both IQ and EQ. And the ability is also very outstanding, working very enthusiastically. No wonder the system said that with the little assistant around, one didn't have to worry about the affairs of the group at all. And after communicating with Su Zixin, Lu Ming also directly set his cell phone to prohibit calls from strangers. This way, numbers that were not in his address book would not be able to call into his phone. As for the buyers who really had the strength to purchase the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, they naturally had the connections and ability to contact Su Zixin, and after being screened by Su Zixin, they would report back to themselves. In this way, one didn't have to spend time on these laborious and moody things after all. After everything was finished, Lu Ming then returned to his room. He saw Lin Ruan, who was sleeping soundly at this time. He could remember that in the past, Lin Ruan had said that the quality of her sleep was poor when she was alone, often sleeping badly or working all night. Now, after being with himself, it would no longer be the case, but rather every night, she was so tired that she fell asleep very quickly. Still sleeping soundly and waking up very late kind of. Lu Ming felt that this was quite good. He also did not want his wife to be too tired, and it was a happy thing to have good dreams every day. Back in bed again, Lu Ming did not have the slightest desire to sleep. So he opened the prestige that he hadn't viewed for a long time. I saw the chat messages and friend applications that have been accumulated for a long time in the prestige. After clicking on it, almost most of them are former female classmates. One by one, either they have never added Lu Ming before, or Lu Ming remembers that they have added before, but now they are applying for friends. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. This is deleted. Now you know that you are developed and have the cheek to add yourself? And just by using the friend verification message alone, they said a lot of things that made people easily think of them. However, with their face value, cannot enter Lu Ming's eyes. So Lu Ming manually deleted these messages. But while deleting them, Lu Ming actually saw Lin Ruan's friend request message. Before, Lu Ming also had Lin Ruan's prestige. Only later, when they fell out, they deleted each other. So Lu Ming recognized Lin Ruan's avatar at a glance. And now that this little had suddenly come to add her friend, there was only one possibility. That was that Lin Ruan's cell phone was turned off and she couldn't get through. That's why she ran to add herself, ready to break through from herself. Then Lu Ming certainly cannot add her directly ignore. Just like that, Lu Ming's cell phone played a morning past. During this period of time, there is no strange caller can call in. He can be so quiet and comfortable over the morning. Just when Lu Ming was still admiring his own resourcefulness, Su Zixin suddenly called. This was quite a surprise to Lu Ming. The reason for Su Zixin's call was definitely because of the matter of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. But it was only a morning ago that Su Zixin picked out some suitable buyers for herself. This efficiency is fast enough. It's true. After Lu Ming answered the phone, Su Zixin reported to Lu Ming. Su Zixin reported to Lu Ming after he screened a few buyers who have the strength and willingness to buy Fantasy Star Sea Stone. The first is a well-known domestic jewelry company, bidding $4.5 billion. The second was a collector with a rich reputation in the collection world, offering a price of $4.880 billion. The third was a foreign tycoon who was willing to offer $5 billion, the highest price among the crowd. After listening to the report, Lu Ming had to admit that Su Zixin had done a beautiful job. Not only did she screen out quality buyers in such a short period of time, she even understood the information of these buyers clearly, and let Lu Ming surprised. In addition to the jewelry business is to collect to use as jewelry materials, with the intention of earning the middle price difference. All the other offers exceeded the price of $4.68 billion that Lu Ming had seen on the future information sheet. So Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked, "The offer they made at the beginning, it shouldn't have been this high, right?" Su Zixin truthfully replied, "Yes, their initial offer was indeed very low, but this is also a normal means of business negotiation, so I also came up with a lion's share of the price and quoted a sky-high price. In the end, it was only after negotiating and cutting business that I talked to them about these prices." After listening to Su Zixin's explanation, Lu Ming heart straight called this little assistant really good. Su Zixin saw that Lu Ming didn't say anything and thought that he had done something wrong. Worriedly, she said, "Chairman, did I do something wrong?" Lu Ming quickly said, No, how could it be wrong? This price is of course the higher the better. So that I can earn more, you did a good job." Hearing Lu Ming say this, Su Zixin then put her heart down. At the same time, she received Lu Ming's compliments, and all of a sudden became happy again. Chapter 82. This is the way to have an experience. Seeing Lu Ming say this, Su Zixin also added, "Actually, if the chairman isn't in a hurry to sell, I think we can still wait a little longer. After all, today is only the first day, and there will definitely be more people contacting me when the news spreads. By then, someone might offer a higher price." Lu Ming nodded, thinking that what Su Zixin said was quite reasonable, so he also agreed to her proposal. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Su Zixin had indeed helped him a lot in this matter. Perhaps after the Fantasy Star Seastone was sold, he could give Su Zixin a bonus to reward her. After all, Lu Ming wasn't the kind of capitalist who only let people work and didn't let them eat. Aha! Just at this moment, Lin Ruan beside Lu Ming let out a wooing sound and woke up in a bit of a daze. The first thing she did when she woke up was to look for her husband beside her. Her arms as white as lotus roots fished up Lu Ming in a flash and held him in her arms. Then her jade body rustled and burrowed in the comforter, pressing her head to Lu Ming's body, feeling his temperature. "Hubby!" Lin Ruan was pampered as if she was a kitten. This cry directly called to Lu Ming's heart, making Lu Ming feel that the whole person was crispy. "I'm here!" Lu Ming reached out and straightened the hair on Lin Ruan's face, revealing her delicate face. His fingers slid up and down on the white and tender face. His movements were very gentle. It made Lin Ruan have a hint of itchiness and feel very comfortable at the same time. Soon, the sound of Lin Ruan's tiny breathing was heard in the air again. She seemed to have fallen asleep once again. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled dotingly and looked at Lin Ruan, still letting her sleep. He himself quietly admired Lin Ruan's posture as she slept. This look, I don't know when. Lu Ming also slowly sleepy. Sleep over. Until the afternoon, when Lu Ming woke up, his side was already empty. Lu Ming walked out of the room, only to see Lin Ruan was in front of a computer, concentrating on the company's affairs. She didn't even realize that Lu Ming was coming over, or Lu Ming called out. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Lin Ruan raised her head and a nice smile appeared on her originally focused complexion. "Hubby, you're awake from your nap. I'm busy with the company. I've already made the meal, you eat first." With his wife working so seriously, Lu Ming didn't bother. Walking forward, he kissed Lin Ruan before saying, "Wife, hard work." Afterwards, returned to the living room. There was already a lunch prepared by Lin Ruan on the dining table. Immediately ate it. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Having a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Wife originally group work is busy, get up and also first give himself ready for lunch. Then go to work and their own directly wake up to eat. Eat soft rice day, is so comfortable And while Lu Ming was there, he was also surprised to find that Lin Ruan's handiwork had greatly improved again. It was so much more delicious than the last time he ate it, and the speed of this progress was simply terrifying. The delicious food plus Lu Ming himself was hungry, so the speed of eating couldn't help but be faster as well. Very quickly, Lu Ming was full of food and drink. But at this time, Lin Ruan was still in the study continuing her work. Lu Ming thought for a moment and brought the meal into the study. As big as the sky is, eating is the biggest. As Lu Ming said this, he had already passed the spoon to Lin Ruan's mouth. Lin Ruan turned around and was stunned, smiled, and opened her mouth to eat Lu Ming's feeding pitch. While chewing, she smiled. It had always been her who had been feeding Lu Ming, and today, being taken care of so sweetly by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan also felt very happy. However, after feeding Lu Ming for a while, Lin Ruan began to feel sorry for Lu Ming. "Hubby, you're too tired like this. I'll do it myself." She couldn't bear the thought of Lu Ming serving himself like this. But Lu Ming shook his head. "How can feeding my wife be tiring? Don't you often feed me as well? Let me serve you today as well." Seeing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruan also gave up. She worked peacefully while accepting Lu Ming's feeding. While Lu Ming was feeding, he was also paying attention to Lin Ruan's work at the same time. This stage indeed belonged to the busiest time for Doublewood Group and Lin Ruan. Doublewood Group's new product, perfume floating like a dream, had gone through word-of-mouth fermentation. Sales were skyrocketing every day, and Doublewood Group had to capitalize on this opportunity to ensure the production and inventory of the product. If things went well, Doublewood Group would be able to raise a level in this opportunity. After the feeding was completed, Lu Ming thoughtfully wiped Lin Ruan's mouth and did not disturb her work. From time to time, he paid attention from the side and gave Lin Ruan's fragrant shoulders a massage every once in a while. It was definitely not because Lin Ruan's fragrant shoulders felt good and comfortable to press. At this time, Lu Ming couldn't help but think wildly. Now he looks like a real little white man, serving to serve rich women. This is not a normal white boy should do things, ha ha ha. Which has a little white man all day to let the rich woman to serve their own. So there is no do little white man's experience. But soon, Lu Ming put these thoughts behind him. He did this all because he was distressed that Lin Ruan was working too much and was afraid that she would be exhausted. As Lin Ruan's husband, he certainly had the responsibility to take good care of her. Not to mention, taking care of such a heavenly-looking wife was actually quite fulfilling. However, in order to avoid disturbing Lin Ruan's normal work, Lu Ming spent most of his time by himself in the living room or lying on the bed, playing with his cell phone when he had nothing else to do, so the time passed quite fast. And it wasn't until more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Ruan finally finished her work. Walking out of the study, she came to the living room and then couldn't see Lu Ming. Then she found the room and saw that Lu Ming was unconsciously playing with his cell phone on the bed. So Lin Ruan's playfulness came together. Quietly walked into the room and came to the bedside. In a flash, she jumped on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was playing with his cell phone when he only felt a fragrant breeze coming. The next second, a warm flesh and sweet scent pounced on him, scaring him so much that he dropped his cell phone. When he raised his head, Lin Ruan was already looking at him with a quirky face. Young or not childish ah. Although Lu Ming said this, his tone was full of doting and he even pinched Lin Ruan's cheeks with his hand. Humph 3. Lin Ruan protested adorably. She was then pressed by Lu Ming who pressed her head onto her chest, and the two of them lay quietly together. Finished working? I'm sorry, oh hubby. I made you wait for so long. Lu Ming played with Lin Ruan's smooth little hand in his hand and said, It's okay. It's not boring to have you around. Have to say, Lin Ruan is simply a human creature. All parts are very delicate. Let Lu Ming love. Once the two were close, Lu Ming's hand could not be controlled. Chapter 83 Surprise Gift. Seeing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruan felt better in her heart, and her heart was a little sweet. Hubby, you were so good. Let's go out to eat tonight. After eating, I have a surprise gift for you. Oh, this time Lu Ming was interested, not knowing what this little nymph had secretly arranged for herself again. What is it? Lu Ming asked curiously, but Lin Ruan shook her head with a smile. I won't tell you. It won't be another luxury car, right? Lin Ruan didn't tell herself. Lu Ming could only guess. Of course not. Lin Ruan denied it on the spot. It had only been a few days since she had last sent a luxury car, so how could she send another luxury car? Could it be a new house? Lu Ming really couldn't think of anything and could only say it casually. But actually, he also knew that it shouldn't be any of that. The house Lin Ruan had already sent him as well, and the only former residence they were living in now was registered in his name. A villa manor, so they cannot live over. Still buy so many houses, why? The first thing that happened was that Lin Ruan denied it again. Lin Ruan also denied again. Lu Ming had a helpless face. I really can't guess. Why don't you reveal a little bit of information about your wife? But Lin Ruan was still on the defensive, not revealing a single bit of information to Lu Ming. Hey, keep it a secret. Just don't tell you. You'll know when the night comes. I think that you will definitely like this gift and remember it for the rest of your life. Lin Ruan said this. Lu Ming was even more surprised. So exaggerated and unforgettable? In the end, what is it that deserves such praise from Lin Ruan? And according to her, this time the gift may be more precious than the previous villa and luxury car. This can be difficult for Lu Ming. How can not think of what in the end will be something? So under the begging no door, Lu Ming is forced to prepare to use force. Hold Lin Ruan. Do not let her run away. Pinching the voice of the villain threatened. Tell me or don't tell me. If you don't tell me again, I'm going to have to resort to it. But what responded to Lu Ming was Lin Ruan's spirit bell-like laughter. She knew that Lu Ming was bluffing her. That's right, although Lu Ming has been guessing left and right, and in the end he couldn't guess and threatened Lin Ruan. But in fact he was cooperating with Lin Ruan, raising her mood, and did not really want to know what the surprise gift was in advance. If you know what the surprise gift is in advance, what kind of surprise is there? Lin Ruan had carefully prepared the surprise gift in order to surprise herself when she received it. If one forced her to ask for information about the gift, that was simply destroying a piece of Lin Ruan's love, and at the same time destroying his own feelings of receiving the gift. Therefore, there was only to keep this curiosity all the time, waiting for the right time for Lin Ruan herself to personally unveil the gift. That would be the optimal solution. Hubby, get up. We're almost going to dinner first. After dinner, you'll know what the surprise gift is. Lin Ruan burrowed up from Lu Ming's arms, stood to the edge of the bed and pulled Lu Ming up, then directly pulled Lu Ming to the bathroom, ready to take a shower before going out. This washing is more than an hour. More than an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of the bathroom with his bare upper body, revealing smooth muscle lines. Behind him followed the blushing Lin Ruan. It was probably because the water was turned on too hot during the bath, and the heat gave steam to it. The face is flushed. Afterwards, the two of them were dressed up and formally went out. Led by Lin Ruan, they arrived at an Italian restaurant called Otto e Mezzo Bambana. This was the top Western restaurant in Seaside City. Just after stepping in, what introduced to the eyes was the 19th century eclectic architectural style of glass windows, wooden doors, and cast iron staircases. Moreover, the interior of the restaurant adopts a combination of steel and stone, and the ceiling is decorated with small polished steel pieces that change with the brightness of the light, giving Lu Ming a dazzling feeling. It was luxury and opulence visible to the naked eye. Hello, ma'am and sir. Welcome to Otto e Mezzo Bambana. May I ask if you two have a reservation? Just as they entered, a waiter came forward to greet them. Lin Ruan also reported the name of her reservation. Thus, under the waiter's guidance, the two of them walked towards their private room. Along the way, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan attracted a lot of attention in the restaurant. After all, both of them had excellent looks like golden girls and boys, so it was easy for people to not be able to help but look at them a few more times. For these gazes, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were naturally aware of them. But they were also slightly used to it every time they went out on the street. It was no exaggeration to say that they were always the most handsome and beautiful cubs in the crowd. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan smiled at each other and walked into the private room. After the waiter left, "Hubby, how does it feel?" Lin Ruan asked. Lu Ming looked around at the environment of the private room and nodded. The environment is very romantic. Lu Ming was speaking his true inner thoughts. As a high-class Italian Western restaurant, how was the food flavor? Lu Ming had not tasted it yet and would not comment on it for the time being. But in terms of the environment, there was really nothing to pick. The details were evident everywhere, and the entire environment was dripping with romance. It is worthy of being a restaurant that originated from the city of romance, Italy. Yes, this is the most upscale Western restaurant in Seaside City, known as the place where couples must come to hit. It's just that the price is not cheap. Those who go in and out of this restaurant are usually either rich or noble. As a local, Lu Ming had naturally heard of this restaurant. Knowing that the price here is often per capita is tens of thousands of consumption, without a little economic strength people simply cannot afford to come. A meal to eat a month or two of salary, the average person cannot eat so. If you do the previous Lu Ming, it is really impossible to appear here. But now it's different. As long as Lu Ming wants to, with his assets, he can eat here 3 times a day. Speaking of which, he was also one of those non-rich people in Lin Ruan's mouth. While Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were chatting, their food also came up one after another. This is our restaurant's signature mackerel thin slices with caviar, using mackerel imported from Japan, developed and made into thin slices, paired with top-quality caviar. It will bring you an unrivaled feast of taste. Linguine with calamari clams and parsley milk. For each dish, the waiter would enthusiastically introduce it for the customer, and Lu Ming listened with interest. It had to be said, this Western restaurant's plating is exquisite. Just this portion, well, I can only say that a plate is not enough for Lu Ming to take a bite of, not to mention feeding himself through Lin Ruan to brush the system rewards. So Lu Ming did not think about this. Enjoy this dinner. After all, the purpose of swiping system rewards was to make life better, and he couldn't afford to become disoriented just for the sake of rewards. He should not lose sight of his priorities just for the sake of the rewards. He should care too much about the rewards and neglect enjoying life. After the dishes were all served and the waiter left, Lin Ruan also couldn't wait to clip up a piece of thinly sliced mackerel with caviar for Lu Ming and threw it into his mouth. "Hubby, try it." Chapter 84 Bad News. Under the delicious food and Lin Ruan's extreme service, Lu Ming enjoyed the dinner to the fullest. After leaving the restaurant, it was time for the main event of the night. Are you ready? The surprise gift is coming. Lin Ruan tied up her seatbelt and was ready for Lu Ming to issue it. But just at this moment, Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number calling. However, Lin Ruan also casually connected it. A female voice immediately came from the other side of the phone and said in a breath, "Hello? How are you? Is this Ms. Lin Ruan? Please come to our Seaside Center Hospital immediately. Your father is dying." Only a pop could be heard. After listening to the words on the phone, the cell phone in Lin Ruan's hand directly slipped and fell down. The whole person's color became incomparable panic, not knowing what to do. Lu Ming, who was sitting in the passenger side, quickly grabbed Lin Ruan's hand and calmed her heart. Then he picked up the cell phone that fell on the car and methodically asked the nurse on the phone about the situation. After asking clearly, he switched places with Lin Ruan. He drove the car and headed for the Seaside Center Hospital. And at this moment, Lin Ruan's brain was blank. How is it possible? How could her own father get cancer? In her impression, her own grumpy father had always been in good health, and even often fought with people outside, returning home with a swollen nose every day. It was such a physically strong person. How could he possibly be suffering from cancer? Although in her heart, she hated her father beyond measure, thinking that he was never a qualified father. But when she heard the news that he was suffering from cancer, her heart still seized hard. As if for a moment all the resentment had temporarily dissipated. Under Lu Ming's driving, the two quickly arrived at the hospital. After getting out of the car, straight to the nurse said 1203 ward. As soon as they stepped into the room, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan saw an old man with thinning white hair and many tubes inserted all over his body. This old man was none other than Lin Ruan's father, Lin Kongtai. His name was Kongtai, but at this time he was already in his old age, and his entire body appeared to be dark and depressed, with the appearance that he might pass away at any time. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruan's eyes instantly reddened. Even though how much she resented this father in her heart before, now that she saw her father in this state, it was impossible for her not to be sad at all. All human hearts are made of flesh, and at this time, a doctor also walked into the ward and asked after seeing Lin Ruan and Lu Ming. Lin Kongtai's family, right? The doctor frowned and rebuked with a hint of anger evident in his tone. How are you guys doing as children? Looking at you guys, it shouldn't be too bad, so why didn't you bring him in for treatment earlier? Your father's life is at stake now that he's already in advanced stages of spreading. If it wasn't for the kind people who sent him to the hospital, you probably wouldn't be able to see him now, do you know that? Advanced stage? After hearing a rebuke, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan froze. They were unaware of what the doctor said. Seeing the two's stunned looks, the doctor guessed, "You don't know about the patient's illness?" Lin Ruan shook her head. She indeed didn't know about this. If she did, even if this father had once treated her so badly, she would have brought him for treatment. "Doctor, I would like to ask, when did my father fall ill?" Lin Ruan's tone was filled with guilt, feeling that it was due to her own neglect that she had created such a situation today. Because of her unhappy childhood, it made her wish from a young age to get out of her father's control and leave his side. That's why she studied so hard and started her own business. Finally, when she was a little successful, she broke away from this family, rarely going back to see her own father. Only every month she would put a sum of living expenses on her own father's card to make sure he was clothed and fed. And it was because she did so that she knew nothing about her father's situation. But why hadn't his father come to the hospital for treatment? This doubt rose in Lin Ruan's mind. Although her father had treated her very badly since she was a child, after all, she was still a relative who had raised her. That was why she would call a generous amount of money into her father's account every month. Especially after her own real success, the money every month was only more, so it was reasonable to say that the money was enough for him to use as medical expenses. And he himself didn't know that his father was ill because he hadn't been home for years. But father himself, it was impossible not to know. After all, after an illness, there would definitely be abnormalities in the body. So his own father should be aware of his physical condition. Then why didn't he go to the hospital in time for treatment, but kept dragging his feet until he fainted until he was admitted to the hospital? Lin Ruan really couldn't think of any reason for her father not to come to the hospital for treatment. Just when Lin Ruan couldn't come up with an answer even after thinking through her head. The doctor's next words directly stunned both Lu Ming and Lin Ruan. "Your father suffered from cancer about 26 years ago." The doctor's face was filled with incredulity as he said. And Lu Ming, Lin Ruan, and the two of them also directly exclaimed in shock. How is it possible? 26 years? It was well known. Cancer patients all had a very short survival time, and even if they were treated at an early stage of discovery, at most, they could only extend their lives by a dozen years. But Lin Kongtai had never undergone treatment and had actually lasted for more than 20 years. That was why Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were so astonished. Although this has somewhat exceeded our normal medical common sense and sounds incredible. But from the test reports and your father's file in our hospital, this is indeed the truth. After your father was tested for cancer at our hospital 26 years ago, he never came back for another visit. Unbelievable as it was true. The doctor could only blame it on a medical miracle, and the most important thing at the moment was not to dwell on this, but to save the patient's life. So the doctor continued. These are not important. The reason I came over to you is mainly to ask your family's opinion. Your father's current situation is very dangerous. If he doesn't undergo surgery, his life will be in danger at any time. But surgery also carries certain risks and is not guaranteed, so your family will have to decide whether or not to operate on the patient. Lin Ruan nodded without hesitation. Do it! Seeing that Lin Ruan had made up her mind, the doctor didn't say anything and directly advanced the process. Well, these need to be signed by you guys. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Then hurry up and pay the fees. Our doctor will be ready to perform the surgery right away. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan immediately took action. As the doctor said, they took care of all the matters and waited for the surgery to begin. Subsequently, Lin Ruan sat downcast next to the hospital bed, looking at Lin Kongtai, who was at this moment tortured by the disease and changed into a different person. Murmured, 26 years ago. I was only 5 years old, Then you. Why did I never know? Chapter 85 The Great Father. Lin Ruan couldn't figure it out. Clearly, when her father fell ill 26 years ago, she herself was only 5 years old at that time. One had also lived with him for more than 10 years. Why did she not see any difference in her father's physical condition in terms of longevity? Not to mention that it was even more impossible to find out until he went to college and was not at home from time to time. If it wasn't for the fact that by today, the hospital had called to notify him, he really might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life. In the end, what happened? Bean-sized teardrops slid down Lin Ruan's face. Ever since she had started her own successful business, she had been giving her father money every month, and as a result, her father rarely bothered her. In Lin Ruan's opinion, her father didn't come and go with her because he was able to get enough money to dash around and enjoy himself every day. And at the same time, she was even more disappointed in her own father, no longer holding the slightest expectation, just trying to make up for him monetarily as much as possible. But now it seems, her father's life was not as free as she had imagined, and even had been carrying pain she could not imagine. Just at this moment, Lin Ruan suddenly noticed some objects on the table next to the hospital bed. Cell phone, wallet, a bottle of medicine, and a letter. The letter had Lin Ruan's name written on it. Lin Ruan realized that this was something that her father had specifically left for herself, so she opened the envelope and read it. Warner, my good daughter, Dad is here to say sorry to you first. I know that I have not been a qualified father in your heart. Although when you opened this letter, you probably already knew part of the truth. But I still want to explain it to you clearly because I don't want you to hate me for the rest of your life, and I hope that I can also be loved by my daughter like a normal person. Well, yes, I had cancer at 26 years light. I really couldn't believe it when I was told the news in the hospital. I could have died if I had been a loner, but I was a dad. A dad with a 5-year-old daughter. What would my daughter do if I died? So at this time, I thought of a way. I have to let you mature as soon as possible. That way I can make sure you can live on your own after I'm gone. So I began to become irritable, cranky, rude, alcoholic, and never took care of you. So you began to grow up in an environment that hated me, learn to do chores, and learn to deal with things. This made me heartbroken and very happy at the same time. After all these years of holding on to you, I was finally able to leave alone without worry. It's only a pity. I probably won't get to see you in your wedding dress. How I wish to see you find a beloved person and join hands for the rest of your life. But I really don't have the time. So here, I'm saying this to also Wan Air's husband. I hope you can love Wan Air well and care for her and protect her. Please. An unqualified father. Lin Kongtai stay. Seeing this, Lin Wan's mind was like dropping an atomic bomb to explode. The entire person lost the ability to think. All that was left was the continuously aggravating gasping cries and unstoppable tears. The corner of the quilt beside the bed was wet with her tears. At this moment, Lin Ruan finally came to a sudden realization. Originally, he was trying to make me independent earlier, so he chose to be such a father to force me to accelerate my growth. In retrospect, her father's change was indeed very sudden. In just a few days, he had changed from a gentle and amiable man to an irresponsible, explosive-tempered villain. It was just that the childhood memories were so long ago, coupled with the fact that he had been blinded by hatred for a long period of time, that he hadn't even bothered to pursue the matter in detail. Lin Ruan was constantly trying to recall her childhood memories at this time. In her childhood memories, she could hear her father's loud tirades in her room every night, often making it difficult for her to sleep. She had always thought at that time that her irascible father was in conflict with someone again. But it turned out, father was suffering from cancer at that time. He was just taking advantage of this kind of behavior, through which he could vent his own pain and at the same time make himself hate him even more. After thinking about all this, Lin Ruan cried even more heartbreakingly. And all of this, Lu Ming, who had been accompanying Lin Ruan, also saw it all. Lu Ming's heart trembled at this. From the letter, he could see Lin Ruan's father's despair, pain, unwillingness, and so on. Lu Ming could not imagine. How did Lin Ruan's father endure more than 20 years of cancer? To know that kind of pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. But he endured it. For the sake of his daughter's growth, he not only endured it, but also endured it for more than 20 years, while at the same time playing the role of an evil person who made his daughter hate him. This is simply physical and mental double torture. The greatness of a father's love can be seen. At this moment, Lin Kongtai became magnificent in Lu Ming's heart. Even though he was now yellow and dying in his hospital bed, it did not affect him at all as a great, loving father. At this time, Lu Ming, even if he was a stranger to Lin Kongtai, his eyes were also a little moist. At this time, the doctor entered the ward with a nurse and said to Lu Ming Lin Ruan, "Pre-operative preparations are all done. Surgery will be performed immediately." Lin Ruan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly moved aside, letting the medical staff send Lin Kongtai to the operating room. Lin Ruan and Lu Ming also followed closely to wait outside the operating room. Outside the operating room, Lin Ruan was still holding the suicide note left by her father tightly in her hand. She was unable to walk away from the contents of the Rima for a long time. Lu Ming walked up and held Lin Ruan in his arms. Lin Ruan then let out a loud cry. Lu Ming also did not say anything, just silently hugged her and let her vent out. He could appreciate Lin Ruan's feelings of guilt and remorse at this time. But there is no absolute empathy in the world. All he can do is to support her silently behind her back and be her pillar. I don't know how long Lin Ruan cried. Perhaps he had run out of strength. His crying started to get smaller until he said while sobbing, "Hubby, am I bad? Dad has had cancer for more than 20 years, and I actually don't know anything about it." Lu Ming hurriedly comforted. "How could it be? It was your dad who didn't want you to know, and the reason why you resented him was because your dad wanted it to be this way. Otherwise, how could you grow up so fast to this point today? You've always been his pride." In Lu Ming's opinion, Lin Ruan could not be blamed for all of this. "I'm really too stupid. I actually didn't see it at all." In any case, Lin Ruan was still incomparably blaming herself. It's all right. After our dad's surgery is successful, we'll honor him later." As a little bit of time passed, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan have been staying outside the operating room anxiously waiting, until 1 o'clock late at night. Only then was the door to the operating room opened and the doctors walked out the door. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, was the first to rush up and asked in a lame manner, "Doctor, how is my father's situation?" Chapter 86 Death Notice. Facing Lin Ruan's inquiry, the doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Seeing the doctor hesitate to speak, Lin Ruan's heart trembled. The soles of her feet went soft and she almost collapsed to the ground. But fortunately Lu Ming, who was at the side, hurriedly assisted her. The surgery failed. In the end, Lin Ruan still summoned up the courage to ask these words. At the same time, tears once again slid down her face. She couldn't accept such a fact. And Lu Ming also spoke after supporting Lin Ruan. "What's going on? Didn't I give you all the solutions to the most difficult parts of this surgery? As long as you do what I said, then it's impossible for this surgery to fail." One had to know that Lu Ming had used divine-level medical arts. This divine-level medical skill didn't just include Chinese medicine. Even if it was Western medicine, Lu Ming was also the top existence in the world. So when he was in the hospital room, Lu Ming checked all of Lin Kangtai's medical records and talked to the doctor about some of the difficult places to attack. It was to ensure that this surgery was foolproof. Unfortunately, although Lu Ming possessed divine medical skills, a skill rewarded by the system, there was still an upper limit to this skill. He had made Lu Ming the top doctor in the world, but Lin Kangtai was suffering from cancer, a problem that could not be solved by the entire medical community. And Lu Ming's medical skill was not yet at a point where he could break through this category. So he could only come up with a plan for the doctor to ensure the success of the surgery, so that Lin Kangtai's lifespan could be prolonged a bit more. As for why Lu Ming did not do it himself, because Lu Ming he does not have a medical license. And the beach downtown hospital as a third-class hospital, the doctor inside is actually very good, plus with the program he gave. Lu Ming dare to ensure that the operation will not fail, so also rest assured that the operation will be handed over to the group of doctors. But now this surgery actually… Seeing that the two might have misunderstood, Medical Arts hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, Ms. Lin, you have misunderstood. According to the program you gave us, we did complete the surgery, but…" The doctor hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and continued, "But the cancer cells in the patient's body have spread almost all over his body, and we only temporarily pulled him back from the brink of death with this surgery. If the cancer cells continue to spread, the patient will not have long to live." Hearing this, Lin Ruan also completely leaned on Lu Ming. Without Lu Ming's support, he would not be able to stand at all. Then isn't it possible to curb the spread of cancer cells by doing surgery or other means? Lin Ruan could not accept this fact. Not being able to understand medicine, she tried to be able to find other ways to save her father. Lu Ming secretly sighed, knowing that it was impossible. As expected, the doctor shook his head after hearing Lin Ruan's words. "Ms. Lin, we fully understand your feelings. It's true that the spread of cancer cells can be contained by means such as surgery or chemotherapy. But your father has been sick for more than 20 years. His body is already incomparably weak. He simply can't carry the side effects of these means." The moment the doctor's words came out, Lin Ruan's brain felt as if it had been hit hard. Yes, with what she saw of her father's tattered and thin body, how could he withstand the side effects of these means? Then his own father is really hopeless? One can only have to watch him die? Thinking of this, Lin Ruan couldn't help but bawl again. Late at night, Lin Ruan rushed over. These 2 days looming, Lin Ruan left her alone at home. She contacted and cannot be contacted, looking and do not know where to find. This makes her angry enough. Seeing that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan have not been home for 2 days, plus the end of the vacation she had to go back to class. So she was supposed to go back to school today. But she suddenly received a message from Lu Ming. So she immediately rushed back. Ward 1203. Lin Ruan just stepped into the ward. She saw the dying Lin Kangtai on the hospital bed and the emaciated Lin Ruan by the bedside, and the atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Lin Ruan walked to Lin Ruan's side, wanting to open her mouth to comfort her. But for a moment she didn't know what to say. She could only hold Lin Ruan tightly. She understood her mom's feelings at the moment. Putting herself in her shoes, if it was her, she would also feel like the sky was falling apart. Time passed little by little. Lu Ming, Lin Ruan, Lin Ruan and the three of them waited quietly in the hospital room. In their hearts, they silently prayed that everything would be fine tomorrow. A night without words. The rising sun rose into the sky, the sunlight sprinkled on the floor of the hospital room through the window, and a few weak gibbering sounds rang out from the silent room. "Dad!" Lin Ruan by the bedside was the first to realize that Lin Kangtai had woken up. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were also startled by Lin Ruan's exclamation and immediately walked over towards the hospital bed. Only at this moment did Lin Kangtai slowly open his eyes. A pair of cloudy eyes were filled with gray. The situation was not quite right. Lu Ming immediately pressed the bedside call bell to notify the doctor to come over. At the same time, he calmed the agitated Lin Ruan. He himself put on Lin Kangtai's wrist to check his pulse at this moment. Sure enough, Lin Kangtai's pulse was very weak. The situation was not optimistic, and at Lu Ming's command, Lin Ruan also immediately fetched some water. Carefully, she fed it to Lin Kangtai. After Lin Kangtai replenished some water, his entire body also woke up a bit. It seemed that he could see the face in front of the hospital bed and revealed a smile, looking at his own daughter. His fingers moved slightly, wanting to reach out and touch his daughter's face. But his physical condition at this time was too poor, so poor that he couldn't even raise one hand. Soon, The doctor arrived in the hospital room. Immediately, Lin Kongtai was given a checkup. After the examination, the doctor and Lin Ruan came to the corner of the ward to tell them the results of the examination. Ms. Lin, although yesterday's surgery was successful, at the moment, your father's physical condition has not gotten better and has reached the point of running out of gas. Moreover, he has to endure tremendous unimaginable pain, and it's possible that an ordinary person would have been unable to wake up by now. But your father woke up. His willpower is very strong and tough. It must be a strong belief in his heart to wake up. Although the truth is cruel, but as a doctor he must truthfully report the patient's situation to the family. The doctor went on to say, "So, the next your father's time may not be much." Hearing this, Lin Ruan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Both hands heavily covered her mouth, trying to make her cries not so loud. Based on Lin Kongtai's physical condition, they were no longer able to do any more treatment. The doctor's words had almost given Lin Kongtai a death notice. Let Lin Ruan spend more time with her father in this last period of time. Chapter 87. Quietly leaving the hospital. Perhaps because she knew Lin Kongtai's days were numbered, Lin Ruan forcibly restrained herself and wiped her tears. She came to Lin Kongtai's bedside. "Dad, I'm sorry. You're the greatest dad in the world." Lin Ruan next accompanied Lin Kongtai's bedside and said a lot of words, as if she was trying to say everything she had said in those years after she turned 6. She was afraid that if she didn't finish her words, their father and daughter would part with such regret. Every one of these words was Lin Ruan's true feelings. As for Lin Kongtai on the bed, although he couldn't speak himself, but the eyes could also see his constantly changing emotions at this time. Until Lin Kongtai seemed to be getting more and more tired. Even the cloudy eyes were becoming more and more feeble, unable to open their eyes. At the same time, the lines on the instrument monitoring life at the head of the bed also began to slowly decline. This represented that Lin Kongtai was truly about to die. This time, Lin Ruan also completely panicked. She held Lin Kongtai's hand tightly but could do nothing. She could only watch her father die. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming suddenly remembered something. Immediately, he moved forward, took out the adrenaline rewarded by the system. It was directly injected into Lin Kongtai's body. In the next second, the signs of Lin Kongtai's life draining away were immediately stopped. Immediately afterward, his body also recovered with the naked eye. Some blood color returned to his face, and his breathing calmed down. The lines on that life monitoring instrument also directly pulled up and returned to normal. Immediately afterward, Lin Kongtai violently sat up from the bed. This scene, it directly caused Lin Ruan and Lin Ruan to freeze in place. "Didn't I die?" Lin Kongtai murmured. It was at this time that Lin Ruan and Lin Ruan came back to their senses. Looking towards Lu Ming, the originator of the incident, they stuttered in surprise. Lu Ming, this is... I gave our dad a forced extension of 3 days of life, according to the system given in the introduction. This adrenaline can make the life-endangered people, even if they are dying, can extend their life for 3 days. And it was still restored to a state where the body was at full strength. So even though Lin Kongtai was how serious terminal cancer was and his body was at the point of running out of gas, it still worked on him. Although it was only for 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Kongtai still had to die. But it was enough to fulfill some of the regrets between him and Lin Ruan. And how could Lin Ruan care about anything else at this time? She didn't doubt what Lu Ming said in the slightest. Nor did she think about how there could be this kind of divine medicine in the world that could forcibly renew one's life for 3 days. She only knew that her father had come back to life, although it was only for 3 short days. But it was enough. In these 3 days, they could truly get along in a normal father-daughter state, the kind with love rather than resentment, and even fulfill all of their father's previous regrets. The next second, Lin Ruan wept with joy. She directly hugged Lin Kongtai. "Dad!" Originally, Lin Kongtai was still in a state of bewilderment. His own body was clear to himself. A person's death was like a lamp going out, and people said that before a person died, images of his or her life in this life would flash before their eyes. And he had indeed entered that state. But just as the slideshow of life flashed before his eyes, the slideshow suddenly stopped. One was back in the hospital room again, and even sat up. "I can live for 3 more days?" After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, he didn't think much about it, but fell into great ecstasy. "Good. Great. Lin Taikong was incomparably grateful to Lu Ming at this moment. It was he who had snatched him back from the hands of the god of death, allowing him to have the opportunity to spend time with his daughter. He touched Lin Ruan's head in his arms, his hand trembling slightly. It wasn't because of powerlessness, but he was too excited. How he wanted to touch his daughter before he left, but his whole body's strength could only move a few fingers. But now he did. Lin Ruan also touched Lin Taikong's big rough hand and said heartily, "Dad, you're getting old." Although the current Lin Taikong had temporarily recovered due to adrenaline, it wasn't a return to old age. He was already a 50 or 60-year-old man after all, and had once endured so much pain. But just at this time, Lu Ming spoke up, "It's not a good place to stay. Let's leave the hospital first." This was not the time to catch up on old times. There was no need for Lin Kongtai to stay in the hospital now. If someone found out about Lin Kongtai's current state at this time, it would definitely cause a stir in the hospital. Things spreading out would definitely cause a lot of trouble. After all, this kind of thing was too amazing. Being said so by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan and Lin Taikong also came back to their senses and knew what Lu Ming meant. So after some arrangements, Lin Kongtai was smoothly discharged from the hospital. And in this process, Lin Ruan also utilized the energy of a $100 billion group boss. All traces were eliminated. No one along the way would have seen Lin Kongtai leaving the hospital, and the surveillance would have been destroyed due to the accident. At the back door of the hospital, after Lu Ming and his group got into a car that had been arranged long ago, Lin Ruan asked Lin Kongtai uneasily, "Dad, are you tired? How do you feel physically now?" "It's fine. I've never felt this good before. No pain at all," Lin Kongtai said with emotion. "It's been a long time. More than 20 years since I've been this comfortable." Thinking back to previous memories, Lin Kongtai was full of sighs. In the past 20 years, he suffered from cancer complications day and night. When he didn't have money, he relied on spirits to paralyze himself, and when he had money, he took sedative drugs. But the pain of cancer cannot be completely offset by these. He suffered every day in ways unimaginable to a normal person. But now, he felt like he was back in his youth, before he was sick. The entire person was in an incomparable state. Although he looked old on the outside now, an old man in his 50s or 60s. However, he felt that his current inner physical quality was comparable to that of a young man in his 20s or 30s. After hearing about Lin Kongtai's recovery, Lin Ruan was very happy. And at this time, Lin Ruan, who had been quiet before, finally couldn't help but ask, "Lu Ming, what is that life renewal thing of yours?" Lin Ruan, as a key college student, was not studying medicine. But she also knew that there couldn't be a single thing in this world that could make a dying old man instantly recover. This was simply too heaven-defying. If there was such a thing, it would have already resounded around the world. Her mom, Lin Ruan, would have also gone out of her way and scattered her family's wealth to buy it for her grandfather. But it was such a thing, something that had never been heard of, something that couldn't even possibly appear in the world. Yet it appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 88. Daughter is joking with you. Regarding Lin Ruan's inquiry, Lu Ming did not intend to respond to him and directly pretended to be deaf. Because Lin Ruan wasn't Lin Ruan. Even if he made up some reason, she wouldn't easily believe it. She might even have to be questioned endlessly. If Lu Ming directly told her the truth, "I have a system, this is a system reward," Lin Ruan might even think that he was deliberately tricking her. Therefore, not responding was the best way. And when Lin Ruan saw that Lu Ming was ignoring her, she didn't ask any more questions for the time being, because now was obviously not an appropriate time. It was just that Lin Ruan's mind was very confused at this time. Two different Lu Ming appeared intertwined in her mind. One was a good-looking, high-faced school bully, but also just an ordinary college student. The other one seemed to have unforeseen superpowers and extremely high culinary skills, and was able to come up with top-notch perfume recipes at the drop of a hat. Even the mysterious one who came up with a drug that could renew the lives of those whose lives were on the brink of death for 3 days. This made Lin Ruan go crazy. Is this face Lu Ming's real face? She managed to hold her tongue, waiting until the car drove into the Yunli residence villa. Everyone got out of the car. Lin Ruan took Lin Kongtai on her arm and walked in front, with the two of them hanging in the back. Only then did Lin Ruan open her mouth and ask, "Hey, Lu Ming, you're not possessed by an alien, are you?" Otherwise, in Lin Ruan's opinion, how could a person possess so many incredible abilities? Obviously, when he was in college, Lu Ming was still an ordinary person. How is it that, after graduation, It's completely like a different person, In response, Lu Ming just laughed, thinking that Lin Ruan wouldn't be brain dead, right? Rolling his eyes, he said, "Yes, I'm from planet Krellum 133, and my purpose is to save mankind. All right?" When Lin Ruan saw Lu Ming's demeanor and tone, how could she not know that Lu Ming was playing a trick on her? She just wanted to say something. But Lu Ming had already accelerated his pace, catching up with Lin Ruan and Lin Kongtai who were in front of him, and pulling away from her. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Lin Ruan opened her mouth. But in the end, she didn't shout out. She was really getting curious about Lu Ming, and when a woman gets curious about a man, soon, a group of people entered the house. Lin Ruan happily took her father, Lin Kongtai, on a tour of the house. And Lin Kongtai knew nothing about Lin Ruan's life afterward. So he was also very interested in where his daughter was living and residing now. The two of them returned to their normal father-daughter state, talking and laughing, and the picture was very cozy. Looking at this scene, Lu Ming on the sofa sighed and said, "How come I don't have such a filial daughter, ah?" Lin Ruan on the side heard this while staring at Lu Ming with glaring eyes, and said without any good humor, "Think you're beautiful." Seeing her being so arrogant, Lu Ming also ordered her, "Come over and give me a massage." However, Lin Ruan didn't obey obediently this time. Standing still, she seemed to be smiling. "Didn't you hear me, good daughter? Daddy told you to come over for a massage. You should know what happens when you don't obey." Biffed. Lin Ruan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ming looked at her in surprise. This fellow was actually not threatened anymore. But in the next second, Lu Ming knew why she could be so confident now. Only to see. Lin Ruan pulled out a black USB drive from her pocket. She also purposely shook it in her hand and said with a smile, "Aya, this can be considered returning something to its rightful owner." Lin Ruan smiled very brightly, taking back the U-disc and not being threatened by Lu Ming. Watching Lu Ming suffer at this moment, several kinds of happiness superimposed on her. And Lu Ming saw the black USB flash drive in her hand and said in a deep voice, "This is your bottom line? Let's see how else you can threaten me now." Cluck, 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 cluck. "Angry at you. Still want to ask me for a massage? Don't even think about it." Lin Ruan had a smug look on her face, holding her head high, as if she had turned over a new leaf and was in a euphoric mood. When Lu Ming and Lin Ruan left her behind and disappeared to go on a date, she was the only one in the big house. She could not find them, nor did she have anything else to do. So out of the blue, she thought of looking for her flash drive. Just in case Lu Ming hadn't put the flash drive on his body and brought it out, wouldn't now be the best time to do so. So take this opportunity to look all up and down the villa. Took 3 to 4 hours to find it. In the end, he found it in the jewelry box in his mother Lin Ruan's room. Lin Ruan was both happy and angry when she found it. Joyful because she found the flash drive. She was angry because Lu Ming, this old man, had put it in her mom's room. You know, she slept in this room. The flash drive was right under her nose. Sure enough, the most dangerous place was the safest place. She hadn't expected it to be in this room from the start. The focus is from Lu Ming's room and study of these places to start rowing, and finally really rowing after the fruitless. She didn't hold any hope to go back to the room to look for it. But I did not expect to find it in the last room. The room where she and Lin Ruan recently slept together. And Lu Ming shook his head and laughed out loud when he saw Lin Ruan looking so smug. "Are you stupid? You scolded me?" Lin Ruan, who had retrieved the USB flash drive, could now harden up, and without the slightest bit of weakness, she dared to continue to fight each other with Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately said, "Don't you know that USB flash drives can be backed up? Do you think, with my technology, I can't make a copy of the contents of the USB flash drive?" While saying that, Lu Ming was also directly lying down on the sofa. "I've already said that you can't win. Why don't you bet on it? Do I have a backup in my hand or not? If you don't dare to, you'll hurry up and obediently come and give me a massage. Otherwise, I'll have to show your secret that to your mom." After Lin Ruan heard Lu Ming's words, the smile on her face directly froze. She really hadn't considered whether Lu Ming had backed up the contents of the USB flash drive. As for the truth or falsehood in Lu Ming's words, she didn't dare to bet on it in the slightest. In case he really did, he himself would. For a moment, Lin Ruan set off a storm in her mind. The whole person was so angry that she was gnashing her teeth, and her face that had been complacent just a moment ago was wrinkled into a ball. Really wanted to directly rush up to Lu Ming to fight. But in the end, she still took a deep breath, decided to be soft. After all, she really couldn't afford to lose if she was really seen by her own mother the contents of the USB flash drive. What about herself and Xiao Xiao? Thinking about this, Lin Ruan converted a face. Behaving herself, she walked to Lu Ming's side and massaged him. Dad, just now my daughter was joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Is this okay? Is it comfortable? Chapter 89. A tiger's father is not a dog's son. At night, Lu Ming, who had regained the initiative, drove Lin Ruan out of Lin Wan's room. He could sleep with Lin Wan again. Although Lin Ruan was unhappy in her heart, there was nothing she could do about it, so she could only flail at Lu Ming's back a few times before leaving. Then it was down to the guest room. It was not early in the morning, but Lin Wan had been tossing and turning in bed, having trouble falling asleep. He seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Ming also saw it and opened his mouth to ask, "Wan Air, what's wrong?" Being asked this by Lu Ming, Lin Wan adjusted her position and pressed herself tightly against Lu Ming, placing her head on his chest. Quietly, she listened to Lu Ming's heartbeat. After a while, "Hubby, I want to ask you something." Lu Ming's wide palm was placed on Lin Wan's head, stroking the top of her head. "Say it, you've been rummaging all night. I guessed you had something to say." "Ooh." After Lin Wan did a mental struggle for a while, she gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. "Hubby, are you willing to marry me?" "Of course I'm willing. Fool. And we've already been husband and wife for a long time." Lu Ming immediately responded. He and Lin Wan had long been registered and licensed, and were a couple recognized by the state. But Lu Ming also knew what Lin Wan meant. What she meant by marrying her was to have a marriage wedding. In people's minds, becoming a real couple was not just as simple as getting married and receiving a license. One also needs to have a wedding to invite friends and family from both sides to gather together and be blessed by them. And he and Lin Wan, because of Lin Ruan. Originally, they hadn't considered a date for a wedding, but now, thinking about this, Lin Wan felt a little guilty. She had been thinking that, after her daughter accepted Lu Ming, she herself would secretly invite all her friends and family to come and propose to Lu Ming in their presence, giving Lu Ming a huge surprise. Then he would organize a grand wedding for Lu Ming and make everyone envy him. But she thought of all this so beautifully. But because she had to fulfill her father's dying wish as soon as possible, so she had to speak directly to Lu Ming in this situation. She felt that this was too unfair to Lu Ming. And after Lu Ming realized these thoughts of Lin Wan, he cried and laughed and popped her in the head. "What are you thinking about? I should be the one to propose too." In Lu Ming's opinion, this marriage proposal thing was supposed to be carried out by the boys. It had nothing to do with any machismo. Although it was said that he was half kidnapped by Lin Wan when he received the license to register, but after getting along for so long, he had long fallen in love with this kind-hearted woman. He also had the intention in his heart to organize a wedding for Lin Wan that would be in the limelight. The two of them simply share the same heart and mind. But Lin Wan did not agree with Lu Ming's statement. She didn't feel that the proposal and the wedding had to be the responsibility of the boy. She just wants to take the initiative to propose to Lu Ming, just as she took the initiative to tie Lu Ming to get married in the first place. So, Lin Wan secretly made a decision in her heart. In the future, she must treat Lu Ming even more times better. Early the next morning, Lu Ming called his mom, Li Yuru. "Brat, still remember to call your mom me?" Li Yuru's voice came from the other side of the phone. Lu Ming didn't bull and said directly, "Mom, I've decided to have a wedding with Wan Air in the next 2 days." "Ah?" Li Yuru did not have a little bit of preparation in mind, and was directly frozen by Lu Ming's words, but also quickly reacted, so surprised that she repeated it loudly. "What? You and Wan Air are getting married?" The sound was so loud that it directly startled Lu Ming's father, Lu Guiyuan as well. Immediately ran over. "Son is getting married to Lin Wan?" Lu Ming also heard his father's voice over the phone. "Yes, good thing." In the view of the older generation, especially Lu Ming's family used to be in the countryside, where a wedding could be considered a real marriage. Men and women, friends and relatives will be invited to the wedding wine, a set of processes completed, even if the real couple, even if you do not go to the registration is fine. In the countryside, everyone knows you are husband and wife. Why so sudden? Although Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were both surprised to hear this news, but they were still smiling and happy. Sudden was sudden, but this was a good thing. The circumstances involved were complicated, so Lu Ming did not explain, but simply said, "It's nothing, it's just a sudden thought. I'll bring Wanner and his father home. Let's meet." Hearing this, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan both got a little nervous. They hurriedly asked, "We can arrive before lunch, right? Let's hurry up and prepare for lunch." "Well, it can be. Then we'll pack up and get ready to go." After saying that, the two sides also hung up the phone together. Lu Ming then went to pack up his things and get ready to leave. On the other hand, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan on the other side were still immersed in joy. Even when they first knew that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had gotten a license, they weren't this happy. "Wife, our son is getting married. Our son has grown up." Although Li Yuru's face was also filled with joy, she still gave Lu Guiyuan a blank look and said, "Isn't this sooner or later? I have even more explosive good news here." "What is it?" Lu Guiyuan was bursting with curiosity and was very curious about what the even more explosive good news was that Li Yuru was talking about. But at this time, Li Yuru didn't tell him. It was just hanging on to Lu Guiyuan, making him itch all the time. "Wife, say it. What other good news does the son have?" But obviously Lu Guiyuan's urgency didn't work. Li Yuru still kept her mouth shut. There was really no way out. Lu Guiyuan gritted his teeth and made a condition. "You tell me, when my son's marriage is done, I'll take you on a trip." The moment these words came out, Li Yuru's eyes lit up. There was this benefit? Then it wasn't impossible to talk about it. Only then did she say, "Previously, we have explicitly and implicitly urged them to organize the wedding. But this brat Lu Ming always found excuses to muddle through. But today suddenly said to do the wedding, and also very urgent to be organized within these two. Do you think there's something fishy here?" Lu Guiyuan is also not a little cute. He was so surprised by Li Yuru's comment. He figured out what Li Yuru meant, and immediately jumped up in place with excitement. "A tiger father has no son." Hearing this, Li Yuru blankly glanced at him without any good reason. Father and son were one and the same. It turned out that her wedding with Lu Guiyuan was also organized very suddenly. It was because they were also married with a son. After the two of them got together, some indescribable things happened, and the cloud avoidance measures back then weren't as good as they are now. So when they found out that they had a child, who is now Lu Ming, they hurried to make up for the wedding. Now Lu Ming's so anxious to do the wedding, they subconsciously think, and when they were the same. Chapter 92 Families Meet. Lu Ming did not expect. He and Lin Ruan's move to get married in such a hurry, in Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan's opinion, was because Lin Ruan was pregnant, so they had to hurry to get married. If he knew that, Lu Ming would probably cry and laugh. And on Lin Ruan's side, she also talked to Lin Kongtai about her decision to have a wedding with Lu Ming. After hearing this, Lin Kongtai of course understood that his daughter was preparing for the wedding so suddenly in order to fulfill her wish. So for a while, Lin Kongtai was mixed with sadness and joy. He was happy because he could finally see his daughter wearing a wedding gown and marrying the person she loved. Sadness is because he knows that this wedding is organized for his own eyes. He may have disrupted their previous plans. Such a wedding too hasty. While Lin Kongtai was lost in thought, Lin Ruan seemed to have seen something and spoke. "Dad, let's get ready and go over to meet Lu Ming's parents." "Good." Soon, the three of them, Lu Ming, went out. In fact, Lu Ming's old home was just in a small rural area below Seaside City, more than an hour's drive away, and they were only going to meet with Lu Ming's parents. When the time came, the wedding would definitely still be held in the city. Villa Entrance. Lin Ruan's driver was already waiting in his car. This time, Lin Ruan had called her driver to come, and she was in charge of driving the car. After all, in the next few hours, Lu Ming as the groom would probably be quite busy, so having the driver drive the car couldn't be better. Just like that, the three of them went out. That's right, it was just Lin Ruan and Lu Ming and Lin Kongtai. Lin Ruan was still huffing and puffing in the villa at this time, and didn't know what was going on at all. Nor did she know that Lu Ming and the others had gone out, and were just left at home by them once again. More than an hour later, the driver navigated over according to the address Lu Ming reported. It drove into the road of Lu Ming's old countryside. Just after entering the village, their car attracted the attention of many people. After all, this time, Lin Ruan had let the driver drive her Rolls-Royce Phantom in order to give Lu Ming a poker face. Normally, how could one see such a high-grade car in the village? So wherever the Rolls-Royce drove to, the people of whichever place must have watched. Until the car drove to Lu Ming's doorstep. The nearby neighbors also discovered this high-class car that they had never even seen on a normal day and talked about it. There's actually such a high-class looking car in our village. I also don't know who it's coming for. I recognize this car, Rolls-Royce. It actually costs tens of millions apiece. Only the rich can afford it. Why did they stop in front of old Lu's house? Is it possible that they're here to look for old Lu? Does Lu know this kind of tycoon? I'll go. That's the Lu family's kid, isn't it? Yes. Look at Yuru and Lu welcoming him. Lu Ming, who got down from the car, didn't know that he had become the object of discussion among the neighbors, because his own mom and dad had already walked up. Mom and Dad. Lu Ming was the first to speak. Sister Yuru. Yeah. Lin Ruan also opened her mouth and called out. But for a moment, she suddenly didn't know how to address Lu Guion. Because she and Li Yuru were acquainted with each other before, that's why there was also this matter of him and Lu Ming being matched. But Li Yuru, she really didn't know what to call him. Speaking of outrageous, she and Lu Ming licensed and registered for so long, or the first time to see Lu Ming's father. Only because it is really and Lu Ming married days too happy too busy. Not only every day and Lu Ming lived a happy life, and the company bad good things come one after another. Let him and Lu Ming or the first time to go home in. Just call uncle. For now. It won't be long before you can change your mouth anyway. Lu Guiyuan saw Lin Ruan's dilemma and opened his mouth, only for his gaze to unconsciously see Lin Ruan's stomach. All of a sudden the smile got even bigger. It couldn't be helped that the old Lu family was the only one with a single sibling, which was why they were so anxious for Lu Ming to get married before. Now that Lu Ming was not only getting married, but also had a child, they were definitely happy. Probably wouldn't be long before he could hold a grandchild. When Lin Ruan saw Lu Guiyuan suddenly smile so happily, although she didn't know what was going on, she didn't think much about it. She obediently called the people as Lu Guiyuan said. Lu Ming just wanted to introduce Lin Kangtai to his parents. But Lu Guiyuan had already spoken first. In-laws, how do you do? As he said that, his hands moved forward to shake hands with Lin Kangtai. Lin Kangtai was also all smiles when he saw Lu Guiyuan being so enthusiastic, and both of them shook hands with both hands. Let's all go inside. Lu Ming greeted them when he saw that all of their group had been at the door for so long. At this time, Lu Guiyuan also reacted. Right, don't stand at the door anymore. Go in and get in. He and Li Yuru had already prepared lunch. So the group walked into the house. Coming directly to the dining table, they immediately saw a table full of dishes. This was the result of Lu Guiyuan and Li Yuru's busy morning. Ever since Lu Ming called, they had split up into two groups, one to buy food and one to prepare. After buying a bunch of ingredients, the two of them were busy in the kitchen for a long time before they made so many dishes. Their daughter-in-law and in-laws were coming home for the first time, and they didn't know what they liked to eat, so there was nothing wrong with making more. Moreover, making so many dishes was also a sign of their enthusiasm. Lin Ruan and Lin Kangtai were also surprised to see such a large table of dishes. All of them then took their seats, started to eat while discussing the matter of Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's marriage. The wedding time, Lu Ming said at the beginning, tomorrow. Because tomorrow is the last day for Lin Kangtai's adrenaline to take effect. So this point of time cannot be changed. Could only be tomorrow even if it was rushed. After all, this wedding was originally organized so that Lin Kangtai could witness his daughter's wedding with his own eyes. If it wasn't tomorrow after the 3 days of adrenaline renewal and Lin Kangtai died, then this wedding would be meaningless. And Lu Guiyuan and Li Yuru didn't know the details of it. Neither of them knew why Lu Ming had to set the wedding on this date tomorrow. When other people get married, they usually start choosing the auspicious day half a year in advance, and then book the hotel, find a planner, try on the wedding gown, and invite friends and relatives to be busy with one thing after another. Even 3 months in advance to prepare for a wedding, time is not necessarily enough. His son is good, said today to get married, tomorrow to do the wedding. You should know that, in the countryside, the auspicious day for marriage is very important. If the day is not well chosen, it will affect the couple for the rest of their lives. However, as if God was helping Lu Ming and Lin Ruan, they looked up the yellow calendar. Tomorrow was the only good day for a wedding in the last month. Chapter 91. Organizing the wedding. And so the problem of the auspicious day of the zodiac was solved. But in Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan's opinion, time is so urgent. Many things are too late to arrange. Think this wedding can only be casually organized. Although I do not know why Lu Ming so insisted on tomorrow's wedding, but the main character of the marriage is still Lu Ming and the two of them. Plus, the most important issue of the auspicious day of the zodiac was solved. So Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan also went along with them. Alright, the date is for you too, as long as you don't think the wedding is too simple. But soon, Lu Guiyuan was slapped in the face. After discussing with Lu Ming last night and deciding to organize the wedding under. Early the next morning, Lin Ruan had her assistant, Xiao Yu, use all her energy to arrange the wedding. Xiao Yu was able to achieve the position of Lin Ruan's assistant. Her ability naturally needs no introduction. Plus, money opened the way. Xiao Yu directly smashed a large sum of money, will be the most luxurious seaside hotel to package down. Then contact the best wedding company. Let them quickly go to the seaside hotel to set up the wedding site. Although by now only the past 5 or 6 hours, but at the expense of a huge amount of manpower and financial resources. The wedding site of the seaside hotel has already been set up more or less. It just so happened that Xiao Yu had also sent some progress pictures to Lin Ruan, so Lin Ruan took out her cell phone and showed the pictures of the wedding site to the crowd. This look. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were directly stunned. Only to see the hotel's wedding site, beautiful backdrop and tea stage has been built. The scene is everywhere, visible flowers and balloons. Looks incomparably romantic. This effect, it didn't look like the setup could be completed in a morning at all. Now it seems that this wedding seems like it can really be well organized down. Lu Guiyuan sighed. Yes, the wedding site at night can certainly be all set up to complete. Other things also have a professional wedding company to deal with. Now the most important thing is, Mom and Dad, you hurry to inform our friends and family. With time being so urgent, it was definitely too late to prepare the formal wedding invitations to be sent out. Lin Kongtai also thought of this problem and showed a difficult expression. The invitation to the wedding banquet is so sudden. Will it be? At that time, the crowd understood what Lin Kongtai was worried about. It was nothing more than worrying that it was too sudden and that when the time came, Lu Ming's side of family and friends would not come over. However, after hearing Lin Kongtai's words, Lu Guiyuan was waving his hand and said with a smile, it's fine, although my old Lu didn't mix well and didn't have much to accomplish. But the only thing, in terms of people, I'm definitely well fed. While saying that, Lu Guiyuan then picked up his cell phone. In front of everyone, he called some of his friends and family. When Lu Guiyuan indicated to the other party that Lu Ming was going to organize a wedding tomorrow, everyone congratulated them while saying that they would definitely come tomorrow. After a few phone calls in a row, Lu Guiyuan said smugly, how's that? I've said it all, your dad hasn't lost in the area of popularity. This made Lu Ming also couldn't help but remember something from the past. When he was a child, his elderly family member was seriously ill and needed immediate surgery. The cost of surgery would require a lot of money. At that time, their family's conditions didn't look as good as they do now, and they simply couldn't get that much money. But Lu Guiyuan rushed to the hospital after knowing the urgent need for money. Immediately made a few phone calls, all of a sudden borrowed hundreds of thousands of surgical fees. This is enough to prove that, in their hearts, Lu Guiyuan is a reliable, trustworthy person, and Lu Guiyuan made friends, but also sincerely get along with the friends, not any meat and drink brother. Indeed, according to Lu Guiyuan's own words, although he did not mix well, not rich and famous, but his character and popularity, but the reputation, who heard all have to give a thumbs up. In this way, the problem of inviting friends and relatives on Lu Ming's side was solved. Lin Ruan's side didn't have this concern. Their family does not have relatives in Seaside. There are only a few. Later recognized some friends and some business partners. These numbers are small, and all in Seaside City, easier. And at this time, Li Yuru also suddenly got up and left the restaurant. When she came back again, there was already something more in her hand. After opening it, inside was clearly gold. Gold bracelets, gold rings, gold necklaces, gold earrings, gold bracelets. This was the wedding hardware. Wan Air, this hardware I can finally take out today. When I found out that you and Lu Ming registered for a license, we went and picked out this hardware. Although it's not worth much, it's still a piece of our heart. Seeing this, Lin Ruan had a happy smile on her face. Sister Ru, thank you. To me, this hardware is priceless, and I will keep them well. Although in truth, the value of this hardware was nothing compared to Lin Ruan's worth. However, this hardware could not be judged by its value alone. In Lin Ruan's opinion, this was Lu Ming's parents' blessing to her. It was not something that could be measured in terms of money. The next day, in front of the Seaside Hotel, Lu Guiyuan and Lin Kongtai were already dressed in full formal attire greeting their friends and family. Old Lu, ha ha ha, congratulations. Xiaoming got married so quickly, and you'll soon be able to hold a grandchild. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming, this kid is developed. Married even packaged the entire seaside hotel. Good guy, old Lu Yu a phone call over to tell me that tomorrow little Ming will be married. But did not hear a bit of wind Congratulations. This bride can be beautiful But in the end, what is the origin Most of the guests were Lu Guiyuan's friends and family. Each of the guests sent their heartfelt wishes, while they also casually asked a few questions. After all, they didn't even know that Lu Ming had a girlfriend before. But they all knew that this son of the old Lu family, Lu Ming, was an excellent and handsome scion. If the father's character was like this, the son must not be bad either. So they all want to become in-laws with Lu Guiyuan. Those who have daughters at home introduce their own daughters. Those who don't have daughters introduce their relatives' nieces and nephews. And each looked at Lu Ming photo have to heart, think can meet everywhere to see. Unfortunately, Lu Ming this kid is not enlightenment. But I did not expect all of a sudden, Lu Ming is going to get married. This can put them surprised bad. But surprise after surprise, they still sincerely congratulated Lu Ming. And for some people asking about the identity of the bride, Lu Guiyuan didn't hide it, and directly told everyone in a big way that the bride was the president of Doublewood Group. And the crowd learned the identity of the bride also attracted even more heated discussions and congratulations. Lu Ming, this kid can do it. Old Lu. You'll be able to enjoy a happy life in the future. Lu Ming actually married a rich woman as his wife, if you don't mind. I'll let my son learn a few moves from Lu Ming. Chapter 92. Lin Kongtai quietly leaves. One after another, the guests entered the wedding site of the seaside hotel. When they stepped into the place, almost everyone would marvel at the scene's decoration. The color scheme used at the wedding site was the classic beige and white, paired with the occasionally original sky blue. The flowers everywhere were releasing their fragrance without restraint, and lovely dewdrops could be seen on top of the flowers. And the entire wedding site was decorated in a way that revealed a high-class romance. The crowd took their seats one after another. Soon, the auspicious time had arrived. The wedding officially began. Today is Mr. Lu and Miss Lin's big day. The host was advancing the process on stage, while Lu Ming stood quietly on the side. His eyes kept unconsciously glancing in the direction of the entrance. There was quite a look of looking through the eyes. After a while, finally, the host said the words Lu Ming had been waiting for in his heart. Please welcome the bride. As the host opened his mouth, the music of the scene also sounded. Lu Ming's gaze was even more deadly as he stared at the entrance, in the direction of the end of the catwalk. Only to be seen, Lin Ruan and Lin Kongtai's figures slowly appeared. Lin Ruan was wearing a chiffon gauze wedding dress. The top layer of light gauze softly covered the skirt with a layer of mist. The lace around the sleeves of the skirt and the white roses embellished with spiral screws from the shoulders down made her appear as a mortal angel. Lin Ruan took her father, Lin Kongtai, step by step onto the catwalk. In the middle of the runway, Lin Ruan and Lu Ming's eyes met, in which their eyes flowed and their feelings were deeply contained. When the two stood together, the eyes of all the guests gathered on the two newcomers. All of them marveled at a golden couple. Lin Kongtai, on the other hand, had red eyes at this moment. He actually witnessed his daughter's wedding and was able to hand her over to her beloved man, so that this man would continue to love and protect her in the future. Now he really had no regrets in death. Next, under the host's auspices, the exchange of rings and the handing over of cups of wine passed one by one. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were officially married. Lin Kongtai could no longer hold back his tears of joy. Seeing this scene, Lu Guiyuan hurriedly pulled him over and said, "In-laws, today is our family's big day. Why are you still crying? You should be laughing. Go, let's drink." Saying that, he pulled Lin Kongtai and brought the couple, raising a glass to celebrate with the friends and relatives present one by one. The wedding lasted for 3 to 4 hours, until the evening when Lu Ming, Lin Ruan and the couple got on the wedding car and went home. It was already after 11 o'clock at night when they arrived at Lu Ming's home. At this time, Lu's home had already changed greatly. After decorating, everywhere is a festive red color, especially Lu Ming's room. It is almost everything that can be changed into red. After the hustle and bustle receded, only Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were left in the wedding room. The two sat on the bed. For eyes looked at each other and fell backwards in unison. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan came to the living room. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan had already prepared tea waiting in the living room. According to the custom, on this morning the couple was to serve tea to their in-laws. It was just that when Lin Ruan came to the living room, she did not see her father, Lin Kongtai. Although this part of the process didn't require Lin Kangtai to participate, he shouldn't have not even looked at it. Lin Wan's heart thumped, feeling a little bad. Liuru looked at Lin Wan frowning tightly and hurriedly said with concern, "Waner, what's wrong? Not feeling well. Sister Ru, where is my father?" Liuru didn't think too much and said truthfully, "Maybe he was too tired yesterday, so he couldn't get up in the morning. I called out in his room for a while in the morning, and he didn't respond. Maybe he was sleeping too heavily and didn't hear it." Hearing this, Lin Wan's heart tightened even more fiercely. "Sister Ru, I'm sorry. I'll go over and take a look." After saying this, Lin Wan hurriedly ran towards Lin Kangtai's room. Lu Ming also followed closely behind. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were even more dumbfounded, completely outside the situation, not knowing what was happening at all. They also had no choice but to follow. And after Lin Wan arrived at Lin Kangtai's room, she also called out for a long time, and there was no response from inside. There was only to prepare to go in directly. The door handle turned. The door opened, but as far as the eye could see, the room was empty. There was no figure of Lin Kangtai at all. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan, who arrived later, were even more at a loss. No wonder there was no response to her shouting for half a day in the morning. It turned out that the in-laws were long gone from the room. But this early in the morning, the in-laws are not familiar with this place. Where can they go? At this time, Lin Wan had already figured it all out. Directly cannot control the crying. Lu Ming's adrenaline life renewal time is only 3 days, and today is already the 4th day. It was very likely that Lin Kangtai would die sometime today, after the adrenaline renewal time had passed. Obviously, Lin Kangtai had also thought of this. That was why he had left Lu Ming's house early and didn't know where he had run off to. After crying for a while, Lin Wan wiped the tears from her face and forced herself to calm down. She decided to go out and look for her father. Even if he was already dead, she had to bring him back. On the other hand, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan on the side were completely unaware of what was going on. Up to this point, Lu Ming also had no choice but to tell the two of them the whole story. Only then did they understand. Why did Lin Wan and Lu Ming get married so suddenly? It turned out to be to fulfill Lin Kangtai's last wish. And Li Yuru and Lu Gua were also incredibly shocked. Lin Kangtai, who had raised a glass with them yesterday, had actually suffered from cancer for more than 2 whole decades. "Then you guys go find it." The group also rushed out of the house. They searched the village, asking everyone, looking for a whole hour. "Good thing," finally asked a villager. He saw Lin Kangtai's figure when he was off the night shift. According to his description, the crowd finally found Lin Kangtai by the lake at the edge of the village. At this moment, Lin Kangtai was lying quietly in the grass by the lake. With his eyes closed, he was motionless. Seeing this scene, Lin Wan instantly turned pale and her heart lit up. With soft feet, she walked forward and knelt in front of Lin Kangtai, holding the corpse of Lin Kangtai. But the next second, Lin Kangtai's body suddenly moved and then even opened his eyes. This directly caused Lu Ming to freeze. Even Lin Wan also noticed Lin Kangtai's body twitching a few times. Hastily raising her body, she looked at Lin Kangtai and met his 4 eyes. Immediately afterward, "Dad!" Lin Wan was in a state of shock as she once again jumped onto Lin Kangtai and cried out. Lu Ming walked forward. Putting his hand on Lin Kangtai's pulse, he detected a hint of something wrong. But reasonably speaking, at this time, Lin Kangtai's adrenaline effect has already passed. He should have passed away. But the Lin Kangtai in front of him was actually still alive? Chapter 93 Unbelievable. This let Lu Ming really some puzzled. Could it be that the effect of adrenaline was still there? But this is also impossible. The system introduction has said that the effect of adrenaline is 3 days. Not even 1 second more. So at this time, the adrenaline had expired for a long time, so naturally it couldn't be that Lin Kangtai was still alive because of the effect of the adrenaline. Or had Lin Kangtai undergone some indescribable changes? Person could still move after death? Wasn't that the legendary zombie or the zombie in Western movies and TV dramas? Thinking about it, Lu Ming was still startled. But turning his head, he thought, Lin Kangtai's current state looks very normal. There is no difference with the usual. If it is a zombie, that kind of zombie should not have self-awareness. Lu Ming, who could not figure it out for a moment, had to open his mouth and ask, "Dad, do you feel anything different about your body?" Lin Kangtai was also confused and answered back truthfully. "After I left at night, I sat down at this place. I don't know when. I felt so dizzy that I lost consciousness, and at the last second I thought I was gonna die. But now, after being woken up by you guys, I feel like I am in a pretty good state again. I don't know why. Lu Ming couldn't hear anything through Lin Kongtai's description, only to hurry to take Lin Kongtai up to the nearby hospital to check. But after getting the results of the examination, Lu Ming and his party looked directly dumbfounded. In the inspection report, Lin Kongtai's body functions were intact, comparable to a young man in his 20s or 30s. There was no sign of cancer cells at all. One must know that 3 days ago, Lin Kongtai was a terminal cancer patient. More than 20 years of experience with cancer had long caused his cancer cells to spread to all parts of his body. But now it had strangely disappeared altogether. Lin Ruan still wasn't quite at ease and proposed to change another hospital for a checkup. But after changing hospitals, the final test results were also the same. Lu Ming had to guess that it was probably the cancer cells in Lin Kongtai's body and the adrenaline that had carried out a miraculous reaction, causing this incredible consequence. So Lin Kongtai was now back to health? After Lu Ming voiced out this speculation, Lin Ruan and Lu Ming's father, all three of them were stunned and filled with unbelievable colors. Even ordinary people until it was impossible for cancer to be cured, let alone terminal cancer. But the results of 2 different hospitals were right in front of their eyes, and it was very likely that the truth was what Lu Ming had said. They then also revealed happy smiles after their shock. Although they didn't know what had happened, but for Lin Kongtai to regain his health, that was definitely a good thing. Dad, that's great. You survived. Lin Ruan, in particular, was so happy that she dropped her teardrops. But this time it was tears of joy. After a long time had passed, the crowd finally recovered their mood. Dad, although the adrenaline was taken out by me, to be honest, I'm not sure what happened to the changes that happened to you. But this matter, we can all have to bury it in the bottom of our hearts and not tell anyone about it. Lu Ming instructed with a straight face. A person with terminal cancer regained his health. This was too much of a shock. Originally, the adrenaline's effect of being able to renew a person's life for 3 days was enough to drive many people crazy. But now it was actually able to restore someone's health. Although Lu Ming didn't know what was going on, there might be some coincidental factors present in it. But certain people, certain organizations didn't care about that. If these people heard some whispers, they would absolutely disregard everything. Even if there was the slightest possibility, they would still have to take a chance. Some powerful people whose lives are about to come to an end, in order to renew their lives, they can give everything and do anything. Whether it was the ancients or the modern people, people were always greedy for life. After hearing Lu Ming's words, the crowd was also well aware of the risks involved. They all nodded silently, keeping Lu Ming's instructions in mind. Only after the instructions were given did Lu Ming start the car. Leading the crowd, he prepared to return to Yunli's former residence. Lu Ming's parents had yet to see the place where he and Lin Ruan lived, and this time, they happened to go back together to take a look. On the way back, Lu Ming drove the car with 2 minds, while checking up on the recent system messages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a wedding. Soft food gained assets plus 150. $000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded $650 million. Rewarded the future drug adrenaline A. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded 700 million. Reward Maria Private Hospital 32% shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host level up. Reached LV7 level. Daily cash increased to 70%. The future drug adrenaline formula. Please continue to work hard. After seeing the system message, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that this wedding actually cost a whole $1.5 million. This wedding was all arranged by Lin Ruan and her assistant Xiaoyu. Lu Ming did not interfere. Package hotel, set up the scene, fireworks party, star performances, etc. These add up to really need to spend a lot of money. But Lu Ming was only a little surprised. With his and Lin Ruan's worth, spending $100 or $200 million is nothing. In order to complete the wedding, even if it was $1 billion, they were not distressed. But this little bit of $500 million spent on the wedding was also a surge in Lu Ming's soft income assets. He had received 3 rewards from the system himself. The first is Lin Kongtai used the future drug adrenaline 1. In terms of Lin Kongtai's experience this time, it is not difficult to see that this adrenaline has a counterintuitive effect. Maybe when it was used in the future, it would also be able to produce such a miraculous effect like Lin Kongtai. The second reward was 32% of the shares of Maria Private Hospital. Lu Ming knows about this hospital. It is the top private hospital in the country. It is said that if a disease cannot be cured at Maria Private Hospital, no other hospital in the country dares to say that they can cure it. So Maria Private Hospital is the first choice for all the powerful and wealthy to see a doctor for treatment. However, the hospital's medical resources were also limited, which depended on each person's connections and access. Lu Ming had now become a shareholder of Maria Private Hospital. In the future, there would definitely be powerful people begging for just a bed in Maria Private Hospital. If the first two rewards were making Lu Ming feel good, then the last reward was really making Lu Ming's eyes light up. The last reward turned out to be a recipe for adrenaline, although the system had said that adrenaline was not something that could be produced and researched by the current social technology. But now the system had given the adrenaline formula. Then Lu Ming could imagine that the system might give production technology in this area next time as well. If there really was such a day, then Lu Ming would be able to mass-produce adrenaline. Chapter 94. You guys got married and forgot about me? Soon, the group arrived at the place where Lu Ming and Lin Ruan lived, the hometown cloud residence. When Lu Ming led the crowd just entered the villa, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks and froze. Lin Ruan in the back walked up and froze when she saw the scene in front of her, simply because Lin Ruan in the living room was looking at them with an aggrieved face. Only then did the two of them come to their senses. It turned out that they had forgotten about their daughter, Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan had once again experienced the feeling of being left alone at home. But they didn't do it on purpose. It was really because they had had too many mood swings in the past 2 days, and things had been rushed. First learning that Lin Kongtai was ill and then being renewed by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan's emotions had been high and low that day. Coupled with the fact that the decision to have a wedding was hastily finalized during the night, they had gone out early in the morning to implement it. During this time Lin Ruan was still huffing and puffing and had not been seen. That was why Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had both been busy until the wedding was done, without even thinking of Lin Ruan. You guys left me alone at home again. Where the hell did you guys go? Seeing that no one was talking, Lin Ruan took the initiative to ask. Her voice was full of complaints and grievances. She came all the way back from the school, and as a result, this time she directly came to a trio of missing people. Can it be okay? Facing Lin Ruan's questioning, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked at each other in dismay, and for a while they didn't know how to open their mouths to explain to Lin Ruan. Finally, Lu Ming stammered. We went back to my house, met my parents, and you know what your grandfather's biggest wish is? So we organized a wedding by the way. Lin Ruan was really shocked the more she listened. Her mouth couldn't help but open wide. What's going on in this world? He himself had slept until the afternoon due to being too tired, and as a result, the entire house was empty. After the experience of being left behind last time, Lin Ruan was quite used to it this time. So to her, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had almost only been out for a day and a night. But in 1 day and 1 night they had actually finished a wedding? And they hadn't even called themselves to attend? Lin Ruan was really skeptical this time. Only after a while did she open her mouth and say, "Mom, are you my real mom or not?" His own mom got married and actually managed to forget to call his own daughter. Until the wedding was done, after going home and seeing himself only remembered that he had such a daughter. Only then did she tell herself about it. Just something a real mom could do. And Lin Ruan was surprised when she heard Lin Ruan's words. Walking forward, she touched Lin Ruan's forehead and then compared it to her own. There's no fever on this child. What nonsense are you saying? You're the one mom adopted ah? Didn't you know that? At the time Lin Ruan adopted Lin Ruan was already not too young and had long since remembered. After all, Lin Ruan, as a young woman at the time, had no experience in marriage or childcare, plus she was busy with company matters. It was impossible to bring up an infant that had to be under her care all the time. Plus, as a child, Lin Ruan really did match her eyes. So she adopted Lin Ruan. And they hadn't been shy about adopting or not adopting, biological or not. So Lin Ruan knew very well that Lin Ruan wasn't her own mother. Now she actually asked such words. Lin Ruan had to wonder if this child was sick with fever and confused. The moment Lin Ruan said this, only then did Lin Ruan come to her senses. Yes, she already knew that she wasn't Lin Ruan's biological child. How could she ask such words? It was because Lin Ruan was too good to her, so good that Lin Ruan had long ago subconsciously treated Lin Ruan as her own mother. But no matter what, she is still her own mother. How could she not call herself when organizing a wedding? Lin Ruan felt so hurt. In the end, it was only after Lin Ruan comforted Lin Ruan for a long time that she was able to ease up. But after Lin Ruan heard Lin Ruan's words, she actually understood why they had left herself behind. Things were indeed too rushed. After all, it was still more important to fulfill Grandpa's dying wish. But speaking of Grandpa, Lin Ruan's eyes moved to Lin Kongtai. Looking at the way he was talking, laughing, and in high spirits at this moment, it was a little unclear. She clearly remembered. Lu Ming had said that adrenaline could only renew his life for 3 days. Once the 3 days were over, it lost its effectiveness, and Lin Kongtai would die. But now, what was it that one was seeing? Lin Ruan on the side could see Lin Ruan's doubts. So she told her about Lu Ming's previous speculation, and at the same time urged her not to let others know about this matter. And after hearing Lin Ruan's words, Lin Ruan was dumbfounded on the spot. Grandpa he regained his health? Resurrected? It was no wonder Lin Ruan was so shocked. After all, cancer was recognized as an incurable disease, not to mention that Lin Kongtai was still in the advanced stages of cancer. At that time, when the doctor gave the death notice, Lin Ruan was present to hear it. But now Lin Ruan actually told her that Lin Kongtai had regained his health? Wouldn't he? Shocked at the same time, Lin Ruan's eyes also involuntarily looked towards Lu Ming. This man who had single-handedly allowed things to develop to such an outrageous level. The longer she was by his side, the more she could feel this man's excellence. If she hadn't fallen in love with an Ai Xiao long ago, maybe she would have fallen for this man as well. No wonder her own mom would try to take him down. Speaking of which, it was still her own mom's discerning eye. After explaining clearly to Lin Ruan, Lu Ming also introduced his parents to her. After all, she was the only one here who was meeting her parents for the first time. In front of Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan, Lin Ruan still behaved very well. The two of them had also heard Lu Ming say that Lin Ruan had an adopted daughter a long time ago, but it was also the first time they had seen it. Now that Lin Kongtai had regained his health, all the clouds in everyone's hearts lifted, and they were all in a good mood. After showing the parents around the back villa, the group also chatted in the courtyard. The atmosphere was still warm. That night, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan stayed here. Early the next morning, Lu Ming woke up from his bed. The system's voice rang in his head. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone text message. Your account 7688 transferred 541,860,524 yuan at 8:53 on September 14th. Account balance 38,650,263,224.00 yuan. Now Lu Ming's soft income assets had exceeded $7.5 billion. According to the 70% cash increase reward, Lu Ming could directly whore out more than $500 million in cash. Today, her account balance cash was already as high as $3.8 billion. Such a huge cash flow, even those who were worth $10 billion did not necessarily have more cash in their hands than him. One must know that their worth of tens of billions of dollars was counting the fixed assets. The real cash in hand may be less than $1 billion. One can imagine what Lu Ming's $3.8 billion is. Chapter 95 Auction. At the same time, Lu Ming's cell phone also rang. It was the little secretary, Su Zixin, who called. The fact that Su Zixin was calling herself was nothing more than the matter of the fantasy star Ocean Stone. Lu Ming answered the call. Su Zixin's excited voice immediately came from the phone. Hey, Chairman. Hearing Su Zixin's voice, Lu Ming also spoke. You're so excited. It seems like you have good news to tell me, right? Chairman is really great. Guessed it in a flash. This little girl, Su Zixin, even flattered him in passing. However, Lu Ming was also in a good mood after being spoken to by Su Zixin. All right, stop kissing ass and talk. Receiving Lu Ming's instructions, Su Zixin immediately reported. It's like this, Chairman, in the past 2 days, I received some more calls from buyers with strength and intention. After communication, the following candidates were finally screened out. Their prices are the highest and their desire to purchase the fantasy star Ocean Stone is also the strongest. The first one is still a well-known domestic jewelry company from last time, and they have raised their price by $1.2 billion again, offering $5.25 billion and $50 million to buy your fantasy star Ocean Stone. The second one is the richest man, Mr. Wong Yaolin, who is also very interested in the fantasy star Ocean Stone, and without even much communication, he took the initiative to open the price to 7,200,000,000. The third was Mr. William, an internationally famous jewelry designer of Chinese descent. Although his price was relatively low at only 5 billion, he at the same time promised that if the chairman was willing to offer the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone to him, he is willing to use the Fantasy Star Sea Stone as raw material to help the chairman design 5 different jewelry accessories. I've checked Mr. Williams' information, and the jewelry he has designed are all priced well, with the highest one, the Star Ocean brooch, having sold for $1.52 billion. When he heard this, Lu Ming nodded. He was satisfied with Su Zixin's ability to do the job. Originally he was like publicizing the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, so that more people would bid to sell it at a higher price. As a result, after handing things over to Su Zixin, he didn't even have to go out on his own. Su Zixin was able to get them to frantically raise their prices just by communicating with them over the phone. Originally in the future information table only sells 4,680,000,000 Fantasy Star Sea Stone is now someone to open price 7 billion. The price has been raised by 2,220,000,000. Originally, the price of 7 billion. Lu Ming was very satisfied, just wanted to open his mouth. But he heard Su Zixin continue. By the way, Chairman, there is actually an auction staff that contacted us, wanting our Fantasy Star Sea Stone to be on their auction. The handling fee is 2%. After hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Auction. Yes, why didn't he think of that before? Wanting to make the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone sell at a maximum price. An auction was the best option. You don't have to go to someone else's auction and be charged a fee. You can just open one yourself. Why bother to communicate on the phone one by one? Too inefficient. Invite all interested buyers to the auction, and those who are interested will naturally compete. He himself was considered to have experienced an auction once, and with a professional auctioneer, coupled with the fiercely competitive atmosphere at the scene, the Dream Star Sea Stone might be able to fetch a higher price. If someone on the scene just up, fight fire, Dream Star Sea Stone can even sell a shocking price. Thus, Lu Ming also said the price of his own auction, letting Su Zixin to maneuver. However, Su Zixin stammered after hearing this, seemingly having some misgivings. It was only after Lu Ming pressed the matter that Su Zixin opened her mouth and said, Chairman, although it's simple for us to want to open an auction, it's also feasible for you to want to sell the Fantasy Star Sea Stone at a higher price through the auction. But will this mess with those previous buyers? So many people have contacted us these days, showing enough sincerity to want to buy your Fantasy Star Sea Stone, and all of them are rich and powerful. It would be fine if you chose one of them to sell, but if you suddenly change your mind now and change it to an auction, it might upset some people. When Su Zixin said this, Lu Ming understood her worries. Indeed, these buyers had spent quite a bit of time and energy communicating with their offers these days, and if they themselves sold the Fantasy Star Sea Stone to the highest bidder, then there was nothing wrong with it, and there was nothing they could say. It was them who had outbid the others. But now he actually rejected everyone and turned to the auction. This was more or less playing with them. It was possible that it would cause some people to be upset. However, Lu Ming didn't change his mind after thinking it over and instead laughed. Hearing Lu Ming's laughter, Su Zixin was uncertain and said with great concern, Boss, are you really going to auction it? In case you provoke those people, it will be troublesome. However, Lu Ming responded in a very domineering manner.
Xiao Xin.
You don't have to worry about these. I, Lu Ming, can do whatever I want. I don't need to look at other people's faces to do things. These words came out.
Su Zixin instanti frore.
What Lu Ming said had been echoing in her mind for a long time. This was being overcome by Lu Ming's domineering and naturally Lu Ming had his backbone when he dared to say this. Nowadays, he held 100% of the shares of the Red Rock Group, as well as 35% of the shares of the Byte Group, and 32% of the shares of the Maria Private Hospital. His value had already reached trillions of dollars, and he was already a top-tier existence in the business world. He was really qualified to do things without looking at other people's faces. Moreover, this was still not long after he had just obtained the system to have the achievements he had now. What if some more time passed? How far would he develop? Even Lu Ming himself couldn't imagine. But the only thing that was certain was that in the future, he, Lu Ming, would stand on top of the world. And although Su Zixin didn't know much about Lu Ming's other identities, only know that Lu Ming now owns 100% of the shares of Red Rock Group, but that is no longer an ordinary person. So in her heart, she didn't stop worrying and immediately said, Okay, Chairman. Then I will immediately go and arrange for the auction. Lu Ming hung up the phone after explaining a few more sentences to Su Zixin. Although the matter of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone would have to be delayed for a few more days, If it went well, it would definitely fetch an unexpected price. Just when Lu Ming was in a good mood, the door to the room was suddenly opened, revealing Lin Ruan's figure. She leaned on the door and said softly, "Hubby, you can eat now, oh." Lu Ming hurriedly got up and washed up, and came to the dining room. Only then did he see that his parents and Lin Kongtai Lin Ruan were already sitting on chairs waiting for him. The table was also set with a sumptuous breakfast. Millet congee, bun points, donuts, sandwiches, fruit salad, and so on. A combination of Chinese and Western. Everyone could find their favorite food. Chapter 96 Parents Moving. Only after Lu Ming was seated did the crowd move their chopsticks. With Lin Ruan's current craftsmanship, naturally, she immediately conquered everyone's taste buds. After eating breakfast, they all praised Lin Ruan's cooking skills. Especially Li Yuru, who had never been good at cooking, kept marveling. "Wanner, I didn't expect you to have such good cooking skills. This is definitely the best breakfast I've ever had. Let's not even talk about the fact that you have a successful career, but you're also such a good cook when you're so pretty." Lu Ming, I don't know what he did in his past life to be able to marry such an excellent wife as you. Lu Guiyuan, who was on the side, also nodded his head silently, obviously agreeing with Li Yuru's words. He had been married for so many years, and he had always been the one to do the cooking at home, while Li Yuru could only play her hand on the sidelines. The truth is that Li Yuru does not have a talent for cooking. Cooking is difficult to eat, and his son, Lu Ming, he married a wife with such good cooking skills. After 30 years of being a cook himself, he didn't even dare to say that he could cook better than Lin Ruan. Maybe this is a normal thing for other people to do. But this daughter-in-law of his is a big president. Shouldn't she be busy on a daily basis? Where would she have the time to study cooking? Lin Kongtai heard Li Yuru praising his daughter. He also revealed a pleased smile while eating the breakfast made by Lin Ruan. He vaguely remembered that the last time he ate his daughter's handmade breakfast was more than 10 years ago. Now he could actually eat it again, and it was still so delicious. He was also surprised. His daughter's cooking skills had indeed improved too much. And Lin Ruan couldn't help but be embarrassed after receiving the compliments from the crowd. "No la, it's not as good as Lu Ming's cooking. He makes it even better." Hearing this, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were the first to disbelieve. Especially Li Yuru, who immediately said, "Wan Er, you don't have to speak for Lu Ming. It's not like we haven't seen Lu Ming cook that way. None of us dared to put our mouths on it." The mom in front of him was smearing himself. Lu Ming immediately retorted, "Mom, don't laugh at me. Your cooking skill is not good either, and recognized 3 days when scratching the eyes. "In the past I may have indeed done a little worse, but it's different now, My cooking skills, I now dare to confidently say a word that the world's top level." "You? The world's top level? You're not even close to the top level." Li Yuru didn't believe Lu Ming's words. She always thought that Lu Ming had inherited her talent in cooking. No matter how much he taught her, he would do what he was told, but he would still turn over the car just the same. However, at this time, Lin Ruan came out to solve the problem. "Sister Ru, I can testify. Now Lu Ming's cooking skills are really good. My cooking skills are still taught by her. It's not even half as good as his." Li Yuru did not believe in Lu Ming's words. But now that Lin Ruan had said so, Li Yuru was a little hesitant. Could it be that her son's cooking skills had really improved greatly? "Wanner, are you serious about what you said?" Lin Ruan nodded very seriously. "Yes. Moreover, I feel that being able to marry Lu Ming is the greatest happiness of my life." Listening to Lin Ruan's words, Lu Guiyuan on the side couldn't help but start admiring his own son, Lu Ming, in his heart. After he married Li Yuru, he became a rake ear. Being pinned to death by her, the major and minor things are made by Li Yuru. Although his days were happy, he also envied his son's position as the head of the family from the bottom of his heart. "Een, what's wrong with you?" Lin Kongtai opened his mouth to ask when he realized that Lin Ruan was the only one who was silent while everyone was chatting over breakfast. Everyone also looked at Lin Ruan along with Lin Kongtai's voice. They only saw that she was silent and sullen. Lin Ruan saw the gazes of the crowd flocking to her and had to open her mouth to explain. "It's time for me to go back to school." Originally, she had already returned to school at the end of her vacation, but because of Lin Kongtai's matter, she had taken leave to rush back. Now that Lin Kongtai's matter was over, she naturally had to return to school. Immediately afterward, when the crowd didn't say anything, another sentence was added. When I go back, you're not allowed to apologize to my mom. Otherwise, I will definitely come back to get you. Lin Ruan had to admit in her heart that she had already accepted Lu Ming. One was that her own mom was all about Lu Ming. How could she not break them up? The other was that Lu Ming's recent behavior was just too much out of her expectation. She couldn't seem to find any reason to keep him and her mom together. So one could only accept this reality. But one size did not fit all. But she was still unwilling to recognize Lu Ming as her father. Hearing Lin Ruan's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Oh? You're accepting the fact that I'm with your mom. Hubby, didn't Ian accept us being together a long time ago? She even called you dad. Lin Ruan questioned. Lin Ruan never knew from the beginning that when Lin Ruan accepted Lu Ming and called him father, that was because Lu Ming was pinching her handle in his hands. She was forced to give in temporarily. But listening to Lin Ruan's words before she left, Lu Ming clearly heard. She is really accepting the fact that he and Lin Ruan together It wasn't the kind that he forced her with his handle. Being broken down by Lu Ming like this, Lin Ruan couldn't hang on to her face. Eat your fill and get off the table right away. But everyone had pretty much eaten. After cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks, everyone came to the living room to drink tea and rest. Lin Ruan suddenly then proposed. Hubby, how about we buy a house for mom and dad and have them move to the city? For Lin Ruan's proposal, Lu Ming had long thought about it. After all, nowadays he wasn't poor in money, and it was quite good to bring his parents together to share the joy of heaven. But instead said, I also want to bring them to the city, but why buy another house? Just live with us. This villa is so big. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Ruan seemed to want to say something, but then held back. Seeing this, Li Yuru on the side immediately said, Who wants to live with you guys? Wan Er wanted to send me a house to live in, so of course I want to live on my own. Wife, I see son this villa is quite big, and it's also enough for us to live together. Why spend this wasted money to buy another set of house? Lu Guiyuan said doubtfully. The moment these words came out, Li Yuru immediately glared fiercely at Lu Guiyuan and said in his ear without any good sense, Lu Guiyuan, are you being silly? Do you still want to hold grandchildren or not? Lu Guiyuan instantly froze in place and came to a sudden realization. Yes, although this villa was big, it was a two-person world for his son and daughter-in-law. If they lived in it, how would the son and daughter-in-law still do some things? It would always be a bit inconvenient. Chapter 97 Rest well. Lu Guiyuan, who thought about it, also immediately overturned his previous words. Good. Then listen to Shaowan. Buy another suite and Yuru and I will move to the city. Lu Ming was still wondering how his dad suddenly changed his mouth and just wanted to say something. But Lin Ruan had already spoken first. I remember there are other villas in Yunli's former residence. We'll just buy another one. This way we can live close to each other, and it's also convenient for mom and dad to come and visit. Goda. Li Yuru immediately responded. Between the two of them, Lin Ruan and Li Yuru had settled on it in a few words. Lu Ming thought that since it was also a villa in Yunli's former residence, it was not bad. Although they weren't living together, they were still pretty much the same, and anyway, they weren't short of this few dollars to buy a villa. So the people went out and headed to the sales department of Yunli residence. After they arrived at the sales department, He Dongqing immediately saw Lu Ming and Lin Ruan and immediately greeted them. Respectfully, he asked, Chief Lin, Mr. Lu, what brings you here? He Dongqing's tone carried a hint of panic, fearing that he had made some loophole in his work and people had come to reprimand him. After all, these two, he really couldn't afford to mess with them. But he had heard about it. Wong Yaolin, the king of the company, could not get any benefits under Lu Ming. He failed to find trouble with others and was taught a lesson instead. It was said that in the end, it was only when their big boss, Chairman Wong, personally came to the door to apologize that he was forgiven. And Lu Ming heard the panic in He Dongqing's tone and asked in surprise, Manager, why do you seem to be afraid of us? He Dongqing immediately smiled awkwardly and forced himself to calm down. Mr. Lu is joking. You are our customer. How could I be afraid? Lu Ming looked at He Dongqing's strange face and didn't bother to pay attention to him, saying directly, That's good. I'll make it short. I heard that we still have unsold villas here. You show me around. I'm gonna buy another set. Hearing this, He Dongqing's eyes lit up. This is the performance of the door. Usually this kind of sky-high price villa a year and a half also cannot sell a few sets but also have to take the trouble and effort. Now Lu Ming directly reported the demand on the doorstep. The possibility of purchase is very high. So Dongqing immediately led the crowd to visit the villa. Because each villa covered a large area, there were only 12 villas even in the entire Yunli residence. The 2 villas that were not for sale were seen by all the people in the group. In the end, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan still chose a villa closest to Lu Ming Lin Ruan. After settling on the villa, Lin Ruan swiped her card and went through the purchase procedures. In the future, Li Yuru, Lu Guiyuan, and Lin Kongtai will all be able to live here. None of them were willing to disturb Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's 2-person world. The villa has a person in charge of taking care of it on weekdays, and the home appliances and furniture are all very complete, so you can simply move in with a handbag. So Lu Ming simply took his parents back home on the same day, packed up a few things, and then went to the mall to replenish some supplies, and then they could live down. After things were finished, Mom and Dad, you can stay tonight. Remember to visit us more often if you're not doing anything, Lu Ming said before leaving. However, Li Yuru completely ignored Lu Ming's warmth and urged him instead. Got it. You guys go back quickly. When she finally closed the door, she also added, I'll prepare some for you to make up later. Then, without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he directly closed the door. Lu Ming was confused and looked to Lin Ruan by his side and asked, What is my mom talking about? What is the remedy? Lin Ruan snickered. Nothing. Lu Ming wondered and scratched his head, and without thinking too much, he and Lin Ruan went back home. And after returning home, Lu Ming still wanted to say that he was preparing dinner, but Lin Ruan directly brought him to his room, pushing him on the bed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, forced to respond to the battle. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening, Lin Ruan suddenly picked up a pot of wolfberry ginseng chicken soup from downstairs and came into the room. What's with this soup? Lu Ming asked curiously. After coming home, Lin Ruan had been in the room with him in bed. It was reasonable to say that there was no time to make the soup at all. Lin Ruan shung a bowl to the bed and gave it to Lu Ming as she said, It's what Mom sent just now. Lu Ming looked at the goji berries floating on the surface in the bowl. At this moment, finally remembered before leaving, their own mom said what? His own mom is really worrying. Lu Ming had to open and eat. Lin Ruan on the side is also serviced constantly to Lu Ming renewed. Until Lu Ming finished eating, even do not have to get out of bed, directly in bed to eat full. Lu Ming burped, a large pot of soup. Lin Ruan only ate a little bit, the rest was almost all done by him alone. Hubby, you're full, right? Lin Ruan, who had cleaned up the dishes, walked back to the room, closing the door in the process. Lu Ming suddenly felt that something was not quite right and backed up a few positions on the bed. Why are you closing the door after you've eaten enough? Only to see Lin Ruan smiling. Close the door, of course, it is time to sleep. This soup cannot be drunk for nothing, right? Mom is very anxious to hold her grandchildren. Lu Ming suddenly realized. It turned out that the reason his parents didn't want to live with him was actually this. However, he had also known for a long time that his parents had been anxious to have grandchildren for a long time. That's why they drove their young self out on a blind date. It is not just want to let him hurry up to make a small Lu. Thinking of this, Lu Ming will no longer retreat. The first time I saw this, I was very happy to see you, and I was very happy to see you. This night, rain and wind. Until the next morning, Lu Ming still woke up and felt the vigor in his body. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system's gene potion. It made him want the system to reward him with another gene potion. This kind of good stuff, no one is too little. At the same time, ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone text message. Your account 7688 transferred 541,860,524 yuan at 8:53 on September 15th. Account balance 44,230,537,452. The more than $500 million in cash from today's cash increase reward had arrived again. After glancing at it, Lu Ming didn't care too much about it and directly got up and washed up. A beautiful day began with the arrival of the system reward funds. After washing out, Lin Ruan was busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Hubby, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Lu Ming swept a glance. It was again some medicinal food that replenished qi, blood, strength, and energy. After sitting down, Lin Ruan also continued. Hubby, I have to go to the company today to hand over that mask formula you gave me earlier to the RD department. As for you, take a good rest at home during the day and wait for me to come back. Lu Ming nodded. Being at home was also quite good, except that he always felt that Lin Ruan had something in her words. You'll be at home during the day to get some rest? What about at night when she comes back? Chapter 98 New Car Going Out. After eating and drinking, Lin Ruan kissed Lu Ming and went out. This left Lu Ming alone in the house. Looking at the empty villa, he had planned to go up to the game room and play a game to pass the time. As a result, his cell phone rang. At first glance, it was his own little secretary Su Zixin's call. Lu Ming was still a little surprised. Could it be that the auction was ready? This efficiency is a bit fast, to know he only explained her yesterday. This counts up to a day's time. Preparing an auction this time is also far from enough. First of all, the auction can't only have one lot of Fantasy Star Sea Stone, right? This will have to collect other auction items first. Secondly is the publicity aspect. After intending to auction the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, Lu Ming also understood some of the process after the auction. The general auction would be publicized a month or even 2 or 3 months in advance, with good publicity brochures sent to the hands of the customers, attracting more tycoons to attend the auction. At the same time, it is also so that the tycoons can arrange time to attend. If it is a sudden opening of the auction, neither other lots nor publicity, or even because it is too sudden so that people cannot come to participate in the words, then how can the lots be sold at a good price? Originally, Lu Ming was ready to spend a month or even more time to let the little assistant Su Zixin to slowly deal with this matter. But the little secretary this call, a little let him caught off guard. Could it be that something has happened? Holding a doubtful mentality, Lu Ming answered the phone. He only heard Su Zixin's voice from the other end of the phone. Chairman, the auction has been fully prepared. After hearing Su Zixin's words, Lu Ming froze. This was really unexpected. The auction was ready so quickly? Couldn't be. Could it? Recently, he had also seen Su Zixin's ability to do things. It was not like she was in such a hurry to get things done. Su Zixin seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's doubts and hurriedly explained. Chairman, it's like this. According to the normal auction preparation process, it takes at least 1 to 3 months to organize an auction. But we, Red Rock Group, happen to have a medium-sized auction house under our umbrella. The Red Rock Auction House is about to hold an auction 3 days from now, and our Fantasy Star Sea Stones can just be added to it. After listening to Su Zixin's explanation, Lu Ming came to a realization. Turned out to be so. No wonder Su Zixin could fix the matter of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone on the auction so quickly. It turned out that there happened to be an auction house under the Red Rock Group, and this auction house also happened to be about to hold an auction. It was a bit of heaven's help. Although he was the chairman of the Red Rock Group, he had never been to the Red Rock Group and was not clear about the Red Rock Group's large and small industries. But the system said, just leave it to the little secretary. He could still be a salted fish at ease. At this time, Su Zixin on the phone suddenly opened her mouth and added, Chairman, the auction is all ready. Do you want to come over and take a look? For Su Zixin's proposal, Lu Ming considered it for a while and still agreed. Well, okay. Now that Lin Ruan wasn't around, there wasn't much for him to do. Might as well just go over and take a look. By the way, let's see how this little secretary of his Su Zixin actually looks like. Want me to pick you up? No need. Send me the address and I'll go there myself. After saying that, Lu Ming hung up the phone. At the same time, the phone quickly received the location where the auction was held from Su Zixin. Noah's 5-star hotel. Lu Ming took a look. This was not the 5-star hotel where she and Lin Ruan went to participate in the auction last time. Originally, Lu Ming was quite surprised when he first saw it. However, on second thought, it is normal. Noah's 5-star hotel, as the city's premier 5-star hotel. Inside the venue and equipment and service personnel are top-notch. Anyone who wants to organize any unit activities, the first time will think of the Noah 5-star hotel. So if Red Rock Auction House wants to hold an auction, it is not surprising that the location is in the Noah 5-star hotel. And so, Lu Ming also prepared and went out. The one that was flipped by Lu Ming this time was the Porsche Carrera GT convertible 2-seater sports car. This was the first time Lu Ming drove out. After all, he and Lin Ruan were still relatively homely and rarely went out. As a result, some of the 6 luxury sports cars that Lin Ruan had bought for the first time up to now had not been driven out yet. The Porsche Carrera GT's 8-liter square-type, supercharged M16 engine was no joke. Lu Ming lightly stepped on the gas pedal, and the car immediately resounded with a roar that made people's blood boil. Under Lu Ming's god-level driving skills, the car sped along, and all the cars avoided it. The original 30-minute journey was flabbergasted that Lu Ming drove for about 10 minutes before arriving. After parking his car in the parking lot, Lu Ming walked towards the entrance of the hotel. At the same time, he also saw 2 men and 1 woman waiting at the entrance, although they were both unfamiliar faces. But it was not difficult to guess that the female should be his own little secretary, Su Zixin. The 2 men should be the managers in the Red Rock auction house. Among them, the older, middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s or 50s is sweating non-stop, his face somewhat anxious. The young man looked about the same age as Lu Ming, but his looks were average. The man Lu Ming has little interest, swept a glance and skipped it. After that, his eyes went to the young secretary Su Zixin. Only to see Su Zixin is wearing a professional OL dress, because the weather is too hot, and did not wear a jacket, revealing a white shirt, coupled with a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk plus high heels on her feet. The oomph of her body was revealed to the fullest. But at the same time, Su Zixin tied his hair into a round head. It made him look young in appearance but revealed a professional and capable temperament. Just as Lu Ming walked over, the middle-aged man beside Su Zixin seemed to be a bit anxious and opened his mouth to ask, "Secretary Su, will the chairman really come? Will he decide not to come temporarily?" Su Zixin secretly blanked out, but then professionally replied, "The chairman said he would come. Even if he doesn't come, he should have said something." But in her heart, she was spitting at this middle-aged man beside her. "How long has it been? The chairman needs time even if he wants to come over. So anxious to see the chairman." Although she herself was quite looking forward to seeing the chairman in her heart, she didn't show it so obviously. And as Su Zixin thought, Wang Yaolin was indeed very anxious to meet Lu Ming, the chairman of the board. Only after receiving Su Zixin's affirmative reply did his heart calm down. He, Wong Yaolin, as the head of Red Rock Auction House under Red Rock Group, had been working in Red Rock Group for more than 10 years. But he couldn't contact the top management of the head office at all. Now that the chairman of the board is personally present, if he could flatter the chairman, wouldn't he be able to take off? Chapter 99. The chairman is a high school classmate. And although Wong Yaolin was the head of a small auction house under the Red Rock Group, however, he was also a middle-aged man with dreams and ambitions, and was very concerned about the head office. He knew that this current chairman was no ordinary person. He actually received all the shares of Red Rock Group in his hands alone. So as long as he can hold on to this chairman's thighs, then his promotion and salary increase is not even a dream. Thinking of this, Wong Yaolin also turned his head and said to the youth beside him, "Son, I believe you also know the honor of the chairman's identity. The next time you must always be vigilant, not a single mistake. Strive to leave a good impression in front of the chairman, and your future will be unlimited in the future." Wang Hao was also very nervous when he heard his father's instructions. I'll work hard, Dad." And as Lu Ming got closer and closer, it also came into the view of the 3 Su Zixin. When they saw Lu Ming, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because this person was just too handsome, the kind of handsome to the point of excess. Even the so-called male gods and male stars didn't have such heaven-defying face value. But they also quickly came back to their senses, because their most important goal was to pick up their chairman, not to indulge in male sex. Though they still couldn't help if they glanced at him a couple more times. But right in the middle of their gazes, Lu Ming walked in front of Su Zixin, blocking her view. Su Zixin frowned, thinking that she was here to hit on him, and just when she wanted to ask the other party to get out of the way, she heard the other party directly say her name. "Su Yixin." "You? How did this unbelievably handsome guy know my name?" She didn't come to strike up a conversation? Su Zixin was wondering in her mind, but then a flash of light came. "Chairman?" Su Zixin's face was full of astonishment. He had never seen the chairman of the board, but he had passed quite a few phone calls. So he was more familiar with the chairman's voice, which led him to guess the identity of the visitor. "Well, it's me," Lu Ming said flatly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Chairman, you're also too?" After receiving Lu Ming's reply, Su Zixin was even more shocked. In her subconscious, she had always thought that someone as successful as the chairman must be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But she didn't expect the original chairman to be so young, and also ridiculously handsome. It looked like he was just about the same age as herself. Surprisingly, he was already holding 100% of the equity of the $100 billion group, Red Rock Group. This is simply unimaginable. Lu Ming couldn't help but snicker when he saw Su Zixin looking so surprised. "So, isn't it a bit of a surprise?" Su Zixin calmed down a bit, shook her head and said, not a bit surprised. It's so shocked that my jaw is about to drop. At this time, Wong Yaolin, who was on the side, also learned about Lu Ming's identity from the conversation between the two. He was so excited that he stepped forward and took the initiative to reach out his hand to greet him. Chairman of the board, how do you do? Welcome to the inspection. Lu Ming casually shook Wong Yaolin's hand. By the way, Chairman, I am Wong Yaolin, the person in charge of the auction under our Red Rock Group. Wong Yaolin hastily added to introduce himself. And this? Wong Yaolin just wanted to introduce his son. At this time, Wong Hao behind him was the one who suddenly exclaimed, Lu Ming. Everyone present was attracted to look by Wong Hao's exclamation. Even Lu Ming himself was not surprised. You recognize me? Lu Ming looked at Wong Hao, not remembering at all that he knew such a person. But he could actually call out his name? Even his father, the tiny head of an auction under the Red Rock Group, didn't seem to be able to inquire about his name from the head office. But how did his son know? At this moment, Wong Hao was very excited. Stepping forward and approaching a few steps, his tone accelerated. I, Wong Hao, senior classmate. Have you forgotten? After hearing this, Lu Ming recalled, and indeed didn't have much of an impression. In high school, they were all divided into classes every time they moved up a grade. So there simply wasn't much time to get along with better friends. Moreover, because he was more playful in the first 2 years, he didn't study until the third year, so he almost always studied day and night in his third year of high school, and didn't make any friends at all. That's how he ended up with the good grades he got into Mordor University. It was no wonder that he had little impression of this so-called Wong Hao. Although Lu Ming didn't have much of an impression. But Wong Hao was still so excited. Lu Ming, you're bullish. Now you've become the chairman of the board of directors, Wong Hao said without stopping, and even tried to put his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders. At this time, the face of Suzy Sheen on the side has gradually become ugly, until he saw Wong Hao move his hand. Just wanted to make a move to stop. However, it was still Wong Yaolin who was faster and shouted out coldly, come back. At the same time, Wong Hao was pulled back. That's the chairman. What do you want to do? Wong Hao was originally still a bit unpleasant from being pulled back by his own father, and just wanted to continue saying something, but also quickly sobered back up. Thinking back to the time when he was in school, his friendship with Lu Ming wasn't deep, and he didn't have any dealings at all. If he wanted to catch up with someone, I'm afraid there was no topic to talk about. And now, Lu Ming had already become the chairman of the head office. He was only the son of the person in charge of an auction under the Red Rock Group, and only an ordinary employee in the auction. How could he be qualified to climb into conversation with the chairman? After thinking clearly, Wong Hao immediately bowed his head and apologized. Chairman, I'm sorry. Well, it's fine. Lu Ming responded lightly, unable to hear any emotions, then turned his head to look at Suzy Sheen beside him. Go in. Then he directly walked towards the interior of the hotel. Wong Yaolin and Wong Hao also hurriedly followed closely behind. You and the chairman used to be senior classmates? Wong Yaolin asked his son softly. Wong Hao also didn't dare to speak up. Yes. After hearing his son's answer, Wong Yaolin sighed. It seems like you guys didn't have any dealings during your senior year. Wong Hao was silent for a while. He knew what his father was sighing about. If he and Lu Ming were on good terms in senior year, Lu Ming wouldn't have the current attitude today. If you guys were on good terms, now, Wong Yaolin really couldn't help but think freely. Speaking of this, Wong Hao also stopped being silent and responded bitterly. How could I have thought of this? That my former senior classmates have become my biggest boss. In the moment just now, it wasn't as if Wong Hao hadn't thought that if he was on good terms with Lu Ming in high school. If they could climb into friendship at this meeting, then the future would definitely be bright. But the truth was, although the two were classmates, they were also strangers. The words they had said together in their senior year of high school were probably less than the words they had said to the cafeteria aunts and the janitor's uncle. There is no friendship at all. So now this thigh can't hug even if you want to. Chapter 100 Calligraphy Master? At this time, Lu Ming and Suzy Sheen had already arrived at the auction venue. Because Noah's 5-star hotel often held some auctions, it was very experienced in the process of setting up auctions. Lu Ming did not find anything that needed to be changed after strolling around. So the two of them came to the backstage to a room that was very tightly guarded. This was the place used to temporarily store the auction items. Not only were there people from the Red Rock auction standing guard here, they needed specific documents to pass through, and they also needed to enter their password 3 times along the way. this was also normal. Things that could be on the auction were worth millions of dollars for light items and hundreds of millions for heavy items. Of course, the security work should be done well. After entering the collection room, Suzy Sheen also introduced, "Chairman, it just so happens that this Red Rock auction has collected quite a few precious collectibles. Let manager Wong introduce them to you." Behind him, Wong Yaolin also hurriedly took over the conversation. "Chairman, this auction can probably be said to be one of the larger scale of our Red Rock auction house. We have collected a whole 88 collections, of which there are 8 precious collections for the finale. For example, this Ming Chongxin blue and white bamboo and horses to meet pattern small volume cylinder. The shape of the formal, white and delicate body, glaze glossy and moist. The outer wall is decorated with blue and white. In the center of the painting bamboo and horses to meet figure, blue and white hair color is bright and eye-catching, subtle water technique, delicate brushwork and exquisite, like a god. For the Ming Chongxin period on behalf of the masterpiece, this piece of Chongxin volume cylinder is the masterpiece of the times, rare treasures, in the end of the Ming dynasty in the history of porcelain has its unique position. And this, Wong Yaolin did more than 10 years Red Rock auction house in charge, naturally has some merit. Many of the lots he is like a family favorite, the introduction is very clear. And just when Wong Yaolin was still gushing, Lu Ming suddenly noticed one of the lots. It was a pair of calligraphy in a glass cabinet. He could not help but frown. Opening his mouth, he asked, "This piece of calligraphy is also a lot?" Although this piece of calligraphy was placed in the same glass cabinet as the other lots as well, it was clearly a lot for this auction. But Lu Ming really couldn't look at it. This level of calligraphy could also be put up for auction. Although the appearance seems to be quite confusing, but in the eyes of the real people with eyesight, this calligraphy is a child's scribble. There was not the slightest bit of charm to speak of. This level of calligraphy appeared in the auction, is not to pull down the level of their auction. And will anyone really buy this level of calligraphy? As an old man who had been in the workplace for more than 10 years, Wong Yaolin also had a way of reading people. When he saw Lu Ming frowning, his heart tightened, and after Lu Ming asked, he also said in a hurry, "Yes, Chairman, this calligraphy is the work of modern calligraphy master, Master Nanlin. Master Nanlin is one of the vice presidents of the Calligraphy Association, and his works have always been very sought after, with prices remaining high, and every time Master Nanlin's works appear the auction price is as high as tens of millions." Wong Yaolin really couldn't figure out why Lu Ming would frown on Master Nanlin's calligraphy. One should know that Master Nanlin's calligraphy was very popular in the rich and powerful circle. Simply put, Master Nanlin's calligraphy was very sellable and sold at a very high price. So one could only rush to blow up Master Nanlin's deeds to prove the value and popularity of the calligraphy. Hopefully, he would not be affected by the spillover and affect his impression in Lu Ming's mind. And Lu Ming was speechless after hearing Wong Yaolin's words. This level of calligraphy could be called a master calligrapher, and still be able to sell tens of millions of dollars? Then, if he possessed God-level calligraphy, the calligraphy and paintings he wrote must not be worth more money? So he couldn't help but ask, "Is that what the professional appraiser thinks too?" Now Wong Yaolin understood what Lu Ming meant. It turned out that the chairman could not see the calligraphy of Master Nanlin. Then it would be a good idea to withdraw this lot. The auction thing does not affect much, the most important thing is still according to the chairman's intention to do. And Wong Yaolin is ready to let people withdraw this calligraphy auction. Behind him Wong Yaolin thought it was a good opportunity to perform. He hurriedly dipped out and opened his mouth. "Chairman, the calligraphy of Master Nanlin is recognized as a sought-after item in the market, and can definitely be sold at a good price. This lot is what we wasted a lot of effort to get from Master Nanlin." The teeth in Wong Yaolin's mouth were almost crushed. He really wanted to go up and manually tell the stupid son to shut up. Wong Yaolin stole a glance at Lu Ming and saw that Lu Ming's face became a little ugly. His heart became even more nervous. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Prepare pen, ink, paper and inkstone for me." Wong Yaolin father and son and Suzy Sheen froze after hearing this. For a moment, they didn't react to what Lu Ming was asking for these for. However, as Lu Ming's secretary, Suzy Sheen naturally did not dare to delay her boss and immediately arranged for someone to prepare. Soon, Suzy Sheen had a reply. "Chairman, there is a specialized calligraphy room inside the hotel. I've already contacted it and can go over at any time." Lu Ming nodded and immediately left the collection room, ready to go over. Only then did Wong Yaolin understand what Lu Ming was up to. However, in his heart, he did not think so. He thought that no matter how rich Lu Ming was, he was still just a hairy boy as old as him. He didn't know any calligraphy. I'm afraid it's not because he's been touted a lot after he got rich, so he's taken it for granted. Rich people are like this, after the money love to pursue what art, give yourself a calligrapher, painter or something identity. But although he thought so in his heart, Wang Hao didn't dare to show it at all. He followed the crowd towards the calligraphy room with a lowered brow. After arriving at the calligraphy room, Lu Ming was still quite surprised. He thought that the Noah Hotel was worthy of being a top hotel. Originally he thought that the so-called calligraphy room was a small room with a table and ink and paper, but did not expect this calligraphy room is a whole big flat. Not only is the decoration quite flavorful, even the ink and paper are also very senior brand. Some of them are even quite rare handmade products, and ordinary people are afraid that they can't buy them. At this time, the hotel's management personnel also greeted them. Hello, I'm the hotel manager Xie Ming. May I ask which brands of pen, ink, paper and inkstones the chairman is usually accustomed to using? Xie Ming had the good sense to come in front of Lu Ming and asked respectfully. Although it was said that the chairman of the board was really young and a bit too much, it was obvious that this line of people did not dare to surpass this young man. The demeanor was also respectful, and the body was even more rigid with a few points, so of course it was obvious who the chairman was. Although his heart was surprised, Xie Ming still quickly adjusted his mindset and greeted Lu Ming properly. I'll do whatever, so feel free to prepare something, Lu Ming said indifferently. At his realm, it didn't matter what kind of pen, ink, paper and inkstones he used anymore. With top-notch calligraphy in hand, he could write better than the vast majority of so-called calligraphy masters without using a pen. Chapter 101: The Difference Between Clouds and Clouds. After Xie Ming got everything ready, Lu Ming came to the desk and was just about to start writing. Xie Ming then suddenly came closer and came to say, Chairman, truth be told, I personally have some research on calligraphy, especially the calligraphy of the master calligrapher, Master Nanlin. This is not. We still have a pair of high-priced Master Nan neighbors' calligraphy in this calligraphy room. The moment these words came out, Wang Haobin and Su Zixin immediately turned ugly. This guy is really a pot calling the kettle black. Obviously his own chairman just now couldn't look at Nanlin's calligraphy. This only came down to show his hand. This guy had to mention the name Nanlin. No matter how big a Master Nanlin is and how many people are after him, in the eyes of Wang Haobin and Su Zixin, as long as the chairman of the board doesn't like it, it's nothing. Obviously, Xie Ming is trying to use the topic of calligraphy and Lu Ming to draw closer. But what he does not know is that he is now patting the horse's ass cannot be patted on the horse's leg. Wang Haobin also hurriedly hinted at Xie Ming in various ways, telling him to stop talking. However, Xie Ming was too eager to perform to notice any of this. Nuo, that's the one that our Noah's Hotel spent more than $18 million to get. If it wasn't for the fact that the auction was held at our hotel, we might not have had this opportunity to take it. Speaking of which, Master Nanlin's calligraphy is really in demand. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Xie Ming pointed to, only to see 4 big words written on that calligraphy. Tranquility to the future. The words were still so bad, but it was actually worth more than $18 million? At this time, Wang Haobin could not stand to watch, ready to directly let Xie Ming shut up. Otherwise, if he angered the chairman and implicated himself, he was afraid that his career would be cut short by Xie Ming. But Lu Ming spoke first. Just this calligraphy? Worth more than $18 million. 18,000 is too expensive for me. Cutie, it's only going to send me. I can't even look at it. I also don't know if you guys can really read calligraphy. Lu Ming's words directly made Xie Ming freeze, his face hard to see to the extreme. Little cute, only to want it? This was sarcastically saying that those of them who bought Master Nanlin's calligraphy were all little cuties. Is that so? If he didn't know that Lu Ming was the identity of the chairman of the Red Rock Group and that he couldn't afford to mess with him, otherwise he would have wanted to curse back. But Xie Ming knew Lu Ming's identity, but there were other people in the calligraphy room. They didn't know Lu Ming's identity, and the people who would come to the calligraphy room were more or less interested in calligraphy. Master Nanlin was the vice president of their calligraphy association, a high status, and they naturally couldn't allow their own master to be commented on so much by a brat. For a while, everyone accused Lu Ming. This kid is so crazy. How dare he talk about Grandmaster Nanlin like that? Really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Yes, when Master Nanlin was famous, this kid was probably not still in his mother's womb. Master Nanlin's calligraphy is something that a brat like you can appreciate, If you don't know calligraphy, then get out of here. You're just a mouthy brat. Lu Ming's words not only belittled Nanlin, but also mocked them. The Nanlin calligraphy clusters are little cute. It was also considered to have stirred up the anger of the crowd and was mobbed. Seeing this scene, the little secretary Su Zixin just wanted to step forward. She didn't know anything about calligraphy, but Lu Ming was her chairman of the board, and it was her responsibility to surround him. However, Lu Ming was the first to speak up. Your level is so low, it's normal that you can't tell the difference. That's why you treat that kind of trash as treasure. Lu Ming looked at the crowd in the calligraphy room and said calmly, although it was said that the people who could enter the calligraphy room of the Noah Hotel must be either rich or noble. Calligraphy was something that only the rich and idle could play with, and ordinary people were exhausted from eating 3 meals a day, so how could they have the time to play with this stuff? But Lu Ming is not the least bit afraid. Who cares who you are? Your level is indeed not good, but still cannot say. This word came out. It directly triggered the entire calligraphy room. You kid. I'm afraid you're not crazy. It's easy to say. How many kilograms do you kid have? That's right, if you have the ability, you also reveal it to see. Say who will not. Just a brat. Can write something Lu Ming didn't respond and directly put down his pen. Even if these people didn't say anything, he was planning to write. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't respond, the crowd thought that he was afraid and was pretending. They mocked one after another. Yo, you really dare to write? Then I'd like to see what this kid can write. Someone who dares to disparage Master Nan Lin's calligraphy. I wonder how much level he really has, huh? The grip of the brush is quite standard, quite bluffing. Just as these people were mocking. Wong Yaolin was nervous to the extreme in his heart. His brain frantically turning, searching for some words of praise. He planned to just frantically praise Lu Ming himself regardless of how well he wrote. Otherwise, if Lu Ming was trolled by the crowd and lost face, he would be lucky if he didn't lose his job, not to mention his promotion and pay raise. So even in front of so many people against his conscience, he also face our open out will be wildly praised. Although in the future his reputation is likely to be stigmatized, but in order to keep his job, no matter. Right under the eyes of the crowd, Lu Ming moved. The brush in his hand scratched across the paper like a swimming dragon playing with the phoenix. It was just an instant. Observe the sea and listen to the waves. 4 large characters written in regular script leapt onto the paper. This was clearly the same as what Xie Ming had said was written in Master Nan Lin's calligraphy hanging in the calligraphy room. They had all admired Master Nan Lin's work in the calligraphy room just now. But now it seemed that, even if their level of appreciation wasn't too good, they could still feel the difference between the 2 pieces of calligraphy. Lu Ming's this one, when looking at it they could vaguely feel a mood come over them, as if they really followed this calligraphy to that scene. And Master Nanlin's now seems to be so tasteless. The difference between the 2 is too great. There is a difference between the clouds and mud. The crowd looked at each other. Some of their mouths were still closed, and they didn't know what to say for a while. But they knew that their words of mocking Lu Ming just now had been said too early. And Lu Ming did have the qualifications to comment on Master Nanlin's words. The most shocked among them were not these people. Rather, it was Wang Hao. From start to finish, he had never looked favorably on Lu Ming. Thinking that Lu Ming was just rich and attached to elegance, how could he really know calligraphy? And it was the kind that was better than the long-famous Master Nanlin? But now the facts are in front of us. Lu Ming's calligraphy is simply beyond his imagination. It was actually more powerful than Master Nanlin. One must know that Master Nanlin had been immersed in calligraphy for 50 to 60 years, and had been famous for more than 30 years now. And Lu Ming was only in his 20s this year. How could he have such a high level of calligraphy when he hasn't even lived as long as Master Nanlin has been famous? This is simply too outrageous. Chapter 102 Crowd Looting. After a long time. It was only after a long time that the crowd in the calligraphy room came back to their senses from the shock. Everyone still had a look of incredulity on their faces. The brush moves, the dragon flies, the phoenix dances, and enters the wood. This is true calligraphy.
I'm sorry.
It was my eyes that were clumsy before. I have to say that little brother's calligraphy level is really too good. A calligraphy master in his 20s? No, patriarch. That's crazy. Incredible. It's too unbelievable. But this writing is really good. Master, are you selling this ink treasure? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. At this time, Lu Ming's revealed strength had directly conquered the crowd. And in the eyes of the crowd, It was no longer that brat, but a calligraphy master who surpassed Nen Lin. And suddenly someone tentatively opened his mouth to ask if Lu Ming's calligraphy was willing to be sold. This instantly caused the crowd to get excited and scrambled to be the first to say, "Yes, master, are you selling this ink treasure? I'm willing to offer $10 million. Nima, aren't you taking advantage? Nan Lin's words can sell for tens of millions. Master's words are 100 times better than Nan Lin's. You're offering $10 million? Master, I'll offer $35 million. Master, I'll go even higher. I offer $60 million. The people present were all money-minded and are very obsessed with calligraphy. See, this kind of masterpiece naturally will not let go, have to rush to open the price. One opened higher than the other, and all of a sudden, the price opened to $60 million. See this scene. Lu Ming also did not think that his own work is worth so much money, so he instructed Su Zixin, "I'm going to sell this ink treasure. Just put it up for auction." For a casual work to sell for so much money, Lu Ming was naturally still willing to sell it. Anyway, with God-level calligraphy, he could write again anytime he wanted to. However, Lu Ming didn't sell it to the people in the calligraphy room on the spot. After all, not many people in the calligraphy room could sell it for $60 million. Then, if it was put up for auction and let more people bid on it, the price would only be higher. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Zixin also immediately understood his intentions. Nodding her head, standing out, she shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet. Don't grab it. Our chairman intends to put this ink treasure up for auction at our Red Rock auction this time. If everyone likes it, they will be able to compete at the auction then." The crowd listened to what Su Zixin said. Everyone was still excited. For them, they weren't afraid of how high the price would be, but they were afraid of not having the means to be able to buy it. If Lu Ming didn't intend to sell it at all, it would be useless even if they had more money. For them, $1,000 couldn't buy me a favorite. If they liked something, they wouldn't be hurt even if it cost them a fortune. Moreover, calligraphy is a work of art. But it's very valuable and even appreciates in value. Anyway, no matter what, they don't lose. So after hearing that Lu Ming's ink treasure would be on the auction, each one of them were rubbing their fists and ready to go. "Yes, I'll take the master's ink treasure. You can grab it before I do. I'll go mobilize funds right away, we'll see." Just as the people in the calligraphy room were arguing again, Lu Ming had already left the place in a low profile. Father and son Wong Yaolin and Su Zixin also followed behind respectfully. "Chairman, why don't you stay at the hotel and dine? I'll have someone arrange it right away," Wong Yaolin said. Lu Ming saw that there were no more problems at work and planned to leave. Wong Yaolin hurriedly retained Lu Ming to dine with him. It was rare for him to meet the chairman, and this was a good time to hug his thigh. If Lu Ming left, it would be difficult to have the next opportunity. "No, go back first." Lu Ming simply refused. He had never liked dinner parties in the first place, and since he now had such a status right to refuse, definitely wouldn't condemn himself. It would be better to eat casually by himself. And after hearing Lu Ming's refusal, Wong Yaolin was also filled with frustration. His intentions had fallen through. But Lu Ming didn't care about that and directly turned around and left. Su Zixin, who was on the side, was able to see everything clearly and also saw the small thoughts in Wong Yaolin's heart. Manager Wong, with all due respect, want to be promoted and increase salary on the ground to do results. The chairman of the board of directors will naturally see. For example, this auction, other, or don't think too much. After saying that, Su Zixin also directly left the hotel. And for Su Zixin's words, Wong Yaolin also dared not disobey. After all, that was the chairman's secretary. Although not high on the specific rating, as a person beside the chairman, even the top management of the headquarters did not dare to easily offend. Not to mention his tiny auction house head. Looking at Su Zixin's back as she left, Wang Hao's heart was even more regretful. If he had known that Lu Ming would become the chairman of the Red Rock Group, he would have definitely hugged someone's thigh first when he was in high school. In that case, it was possible that he would have become a senior member of the Red Rock Group. Unfortunately, these are just his imagination. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Just at this time, his cell phone rang. Wang Hao casually picked it up, and a male voice came from the phone. "Rat, I have good news for you." It was his good brother, Li Quanmin, calling. "What? Wang Hao replied breathlessly. "Why do you sound listless? It's not possible that you've been ed by Jia in the past few days, right?" Li Quanmin teased. but quickly continued. I've gotten a fortune in the past few days and lifted $1 million plus per Amera. I'm planning to have a whole class reunion in a few days. I guess we're the only two in the class who are mixing the best right now. Do you want to make a splash together then? The rich and powerful do not return home, such as the brocade clothes at night. Having gotten rich, Lee Kuan-min naturally wanted to make a splash in front of his classmates and pretend to be X. But as for Lee Chuan-min's proposal, he was not sure if he wanted to make a splash. However, for Lee Chuan-min's proposal, Wong Hao immediately rejected it. I'll just forget about it. Ah? You don't even want the chance to be in the limelight? Rat, what's wrong with you? Wong Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He told Lee Kuan-min all about today's encounter with Lu Ming. While listening, Lee Kuan-min kept exclaiming in shock. What? Lu Ming, he's the chairman of your head office? Red Rock Group. He has a high level of calligraphy? One word is worth $1,000. Really? Don't make it up, rat. Lee Kuan-min was also Lu Ming's classmate and naturally recognized Lu Ming. In his previous perception, Lu Ming was just a good-looking nerd who chewed on books all day long. But he didn't expect it. People were now the chairman of Red Rock Group. Everything Wong Hao said was simply unbelievable to him. Originally, he had made a small fortune and was thinking of stopping a class reunion to make a splash. But now, once he heard Lu Ming's deeds, this thought was immediately extinguished. How can this be compared to Lu Ming? All aspects were killed in seconds. Chapter 103. Anger rages to the heavens. Exasperated. When have I, Nan Lin, ever suffered this kind of aggravation in the dozen years since I became famous? To actually return my calligraphy post, this Red Rock auction house. All sorts of nice words when I was begging for the calligraphy. Now they're returning my calligraphy like it's garbage. If they don't want it, there are auction houses that want my calligraphy. Slap. Nan Lin was so angry that he directly slapped the table. He didn't even care that his meaty palm and the table made a loud sound and was very painful. But in this way he was still furious. The anger in his heart instead grew even more intense. Yes, after Lu Ming left the Noah Hotel, Wong Haobin had arranged for someone to return the calligraphy that Nan Lin had prepared for the auction. Because there were already better pieces of calligraphy at the auction, naturally there was no need for his calligraphy. And by this time, Nan Lin had also received the return notice from Red Rock Auction House. So it was no wonder Nan Lin was so angry. In Nan Lin's opinion, the word post being returned was simply an insult to him. It wasn't as if this sort of thing hadn't happened before when his fame was in its infancy. But ever since he became famous and was known as Master Nan Lin, his word post had become a fiery existence with a great value. Going up to some small and medium-sized auctions or even the existence of a finale lot, there had never been a matter of it being returned or going unsold. But now it was actually returned by Red Rock Auction House. There were only two general cases of auction lots being returned. One was when the lot was found to be faulty and a fake. But this kind of situation is obviously impossible. The word is Red Rock Auction House's own door begging. Also he personally gave. In the middle there is no question of changing hands and dropping the bag. The second is not to see the auction, think not on the stage, so returned. But clearly is the Red Rock Auction House first begging door, please a pair of his posters to the finale. Now actually feel that his calligraphy post can't be on stage? Gave back? He is now the South Forest master of the calligraphy world. The guest of honor of the major auction houses, which auction house doesn't want to hire one of his paintings? But now this Red Rock Auction House is... Nan Lin was so angry that his high blood pressure was about to go off. He decided that he must ask the matter clearly, and so he took a few people with him and headed to the Noah Hotel, intending to properly question the Red Rock Auction House face to face. Coincidentally, when Nan Lin brought people to the Noah Hotel, at a glance he saw Wong Hao wandering around the hotel. Hurriedly striding towards Wong Hao, he loudly questioned, "You Red Rock Auction House had better give me an explanation. Why did you return my word post for no reason?" Wong Hao was also dumbfounded when he saw Nan Lin's furious appearance. Hurrying up, he said in a kind voice, "Master Nan Lin, take it easy." Where did Nan Lin listen at this time? "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not done with you. We've also worked together several times. Why did you suddenly return my calligraphy post this time?" Facing Nan Lin's anger, Wong Hao was careful and first said something nice. Yes, our auction house and Master Nan Lin have also cooperated many times. Master Nan Lin's calligraphy posters have also always been very popular, and almost every time, they are the finale lot with high prices. However, he didn't expect that Nan Lin would instead become even more angry when he said that. It was also true that while praising Nan Lin's work on his lips, the reality was that he had returned the work. Humph, you say nice things, but what did you guys do? Return my word post. I can send the word post to another auction house, but I can't stand this kind of aggravation. If you don't give me a perfect explanation today, I will blacklist Red Rock Auction House. At the same time, call on other calligraphers to be cautious about cooperating with your auction house. As the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, Nan Lin still had a certain status in the calligraphy world. There was a real possibility that it could affect a set of people if he let out such words outside. Hearing this, Wang Hao's face was a bit ugly. However, it wasn't that he was afraid of Nan Lin's threat. Calligraphy was, in the end, only a small categorization of the auction house. But Nan Lin, as a relatively famous person in the art world, if this matter became a big deal and became a negative news for the auction house to spread out, then it would be the entire auction house that would be affected at that time. Fortunately, Wang Hao was also wise in his haste and quickly said, "Master Nan Lin, calm down. We're doing this to help you. Our auction house has cooperated with you so many times. How could we not value and know the value of your works? But it wouldn't have been years of sincere door-to-door word requests." It had to be said that Wang Hao still said these words beautifully. Nan Lin was instantly confused. Is it helping me? Only then did you return my word invitation? What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Helping me? Then tell me. What did you help me with? You're insulting me. If I can't hear what's helping me, then our partnership is over. Nan Lin pressed on step by step. Wang Hao knew that he had to give him an explanation today, so he had to say truthfully, "It's like this, we have a new pair of calligraphy to be put up for auction. The content of that pair of calligraphy is the same as yours, but at that time, the people in the calligraphy room agreed that compared to the two, your work might be a bit worse. So for the sake of your reputation, we returned your posters. Otherwise, if they were sent up for auction at the same time, we were afraid that the scene wouldn't look too good at that time." When Wang Hao said this, Nan Lin was so angry that he almost couldn't stand up and jump to his feet. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could my work be worse than others? Instead, you tell me which everyone's work it is. And threaten my reputation? Do you guys know how to appreciate it?" Wang Hao only felt too difficult at this moment. It was indeed for Nan Lin's good that he did this. Although Nan Lin was a long famous calligraphy master. But compared to the calligraphy written by Lu Ming, even he, who had little research in calligraphy, could see that there was a huge gap. If someone else who had studied calligraphy looked at it, they would be able to see even more. Seeing that Nan Lin still looked unconvinced, Wang Hao had no choice but to propose. "Why don't I take you to see it?" "Humph." Nan Lin snorted coldly and said, "I'd like to see what kind of work it is that can force the old man's calligraphy to be returned." So Wang Hao also led Nan Lin directly inside the collection room. But he also only let Nan Lin in alone, not daring to let too many people in. Otherwise, he was afraid that if so many of them made a scene in the collection room, destroying a random item, then he would be finished. After coming to the collection room, Wang Hao brought Nan Lin to the glass cabinet where the word posters were stored. With just a glance, Nan Lin froze. Both hands began to tremble unceasingly. He even pressed tightly in front of the glass cabinet, staring at the word post with unblinking eyes. "Trouble everyone to send recommendation tickets, haha. Thanks." Chapter 104, A Major Blow. Originally, Nan Lin thought that he had been returned the word post because he had been backstabbed by a curmudgeon. How could his own work not be able to compare to others, even to such an extent that it would damage his reputation if it went up for auction together? But now the real gold post was right in front of him. He had to admit that it was he who had lost. Lost completely and convincingly. His work and the gold sticker in front of him, compared to even cannot be counted, people who have research on calligraphy can immediately see the gap between the two. With this gold sticker on the auction, his own works indeed do not qualify to follow on A. Otherwise it is very likely, no, it would be an absolute disgrace. In that case, what Wang Hao said about returning himself to save his reputation was also true. It's really helping him. Gold sticker, a gold sticker. I'm convinced to lose to such a gold sticker. Even if you guys don't return it, I wouldn't have the face to let my work go to auction if I saw it first. Listening to Nan Lin's mutterings, the boulder hanging in Wang Hao's heart also let go. It seemed that this matter was sort of resolved, and there was no need to worry about Nan Lin making a big deal out of it and damaging the auction house's interests. Nan Lin kept surrounding the glass cabinet at all angles to watch the calligraphy, seemingly trying to memorize every detail of the font in his heart. Only after coming over for a long time did he stop this obsessive behavior and turn his head to Wang Hao. "May I ask, which grandmaster wrote this gold posting?" Nan Lin wrinkled his whitened eyebrows and racked his brain to think of which grandmaster in the world today had written it. As the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, he basically knew or had heard of the names of all the national calligraphy masters and even those from overseas, but he couldn't think of anyone who could have written such a work. Could it be that some old guy had an epiphany? Did the level of calligraphy suddenly break through the bottleneck? Or was there some reclusive landscape master in China that he hadn't heard of before? Or was it a senior who had settled overseas? One by one, figures flashed through his mind, but were quickly rejected by him. Even if those people had broken through their bottlenecks, it would be impossible for them to write a character post of this realm. It was written by the chairman of our company. Wang Hao stammered for a moment and said truthfully. He didn't have any research on calligraphy, but he could also tell that Lu Ming's work was good. But he didn't know where it was good. So at the same time, did not know to which extent it was good. But he didn't expect that it was the kind that even the modern calligraphy master, Master Nan Lin, had to clap his hands when he saw it, and was convinced that even his own work was returned. Because Master Nan Lin still had some weight in his heart. He was responsible for the auction, but he knew that over the years Master Nan Lin's works in the market and in the circle of the status of the market. So when he saw Nan Lin's current appearance, Wang Hao was also shocked. Wang Hao was also shocked in his heart. The inscrutability of Lu Ming's works was raised another degree. "Chairman of your company?" Nan Lin's frown deepened after hearing this reply. If he had heard Wang Hao's answer before the word post, he would have thought that it was the power of capital that had forced back his works. It was the people at the auction who did this in order to shoot their chairman's horse. But now, recognizing the gap in strength, he only wanted to quickly figure out the owner of the word post. "Our chairman's name is Lu Ming," Wang Hao added. "Lu Ming," Nan Lin recited under his breath several times. But he still couldn't think of such a person in the calligraphy world, and it was reasonable to say that he knew all the dignified figures in the calligraphy world. But the name Lu Ming he had never heard of. "Patriarch Lu, what is your age this year?" Unable to think of a reason, Nan Lin subconsciously assumed that he should be an old-timer who had been reclusive for a long time. "Our chairman and I are of similar grades, just over 20 years old." "What?" Nan Lin directly exclaimed in shock. His eyes glazed over. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. This kind of golden sticker was written by a lad in his 20s? Then what was the calligraphy he had practiced all his life? The blow of not being able to match a tenth of someone else's calligraphy even after practicing it for a lifetime made his heart ache. "There's no catnip?" Nan Lin didn't even dare to face reality. This calligraphy was personally written by our chairman in the hotel's calligraphy room, and many people saw it at the time. Wang Hao's words broke the last bit of Nan Lin's strength. Decades of hard practice were no better than the casual writing of someone with exceptional talent. Anyone else would have to break down. A 20-year-old young man? I actually lost to a young man. Such demonic calligraphy talent. Sure enough, persistence is just a joke. Talent is everything. No matter what aspect, I have lost completely and utterly. At this time, Nan Lin's past spirit gradually dissipated, and all that was left was the despondency of a loser, and the whole person's essence suddenly dropped a lot. Looking at him, Wang Hao was a little worried that Nan Lin would go insane. But fortunately, after a while, Nan Lin also returned to normal. Only his body was a bit hunched over as he left the collection room. After Nan Lin left, there were also a few people at the Noah Hotel who recognized him. Several people were calligraphy enthusiasts and were naturally excited to see a master like Nan Lin. They instantly surrounded him. "Master Nan Lin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Master Nan Lin, several of us are calligraphy lovers." "Yes. Can Master instruct us?" In the past, when Nan Lin encountered young calligraphy enthusiasts, if he didn't have anything to be busy with, for requests like instruction, he would usually say yes. This would not only encourage these young people who loved calligraphy, but also make himself more famous. It was also considered killing two birds with one stone. But now, after he saw the works of Lu Ming, a young man in his 20s, his confidence, or rather his Tao, has been shattered to pieces. Now he doesn't even want to write, let alone guide others. "Instruct? Sorry, I'm not worthy." I've been practicing calligraphy for decades and I can't even compare to a young man in his 20s. How can I still have the face to call myself a master of calligraphy? How can I still have the face to instruct others? So also politely refused these few people. Sorry. Today is a bit inconvenient. Another time. By the way, in the future, please tell everyone not to call me a master. I'm not worthy. Only a great talent like Mr. Lu Ming can truly claim the title of master or even patriarch. After saying that, Nan Lin sighed and left in a low tone. The few calligraphy enthusiasts, however, were dumbfounded. What's wrong with Master Nan Lin? A forlorn look on his face. It doesn't look like he's in a good mental state. And who is the Mr. Lu Ming that Master Nan Lin was talking about? I don't know, we haven't heard of him either. Could it be a foreign calligrapher? Chapter 105. The auction begins. The following day, the Red Rock auction was about to begin. The Noah 5-star hotel was inundated with guests. The guests attending the auction were either rich or noble, and various luxury cars filled the parking lot. The number of people attending the auction this time was the largest number ever for an auction organized by Red Rock Auction House. Not only was it because the Red Rock Auction House had collected a lot of fine products, but there were also many people who came for the Dream Star Sea Stone that Lu Ming had temporarily added later. For example, almost all of the people who had contacted Suzy Sheen before and were interested in purchasing the Fantasy Star Sea Stone were present, except for the tycoon who was abroad. The chairman of the well-known domestic jewelry company, Chow Tai Fook. Mr. Wong Yaolin, the richest man. Mr. William, the internationally famous jewelry designer of Chinese descent. Representative of Ding Shan Auction House. Famous collector Wang Fengdi. On top of that, there were also many people who were later attracted by the Red Rock Auction House's publicity, all of whom were determined to get the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. At this time, the richest man, Wong Yaolin, entered the auction site and took his seat, with his assistant by his side. However, his assistant's face did not look too good. After scanning his eyes towards the auction site, he said indignantly, "Boss, why do we still have to specially run over from Kyoto? Isn't this giving that Lu Ming's face too much? You know, with your status position, that's really..." The assistant's tone was disgruntled. He was a guest of honor wherever he followed Mr. Richest. There hadn't been a time when he had fallen so low. We had contacted his secretary before and offered a high price. It should have been possible to buy it outright. I didn't expect this guy to actually turn around and say that it's going to the auction. Isn't this playing with us? Just want to see everyone fight so he can get a higher price? It's in too much bad taste. The assistant was still chanting nonstop. Wong Yaolin, on the other hand, looked very calm and didn't seem to care at all as he spoke faintly. In business, business is business. We are all businessmen. I understand what he did. If I were the owner of that giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone, I would also want to sell it for a higher price. Since so many people want the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, it depends on who has a higher capital. Now it seems that so many people want this Fantasy Star Sea Stone. That proves that our trip was not in vain. When Wong Yaolin opened his mouth like this, the assistant beside him didn't dare to speak anymore. But Wong Yaolin continued again. And I'm quite curious about this Lu Ming now. As far as I know, there were quite a few people who contacted him before to make a bid to buy that Fantasy Star Sea Stone. All of them were very influential people. Even I wouldn't dare offend them all. But that Lu Ming actually turned the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone into an auction without any regard for the faces of the crowd. Isn't he afraid of angering the crowd? That everyone would rise up and attack him? This kind of courage and vigor is truly rare. As Wong Yaolin spoke, he saw quite a few familiar faces at the auction and became more interested in this auction. At the same time, the guests at the auction were almost all here. Wang Haobin in the background looked at the packed auction site and was very emotional. He had managed Red Rock Auction House for more than 10 years, but such a lively scene was really rare in the history of the auction house. This makes him more attentive to this auction, secretly decided to make sure that the auction will go smoothly, not a little trouble. At this time, the auctioneer also came on. "Welcome everyone to our Red Rock auction. Compared to everyone who can't wait to see the fine products of our auction this time, then I won't talk nonsense. I announce that the auction will officially begin. Next we have the first lot of the day, a Qing Dynasty snuff bottle." As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam was used to push a mobile car from the backstage to the live stage. The red cloth on the car was lifted, and the glass display case held the first lot of this time, the Qing Dynasty snuff bottle. As an auctioneer, he naturally knew the history of the lot like the back of his hand. Immediately for the guests a detailed introduction to the history of the snuff bottle, but also multi-directional display of the details of the snuff bottle, so that guests feel the charm of this ancient snuff bottle. Some process down. There have also been many people interested in this snuff bottle. After all, the ones that could be on this Red Rock auction were all hard-won boutique level, very collectible. Soon, the bidding session began. The starting price of this Qing Dynasty snuff bottle is $5 million. Each increase is not less than $500,000. Bidding begins. The auctioneer's words fell. The following people immediately began to raise their cards and shout the price. In a short while, this Qing Dynasty snuff bottle was auctioned off at a price of more than $18 million. It was about $3 million higher than the auction house's estimate, which was a good opening. With this open door hit the good atmosphere. Next, other lots are also one after another smooth auction out. The warm atmosphere of the scene coupled with the auctioneer's auction skills. This auction many lots of prices are higher than the previous estimated price of about 20%. Finally, it was time for the heavyweight lot of the auction. Fantasy Star Sea Stone. There were quite a few guests under the stage who had come for it. Unlike the previous lot, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone could not go on the auction stage due to its huge size, so it could only be displayed through the photos on the big screen. At this time, the auctioneer also began to introduce the origin of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. This huge rock, it has a very nice name, Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Only 2 pieces have been found in the world so far. It is the most beautiful material in the world. The auctioneer's skillful tongue spoke of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone as if it was the only one of its kind. But the truth was also true. Such a large Fantasy Star Sea Stone was indeed the world's #1 existence. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who wanted to get their hands on this giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone, and even willingly ran to the auction after being tricked. And at this moment, the auctioneer was still explaining at length. But would those who had intentions for the Fantasy Star Sea Stone not know its information? The auctioneer kept dragging it out, and they had long since been unable to hold back. Who doesn't know about the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone? Hurry up and open the auction. These words came out. It also caused quite a few people to support it. Yes, who doesn't know it? Hurry up. You started instead. Hurry up. Can't wait. The people under the stage chimed in. The auctioneer saw this, also know that the mood is in place. Further delay is not good. He also hurriedly said, "Good. Since everyone is in such a hurry, I won't say any more. Giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone. The starting bidding price is $5 billion. Each increase will be no less than 100 million. The bidding begins. 5.5 billion. 5.8 billion. 62 billion. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the bidding under the stage didn't stop. It was directly shouted to 6.2 billion. 8 billion. Surprisingly, there was someone who directly raised the price by 18 billion in one breath, pushing the price to the heavenly price of 8 billion. Chapter 106 Sky High Price Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Such a hot bidding scene, even Wong Yaolin, who had been in charge of the auction for more than 10 years, had never seen it before. Su Zixin in the background was even more shocked. To know, before contacting her to open the price of the highest people only opened to the price of 72 billion. And now put on the auction only so a moment. Surprisingly, it was pushed to $8 billion. Moreover, this does not seem to be the final price. There are still people in the continuous bidding. The price is still soaring. Under this kind of stimulation, Su Zixin's heartbeat also followed the violent beating up. At this time, the price also climbed without interruption. 82 billion, 88 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. In no time, the price reached the sky-high price of $10 billion. But at this price, bidding surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of cooling down. Instead, it seemed to fight out the fire. Some of the bidders had lost their minds, shouting upwards, "You bid 10 billion. I will bid 11 billion. 11.5 billion. 12 billion. 180 billion. Finally, the price stopped at 18 billion. This price had already reached the top. Even Su Zixin and the person in charge of the auction, Wong Yaolin, did not expect the Fantasy Star Sea Stone to reach this price at all. After the price came out, the first time Su Zixin found a clean place in the backstage to call Lu Ming, wanting to inform him of the good news. "Chairman, the auction price for the Fantasy Star Sea Stone is out. A heavenly price." Su Zixin's voice was a bit higher and more excited than usual, and it could be heard that she was having a lot of mood swings right now. Lu Ming, who received the call, heard Su Zixin's voice and knew that she would bring good news. He also knew that today was the day that the Red Rock auction started. But he didn't go to the scene, nor did he know the specific auction situation of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Alright, don't sell out. 18 billion ah. The Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was auctioned at a sky-high price of $18 billion a chairman. Hearing this price, Lu Ming was still slightly flabbergasted. This was indeed quite out of his expectation. He could think that if the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was put up for auction, it would definitely be higher than the price it was sold at in the phone communication. But he didn't expect it to be doubled. Ah, chairman, you are too powerful. Ah, I really admire you too much. At this moment, Su Zixin was incomparably admiring Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so young and promising as his boss. She was also clear about the origin of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, speaking of which, the money Lu Ming spent to buy the land to get this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, together with the publicity costs, was less than $100 million. But the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was auctioned off at a price of $18 billion. Then calculated, is pure profit 179 billion ah. This was an astronomical figure. She wouldn't be able to earn this much money in several lifetimes. At the same time, news about the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone appeared online one after another. When the Fantasy Star Sea Stone had just been excavated, there were media reports that set it on fire. Now that it was going to be auctioned, the media was naturally concerned, so there were also reporters following the auction. When the price of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was set, the media reporters immediately edited up the article and posted it online. And it immediately caused a sensation, with countless people discussing it. Voy. $180 billion. What can sell for $18 billion? Are all rich people this crazy? Spending $18 billion to buy a stone? I couldn't spend that much money even if I had a lifetime. $18 billion isn't the most shocking thing. Didn't you guys read the news before? The owner of the stone only spent $20 million to buy the land and dig out the stone from the ground. So people are exchanging $20 million for $18 billion. Crazy. Jealous me to death. Sour me to death. The heated discussions on the internet didn't affect the auction in the slightest. With the Fantasy Star Sea Stone's hammer blow, many people who had rushed to the Fantasy Star Sea Stone returned disappointed. They were just about to leave the auction seating. However, the auctioneer's sentence again aroused the curiosity of the crowd, stopping their footsteps and preparing to watch for a bit longer. This next lot is the most special lot in our entire auction. This piqued the curiosity of the guests. They had come anyway, so let's see what the special lot in the auctioneer's mouth was. This next lot is a pair of calligraphy posters. Why do you say it's special? Because it is not from the hands of any master in the country. Saying this, the auctioneer even paused for a moment, giving the crowd plenty of room for imagination. The guests on the stage couldn't help but think. Not a domestic master? Then it's a foreign one? A famous foreign calligraphy master? Well, could it be Master Lunan? Hasn't Master Lunan stopped writing a long time ago? Could it be an old work from before? Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd, thinking about which master's work it was that would make the Red Rock auction place such importance on it, and even use the word special. The auctioneer didn't delay for long and quickly gave his answer. This piece of work is a pair of calligraphy from the chairman of our Red Rock group. The moment these words came out, a commotion rose under the stage. There were sighs and curses. Indeed, this group of people who were either rich or noble would pursue a bit of art after they were free from worries in life. The people of the country are nothing but qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. Especially calligraphy and painting mostly, so basically have some interest in calligraphy and painting and research. Usually also collect some shareholders' calligraphy and painting and modern works. If what the auctioneer said was really the kind of sealed master they thought of, or other prestigious masterpieces, they would still be interested in shooting down the collection. But now the auctioneer actually said that the next lot was their chairman's calligraphy? The next lot is their chairman's calligraphy? The auctioneer said that the next lot will be their chairman's calligraphy. Your auction house business is still not doing business? Nima, I thought it was Master Lunan's work. You're just trying to catch my appetite. And you're telling me it's your chairman's postcard? Yes, the chairman of the Red Rock Group, we give a few points of face, but the post? Who cares? That's right, you auction houses want to kiss the chairman's ass, want to go crazy? You can even do this kind of thing. Today, I want to see who will bid on your chairman's works. Cutie, there must be something wrong with it. Let's just watch it go to auction. Now it seems how unprofessional and unorthodox the Red Rock auction is. To do something like this, the guests under the stage were ready to watch the show. Ready to watch Lu Ming's calligraphy go to abortive auction. In their opinion, the little cutie. Only then would they go out and auction this piece of artwork. Although the name of the chairman of the Red Rock Group wasn't small, whoever was able to enter the auction wasn't a man of honor. Still don't need to go in order to cater to the chairman of the Red Rock Group to make help bidding things. Chapter 107 Crazy Bidding. If anyone made a bid, they would instead be looked down upon by the crowd. It was even felt that it was originally a trust arranged by the auction. This would also make the impression of the auction incomparably worse. As the person in charge of the auction, Wong Yaolin could naturally guess what the crowd was thinking. But he was not the least bit panicked. After all, he himself is also considered to have some research on calligraphy. Can see a trace of the essence of the chairman's calligraphy. And that was a gold sticker that even the famous calligraphy master Lin had completely recognized. As long as there are people present who are more knowledgeable. After reading the chairman's posters, they will definitely not be so calm. So Wong Yaolin is also secretly directing the auctioneer to directly conduct the auction. Seeing is believing. Everyone enjoy it for yourself. The moment the auctioneer said this, there was another sigh of relief from the stage. According to the usual practice, before each lot was auctioned, the auctioneer would give an explanation. But now it was surprising that they all skipped this process. In the eyes of the crowd, they were more and more certain that this was a lot that the auction was putting out in order to kiss their chairman's ass. It must have already prepared the TO. So many people didn't care anymore, even turning their heads left and right to whisper to the people around them. But when the ceremonial lady actually brought the word post to the stage for display. This? What a great calligraphy! A low exclamation caught everyone's attention. Some of the people who had gotten lost in thought couldn't help but put their attention on the auction once again. When more people saw Lu Ming's calligraphy on the stage. Worry. One after another, the cries of astonishment continued to rise and fall. All the people who saw Lu Ming's word post couldn't help but cry out in shock. Because this word post was simply too stunning. What kind of joke is this? This is your chairman's writing. The sense of meaning that comes out of the air. Even a master calligrapher can't write this kind of feeling. Incredible. This set of calligraphy is like a gold post. This level of calligraphy, I'm afraid it's already reached its peak. The existing calligraphy masters can't even compare to a tenth of it and can only look up to it. For these marvels and compliments, Wong Yaolin revealed a satisfied smile, although he had long guessed that this scene would occur. But the reality of it actually happening looked pretty cool. Although it was said that not everyone present knew calligraphy or had a varying level of study of calligraphy. But that didn't affect their ability to feel the essence of this calligraphy. It was the instinctive pursuit of beautiful things in the bones of human beings. When a truly beautiful thing is placed in front of your eyes, you will rise from the bottom of your heart and want to take it for yourself. The scene at this time was abuzz with people. The crowd spoke one after another. Did your chairman really write this word? Where exactly is the chairman of the Red Rock Group? Is your chairman at the auction site? They couldn't wait to see who the calligraphy master who could write this kind of gold sticker actually was. For these questions, Wong Yaolin also appeared on the stage and answered them one by one. This pair of posters is exactly from the hand of our chairman Lu Ming. It came out right in the calligraphy room of the Noah Hotel, and quite a few people were present at that time. I'm sorry, our chairman is not present today. After answering, Wong Yaolin also signaled the auctioneer to continue hosting the auction down. The auctioneer was not able to open his mouth without saying the starting price. The people under the stage directly raised their cards to bid. 500 million. People haven't even said the starting price yet. You just shouted 500 million. I'll bid 6 billion. I'll bid 1 billion. 1,200 million. 3 billion. Kill crazy. The auction site at this moment was simply killing mad. The competition was even fiercer than when the Dream Star Sea Stone was auctioned just now. It was as if everyone was treating money like a number. And the moment they opened their mouths, they were adding up billions and billions. Now the people present where there was that scoffing look at the beginning. As if they were fighting for some holy relic, they were bidding frantically. The last person just raised his hand to bid. The auctioneer has not been able to speak to mobilize the mood to attract people to bid. There is already another person to open a higher price. The auctioneer completely lost the role. Just a few minutes. under the crazy bidding of these people. Lu Ming's posters had already reached a price of $6 billion. This directly stunned Wang Haobin and Su Zixin, and even the guests present at the auction. To know, antiques aside, modern calligraphy masters, a pair of works, the highest price of $30 to $40 million. Master Nan Lin was originally one of the best of the best. But the bidding price for their chairman's calligraphy was actually snatched up to $6 billion. Wang Haobin and Su Zixin knew best. This was just their chairman spending less than a minute to write it out casually. Who would have thought? This is worth $6 billion? This is not just breaking the historical high price of modern calligraphy masterpieces, or a whole more than 30 times upwards. This current situation alone had already shaken them to the point where their brains weren't quite clear. But the next scene was even more shocking to them. After the bidding price reached $6 billion, Wang Haobin and Su Zixin originally thought that it would end here. But they didn't expect that after the bidding stopped for a short while. Surprisingly, the bidding resumed. As if they were just tired of shouting just now, they took an intermission break and continued with a drink of water. $6.5 billion. $7 billion. 80. Seeing the price is about to break $10 billion and go. Wang Haobin and Su Zixin's hearts seemed to have jumped to their throats, waiting with incomparable anticipation for this miracle to occur. But the next second, a hammering voice appeared. I'll offer $15 billion. The moment this price came out, the entire room was in an uproar. The original frantic bidding scene suddenly braked. Because this person was just too crazy at this price, everyone else was raising the price by $5 billion. On and $1 billion, this person even raised the price by $5 billion at once. Everyone turned their heads to look for this maniac who had raised the price by $5 billion at once. Book Saint Wang Lao? Elder Wang is here too? So it's Elder Wang. Elder Wang is also looking at this pair of calligraphy posters? I can't believe I'm asking for $15 billion. What book Saint Wang Lao? You don't even recognize the sage of calligraphy? Wang Lao? Wang Yizhu, said to be the descendant of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, studied calligraphy since he was young and became famous at a young age, proficient in all kinds of calligraphy. Now, in his old age, his influence spreads all over the world. His works have mesmerized even foreigners who do not know calligraphy. Therefore, he is honored as the modern sage of calligraphy by people in the calligraphy world. But it was such a person whose calligraphy level could be said to be out of this world that was bidding on Lu Ming's posters. And the opening bid was $15 billion. This pair of posters is only 4 words. On average, each word is worth more than $3 billion. Could be called a word for 1,000 pieces of gold. Chapter 108 Calligraphy Avenue. Wang Yizhu's move also startled his best friend beside him and couldn't help but ask, Old Wang, you're also too impulsive. That's $15 billion. Where is this character post worth so much money? In the face of his friend's inquiry, Wang Yizhu just faintly said, You don't understand. Then his eyes were again staring straight at the word post on the stage, as if he couldn't wait to hold it with his own hands. Only he himself understands that he is not impulsive, but rather sober. The world said that he was the #1 calligrapher in the world today. The realm of calligraphy had reached its peak. But no one knows. There is no end to the realm of calligraphy. If there was, it would be this pair of calligraphy posters in front of him. Indeed, he originally thought that his calligraphy level could be called the best today. But he was still far from reaching the peak. Having reached his realm, he could clearly feel that above his realm, there was a higher realm. Others who couldn't reach this level had no way of knowing. Even if he said it, it would still be unclear. That was why he had never revealed it to the public. It was just a single-minded study, hoping that one day he would be able to break through the bottleneck and touch the edge of a higher realm. But the cruel thing was that even after he had exhausted his efforts, his calligraphy level still hadn't progressed an inch. But nowadays, he saw a glimmer of hope. It was this pair of calligraphy posters written by Chairman Red Rock. In the eyes of those who had a superficial study of calligraphy, what they saw was the mood of this calligraphy. But in his eyes, Wang Yizhu saw the Tao of calligraphy. That is the Tao that directly refers to the peak of calligraphy. What is the sage of calligraphy Wang Lao, today's first calligraphy? All bull. The sage of calligraphy is the owner of the posters. So $15 billion? What's $15 billion if he can take this post? He'd be willing to lose all his money. This pair of posters, not only is it likely to be able to help himself break through the bottleneck so that his level of calligraphy further, and if it was collected, it would definitely be a treasure that would last for 100 generations. When it was passed down, when more people discovered the great Tao contained within it, it would definitely be a holy relic that could be offered up by the entire calligraphy world. At that time, this pair of calligraphy posters would be worth more than $15 billion. Simply for up to give people exhibitions, to participate in the calligraphy of the great Tao words, collect money received soft. At this moment, Wang Yizhu was incomparably excited. Originally, he only heard of Nanlin's work was returned, so he looked for Nanlin to understand some, wanting to know some of the situation. But he didn't expect Nanlin to be insipid, and at the same time said that his work was returned because he was not as skilled as others, and that he was willing to pay tribute to him. So out of curiosity, he wanted to see how the work Nanlin had said was really good. But he never expected it. This auction would bring him such a big surprise. This pair of calligraphy posters he was bound to win, and Wang Yizhu's price of $15 billion had obviously scared off the crowd. The crowd had given up bidding. Wang Yizhu took the calligraphy post as he wished. After the auctioneer announced, Wang Yizhu was even more impatient, directly left the auction table, ran toward the backstage. He couldn't wait a moment, wanting to hurry to pay to get his hands on the posters. For his request, the auction house would not refuse. Wang Haobin personally helped him to handle. After the payment was completed and the funds arrived, Wang Haobin carefully took out the posters from the glass cabinet with white gloves and put them on the counter. Wang Yizhu, like a treasure, stopped in front of the desk and admired it for a long time before he couldn't bear to move his eyes away. "Excuse me, I would like to confirm that this calligraphy is really written by your chairman?" Although Wang Haobin had already said this, it was a big deal to Wang Yizhu, so he had to personally confirm it again. Involving his own chairman, Su Zixin couldn't help but stand out and say back, 1,000 times true. At that time, there were many other people in the calligraphy room who saw it with their own eyes. If Wang Lao doesn't believe it, he can find them to confront him. Wang Yizhu heard the dissatisfaction in Su Zixin's words, hurrying to explain, "I don't mean anything else. It's just too unbelievable. May I ask what your chairman's name is? And what's your age this year? Can you help me with the introduction?" Seeing that Wang Yizhu's attitude was so sincere, not like he was looking for a fight, and that he was also a big customer who had spent $15 billion, Su Zixin's attitude eased. Speaking of her own chairman, she proudly responded to Wang Yizhu, "My family's chairman's name is Lu Ming." Lu Ming. When Su Zixin just said her name, Wang Yizhu immediately searched for this name in his mind. But he couldn't think of any calligrapher who was named Lu Ming. But the next second, 24 years old this year, after Su Zixin said Lu Ming's age, Wang Yizhu froze on the spot. 24 years old. How was it possible? At 24 years old, there was such a peak level of calligraphy? What was he doing when he was 24? At that time, it seemed that he was only a minor celebrity, and his calligraphy level was even more of a threshold. It was only after 40 years of honing that one had reached this realm at the threshold. Incredible! An absolute genius of calligraphy. A rare sight in 100 years. Wang Yizhu couldn't help but murmur. "As for an introduction, I can ask for you. How about I contact you again if our chairman is willing?" Su Zixin didn't even know where her own chairman was. Even if she did, she wouldn't hastily bring Wang Yizhu to meet him. She definitely had to ask her own chairman's opinion first. And for Su Zixin's this practice, Wang Yizhu also did not have the slightest dissatisfaction, but was very excited. "Good. Be sure to ask for me. I'll wait for your call." Then he took the initiative to leave his cell phone number in Su Zixin's cell phone. Before leaving, he even took one step and turned back 3 times, urging Su Zixin in every sentence. If Lu Ming is willing to see him, be sure to contact him first. After returning to the hotel room, Wang Yizhu's mood was still difficult to calm down. Without knowing how tired he was, he admired Lu Ming's calligraphy over and over again. In the end, he couldn't help but want to share the joy in his heart and took out his cell phone, took a few pictures of the calligraphy post and sent them to his necklace. "Today I was awarded a sacred treasure, and I can pass away in the morning and the evening." Wang Yizhu, as the first person in calligraphy, many people at home and abroad who were interested in calligraphy would pay attention to him. As soon as he sent out his scarf, he also immediately attracted the attention of countless people. They were all curious as to what exactly it was that could make even Wang Yizhu call it a treasure. So they clicked on the picture. These people, all of them, were people who had more or less studied calligraphy. So when they saw the words on the picture, they couldn't help but praise them as well. Great words. The words are poor. Don't know how to say it, but it just feels good. How can it be bad when the sage of calligraphy, Wong Lao, has called it a supreme treasure? This calligraphy skill. I'm afraid it has to be on par with Old Master Wong, right? Countless marveling and praising comments appeared under Wang Yiju's scarf.
Chapter 109 Explosion, explosion, explosion.
Soon, Wang Yiju's scarf rushed onto the hot search. But along with the compliments, it also quickly caused controversy. When someone started talking about how this calligraphy was on par with Wang Yiju's calligraphy, or even better, Wang Yiju's fans were not happy. In their hearts, Wang Yiju has a halo filter. Wang Yiju was the best in the world. They couldn't tolerate this kind of statement, so they immediately retorted. Who doesn't know that Elder Wang is the sage of calligraphy of the world? The world's number one. How can this calligraphy post be even better than old Wang's? That's right. Elder Wang just sent out a scarf. And you guys are just blowing it up. Blowing Elder Wang down. Forgetting Elder Wang's status? This word is good. But how can it be compared to Elder Wang? Most of these people are calligraphy novices, and many times they judge the works based on the status of the celebrity masters. To put it simply, they are Wang Yiju's brainwashed fans. And it was these brainwashed fans that instead disliked some calligraphy masters who had expressed their true thoughts. Caused quite a controversy. And the originator of this controversy, Wang Yiju, after posting his scarf, he continued to view the calligraphy post. Only after a long time did he open the scarf again. But when he saw the comments on the scarf, the person was dumbfounded. His intention was to share his joy while showing off the calligraphy post. Incidentally, it can also let many calligraphy fans look at the holy things. However, I didn't expect that some of his brainwashed fans would indiscriminately attack people. Although their intention is to support themselves, but they are indeed less skilled than others are. Thus, Wang Yiju immediately sent out another scarf. Thank you for supporting my fans. However, I must solemnly declare that my Wang Yiju's calligraphy is not even 1/10,000th as good as this calligraphy. This pair of character posts that I have forwarded has already reached the peak of calligraphy. When I saw this posting, I realized that there is really someone else, and there is a sky beyond the sky. I, Wang Yiju, am not as good as him. As soon as the scarf was sent out, all those who saw it were stunned. Everyone knew that Wang Yiju was the contemporary sage of calligraphy, the first person in modern calligraphy. Yet he openly stated that he was inferior to the owner of this calligraphy post. This caused his fans to immediately explode. Elder Wang, what is wrong with you? Had your number stolen?
Impossible.
Don't joke, Elder Wang. You are the number one in calligraphy. How could anyone be more powerful than you? Even though Wang Yiju had made it very clear. But there was still a section of brainwashed fans who were unwilling to believe the truth. At the same time, there were also some people who knew about the auction who had posted the matter of Wang Yiju spending $15 billion to auction off the calligraphy and painting on their necks. This even caused a wave of fervor. For words, 11.5 billion. Cheating, right? This word post is so valuable. Crazy. More than $3 billion for one word. What is Mr. Wang trying to do? 150 billion? This is worth more than many antiques. On what grounds? Just as the crowd was shocked, they were also incomparably curious as to who the sky-high-priced character post came from. Everyone left comments and guessed. The various masters in the calligraphy world were listed. As a rare event in the calligraphy world, many calligraphy masters had been paying attention to this matter. Once someone was listed by the netizens, the listed masters hurriedly came out in a hurry to deny it. Even before they were listed, they first issued a denial statement. Just kidding. Who among them would dare to disown this piece of work? Everyone knew that they could not reach this level of calligraphy. This is not something to be recognized indiscriminately. If they had this level of calligraphy, they would have replaced Wang Yiju and become the first person in calligraphy. Under the curiosity of countless netizens, slowly some news was revealed. I'm not going to say much. The people at the auction said that this calligraphy is the work of their chairman. Although it was just a simple sentence, under the powerful searching ability of the netizens, the truth slowly surfaced. The auction was organized by Red Rock Auction House, which in turn belonged to the Red Rock Group branch. The chairman of Red Rock Group was named Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Never heard of him. Where in the calligraphy world is this person? There won't be anything fishy, right? Capitalist tactics? When the unfamiliar name Lu Ming appeared, Many calligraphy fans said they had never heard of him. In response, Wang Yizhu also sent out a scarf again to explain. Mr. Lu Ming is a heavenly talent in the calligraphy world. He's also only 24 years old this year, so it's normal that people haven't heard of him. These words came out. The netizens were even more stunned. First, the scholar Wang Lao openly admitted that he was inferior to others, and then it was revealed that Wang Lao had spent $15 billion to purchase a pair of calligraphy posters. It turned out that the author of the character post was actually a 24-year-old young man. Silly. It's really silly to watch. I wonder if I'm dreaming at night. This is outrageous. People sell a pair of works for $15 billion at 24 years old. I don't even have $150 on me at 24 years old. Seaside Red Rock Group? The chairman of a $100 billion group is actually a 24-year-old young man. Lu Ming? Isn't that the owner of the Fantasy Star and Sea Stone? It was reported on the news that he sold his Fantasy Star Ocean Stone for $18 billion. It's true. It was all at the Red Rock auction. 18 billion plus 15 billion. Sorry, I'm not good at counting. I couldn't even dream of this much money. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. The countless explosions caused the relevant information to be on several bib hot searches one after another. Lu Ming related information. A 24-year-old sage of calligraphy? Elder Wang is willing to bow down to him. 15 billion sky-high-priced calligraphy plus 180 Fantasy Star Ocean Stones for the same owner. And not only the neck, the major social platforms such as Weixin Public Number, all kinds of articles related to Lu Ming are also constantly being forwarded. The girls' dormitory of Magic City University. Lin Ruan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a voice message from his roommate, and Lin Ruan clicked on it. Look, this is our senior Lu Ming. I remember you were on good terms with him before. Accompanying this were several small articles online. Hearing that it was Lu Ming's news, Lin Ruan was also interested and didn't go back to her roommate first, but opened the article and read it. The information gathered inside the article was still very comprehensive. It summarized in detail the various news on the internet recently. The chairman of Red Rock Group, Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, Sky High Calligraphy, Wang Yizhu scarf remarks, and so on. When Lin Ruan finished reading the article, her mouth didn't know when to open, and her mind was already shaken to a blank. Chapter 110 Roommate Trying to Steal Mom's Man? Lin Ruan, she had originally thought that through the happenings of this homecoming, she had already seen Lu Ming more clearly. Although there were still many mysterious places that couldn't be explained, she had also gotten to know Lu Ming as a person. But the news even broke the news that Lu Ming was the chairman of the Red Rock Group, or the kind that held 100% of the equity in his hands. How could she not have heard of the Red Rock Group, a $100 billion group, which was a cross-industry giant that was even bigger than her mom's DoubleTree Group? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have suspected that Lu Ming was with her mom because he coveted wealth in the first place. And the auction price of the calligraphy Lu Ming wrote was surprisingly as high as $15 billion. This is still a person. Simply heaven-defying. And when Lin Ruan's roommate saw that she didn't reply for half a day, she also sent a question again. What are you doing? Quickly say, is this Lu Ming in the news, the Lu Senior who was on good terms with you before? Seeing her roommate's message again, Lin Ruan froze and only typed, yes. After receiving Lin Ruan's confirmation, her roommate instantly became excited and frantically sent several messages in a row. It's really Senior Lu? He's also too powerful, isn't he? He's only graduated for a year, and he's the chairman of Red Rock Group. That must be rich. No, just the Fantasy Star Sea Stone and the word post on the news alone. I couldn't spend all of them in my lifetime if I were given just one. And Mr. Lu is so handsome and rich. It would be great to marry him. Do you still have Mr. Lu's contact information? You can give me one. I'll try. Seeing this, Lin Ruan came back to her senses with a jolt. Pressing her finger on the screen a few times, she sent, "Don't even think about it. They're already married." After the message was sent, the roommate's side was silent for a while without moving. Lin Ruan finally breathed a sigh of relief, successfully dispelling her roommate's behavior of stealing her father. Senior Lu really got married? How do you know? Why did he get married so early? Who is his wife? It's true that all the good men are from other people's families. When this question came out, Lin Ruan went numb. How do I know? Because he married my mom. How could she say this? If she said it, wouldn't she be telling them that Lu Ming was now her father? In an instant, Lin Ruan was determined not to reveal it. She could only say perfunctorily, "Don't think about this. Come back and bring me a green pepper and shredded pork over rice." At the same time, he drew his roommate's attention elsewhere. The news buzz at the outer gate intensified, while the main character Lu Ming was alone at home at this time. In the past 2 days, Lin Ruan had left early and returned late every day, saying that the work of the Shuangmu group was too busy. So Lu Ming was left alone at home, bored. However, Lu Ming also felt that these days were quite good. He could play games, he could sleep, he could watch movies, and there was plenty of entertainment to do to pass the time. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lu Ming's cell phone rang, and it was a call from his little secretary, Suzy Sheen. After casually connecting it, Suzy Sheen's excited voice came from the phone. "Chairman, you are too." Suzy Sheen seemed to be unable to think of a suitable adjective to describe the sublime admiration she had for Lu Ming in her heart for a while. In the end, she simply skipped the party and reported directly to Lu Ming. "Chairman, your character post has been auctioned off. The auction price is $15 billion. It was auctioned off by that old man known as the modern saint of calligraphy, Wong Yaolin." Hearing this news, Lu Ming was a bit surprised. $10.5 billion? That's not bad. Lu Ming originally didn't even expect his calligraphy post to sell for such a high price, which was simply beyond his expectations. Plus, the auction price of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was also very good. Tonight could be said to be a double blessing. "By the way, Chairman, Wang Yizhu expressed his desire to meet you. I don't know if you..." Su Zixin continued. But after Lu Ming heard that, he didn't even need to think about it and directly rejected it.
No.
He didn't really want to meet anyone, even if the other party was some kind of modern sage of calligraphy, even if he had a lot of time to spare. Seeing strangers and whatnot, which was not as comfortable as staying at home by himself. Originally, he just didn't want to lower the grade of the auction because of Nan Lin's calligraphy, so he just randomly wrote a few words, but did not expect to sell such a high price, but also caused a sensation. Seeing Lu Ming refusing to meet, Su Zixin did not say much and simply said, "Okay." After saying that, Lu Ming hung up the phone. But he didn't expect that as soon as the phone hung up, another call came in. Just as the phone was connected, a warm and soft voice came in. "Hubby, who are you calling with?" Hearing this voice, Lu Ming couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth hook up in a smile. "It's the staff in charge of the auction of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, who just came to report to me about the auction of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone." "Is that so? Then how much did the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone auction for?" Lin Ruan on the other end of the phone was also immediately interested. After all, this big stone was considered to be something she had watched unearth with her own eyes. She was very curious about the value of the treasure that she and Lu Ming had dug up together. As the president of the Doubletree Group, she had been to many auctions, large and small, and knew a lot about auctions. The people who can participate in the auction are all worth a lot of money. Coupled with the auction that fear-spitting atmosphere, many of the final price of the auction will be much higher than the original value. The Dream Star Sea Stone was originally a cherished and expensive treasure. If put into the auction, she couldn't imagine how many sky-high prices it would fetch. And Lu Ming saw that Lin Ruan was so curious. Instead, he got up some bad taste and didn't tell her right away. "Guess." "I can't guess." In a short sentence, Lin Ruan's tone stumbled and fell, and her pampering skills could be seen, trying to get Lu Ming to tell her the price directly through pampering. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart softened and filled up somewhere. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. $8 billion? Lin Ruan guessed after pondering for a while. "Nope." Lu Ming immediately denied it, then prompted, "Go on, let go and guess bigger." Hearing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruan was a bit surprised. Guess bigger? Or the let-go kind? What kind of a sky-high price is that? After trying as hard as she could to think big, Lin Ruan gave a price that she herself was already shocked by. 9 billion? More than that. Did it break 10 billion? 11.5 billion? More than that. 13 billion? Lin Ruan really didn't dare to guess any higher. This price had long since broken through her imagination. Chapter 111. The Grand Wedding Proposal. Seeing that Lin Ruan really couldn't guess, Lu Ming stopped teasing her and told her directly, $180 billion. "Oh my God!" Lin Ruan on the other end of the phone rarely screamed out. although with her worth $18 billion was nothing. But a stone that could actually be sold for a sky-high price of $18 billion was shocking to her. And it was still dug from the ground that they only spent $20 million on. Hubby, you're great. At this moment, Lin Ruan was incomparably adoring Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming very flattered. But after the shock, Lin Ruan also returned to the topic and talked about the purpose of making this call. Hubby, have you eaten dinner yet? Nope. Lu Ming touched his stomach, not realizing that it was so late. He was indeed a bit hungry. Hearing that Lu Ming hadn't eaten yet, Lin Ruan's tone seemed to be somewhat elated. I'm also almost done. Why don't we go to the Excellence Plaza side to eat together tonight? For Lin Ruan's proposal, Lu Ming naturally agreed. Yes, although the food from the restaurant outside was definitely not as good as Lu Ming's own. But he didn't want to cook for himself every day either. Then hubby, you go over to Excellence Plaza first. I'll be there afterward. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming changed his clothes and headed out the door. Today, he flipped a Lamborghini Murcielago and hit the road. After a burst of traffic weaving through, Lu Ming arrived at Excellence Plaza. After parking his car, he walked to the place where he had an appointment with Lin Ruan. Today's Excellence Plaza seemed to be organizing some kind of activity, and there were beautiful decorations all over the place, which was quite a bit of a festive atmosphere. Since the Excellence Plaza is very crowded, people come and go, Lu Ming looked for a while but did not find Lin Ruan's figure. He just wanted to make a phone call to ask. Swoosh! Snap! Brilliant fireworks bloomed in unison in the sky above Excellence Square. The entire sky was illuminated. All the pedestrians couldn't help but stand down and look up to the sky, watching the beautiful scene. Lu Ming was no exception. He was also attracted by the giant fireworks display. However, he had some regrets in his heart at this moment. At such a romantic moment, Lin Ruan was actually not by his side. Lu Ming immediately wanted to take out his cell phone to record the scene and share it with Lin Ruan. But the next second, the fireworks in the air blew out a paragraph of letters. I love you, El. All the pedestrians watching the fireworks were stunned. The entire Excellence Square was abuzz. Wow! It can actually be like this? So romantic. Elam? Who is it? A fireworks show in the sky was already rare, and this fireworks show actually blew up a line of confessions. One must know that such a difficulty was countless times more difficult than ordinary fireworks. The cost is naturally horrible, but having a line of confession was truly romantic to the extreme, just as the people in the plaza were wondering who this LM really was. The lights in the Plaza of Excellence suddenly all went out. Immediately after that, the pedestrians in front of Lu Ming's left side let out a commotion while their standing shape changed. They all gave way to avoid it, leaving a path open, only to see, under that white light, Lin Ruan was wearing a wedding dress and slowly walking towards Lu Ming. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on Lin Ruan, so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were too nervous to breathe out loud. They just watched silently as this absolute beauty slowly walked in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was already frozen, fighting against Lin Ruan. The two were quietly looking at each other, their eyes filled with love. When the onlookers present saw this scene, how could they not be clear that this was a scene of a woman proposing to a man? Everyone's eyes were shocked and envious, both shocked by Lin Ruan's courage and envious of Lu Ming's luck. Countless men couldn't wait to be Lu Ming themselves. Wow! A woman chasing after a man, so bold, so romantic, envious and jealous. Why isn't there such a beautiful rich woman chasing me? Look at the parents. Then look at yourself. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. A proper match made in heaven. The person who spoke was a game anchor named Fish. Normally, she was usually at home broadcasting Jedi Survival, and today was just an occasional whim. She went out and started an outdoor broadcast, by the way. I did not expect to witness such a romantic marriage proposal. And at this time, her live broadcast room had already exploded. The Fish outdoor live broadcast actually encountered someone proposing, and it's still a female proposing to a male. This is also too cool. Brothers, think carefully. Think about it, this sky-high fireworks show, plus having Excellence Plaza cooperate with the action. How big of a family does this have to be? The heroine of this marriage proposal is a rich woman. I have to say, the heroine is really super beautiful. So beautiful that it's shocking. The male lead is also handsome to the point of being foul. Fish is right. They're a match made in heaven. Knock to knock. They're a perfect match. Just as the viewers in Fish's livestream were all envious and jealous. Lin Ruan finally spoke slowly. Hubby, I've fantasized about such a scene in my mind countless times. It's finally been realized today. Here, I want to say to you that before I met you, my life was black and white. Life was nothing but work or work. But after being with you, I realized that the world is so beautiful and there are so many interesting things. Every moment I'm with you, I feel incredibly happy and lucky. You are a light in my life, a light that should never be lost. So, hubby, will you marry me? Lin Ruan finished speaking before Lu Ming could react. She then took out a beige ring box and opened it. When the ring inside appeared, all those who saw it were stunned. What a big diamond ring! How many carats does this have to be? It's so big and sparkly. The ring of Dikla. What is it? It's the biggest and most expensive male diamond ring in the world. It's worth over $100 million. And at this moment, Lu Ming came to a sudden realization after seeing all this. It turned out that Lin Ruan had been going out early and coming home late in the past few days, saying that she was busy with the affairs of the Doublewood Group, leaving him alone at home. It turned out that she was the one who had been preparing all of this meticulously in secret all by herself. After thinking about it, Lu Ming's heart is only full of emotion. Lin Ruan was really pampering herself too much. Not only is she usually responsive to his requests, now, she even prepared such a grand proposal and confession for herself. 1,000 words finally converged into one sentence. Wife, I love you. No need to say more. Lu Ming's love. Lin Ruan can feel all of it. At this time, she was already in tears. After hearing Lu Ming's farewell, she immediately put this Dikla male ring on Lu Ming's hand. At this moment, the fireworks in the sky bloomed once again. This grand courtship was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. Chapter 112. Dreamy Star Ocean Ring. Early morning the following day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a grand courtship wedding. Soft rice income assets plus 250. 000.000.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded $750 billion. Rewarded with a transformation key. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded $800 million. Reward Fantasy Star C Ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Level up. Reached LV8 level. Daily cash increased to 80%. Reward Maria Private Hospital 33% shares. Please keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft food assets exceeded $850 million. Rewarding 35% of the shares of Maria Private Hospital. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets of the soft rice exceeds 900 million. Rewarded with 65% of the shares of the Byte Group. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Level up. Reached LV9 level. Daily cash increased to 90%. The future information table. Please host to continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded $950 million. Reward Private Island Moss Island. The series of system beeps directly blew Lu Ming, who had just woken up and was still in a daze. Awake. The last time so many rewards appeared at once was when he got married. This time, the rewards that exploded after the proposal were even more than when he got married. Nope. He had first organized a wedding ceremony and then had a wedding proposal. But, even more outrageous still, oneself also first is a license to register for marriage. Registration license, wedding ceremony, wedding proposal. Oneself. This order has enough confusion, completely different from the average person. Thinking about this, Lu Ming was a little bit in tears and laughter. However, he quickly put his attention on the system prompts. This look. Only then did he specifically know that Lin Ruan had prepared this wedding proposal that cost 250 million. It actually cost 100 million more than the wedding ceremony. It was no wonder the system rewarded so much. But thinking about last night's spectacle, these expenses are actually not that much. That male diamond ring alone, I'm afraid it all cost quite a bit of money. Plus the fireworks in the sky and so on. One could only say that Lin Ruan's handiwork was just too big, spending money for him, often in the hundreds of millions. On the contrary, Lu Ming didn't even see her buying anything for herself. This also made Lu Ming determined that he also had to do something for Lin Ruan. But this cannot be rushed. It was better to look at the system rewards first. When Lu Ming looked at the system rewards, First of all, the first reward was a transformation key. When Lu Ming first saw it, he didn't think anything of it, he couldn't tell from the name. But when he saw the system introduction, he realized that this key was so powerful. According to the system's explanation, this transformation key could open any lock in the world, from the smallest of ordinary house locks to the largest of bank-grade vaults. In the future, there would be no lock in this world that Lu Ming could not open. Lu Ming had a premonition that, in the future, this morphing key should be able to play a significant role. The next thing was a Dream Star Ocean ring. According to the system's introduction, this ring was made from the world's first excavated fantasy star ocean stone. Designed by the world's top jewelry designer, it was known as the world's most beautiful diamond ring, and had fetched a price of $100 million 20 years ago. And this kind of ring with the world's name on it would only become more valuable with the passage of time. Putting it into today's world, the price should have also doubled quite a bit. After reading the system's introduction, Lu Ming was also curious and took the Fantasy Star Ocean ring out of the system space, intending to see it. And when the Dream Star Ocean ring appeared in his palm, Lu Ming froze. He couldn't help but pinch it up and put it under the light to scrutinize it. So beautiful! This Dream Star Ocean ring really lived up to its reputation as the most beautiful ring in the world, and Lu Ming felt as if he had seen a vast sea of stars from this one tiny ring. After seeing the real thing, Lu Ming felt that he had still underestimated this ring. Such a stunning ring, I think if you get to the auction now, the price of 5 or 6 billion should not be a problem. Of course, Lu Ming is not a professional appraiser and auctioneer. He is only based on his own feelings. If this Fantasy Star Ocean ring is put up for auction, he is willing to spend $5 or $6 billion to shoot it down. Although the Dream Star Sea ring was worth up to $5 or $6 billion, probably more. But Lu Ming had no intention of selling it. With a good idea in his mind, he looked at Lin Ruan, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. Gently, he put the ring on Lin Ruan's hand. But the strange thing was, Lin Ruan wore this Fantasy Star Ocean ring was incredibly appropriate. Lu Ming was initially worried about whether the sizes matched. But soon the system also gave an explanation. It turned out that when the Dream Star Ocean ring was designed, it was designed with the most perfect female finger size, so that it could achieve the most extreme beauty. In that case, Lin Ruan's finger was the perfect one. That was why it fit so well with the Dream Star Ocean stone. After putting the ring on Lin Ruan, Lu Ming only proceeded to look at the following rewards. Shares of Maria Private Hospital and Byte Group? Lu Ming remembered that last time, he seemed to have gotten 32% of the shares of Maria Private Hospital and 35% of the shares of Byte Group. Together with the shares from this reward, then no matter if it was Byte Group or Maria Private Hospital, he was 100% in control. This made Lu Ming, who had seen a lot of wind and rain, feel a little excited in his heart. To know Byte Group can be a 100 billion large group, and the influence on society is very large. Plus the holding of Maria Private Hospital. His social status simply came in a straight line. And this time the system is also thoughtful are prepared for him 2 competent small secretary. Help him deal with the daily affairs of Maria Private Hospital and Byte Group respectively, so that he could continue to live his daily salted fish days. With Su Zixin as a benchmark, it could be imagined how excellent the little secretaries that the system had helped Lu Ming prepare were. Not only were they young and pretty, but they were also very capable. No matter what task Lu Ming gave her, Su Zixin was able to handle things quickly and well. There was basically no need for him to worry about it. Next is the future information sheet. This Lu Ming was very impressed. He had done quite a lot the last time he obtained the future information sheet. Not only did he predict the wheat futures market in advance, he made a huge profit with heavy money and leverage, and he also knew the location of the buried Fantasy Star Sea Stone. More importantly, he knew the major crisis of the Doubletree Group and helped Lin Ruan avoid it. So when Lu Ming got the future information sheet again, he almost wanted to take it out and have a good look at it. But considering that Lin Ruan was still by his side, in the end, Lu Ming still held back. Chapter 113, the first stop of the tour. There was only one last reward left. Overseas private island Moss Island? This is now an island owner. You have to know that the private islands abroad are really owned by individuals. Whatever you want to do on the island is allowed. You can be completely closed and enjoy this paradise alone. You can also liberalize the investment the island into a tourist mecca, do a rent-collecting island owner. Not bad. Lu Ming was already somewhat looking forward to the beauty of the island that belonged to him. Or find a time to go and take a look. Lu Ming's mind had just risen with this idea. Just then, he heard a wooing sound of getting up from his side. Turning his head to look, Lin Ruan beside him seemed to have woken up from her nap. Lin Ruan's sleepy eyes were hazy, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to look for her husband to put on a sticker. But she, who never carried decorations on her fingers, soon felt a strange sensation coming from her hand. She slowly put her right hand in front of her eyes. With confused eyes, she looked towards her hand. The next second, Lin Ruan immediately widened her eyes. Then, seemingly thinking that she had blurred her eyes, her left hand immediately wiped her eyes. Immediately after that, the entire person sat up from the bed. A pair of starry eyes stared at the ring on her right hand. Using her hand against the ring was a rubbing, finally experiencing this substantial feeling. Only then did Lin Ruan confirm that it wasn't that she had blurred her eyes, or that it wasn't a dream. There was indeed an additional glittering ring in her hand. Hubby! Lin Ruan turned her head to look at her husband by her side, her eyes flowing. Lu Ming nodded. Do you like it? After receiving Lu Ming's affirmation, Lin Ruan instantly jumped on him and shouted happily. Love it! It's so good looking. The ring that my husband gave me is the best looking ring in the world. Under the excitement, Lin Ruan directly sent a fragrant kiss for Lu Ming. After waking up from sleep, it was time for morning exercise. After doing radio gymnastics a few times, both of them fell asleep once again feeling sleepy. By the time they woke up, it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that it was so late, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and turned his head to Lin Ruan in his arms and asked, Wife, don't you need to be busy with the company today? It was important to know that the Doublewood Group was currently in a stage of rapid development. Normally, even if Lin Ruan didn't go to the company, if she was at home with Lu Ming, she would also telecommute at home for a while to deal with some things. But at this point today, Lin Ruan is still in bed. So Lu Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. And when Lin Ruan heard Lu Ming's inquiry, she guffawed and pressed her head against Lu Ming's body, responding, I've already taken care of the company's matters completely. In the future, the matters of the Shuangmu Group will be completely entrusted to the top management and my assistant, Xiao Yu, to handle. Unless there are major events and huge capital expenditures that need to be reported to me. The other things they can completely solve internally. Hearing this, Lu Ming was surprised. Huh? Why? Lu Ming didn't expect Lin Ruan to be like him, choosing to let the group run on its own, and that she would no longer worry about the group's affairs. Lu Ming himself was not interested in the affairs of the group because he was originally a salted fish personality. But Lin Ruan was different. The Doublewood Group was built by her, pouring her heart and soul into it for so many years, and the group is still in a booming situation. She had every opportunity to lead DoubleTree Group to a new peak. But Lin Ruan gave up her heart and soul, and gave up the achievements she would achieve in the future. Because, I want to accompany you. Lin Ruan raised her head and met Lu Ming with her 4 eyes. The eyes were filled with deep love. If the company is too busy, I won't be able to be by your side all the time. For you, I am willing to give up everything. Accompany you to sleep, get up, eat, play, and hurry up and have a little baby. Saying this, Lin Ruan was already red in the face, so shy that she lowered her head. Hearing this, Lu Ming hugged Lin Ruan even tighter. In the situation where the Shuangmu Group was in full swing, if it were an ordinary person, they would probably disregard everything and just think about developing their career better before thinking about anything else, right? But Lin Ruan did the opposite, sacrificing her job just to better accompany herself. Wife, you're so good to me. Since you don't even have to go to the office, let's go on a trip. Hearing this proposal from Lu Ming, Lin Ruan's eyes were glowing with excitement. There were so many places she wanted to go. Good. Think of it as a honeymoon. Lin Ruan had been working hard all these years. Going out of town was almost always a business trip, and she came back after things were done. Although she had been to quite a few places, she hadn't had a good time. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them began to work out the route for their next honeymoon trip. Honeymoon traveling was something that many newlyweds did. Although the order in which they got married and proposed was a bit messed up, the good thing was that it was all made up one by one as well. So the next day, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan woke up early in the morning. They hadn't gotten up this early in a long time, but today was the first day of their honeymoon trip. Although they were sleepy, the two of them still got up from the bed and washed up. They were then transported by the driver. They arrived at the first stop of their honeymoon trip that they had set last night. Lin Ruan's old home, Qingping Village. This was where Lin Ruan grew up, but she hadn't been back for a long time. The current Qingping Village had also turned from a dilapidated and impoverished mountain village into a famous scenic tourist area. Because they were going back home, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan also asked Lin Kongtai if he wanted to come along. But Lin Kongtai didn't even think about it and immediately rejected them. "You two young couples go out to play. What's the point of bringing this old guy of mine? No go, no go." So Lu Ming and Lin Ruan came by themselves. "This is your old home, ah?" Lu Ming looked at this very dated house in front of him and asked. "Uh-huh, go in." Lin Ruan took out her key and opened the gate, leading Lu Ming inside. It drew the attention of many tourists. Nowadays, this kind of dilapidated house had instead become a favorite photo spot for tourists. However, the duo didn't care and closed the door in passing once they were inside. "Ah, these are my childhood toys." Seeing her childhood residence, Lin once surfaced many childhood memories, continuously telling Lu Ming about the interesting events of her childhood. Although her childhood had resulted in many unpleasant things happening because of Lin Kongtai's willful evil. Now that the misunderstanding between her and Lin Kongtai had been cleared up, after changing her perspective again when she talked about these things, Lin Ruan was no longer resentful and sad, but instead was cheerful. The two stayed in the old house for a long time before coming out and returning to the village to wander around. Nowadays, the developed Qingping Village, as a nationally famous tourist attraction, had a beautiful environment and hid many interesting small stores. Under Lin Ruan's leadership, the two of them just leisurely strolled around for the whole day. Chapter 114 NI Family's $1,000. Night. Lin Ruan had already entered dreamland. Perhaps she had dreamt of something happy, and there was a hint of a smile on her face in her sleep. Lu Ming favored Lin Ruan with a kiss on her cheeks. He then picked up his cell phone and swiped through the short videos in a bored manner. The time was still early, he wasn't sleepy for the time being. But after a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he seemed to think of something. Right. The future information sheet hasn't been read yet. The last future information sheet had made Lu Ming a lot of money and helped him a lot. Although Lu Ming wasn't short of money right now, it didn't matter if it was money or not. But things like foreseeing the future and changing the direction of the future were just awesome. So Lu Ming's mind moved. Immediately afterward, the future information sheet stored in the system space appeared in his hand. September 20th, the police launched a series of sweeping H activities, destroying a number of dens. In the old city, a branch of Plum Shampoo Store will be 70-year-old tycoon Single Hongsheng arrested. Single Hongsheng on the PC Facts confessed. After that, Single Hongsheng, including pro-life illegitimate 13 sons and daughters information, was exposed. Lu Ming looked confused when he saw the first information on the future information sheet. Good guy. Shan Hongsheng? He still had a bit of an impression of this veteran tycoon. This guy has a thin body and gray hair, but originally he was still old and strong in the back. He's 70 years old, and he's still playing with flowers? Ichimiai hair wash in Old Town? It doesn't sound very serious, and it's not of a high standard. He's such a rich man. He can't afford to eat at any level. In their own big villa or open a presidential set, open apart are not a problem. Even directly dumping money treasure ich women also good ah. With his family, package on 10-8, provided that he can eat, are not a problem. How to go to this kind of place? Can only say, or people have any special pet peeves. And this old man actually has 13 sons and daughters, of which there are not a lot of illegitimate children. It can be imagined that when this guy was young, he was also a seed sower, spreading seeds everywhere. It seems that in the future, to grab the family property to grab crazy. Lu Ming cried and laughed. This future event looks quite interesting, but there is no value. So it went on reading. September 20th, Yuehao Jiangwan was exposed to the use of substandard materials. Many owners surrounded the scene to demand a refund. September 20th, high school student Wang Ming picks up an important document on his way home from school, returns it to the owner in time, and is awarded $200,000. On September 20th, Li Mao reports a whistleblower on the suspected production of counterfeit cigarettes at the store located at 239 Iwaguchi Street in Seaside City, and is rewarded $1 million by the police based on the size of the den after investigation. Countless information was jumped over by Lu Ming. A lot of things happened in a city every day, and all of these could be seen in the future information sheet. But most of the things were irrelevant to Lu Ming, with no way to bring him benefits. Could only be viewed as news for fun. Even if there were some benefits, The highest amount she had seen so far was only $1 million bonus. $1 million might be a huge amount of money for ordinary people. But for Lu Ming, not to mention $1 million, even if it is 10 million. He is also too lazy to pick up. He can't see it. After looking for so long, he didn't see any useful information. Lu Ming was also a little impatient. Originally, he thought that he would rest first and look at it another day. However, the next second, his eyes stopped on a certain message, and he repeatedly read it a few times. September 20th, early morning. An accidental death occurred in Qingping village. The deceased is Ni Yen Yen, the daughter of the Ni family of Seaside City. Lu Ming was interested in this seemingly simple message. It was not only because this incident happened in Qingping village, where he was currently located. It was also because of the identity of the deceased Ni family's daughter, Ni Yen Yen. Ni Yen Yen he did not recognize. But when it came to the Seaside Ni family, he is a local who is very familiar with it. When I was a kid, I used to listen to my grandparents talk about the Ni family. The Ni family is a native of Seaside. In addition, it is a large family in Seaside with a large population. When the seashore developed, it ate all the dividends and developed rapidly. Even though there were reasons why the Ni family was competitive. However, the Ni family has been developing in Seaside for 34 years, and their influence is almost all over Seaside, up and down. As long as a person with the surname Ni in the entire seashore, almost all of the Ni family could get in touch with them. The Ni family is like a spider's web, penetrated into all walks of life in Binhai. You may not be able to see anything on weekdays, but once the Ni family erupted that energy, it would be earth-shattering. Today's Ni family's daughter Ni Yen Yan's accidental death. This is an opportunity for Lu Ming. If he can save Ni Yen Yen, the Ni family would definitely be grateful in return. As we all know, a debt of gratitude is the hardest thing to repay, and it's also the gift of saving a life. This was much more valuable than mere money. Lu Ming glanced at the current time, and there was only an hour or so until Ni Yen Yan's accidental death. Fortunately, Qingping village was not that big, plus the location of Ni Yen Yan's death provided in the future information sheet was not far from him. He was able to make it there in time. So Lu Ming also got up immediately. After covering Lin Ruan with a blanket, he put on some clothes and went out. According to the system's prompts, Lu Ming quickly arrived at his destination. This was clearly the center of the entire Qingping village and the highest building in the village with 12 floors. However, there was a large leaping platform on the 3rd floor. The platform was brilliantly lit. The sound of people was incessant, and there was vague music circling around the ears, as if some kind of party was being held. Lu Ming also directly mixed into this party. No one would come to question his identity anyway, even if he was standing alone all over again with a glass of wine in his hand. Even if he was standing alone with a glass of wine in his hand, others would only think that he was just a person in the party waiting for his friends by looking at his face value and temperament. Lu Ming stood in a corner, his eyes scanning the entire room. Some people were drinking, some people were grilling skewers, and there were also couples who were making love to each other. For a while, Lu Ming didn't know which of these people present was Ni Yen Yen. After all, he hadn't seen Ni Yen Yan's face either. But it was good that the system was also very out of prompts. 10 meters to the left, wearing a black dress. At the system's prompt, Lu Ming's gaze locked onto a small group of men and women at 10 meters, looking towards the woman wearing a black dress. It was actually her? Lu Ming didn't recognize Ni Xiaoxiao though. But after coming in, he first scanned the entire field of characters. It was her, the most beautiful woman in the arena. A close-fitting black dress looked like she had a marvelous figure, and it seemed that some curvature could be seen. Combined with the pair of fiery red high-rise shoes under her feet, it was a sight to behold. Lu Ming also took a couple more looks, so naturally he would have an impression. Men for sure will remember the pretty ones. But Lu Ming also didn't expect that she was the heroine of tonight's accidental death. Ni family's daughter Ni Yen Yen, Chapter 115 Ambush. Only to see a group of them, men and women, gathered together. They were talking and laughing about something. Since they were too far apart, Lu Ming couldn't hear them, so he had to lean over slowly. Good. You two are in love and actually hid it from us for so long. No wonder you've been getting better and better lately. Little Fei, quickly come over. Let's us examine your new size. Ni Yen Yen laughed as she placed the wine glass in her hand on the high table to the side, and then she extended her magic grip to a girl with big breasts beside her. Seeing this, the large-breasted girl, Fei, immediately retreated a few steps. Don't It's not like I've ever seen it before. Xiao Fei won't kiss Sister Me after she has a boyfriend. And Yen Yen said and put her hand out. Xiao Fei hurriedly hid behind a white shirt man. Sister Yen Yen, don't joke. Seeing that she was blocked by the white shirt man, and Yen Yen stopped her pursuit and stood in place.
In Fei, heartbroken Xiao Fei la?
Are you jealous of me? How come I didn't know you were so possessive before? Qin Fei was embarrassed by Yen Yen saying this and just wanted to retort. But Yen Yen was already in his daze. With a sudden flash, she skipped past Qin Fei and pounced on Xiao Fei. But Xiao Fei seemed to be paying attention to Yen Yen at all times, and when he saw him pouncing over, he hastily dodged over. Due to the excessive force, Yen Yen directly hit the rooftop fence. The rooftop fence only looked to be about a meter, so while Yen Yen's lower body collided with the fence, her upper body couldn't stop from falling down. It was as if the entire person was going to fall headfirst downwards, as if it were upside down. Ah! Yen Yen let out a shriek. The original companions around her were also startled by this scene. One froze slightly when they saw that something was wrong and wanted to go up and pull. Yen Yen had already planted herself. At this emergency moment, a large hand appeared. The big hand tightly grabbed Yen Yen's jade foot. In the eyes of the crowd, a little bit of Yen Yen hung up from the air. Seeing Yen Yen being pulled up, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this place is only 3 floors high, with Yen Yen falling down in this head-to-the-ground position, Yen Yen's end could be imagined. And Yen Yen, who was pulled up, tightly closed her eyes, her body slightly trembling. After a short while, it seemed to have realized that she didn't fall, before slowly opening her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Lu Ming's face was reflected in her eyes. Yen Yen instantly enlisted. She had never seen such a handsome man before, and the horror of the danger she had just encountered immediately dissipated. Instead, she looked at Lu Ming's face and blushed a little. At this time, there was a bang. A gunshot rang out. Lu Ming could feel that this bullet was rushing this way, and his sensitive senses could even feel the airflow brought about by the bullet brushing past him. In this instant, Lu Ming immediately realized that these people should be rushing towards Yen Yen. Yen Yen's accidental death was not that simple. If he hadn't intervened, Yen Yen's death by falling from the building would have looked like an accident. But now Yen Yen was saved by him. This accident behind the mastermind will have to kill. Realizing this, Lu Ming made an immediate decision. Directly pull Yen Yen into his arms, over the fence, jump down. Bang! Bang! Just as Lu Ming and Yen Yen had just jumped down, several more gunshots rang out one after another behind him. At this time, the rooftop was already in chaos. The sounds of screams, tables knocking over, and wine glasses breaking were intertwined. Fortunately, Lu Ming and Yen Yen had already jumped down before the enemy fired again. The small 3-story building wasn't very high, plus there were several points where they could stay, not just jump down. So with Lu Ming's strong physical abilities, it was still manageable. The open space under the rooftop. Lu Ming let go of Yen Yen, who had been stunned in his arms. Run! Then just wanted to take Yen Yen away from here. Bang! The sound of gunshots actually rang out again. There is also an ambush. Below? Lu Ming glanced towards the opposite side of the building, then hurriedly pulled Yen Yen to hide inside the building. Casually found a room inside and hid. Arriving at a slightly safer place, Yen Yen finally calmed down. Who are you? Are the people outside trying to kill me? Lu Ming just wanted to speak. Bang! The killer seemed to have discovered their room and directly shattered the glass of the room with a single shot. The glass of the window shattered sparsely all over the place. Lu Ming hurriedly pulled Yen Yen to hide in the dead center of the window. His brows were furrowed. He didn't expect these killers to be so rampant, after failing to get their hands on them and already being exposed. They actually didn't retreat and continued to chase and kill. He also didn't know who the people chasing Yen Yen were, and how many people the other party had deployed. But the person who dared to make a move on the Ni family's daughter thought that he must have come from a very big place as well. An ordinary person wouldn't be so bold. If Lu Ming was alone, he was still confident that he would be able to retreat in one piece. But now that he was with Yen Yen, it was obvious that he had to be careful. Let's go! Lu Ming greeted Yen Yen, intending to take her to continue moving to the next safe place. But just as the two were about to move, snap! Thick footsteps came from just outside the room. and Ai Yan Yan's heart clenched hard. Was it the person who was after her who had come looking for her? You hide there first, don't move. I'll go take a look. Lu Ming turned his head to Ai Yan Yan and said. He then walked towards the door of the room alone. After Ai Yan Yan heard Lu Ming's words, she obediently nodded and went to crouch in the corner. A full sense of security rose in her heart. And at this time, Lu Ming's cell phone also vibrated. After glancing at it, he couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. His Xuanwu bodyguard group was in place. Although the Xuanwu bodyguards were protecting Lu Ming 24 hours a day, and they had followed up before Lu Ming came out. But after all, it was not close protection, and Lu Ming was not used to it. The gunshot came suddenly, plus Lu Ming was also the first time to jump for cover and enter the house. That's why the Xuanwu bodyguards took a little bit of time to follow him in. But now that the Xuanwu bodyguards had arrived, Lu Ming was finally relieved. Although he didn't know how many killers were out there, with the strength of the Xuanwu bodyguards they could definitely deal with them. So Lu Ming immediately ordered, dispose of the killers outside. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Since the Xuanwu bodyguards had already come, it was definitely safer for himself to let them strike first and eliminate the people. Bang! Another burst of gunfire rang out. It was accompanied by heart-rending screams. And Ai Yan Yan, who was hiding in the corner of the room, was terrified. So Lu Ming had to walk over and hold her in his arms, blocking her ears. When the sound of gunfire disappeared and everything quieted down, Lu Ming's cell phone shook. He knew that the outside had been dealt with. Chapter 116 Anai Honghu of the Anai family. Although the killers outside had been cleaned up by the Xuanwu bodyguards. However, Lu Ming and Ai Yan Yan also still stayed in the room without going out. The two of them stayed here for the time being, and Lu Ming told Ai Yan Yan to hurry up and contact her family so that they could come and take her away. Drink some water. Lu Ming could see that Ai Yan Yan was still a bit nervous at this time, so he also found some water in the room for her to drink. Thanks. Ai Yan Yan held the quilt with both hands and drank in small sips, raising her head from time to time to look at Lu Ming. There was a different kind of sentiment in her eyes. Thank you for saving my life. I still don't know who you are and what's your name? Ai Yan Yan also obviously knew at this point that these people were coming for her. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply responded. The conversation ended and the room just fell into silence. Ai Yan Yan seemed to feel a little awkward and made an effort to find a topic of conversation with the unfamiliar Lu Ming, learning more about him in the process. You have good hands, oh. If it wasn't for you, I might have been. Long ago. It's not bad. Why did those people outside suddenly disappear? I don't know. Lu Ming only gave simple responses to all of Ai Yan Yan's questions. He didn't want to explain so much to Ai Yan Yan and expose the existence of the Xuanwu bodyguards for no reason. Moreover, he had noticed it. This Ai clan's daughter was too talkative and enthusiastic towards herself, and her eyes were not quite right. Couldn't be because of the drawbridge effect, or because she had saved her own life, right? He was only planning to obtain the favor of the Ai family by saving her life. There were no other thoughts, and Ai Yan Yan was frustrated to see Lu Ming had been so cold. She had never been this enthusiastic towards a certain man before, and the man in front of her was the first. Just when she was a bit frustrated, a thick male voice suddenly came from outside. Yan Yan, where are you? Daddy is here to pick you up. Ai Yan Yan immediately heard that it was her father's voice, and hurriedly got up and opened the door to her room, ran out. Dad, I'm here. Lu Ming also followed him out without slowing down. Just as he left the room, he saw a majestic middle-aged man with a dozen bodyguards behind him. This man was the head of the Ai family, Ai Honghu. When Ai Yan Yan saw her father, she immediately hugged him. Ai Honghu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ai Yan Yan was not injured. My good daughter. Daddy was wrong. Daddy didn't protect you. Oh! Ai Yan Yan finally couldn't help but cry out. His daughter's encounter and cries made Ai Honghu very self-condemning. Although the Ai family was powerful, there were also many enemies. Otherwise his own daughter wouldn't have had this happen today. Daughter, what is the situation at night? You tell Dad carefully. After calming Ai Yan Yan down and calming down, Ai Honghui began to trace back the situation tonight. He had been dashing around outside when he was contacted to receive many phone calls. One by one, they all said that his daughter, Ai Yan Yan, had suffered an assassination. The other party had also used firearms. His own daughter also fell downstairs, currently unknown. Although these words are a tiger's head, but the matter of their own precious daughter. He did not dare to take it lightly, and immediately gave his daughter a phone call. But there has been no answer. Frightened, he hurriedly took his men and horses straight to Qingping village. Luckily, just as he arrived at the village, he received a call from Ni Yen Yen, giving him an address to come over. Facing Ni Honghu's inquiry, Ni Yen Yen originally wanted to talk about tonight's experience once again. But as soon as she remembered what had just happened, a heart beat violently and her chest was so stuffy that it was hard to breathe. The mind also became less lucid, clearly having some after effects of what had just happened. Seeing this, Lu Ming stood out and took the initiative to speak. "Uncle, I see that Ms. Ni is not in a good state, so why don't you let me say it for you to hear?" Only after Lu Ming opened his mouth did Ni Honghu notice that there was another person like Lu Ming. Just now, he was too worried about his own baby daughter, and only focused on his own daughter, not caring about anyone else at all. "Who are you?" Ni Honghu's tone and eyes carried a wary attitude. Ni Yen Yen also heard it and hurriedly defended. "Dad, it was him who saved me tonight. His name is Lu Ming." Only after hearing Ni Yen Yan's words did Ni Honghui drop his guard, turning his eyes to rise with gratitude. Lu Ming also described the night situation to Ni Honghui one by one. Although it was just a few words, Ni Honghu was able to draw from it. But Ni Honghu could also hear the thrill of the night. In this time alone, this Lu Ming's young man has saved his own baby daughter a few times. First, he pulled his daughter up from the building, and then jumped down with her to avoid the gunshot. The back also dodged several waves of killers. Anyone else could not have done better than him. After listening to Lu Ming's description, Ni Honghu was also weeping with gratitude to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you tonight, it would have been." Ni Honghu's words spoke for themselves. If it wasn't for Lu Ming saving him a few times, he would have only seen a corpse of his daughter tonight. "Yes, thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise I really couldn't run away." Ni Yen Yen also heard his father's words, and heavily concurred. What happened tonight, until now she is still a little shocked. When the fall and when being shot, that feeling of imminent death, once she recalled, her heart jumped. After making things clear, Lu Ming also opened his mouth to say goodbye. "Since you're all here, uncle, I'll be leaving first." Hearing that Lu Ming was about to leave, Ni Yen Yen immediately shouted, "Lu Ming, don't go." But then reacted, her own words were a bit ambiguous. It also hurriedly added an explanation. "I mean, I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life. You can't just leave." A show of hands. "Ms. Ni doesn't need to thank me, recuperate well." Lu Ming directly rejected Ni Yen Yen, because he knew that even if he refused, the other party would never be able to just leave it at that. It would still repay this life-saving favor. In this way, he would still be able to land a better impression of himself. Moreover, although he was saving Ni Yen Yan's life, what he wanted was the favor of Ni Honghu, the head of the Ni family. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he also turned around and left. Ni Yen Yen had wanted to follow, but was stopped by Ni Honghui. "Daughter, I'll go see Lu Ming off, don't worry. I'll repay him properly." He then followed in Lu Ming's footsteps. "Wait!" Hearing Ni Honghu's voice coming from behind, Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He guessed it would be like this, but when he turned around he had changed to a face of innocence. "What's wrong, uncle?" Chapter 117. The Ni Sisters. Ni Honghu first came to Lu Ming's side with great strides and slapped his hand heavily on Lu Ming's shoulder. "Good boy." Ni Honghu scrutinized Lu Ming up and down. Looking at his appearance of talent, he said with satisfaction, "You are Yen Yan's savior, which means you are our Ni family's benefactor." Ni Honghu, as the head of the Ni family, personally said these words. Lu Ming knew that tonight was a sure thing. The purpose he wanted had been achieved. Lu Ming was just about to say something to show his appreciation, but Ni Honghu took the lead. "Lu Ming, are you a local from Seaside?" Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he nodded. "Yes." "Then you should have heard of the Seaside Ni family, right?" Lu Ming responded truthfully. "I heard my grandparents say something about it when I was a child." After hearing this, Ni Honghu smiled and took a business card and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and took a look. There was only a simple name and phone number on the card. No other fancy stuff. Ni Honghu patted Lu Ming's shoulder again and said with satisfaction, "I like you a lot. In this situation today, you actually managed to save Yen Yen without any hesitation. Even when you were under pursuit, you didn't give up on her." Eh? I didn't think too much about it. It was just instinct. Hearing Lu Ming say that, and I Hong Hu smiled even more happily. What a good instinct. No matter what, it's an indisputable fact that you saved Yen Yen anyway. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to come to me. You're probably still young and don't know the energy of our Anai family yet. Without blowing the whistle, as long as you don't break the law, I, Anai Hong Hu, will make sure that you walk horizontally throughout Seaside City. Lu Ming at this time, although his heart was elated, he still maintained a humble appearance on the surface. Okay, thank you, uncle. Then I will take my leave first. To be able to make Anai Hong Hu put out such words, it was not in vain for him to have these encounters tonight, although there were no substantial rewards and guarantees. However, Anai Hong Hu was a person of honor at the waterfront. What he said can also be said to be a word of honor. There is absolutely no need to lie to himself. If he really lied to himself and this matter was spread out, then the Anai family's hard-earned reputation would have to be stigmatized. The purpose of this trip was accomplished. Lu Ming also left. On the other hand, Anai Yen Yen. After Lu Ming left, the mood is very low. After Anai Hong Hu came back, he thought she was still afraid of what happened at night, and hurriedly brought people to send his precious daughter back home, and strengthened the guard force at home. After listening to Lu Ming's description, he himself had some analysis. Since those killers dared to forcefully chase after them even though they had already been exposed with one hit, that meant that they were not at all afraid of other people calling the police, quite a bit of the meaning of a dead soldier who would not stop until he accomplished his goal. So this time the assassination operation had failed, and there would most likely be a next time. These people were incapable of killing him, so they targeted his loved ones. This was what made Anai Hong Hu the most furious. He would rather the person who died be himself than see his precious daughter suffer. So after bringing Anai Yen Yen back, the first thing he did was to strengthen the guards for his loved ones by several times. At the same time, he cooperated with the relevant departments to track down the murderer behind the scenes. Night. Anai Yen Yen was lying on her own big bed, unable to sleep. Lu Ming's face kept surfacing in her mind, preventing her from resting. Ah, what's wrong with me? After the events of the night, Anai Yen Yen was clearly exhausted and mentally drained, but just when she couldn't sleep all the time. As soon as she closed her eyes, she unconsciously thought of Lu Ming. The feeling of thrill and fear at night had disappeared, and there was only that warm feeling when she was in Lu Ming's arms. Anai Yen Yen began to miss Lu Ming's embrace. Thinking about it, her face began to redden and burn. The heartbeat also beat faster and faster. Could it be that I like Lu Ming? Just as this thought surfaced in Anai Yen Yen's mind, her entire body rolled on the bed in shame. It was the first time she liked a man. And so, Anai Yen Yen thought about Lu Ming for a night like this, unable to sleep. By the time dawn came, Anai Yen Yen seemed to think of something. No, I just know that his name is Lu Ming, and I don't even have a contact information. Anai Yen Yen reacted at this time. She had been in this unrequited love for a night, and as a result, she only knew what the person's parents looked like and what his name was. The rest was all unknown. This can't be done. Since she likes people, she definitely needs to know some information. So, Anai Yen Yen hurriedly utilized the energy of her family. Let them use the fastest time to gather some information about Lu Ming. After ordering things down, Anai Yen Yen couldn't wait to see the rest of Lu Ming's information. Playing with her cell phone all the time, she waited for the information to be reported. But the waiting was just too boring. At this time, Anai Yen Yen just happened to see a pink avatar lit up. It was her younger sister, Anai Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I seem to have a favorite. Anai Yen Yen dryly edited a message and sent it over. Anai Yen Yen and Anai Xiao Xiao, as biological sisters, had always had a very good relationship, and although due to Anai Xiao Xiao going to school in Magic City, they would confide in each other about many things with each other. And Anai Xiao Xiao on the other side. After hearing the cell phone ring, he thought it was from his wife. Opened the cell phone happily. As a result, at first glance, it was actually from his own sister, Anai Yen Yen. And it still said that she had a favorite. Seeing this message, Anai Xiao Xiao was really shocked. These two sisters of theirs had always been uninterested in men. She, Anai Xiao Xiao, was because she liked pretty girls. It was still possible to taste the sweetness of love. But his sister Anai Yen Yen could be an iron tree. Although she is very pretty and has a lot of friends, she has never had anyone who could make her heart flutter when it comes to relationships. Now actually the iron tree blossomed. It was the first time she heard her sister say such words. So Ai Xiao didn't dawdle. She directly made a video call over to Ai Yen.
Sis,
Why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? How long has it been since you've slept? Ai Xiao was shocked as soon as she saw her sister. This look, which looks like the look of having a favorite person, instead it looks like she has been dumped and stayed up all night. I'm fine. Being asked by Ai Xiao so. Ai Yen, where is the good sense to say that she thought about a man all night last night, couldn't sleep, she don't want face, Good thing Ai Xiao didn't pursue the matter. She was more interested in the man her sister had fallen for. Sis, hurry up and tell me about that man of yours. She couldn't wait to know what kind of man it was that could win her sister's heart. Facing Ai Xiao's inquiry, Ai Yen thought for a moment. Well, he's very handsome. Chapter 118, Boldly Pursuing Love. After hearing Ai Yen's answer, Ai Xiao skimmed her mouth in disgust. For someone like her who had no good feelings towards the opposite sex, she didn't think men were handsome. All men are stinky men. Only sisters were of the fragrant, soft, and handsome variety to be worthy of these positive words. But seeing as it was her sister's favorite person, she didn't say anything more, just continued to ask, how long have you guys known each other? How did you meet? Ai Xiao asked this to the point, causing Ai Yen to be a little embarrassed. After stammering for half a day, I met last night. To be precise, it's less than 12 hours since I met. The confiding object was her own sister. Ai Yen finally said it truthfully. But Ai Yen could be so shocked that her jaw dropped when she heard this. Ha! Sis, you're not kidding, right? Ai Xiao couldn't imagine how her sister, who had been lonely and proud for more than 20 years, could fall in love with someone overnight. What kind of god was it that could actually make his sister fall in love with him? She really can't imagine. Seeing Ai Xiao being stunned for a long time, she didn't say anything. Ai Yen hurriedly added her explanation. He's my savior. This time Ai Xiao wanted to know more about what exactly happened to her sister last night. How did she still save her life? Something happened?
sis,
What happened last night? Did you have an accident? No wonder you don't look so good. Ai Xiao's tone is a bit anxious. Of course she's worried when her own sister is in danger. Hearing this, Ai Yen was silent for a moment. It was then that she heard that her own sister still didn't know what happened last night, probably because her father didn't want her to worry and didn't tell her in detail. Dad should have beefed up the guard force around you, right? Ai Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. She did have noticed that the secret bodyguards around her had increased quite a bit. It's like this. In the end, Ai Yen still told Ai Xiao what happened last night. She felt that since it was all said and done, she might as well make it clear to her sister if any of the enemies shifted their target of attack to her side. After knowing what happened to her, her sister would usually be a bit more vigilant, and in this way she would also be safer. Sister, are you all right? Did it hurt anywhere? No wonder the bodyguards around me suddenly became more numerous today. After hearing Ai Yen recount the events of last night, Ai Xiao directly exclaimed in shock. She didn't expect something so dangerous to actually happen last night. Once something bad happened, it was very likely that she would never see her sister again. Thinking of this, Ai Xiao was also very afraid in her heart. Luckily, her own sister was blessed with a strong life and was not in any serious trouble. Xiao, don't worry, I'm fine. Ai Yen pacified Ai Xiao for a long time before letting her put her heart down. Otherwise, Ai Xiao would have wanted to just take a vacation to rush over and visit her. So it's because the hero saved the beauty? This kind of thing only happens in TV dramas, right? The topic was finally back on track again. Ai Xiao became even more curious about the man her sister had fallen for. He had pulled his sister down when she accidentally fell from a building, and then let him down from the 3rd floor when he was shot at, before continuing to evade the pursuit. Not only did he protect his sister unharmed, but he himself was also safe and sound. There was no way Ai Xiao would believe this kind of thing if someone else said it. How could there be such a person? But these words were spoken by Ai Yen, and they were indeed things she had experienced last night. That's why Ai Xiao believed it. But Ai Xiao thought back. His own sister, Ai Yen, was just now recounting the thrilling events she had experienced last night. The look and tone of voice didn't carry fear at all. Instead, a few words like handsome, warm, and security popped up from time to time, and then she unconsciously smiled, as if she was bubbling with pink. It's not like he's talking about a life and death crisis at all. Miserable. Miserable. What miserable? And I Yen Yen was puzzled. Sister, you've fallen in love. And I Xiao Xiao couldn't help but cover her face as she looked at her sister in this state. Ah? Really? And I Yen Yen asked uncertainly. For the first time in her life, she looked like this. And I Xiao Xiao immediately transformed into a relationship expert and started analyzing. That's for sure. I can see it all. Sister, go find a mirror and see what kind of smile you have now. Does it make your face blush and your heart beat sweetly when you think of that person? After listening to Anai Xiao Xiao's analysis, Anai Yen Yen thought about it thoughtfully for a while, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. But you don't have relationship experience either? How do you know all this? It suddenly occurred to Anai Yen Yen that her sister had never been in love either. But why did she seem to know so much about it? I. Being asked by Anai Yen Yen, Anai Xiao Xiao instantly panicked. Although she had been in love and even had a wife, but she was in this situation she didn't dare to tell her family. Even if it was his dear sister. Fortunately, the quick-witted her hurriedly found an excuse. Haven't eaten pork yet, haven't seen a pig run. Novels and TV dramas are all like this. Oh. And I Yen Yen didn't think too much about it. She was now all about Lu Ming in her heart and didn't have the heart to think about anything else. Since her own sister was more experienced in this area, and I Yen Yen intended to ask her for advice. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth and asked, "But I have a problem now, that is, I don't know what to do. I only know his name, I don't know anything else. I don't even have contact information. Also, the most important thing is that I don't know if he will like me." And I Xiao Xiao immediately shot up when she heard this. Sister, you are so pretty. How could anyone not like you? None of what you said is a problem. If you don't know what the name is, go find out. Go after it if you find out. Go after it boldly. And I Xiao Xiao transformed into a dog-headed military advisor and began to encourage Anai Yen Yen to boldly pursue her love. When it comes to boldly pursuing love, she has the most say. After all, she was the one who was bold enough to take the initiative to hit on the campus goddess Lin Ruan, and then took the initiative to confess. This is the only way to take down the high cool goddess in the eyes of countless people. She is now in love with her wife. This can make her proud of bad. Just she cannot say but at this moment, she had a completely smug look on her face. Encouraged by Anai Xiao Xiao so much, Anai Yen Yen also had a little thought. Yes, with her kind of looks, figure, and family history, a man with her is simply a man with two fortunes, not to mention struggling for 20 years less. Even if he doesn't struggle for the rest of his life, it's not a problem. There are men who can refuse this kind of temptation. At this moment, Anai Yen Yen is full of confidence and motivation inside, just waiting to launch the love-chasing attack. Chapter 119 Ball Pumping and Encouraging. Just when Anai Yen Yen and Anai Xiao Xiao were still exchanging experiences, Anai Yen Yen's cell phone suddenly rang. After tapping it to view it, it was Lu Ming's profile. Anai Yen Yen's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to open the file. Name Lu Ming. Age 24. Anai Yen Yen looked at the information item on the profile very carefully and seriously, memorizing it in her mind. But when she saw the next item, Anai Yen Yen completely froze, her face very ugly. Simply because, married or not married, the information actually said married. Lu Ming. This man he had fallen in love with. Surprisingly, he was already married? He's still so young. How did he get married? Anai Yen Yen never thought that this situation would occur. At this time, she had no idea what to do. Lu Ming was married, so she just gave up? But when she thought of last night's events, and Lu Ming's face, she was not willing to do it. At this time, Anai Xiao Xiao on the other side of the video saw that Anai Yen Yen didn't say anything for a long time, and her face was also very ugly. Couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Him. Anai Yen Yen stammered, "Really don't know what to say." Let her give up, she was not willing. But if she didn't give up, wouldn't she become one of those bad women? So she didn't know what to say. If her sister heard it and told her to give up, what should she do? If her sister knew that she still had those kinds of thoughts, would she think she was bad? Sis, did something bad happen again? Quickly say I'm in a hurry. Seeing her sister keep stuttering, Anai Xiao Xiao was really anxious. And Anai Yen Yen, being pushed so hard by her, had no choice but to say with a clench of her teeth,
No.
"I just read the message. The man I like, he Got married. After an Yen finished speaking, her entire body drooped like an eggplant hit by frost. This really worried her to death. The first time she fell in love with a man, she didn't have much experience in the first place, and she also encountered this problem of the century. Ah? He's married. And Xiao on the other end of the phone was also shocked when she heard it. Eh? Even she, who prided herself on being experienced in relationships, didn't know what to do for a moment, what to say to comfort her sister. The two fell into a small bout of silence. And Xiao looked at her own sister so sad in the video, and her own heart didn't feel good either. It was not easy for her sister to fall in love with someone, and after missing this one, she did not know if there would be another one. She also liked that her sister could find someone she liked, and that the two of them truly loved each other, sweetly, since the other person was already married. Then her own sister is nothing more than giving up or continuing. Thinking about this, and Xiao spoke out, "Sister, do you really like that person?" "Yes."
Ni yan nadid seriously.
"Then are you willing to let you give up? Can you forget that man?" "Not willingly, can't." Hearing an Yen answer like this, and Xiao had a clue in her heart. Since this was the case, and her sister couldn't give up, she could only continue to chase after that man. "Sister." And Xiao raised her volume, trying to get an Yen's spirits up. "Since you like him so much, then snatch him up. These days, there are tons of people who get married and divorced." These words directly made the listless Yen's heart tremble. Really? Is it really possible? To be honest, she was actually unwilling to give up just like that in her heart. But vaguely, she felt that it wasn't good to pursue a married man. "Of course it's okay. No problem." And Xiao continued to fan the flames. Although she also knew that it wasn't good for her to encourage her sister so much, she gave up for the sake of her sister's happiness. As for success or not, she didn't think about it. How could she fail as a woman of the Anai family? "Sister, think about it. He got married at such a young age. He must not have thought it through before. Maybe he's not living as well as he'd like now that he's married. He might be fighting with his wife all day long over trivial matters. In that case, it's still for their own good if you snatch him over." Hearing this, and Yen unconsciously nodded her head, feeling that what her sister said had some truth to it. Lu Ming must not have thought it through properly before he got married. It should have been an impulsive marriage, otherwise how could he have gotten married so early? But could she really succeed in being with Lu Ming? And Xiao seemed to be able to see her sister's misgivings and felt that if she was in love, her brain wouldn't work too well. How could any man possibly be able to reject her sister? Or the kind that took the initiative to come to her door?
Sis.
Be confident, you're so pretty looking. What man wouldn't like a beautiful woman? Think about it. Since you were a child, how many people have chased you? When an Yen heard that, it was indeed like this. Thinking about her own figure and appearance is not bad. Her family also has money. From a young age, there are countless men chasing after her. Only she can't see it. Maybe, the last time we met, Lu Ming was fascinated by himself. Thinking of this, an Yen regained her confidence. In this way, in an Xiao's constant encouragement and an Yen's self-brainwashing, an Yen basically made up her mind. Even if Lu Ming got married, she wouldn't give up. If she didn't try, she really wasn't willing to. "Don't worry, sis. Sister, I'll fully support you from behind." The two sisters chatted like this for a long time more. And the leading man in their mouths, Lu Ming. After saying goodbye to an Honghu in the evening, Lu Ming returned to the hotel and comfortably fell asleep holding Lin Ruan. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Ruan woke him up. "Wife, it's still early. Sleep a little longer." Lu Ming looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock, so he could sleep a little more. After all, their honeymoon was for comfort, not only to have fun but also to eat well and sleep well. There was absolutely no need to crawl out of bed early in order to catch up with the schedule. But it seemed like Lin Ruan had completely lost her sleepiness at this point. "Hubby, I can't sleep. I had a dream last night." "What dream?" Lu Ming yawned and took Lin Ruan into his arms. "I dreamt that you were hugging a girl." Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh at this. His wife was actually jealous because she dreamt that he was with a woman. This little jealously. However, Lu Ming still hurriedly pacified. "Reality and dreams are opposite. I have such a beautiful wife like you. How could I look at other rouges?" Lin Ruan was completely defenseless against Lu Ming's sweet words. She immediately burst into laughter after hearing it. Just know how to coax me. Immediately afterward, she added, I'm not jealous. I'm worried about you. What do you mean? Lu Ming was a bit confused. I dreamt that a woman was in danger. Then husband, you saved her. Lin Ruan's words directly woke up the confused Lu Ming. Chapter 120. Mom, you don't love me anymore. The dream that Lin Ruan mentioned, wasn't it that he saved an Yen last night? In order to confirm, Lu Ming hurriedly asked after him. And then, there were gunshots. So confusing. Hubby, you jumped down with that girl in your arms, but there were still people chasing you. So I was worried if you were hurt. After listening to Lin Ruan's description of the dream, Lu Ming was completely awake. The dream she had last night was indeed the entire process of him saving an Yen last night without a doubt. But how could Lin Ruan dream about it? And the whole process was exactly the same, even some of the details matched. It was as if she had experienced it as well. This was simply too unbelievable. Could it be that their couple's minds were connected? Hubby, it was so dangerous at that time. There were jumps and gunshots. I was terrified when I saw it in my dream. Lin Ruan hugged Lu Ming and said with a worried face. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to tell her that all of this in her dream was really happening and hurriedly comforted her. It's okay. It's just a dream. I'm fine here. If you don't believe me, come and check the goods. Saying this, Lu Ming took Lin Ruan's hand. Are you hungry? Aha! Lu Ming and Lin Ruan snuggled up to each other. Want to eat something? I'll have the hotel send it over. Lin Ruan lowered her head and pondered for a while. Not much of an appetite, husband, you make the call. Good. Since Lin Ruan didn't have much of an appetite, Lu Ming ordered some porridge or something that was easy to eat. After a while, the hotel personnel sent over the millet porridge and snacks and stuff that Lu Ming had ordered. Only then did the two of them slowly get up from the bed, wash and rinse to start the meal. Hubby, this congee is not as good as the one you made. Lin Ruan commented after eating a piece of the hotel's millet porridge. Is it? I'll try it. Lu Ming also took a sip. Ordinary level, the level outside was usually like this. Couldn't be said to be difficult to eat, but compared to his own cooking skills, it was definitely far worse. Lin Ruan was usually used to the flavors he cooked. Eating these poor ones naturally made the difference obvious. Then don't eat it, or I'll go to the back kitchen of the hotel later to get you something to eat. Lu Ming was doting on Lin Ruan. If she couldn't eat, he planned to do it himself. No, it's still edible. I don't want to make you cook congee while we're on our honeymoon. Besides, we have to go to the next stop later, so let's not waste time. Lin Ruan quickly refused. Seeing Lin Ruan say this, Lu Ming also had no choice but to drop this intention. After the two finished eating, they cuddled on the sofa for a while. Not knowing what time it was, Lu Ming leisurely vocalized. Wife, get up. Let's pack up and go to the second stop of the honeymoon trip. Magic City. The second stop of Lu Ming Lin Ruan's honeymoon trip. Inside Disneyland. Hubby, let's go take a picture with them. Lin Ruan was very happy looking at the dolls walking around inside, pulling up Lu Ming's hand and walking over. With the help of passers-by, they took many group photos with dolls of various forms. During this time, one doll even signaled that it wanted to have a hug with Lin Ruan after taking the photos. It was immediately banished by Lu Ming. Good fellow. Don't think you can be like this just because you're a doll. Even with this thick layer of doll clothes, Lu Ming didn't agree to his wife being hugged. After expelling that doll, Lin Ruan even joked, yeah, hubby is jealous. Yeah, if he dares to hug you, I will definitely beat him up. Lin Ruan couldn't help but snort a laugh at Lu Ming's jealous look. Hubby, you're too cute like this. It was the first time she had ever seen a jealous Lu Ming, and her heart was melting just looking at him. But she was also quick to comfort Lu Ming. Hubby, I definitely won't give her a hug. He's dreaming. Only my husband. You can hug me. After Lin Ruan said this, Lu Ming finally laughed out. Coming to the amusement park, the two of them seemed to have turned into children, so childish and happy. Did you have fun today? Lu Ming asked. Happy ah. Speaking of which, this is still my first time coming to an amusement park. The tone of Lin Ruan's voice suddenly became a bit low. Lu Ming was surprised. Lin Ruan actually came to an amusement park for the first time. No wonder she was so happy today, full of curiosity and desire to explore everything. Lu Ming turned his head and thought about it, and he probably understood why. But Lin Ruan had also already said it. You know about the things when I was a child, so naturally I didn't have the means to come to the amusement park. Growing up there are also conditions, but at that time has been a person. Come is not interesting. Lu Ming took the downcast Lin Ruan into his arms and softly soothed. In the future, as long as you want to come, I will always accompany you. You are not alone now, oh. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Ruan also smiled anew. Aha! Immediately after that, the two of them played many more items at the amusement park. To make up for Lin Ruan's childhood regrets one by one, as long as she wanted to play, and then exciting Lu Ming also matched her to play all over. Even Lu Ming originally did not like the roller coaster, hammer, jumper, etc. also give up their lives to accompany the gentleman. Although Lin Ruan is also down enough, but cannot resist her and vegetables and love to play every time down, although the mouth said scary, after a while and pull on Lu Ming went to the next exciting project. And they also have the ability to money. When you see your favorite peripheral products, you will take them all. In the end, the shopping cart was filled with a bunch of things, making the other kids in the store envious. And Lin Ruan was also like a little kid, seeing the envious gazes of the little kids after detailing majestically. Without realizing it, time had come to the evening. After playing all day, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were both a bit tired. We've come to Magic City. Shouldn't we go and meet our daughter? Lu Ming suddenly suggested. Yes, oh. Being said so by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan only remembered that she had a daughter in Magic City. It just so happens that it's time for dinner, so let's ask her to come along. So Lin Ruan immediately called Lin Ruan over. Your father and I are in Magic City right now. Lin Ruan, who received Lin Ruan's call, was very surprised. She had only returned to school not long ago. Her mom actually came to see her. It seems like mom still loves me. Then let me take you guys out for dinner tonight. I'll take a vacation to accompany you guys out. Lin Ruan was very happy and helped Lin Ruan plan the following trip. No need, Magic City, your father and I are done playing. We're getting ready to go to the third stop of our honeymoon trip. Let's have dinner together in the evening, and you can bring your roommate friends along too. Lin Ruan was instantly struck by Lin Ruan's words. Her own mother wasn't specifically coming to see her. Rather, she was on her honeymoon, or had already finished playing in Magic City and was ready to leave before calling herself. Mom, you don't love me anymore. Chapter 121. Senior Lu, your father? What's worse? Mom even had to ask her to bring all her roommate friends. How can this work? Although she now accepted that her mom and Lu Ming were together, eating with them was naturally fine. But to let her roommate friends meet Lu Ming, that was not acceptable in any way. One must know that they knew Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming used to be a very famous senior in school. Many girls would specifically run to see this campus boy god. Now, with the addition of that incident where Lu Ming became famous online, her roommates had an even deeper impression of Lu Ming. Last time, they were all very curious and came to ask for some news about Lu Ming. Although she didn't want to mention Lu Ming as a person, she was outnumbered and ended up telling them some news. If she let them see Lu Ming, then the fact that Lu Ming was her father would be exposed. So she absolutely couldn't let that happen. The fact that Lu Ming was her nominal father couldn't be known to anyone. Otherwise, she would really have to die of shame. Lin Ruan on the phone called out when she saw that Lin Ruan hadn't replied for a long time. Why don't you say anything? Where are you guys? Oh, I'm in. Lin Ruan came back to her senses and said in a panic, Mom, my roommate and the others have all gone out. It's just me going over there by myself. I'll bring them to introduce you to them later when I have the chance. All right, then come over quickly. I'm sharing the spot with you. Lin Ruan said with slight regret. She used to be too busy with her work to come over to Magic City to see Lin Ruan, so she didn't know her roommates either. She had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get to know them as well. Okay, I'll be right over. That's it. I'll hang up first, haha. After saying that, Lin Ruan hung up the phone. It's all because of that Lu Ming. It's all his fault. Lin Ruan muttered as she changed her clothes and hurriedly went out. Tan's private restaurant. Lin Ruan watched with a dissatisfied face as Lin Ruan and Lu Ming were in love. It made her feel like she wasn't here to eat but to eat dog food. Daughter, how have you been doing lately? Talk to daddy if you encounter any difficulties. Lu Ming asked and answered with a concerned face. If one simply listened to the tone without looking at the face, one would really think that it was an old father caring about his own daughter. But Lin Ruan was the one sitting opposite Lu Ming. His handsome face was clear to see. Although it is concerned about the words, but she looked at that handsome face as too much out of the drama, only to feel that Lu Ming is really intentionally take advantage of her, play her. Lin Ruan was so angry that she almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. But now, even if she was no longer upset, she could only endure it. The good thing was that, after experiencing so many things before, her patience in this area could be said to have skyrocketed. At this time, Lin Ruan was even more thankful that she was sober and didn't bring her roommate. Otherwise, if her roommate saw this, she would really be disgraced. Just as Lin Ruan was complaining, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lin Ruan was so frightened that she shrank, her head buried deeply down, then incautiously scouted around. Luckily, she didn't see any familiar figure, and only then did she send out a sigh of relief and resumed her normal sitting position. Must have been too nervous and misheard. There are so many restaurants in Magic City. How could they just happen to bump into them? Lin Ruan frantically comforted herself in her mind. But just as Lin Ruan finished comforting herself, a girl wearing a white t-shirt, jean shorts, and carrying a cool crossbody bag suddenly appeared behind Lin Ruan. It's really you. You. Lin Ruan exclaimed as she turned around. Her roommate Chuyu. How could she not expect to run into her at this time and place? Lin Ruan's heart instantly seized up. She did know Lu Ming. What to do now? Must find a way to muddle through. Can't let you know. At this moment, Lin Ruan set off a brainstorm. This is... Lin Ruan saw a girl come to strike up a conversation with her daughter. She should look like she knew her, so she opened her mouth to ask. Before Lin Ruan could speak, Chuyu introduced herself first. Hello guys. I'm Yin's roommate, Chuyu. After hearing Chuyu's introduction, Lin Ruan was very happy. Originally, she had regretted that her daughter's roommates did not come along, but it turned out that she actually bumped into them here. Hello Yu. I am Yin's mom. Lin Ruan had just finished introducing herself. Chuyu was astonished. Auntie Lin? You look so young and pretty. I thought you were Yin's sister. This skin of yours is even better than ours, white and shiny, Chuyu said pompously. Hearing Chuyu's compliments, Lin Ruan was very happy. Women all liked it when others complimented her for being young and beautiful, and she was no exception. How can I compare to you youngsters? Auntie, what I said is true. What products do you usually use? Can you recommend some? Look at me. My skin is almost hopeless, Chuyu asked very honestly. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, froze. She was originally born with natural beauty and rarely used skincare products. But with the moisturizing of love, her skin was indeed even better than before. But this wasn't something that could be said. Well, Auntie's company has a newly developed facial mask that is very effective. Next time, Auntie will have Inin bring it to you, haha. Lin Ruan hurriedly thought of a reason to cope. A new face mask. Thank you, Auntie. After Chuyu thanked her, she placed her gaze on the man beside Lin Ruan. She had just now been feeling that this man looked familiar, but couldn't always recall it. During the time she had been communicating with Lin Ruan, she had also been reminiscing. Finally, Lu, Senior. You recognize me? Lin Ruan wanted to quickly indicate that no. She was the one who recognized the wrong person when she heard Chuyu ask out loud. But obviously she was not as fast as Lu Ming. Lu Ming had already admitted it right away. At this moment, Lin Ruan's little face wrinkled into a ball. It's over. Inin, you're even eating with Senior Lu. And you didn't bring us along either. So not enough. We were asking you for news about Senior Lu last time. After Lu Ming was on the hot search last time, Lin Ruan's roommates all asked him for news about Lu Ming. After all, they knew that Lin Ruan used to have a good relationship with Lu Ming. Lin Ruan only felt a splitting headache. She really didn't know how to make it up. If I say that I'm just like you, I just came to pass by for dinner and then saw Senior Lu. So I just sat down to chat for a while. Do you believe it? Lin Ruan gave Chuyu a smiley face in an attempt to be cute and get by. But just at that moment, Lu Ming snapped. Inin, how about calling Senior Lu like that? I'm your father. My good daughter. Chapter 122. Daddy, call money. Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruan immediately couldn't help but cover her face. Her back-slotted teeth clenched with an annoyed look. She knew Lu Ming wouldn't let her off the hook and directly demolished her excuse on the spot. On the other hand, Chuyu on the side was directly flabbergasted, her mind unable to turn a corner for a moment. What kind of words was Senior Lu saying? Joking? But with such an excessive joke, Yin must not be furious? But as she turned her head, she saw that Lin Ruan was indeed angry but looked as if she dared not say anything. Then she looked at Lin Ruan, who didn't react in the slightest, as if Lu Ming's words were just stating a fact. At this moment, Chu Yu came to an epiphany, greatly enlightened, thinking about the last time Lin Ruan had said in the dormitory that she had found her a father about his age. At that time, they even comforted Lin Ruan for a long time. Coupled with the fact that when Lu Ming became famous online, they all gossiped with Lin Ruan about Lu Ming's past, and Lin Ruan's reaction at that time just didn't seem quite right now, combined with the fact that senior Lu Ming was already married. Then there was only one truth. It was that Lu Ming's marriage partner was Lin Ruan's mother. Senior Lu Ming had really become Lin Ruan's father, after arriving at the conclusion in her mind. Chu Yu even felt that this matter was a bit unbelievable. Although she was very confident that the conclusion she deduced was correct, she still couldn't help but ask, Senior Lu Ming is really your father? Lin Ruan. Lin Ruan had nothing to say, nor did she have the face to say it. She just covered her face and lowered her head, like an ostrich buried in the sand. Seeing that Lin Ruan didn't respond, Chu Yu took it as her default, hurrying to add a greeting. Hello, uncle. This cry from Chu Yu was simply a blitzkrieg, causing double damage in Lin Ruan's heart. Hello, hello, hello. Lu Ming responded very happily. Ah. Don't be polite. Sit down and eat together. Lin Ruan opened her mouth at this time to retain Chu Yu. Lin Ruan's heart was even more frantic after hearing that. If Chu Yu stayed here, she was afraid that she wouldn't even need to lift her head up for this meal. Fortunately, Chu Yu was still more understanding. Seeing Lin Ruan like this, she hurriedly said, No, thank you uncle and aunt. I came with my friends, sorry. There will be a chance to be together in the future. Good. It's a deal, haha. The shock in Chu Yu's heart at this time was as raging and violent as a volcano erupting. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have simply jumped straight to her feet. Enduring the shock in her heart, Chu Yu said goodbye to the crowd and left. Uncle and auntie, and I'm leaving now, haha. You guys take your time to eat. After Chu Yu left with big strides, he immediately took out his cell phone and typed and sent. Lin Ruan, Senior Lu Ming is actually your father. And after Lin Ruan received the message, she also immediately pleaded for mercy. Yu, my good Yu, I beg you to never tell anyone else about Lu Ming being my father. Lin Ruan hoped that this matter could be limited to Chu Yu alone knowing about it. But the news Chu Yu returned quickly shattered her illusions. Don't even think about that. I'll be waiting for you to come back for the general meeting tonight. Alas! Lin Ruan sighed deeply. She knew it would be like this, and she instantly felt like she didn't have any appetite left. She especially couldn't eat when she looked at Lu Ming and Lin Ruan as they were in love with each other. Why don't you eat? This store tastes pretty good. Eat more. Lin Ruan saw that Lin Ruan hadn't moved her chopsticks and kept caring for her to eat more. Well, I'll eat it. Lin Ruan picked up her chopsticks and casually picked up a bit and ate it. However, everything she ate now tasted like wax, and all she could think about was what kind of torture she would be subjected to when she went back to the dormitory at night. Thinking of the dormitory that a group of gossip women around their own chattering appearance, Lin Ruan shuddered. Usually they are gathered around a group of gossip about others. Did not expect. Tonight she will be the center of the gossip protagonist. Why was she reduced to this? It was all that Lu Ming's fault. After a while, Lin Ruan really couldn't stay any longer. Getting up, she said, Mom, I'm full. Going back first. All right, then be careful on your way. Lin Ruan nodded and answered and left. Not long after, Lu Ming felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. Opening it, he took a look. It was a friend ad message. Looking at the avatar, it was Lin Ruan's. Lu Ming thought about it and directly passed her friend request. Last time, Lin Ruan had also sent him a friend request, but at that time she was trying to get back to Lin Ruan, so he rejected it. Now, Lu Ming had little reason to reject her. After adding his friend, Lu Ming immediately added a note to Lin Ruan. Good daughter. At this time, the cell phone shook again. Transfer some money to me.
No.
Lu Ming refused Lin Ruan outright in a dry, simple, and forceful manner. He had just lost face in front of Lin Ruan's roommate at night, so he had to be vigilant and on guard at this time. Who knew what this good daughter was up to again? And Lin Ruan saw the news of Lu Ming's refusal. She was so aggrieved that she almost cried. If she knew what Lu Ming was thinking, she would have cried out in vain. She just wanted to ask Lu Ming for some money. This man robbed his own mother, and he sold a painting so much money, cannot give themselves some money to spend. She spent all of her $500,000 in living expenses this month. She also thought that she couldn't be angry with Lu Ming without some benefits, right? So she was going to knock Lu Ming's hand. Just when Lin Ruan was angry, Lu Ming sent another message. Call daddy. I can think about it. Hearing this, Lin Ruan couldn't help but curse. Consider it? It's the same old thing again. You won't pay again after calling later. Lin Ruan instantly thought of the last time the USB flash drive was teased by Lu Ming in this way. However, after cursing, she still lowered her posture for the sake of money. She was so aggrieved that she was miserable with Lu Ming. I've spent all my living expenses this month. The next day, not to mention buy clothes to buy bags. I do not have money to eat. I can only go hungry or rub someone else's meal card. Lin Ruan also sent many cute emoticons of crying. You would have no money? You even took me to buy such expensive clothes last time. Lu Ming could still remember the last time Lin Ruan bought him a suit with that ho-hum look. That was my New Year's money that I had saved up for years. So after spending it, I'm now broke. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Call dad. It'll be here soon. Eventually, under the pressure of money. Lin Ruan's heart crossed and she typed and sent it. Dad, don't want the text one. I want the voice one. Lin Ruan frowned when she saw this, but thinking that she had called, it would be even more of a loss to give up now. It was only one step away from successfully getting the money, only to press the voice button. Dad, call the money. Chapter 123, Moss Island. Dad, call the money. Lu Ming listened to the voice sent by Lin Ruan and revealed a satisfied smile. He then operated a few times on his cell phone. Immediately, he called $10 million to Lin Ruan. Seeing the $10 million arrive in her bank card, Lin Ruan was so excited that she jumped straight up. Thank you, Dad. Good father. Hearing the latest voice from Lin Ruan, Lu Mingren didn't know how to feel. Money can make the devil turn. Even this precious daughter of his can be manipulated. And after Lin Ruan, who received the former money, calmed down, she couldn't help but think. It's not bad to have such a father. One dad for $10 million. Thinking like this, Lin Ruan's heart wasn't so hard to bear. Just like that, Lin Ruan returned to the school after leaving the restaurant. But the walk from the school gates to the dormitory took her longer than ever. She knew very well what she would suffer once she returned to the dorm. It dragged on for as long as half an hour. Lin Ruan finally stood in front of the dormitory door. With trepidation, she opened the dormitory door. As soon as the door opened, 3 gazes gathered on her. Her 3 roommates had been staring straight at the dormitory door, just waiting for her to come back. The small table had also been put together and the snacks were ready, just waiting for her big dish. At this moment, Lin Ruan had a strong desire to escape, but her roommates seemed to see her thoughts. With a bang, the 3 rushed up. Some slammed the door shut. Others surrounded her and pulled her. Umbra, you're finally back. Hurry up. The story is on. How did Senior Lu Ming become your father? Yeah. What's the situation, tell us? The scene was in chaos. Countless chirping voices ringing in Lin Ruan's ears. Lin Ruan peeled away from the crowd and said viciously to Chuyu, the originator of this matter. Chuyu, it's all you're doing. I'm sorry, Ain. I admit my mistake. Tell us about it. Chuyu playfully admitted his mistake. Umbreon, you tell me first. After you tell us whether you beat or scold her, we'll all help you get her. Yeah. The other roommates were bursting with gossip and pulled Lin Ruan back. They only wanted to know about Lu Ming now. Lin Ruan had wanted to create a conflict and change the topic, hoping to use this to escape. But now it seemed impossible. She could only collapse into a chair and slumped towards the table. What do you guys want to know? Don't you guys know that you already know that Lu Ming is now my father? The other roommates all looked shocked. Although they had just heard Chuyu describe the scene where she met Lin Ruan's family at the restaurant. But now hearing Lin Ruan say it in person, it was still a different feeling. After a while, the crowd digested the news. Someone began to ask, Cough? How did Senior Lu to be with your mom? With things having come to this, Lin Ruan also directly broke the mold. My mom and Lu Ming met on a blind date. Facing her roommates' questioning, Lin Ruan also told everything she knew. My God, that's even possible? After hearing what Lin Ruan said, the roommates were even more shocked. They didn't expect that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's mom actually met on a blind date. And it was also her mom who took the initiative to tie up Lu Ming to register the marriage. Novels don't dare to write like this. It was simply outrageous. Then you really have to call Mr. Lu Ming as your father? Although the roommates didn't want to ask this too sensitive question, who asked this person to be their Lu Ming senior? They were just too curious about Lu Ming. Lin Ruan nodded her head in a lifeless manner. Seeing this, the other roommate hurriedly comforted. Ruan, actually, Senior Lu Ming is not bad since he is so outstanding. Don't be so mopey. After they heard Lin Ruan speak, they actually felt okay. Even though they had to call a boy of the same age who used to be a friend a father. But this man, in every way, was countless times beyond his peers, and was an excellent person. That wasn't really that unacceptable. Yeah. What you said also makes sense. If it was an ordinary person, then we would think that he is young and not learning and not trying hard enough to have a bad heart. But with Senior Lu Ming's stature and status, he is completely qualified to be your father. Aha. Your mom is worthy of being a female president. Vision is poisonous. At a glance in love with Mr. Lu Ming, and will not stop until the goal is achieved. She took down such a good resource as Mr. Lu Ming. Listening to her roommate's consolation, Lin Ruan couldn't help but nod her head. It had to be said that what her roommate said still had some truth to it. Lu Ming was indeed outstanding. She knew a lot more than her roommates did. Otherwise, how could she have accepted the fact that Lu Ming had become her father when she left Seaside? At the same time, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan in the restaurant had already eaten their fill. Wife, let's go outside for a stroll after we're full. Yes. So the two of them arrived at the famous Magic City Bund. It's so beautiful here. Lin Ruan couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the strange and different buildings of different countries and the beautiful lighting. The next time, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were holding hands and slowly taking a romantic walk on the riverside walkway. It wasn't until it was getting late that they returned to the hotel. While Lin Ruan went to take a shower, Lu Ming made a call to his little secretary, Su Zixin. Hello, Chairman. Any orders? Lu Ming didn't nag and directly ordered. Moss Island, you know it, right? Su Zixin on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned when she heard the name of Moss Island. Of course she knew about Moss Island. The famous tourist mecca, known as the best place to take wedding photos, honeymoon, and so on. The number of people who traveled to the island every year was very high. I know. That island is mine. I'm gonna go over for a vacation tomorrow. You formulate a strategy plan for me, while contacting the people over there to arrange it for me. I'll send you the contact information later. Hearing this, Su Zixin directly froze. She couldn't help but utter. What? Moss Island belongs to you, Chairman. HM? What's wrong? Su Zixin immediately came back to her senses, knowing that she had overreacted just now. Hurrying to suppress her shock, she explained, It's fine, it's fine. I'll take care of it right away. Although she had heard that this famous Moss Island actually belonged to a private island, which was then commercialized and opened up to become today's tourist mecca. But he didn't realize that the big boss behind this island was actually the chairman of his own family. Originally, an overseas private island is worth old nose money. Plus, this island has been successfully commercialized for many years, hit the reputation, and even very profitable. Under all the superposition, Moss Island was worth a lot of money. Chapter 124: The Trouble with Husband Too Handsome. The next day, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan arrived at the third stop of their honeymoon trip, Moss Island. The airport was crowded with people, mostly couples or lovers coming over for a vacation, and everyone had happy smiles on their faces. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were received by the staff and soon arrived at the most luxurious hotel on the island. When the island owner stayed, he naturally wanted to stay in the best room on the island. Su Zixin had already made all the arrangements and left the room waiting for Lu Ming and the others to move in. When Lu Ming and Lin Ruan checked into the hotel room, when Lin Ruan saw the hotel environment, she couldn't help but marvel. This hotel room is so big. The orientation is also good. You can also see the sea. Lin Ruan had traveled for so many years and stayed in 5-star hotels for many of her business trips, but none of them could compare to this place. Is this the room we booked? It seems a little different. Lin Ruan was a bit puzzled. This environment was much better than the buyer's show. All right, put things away. Let's hurry down and have some fun. Lu Ming hurriedly interrupted, hindering Lin Ruan from continuing to think about it, or else it would really be recognized by her that this was not a room that ordinary people could stay in. Being said so by Lu Ming, Lin Ruan also stopped thinking too much and turned to say happily, Okay, okay, let's go to the beach to play. I bought a new swimsuit, so the two of them then put their luggage away and changed their clothes. They went to the beach. The sea breeze here was soothing and refreshing. The white waves were endless across the sky and the earth, and seabirds circled and chirped in the air. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan took off their shoes and carried them in their hands. Their feet stepped on the fine sand, which rubbed against their feet intimately. Hubby, blowing the sea breeze and stepping on the sand. This is so comfortable. Lin Ruan, who was strolling on the beach, had a cozy face. This was an experience she had never had before. Really, there's an even more fun. Let's walk down and tread water, Lu Ming said as he looked at Lin Ruan favorably. He was willing to take Lin Ruan to play with everything she had never experienced before. In fact, this was also a kind of happiness. Lin Ruan's first time of many things were spent together with him to enjoy together. The first time she went to an amusement park, the first time she went to an outside pond, the first time she went to the beach, etc. These happy memories of Lin Ruan were filled with him.
Goda.
Let's hurry down then. Lin Ruan was eager to give it a try after hearing Lu Ming's proposal. But when they were about to head towards the shallow waters of the beach, "Beauty, you're so pretty. Can you make a friend?" A man wearing short-sleeved beach pants and sunglasses, however, suddenly blocked their way. Lin Ruan was startled by the man who suddenly appeared and underhandedly ducked behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also the first to block in front of Lin Ruan. "I'm his husband." Lu Ming's words were vaguely angry. He had never seen such a shameless person. Clearly he was right here. This person could actually familiarly ignore him and directly accost Lin Ruan. "So what? You count as a ball? Can't you make friends if you have a husband?" The sunglasses man screamed in lust. "You'll pay for what you said." The sunglasses man was completely unaware of what kind of existence he was provoking, and as soon as Lu Ming said that, the few ponies behind him were immediately unhappy. "What do you mean? Cursing our brother Chong? Do you know what kind of identity our brother Chong has?" The crowd fired in unison, bluffing in an attempt to scare Lu Ming. The little brother's bragging also made the sunglasses man very pleased. "Now you." Just as he was about to come out and act like a bully, he was suddenly interrupted. A dozen or so of the island's security personnel swarmed up and arrested the few of them all in uniform. "What are you guys grabbing me for? Let go of me. Believe it or not, I'm going to file a complaint against you guys." The sunglasses man and his horsemen were taken away by the security personnel with such curses. All the way to being taken away. Several people were cursing, but none of the security paid any attention and dragged them directly to the security supervisor. "You're in charge? Do you know who I am? Dare to treat me like this? Believe it or not, I'll have someone get you all killed." The sunglasses man was usually arrogant and domineering, but he had never suffered this kind of aggravation, and in his heart, he paid attention to the fact that he would definitely get his revenge when he went back. The security personnel on Moss Island were all retired elites from all over the world. Where would they be afraid of this kind of threat? Moreover, these few little yakuza even dared to mess with the island owner? It was simply looking for death. "I don't care what your status is. How dare you disturb the island master and the island master's wife? All of you. Throw them all into the sea for me." These words came out. The sunglasses man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The person he had just stopped was actually the owner of Moss Island? He had thought that it was a rich woman who had brought her adopted man out for a moment of lust. Unexpectedly, "Drag me down." At the same time, Lin Ruan was looking at Lu Ming with a confused expression. They were just taken away? It was reasonable to say that those few people just now belonged to verbal harassment, and the general security personnel couldn't do anything about it. But the security personnel here even immediately stepped in. Lu Ming laughed and casually found a reason. It might be that the security personnel on this island pay more attention to the physical and mental safety of tourists. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Ruan nodded thoughtfully and immediately complimented Moss Island. "Worthy of being a famous tourist mecca. The security is all done so well." Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. This silly wife. She believed whatever she said. "Let's go down to the evening water." Under Lu Ming's traction, the two came to the shallow sea of the beach to tread water and play in the water. Removing the big towel, Lin Ruan was wearing a more conservative black swimsuit, but it highlighted her austere figure very well. And Lu Ming's curvaceous, toned and developed abs were also revealed. This, coupled with that handsome face, caused many women to gaze at him frequently. Lin Ruan also noticed this. "Hubby, There are people over there staring at you all the time, just about drooling. Shall we go back then? Lu Ming thought that Lin Ruan didn't want him to be watched like that. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruan shook her head. No need. I'm not jealous, they can't get you even if they look at you. That's more proof of how good my vision is. I'm happy instead. Saying that, Lin Ruan revealed a smug look. Lu Ming had always been her pride. Saying that, the two of them also edged towards the shore. Back to the shore. Unexpectedly, the women who had been watching him just now were unable to resist. Directly rushed up and surrounded Lu Ming. Handsome guy. Play together. Can you add a friend? My room number 820. Lu Ming also didn't expect these people to be so bold. One by one, they were like wolves that had been hungry for a long time. Looking at him with glowing eyes, they directly reported all the room numbers. Without saying a word, Lu Ming hurriedly brought Lin Ruan to break through the siege. He didn't look at this kind of vulgar powder. The two of them managed to break through the encirclement, and Lin Ruan couldn't help but smile and joked. This is the trouble of having a husband who is too handsome. Chapter 125, Waiting for a Rabbit. Lu Ming. I'm coming. Just after arriving at Moss Island, and Yen Yen couldn't help but shout out. When the tourists passing by saw this, they thought they had encountered a madman and hurriedly detoured. There were even a few people who were startled by Yen Yen's voice. If it wasn't for the fact that she was surrounded by her bodyguard henchmen, who didn't look like they could be messed with, or else these people might have wanted to go up and have a good theory with her. After shouting a voice, Yen Yen took out her cell phone and took a picture and sent it to her sister, Xiao Xiao. At the same time, she sent the message, I've come to chase my true love. This is Moss Island? Xiao Xiao on the other side quickly replied to the message. Yes. After getting Yen Yen's reply, Xiao Xiao was stunned in her heart. She knew that Moss Island was a famous travel mecca for couples. She was afraid that her sister would be devastated if she went there, but she had no choice but to send a word of cheer. On the other hand, Yen Yen on the island was highly motivated and began to wander around the island, looking for Lu Ming's figure. Finally, she saw Lu Ming's figure at a rest area in the shallows. At this time, after Lu Ming and Lin Ruan finished playing in the water, they were tinkering with tonight's dinner in the rest area. Lu Ming was teaching Lin Ruan how to grill the best barbecue. Both of them were very serious as they taught each other. Not in the slightest did they realize that someone was watching them not far away. Wife, your learning ability is also too strong. Lu Ming once again couldn't help but marvel at Lin Ruan's learning ability. She was really able to learn as soon as she was taught, and she got started extremely fast. Before, she was still a barbecue novice, but now she was already in good shape. In the process of barbecuing, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan are also in love, you and me. These scenes were all seen by Yen Yen, who was not far away. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and she wanted to directly rush up to separate the two. However, she still held back. Calm down, calm down. Yen Yen pinched her human center while patting her chest, forcing herself to calm down. Then she continued to look at the two people who were showing affection not far away. At this time, Lin Ruan had also already grilled the barbecue. A skewer of fresh squid, fragrant and attractive in color. Lin Ruan first tried a bite by herself and then exclaimed, It's delicious! Hubby, try it. With that, she sent the squid skewer to Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming didn't even have to move, lying down on the chair and taking a bite. Delicious. Honey, you're awesome. After taking a bite of the skewer that Lin Ruan had fed him, Lu Ming's system's beep also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 2. 0.00.000.00. On the other side, Yen Yen saw this scene and finally couldn't help herself. He was going to be pissed off if he continued to watch, so he turned around and ran away, and the bodyguard behind him hurriedly chased after him. Yen Yen ran to the seashore shallows in one breath and looked at the people who were swimming on the seashore. Suddenly an idea struck her and she thought of a scheme. Come over here. After greeting her men over, Yen Yen gave them a detailed explanation. Know what to do? Yen Yen also uneasily barked a few words after finishing. Remember. Good. Take your positions. Not long after, Lu Ming, who was enjoying the beauty feeding and system rewards, heard a cry for help. Help! Come to the rescue! Someone fell into the water. Hearing the sound, Lu Ming ignored it and concentrated on waiting for Lin Ruan to throw a feed. Ah! He was some distance away from the beach, and if someone fell into the water, there would naturally be people close to the beach or staff to rescue them. He came here to honeymoon not specifically to do good. So Lu Ming directly ignored the voice and continued to eat soft rice. The other side. Seawater cries for help for a long time and I Yen Yen shouted to the voices mute, but also do not see the figure of Lu Ming. Looking up, actually vaguely saw Lu Ming still leisurely eating barbecue. This puts an I Yen Yen to angry strike directly. Through his last experience, he had thought that Lu Ming was the kind of man who had a caring heart. Since he was able to come to the rescue in such a dangerous situation before, then this time, if she pretended to fall into the water, she would definitely be able to attract Lu Ming to come out and save her. But it was not expected. She shouted for so long. Lu Ming did not react at all. Still continue to leisurely eat barbecue there? Let her soak in the seawater for so long for nothing. What an I Yen Yen did not know was, Lu Ming is not at all what she thought he was. The last time he risked so much to save her, it was only to get the favor of the Anai family. And I Yen Yen returned to the hotel room, rushed to take a shower and after the shower, lay down on the bed. Without stopping, she rolled around on the bed. Pissed off. Pissed off. This move completely failed, and I Yen Yen had to think of other ways. This little bit of difficulty couldn't defeat her.
Ni Yan Yan cheer.
Lu Ming must be yours. And I Yen Yen cheered herself up. Since one plan didn't work, and I Yen Yen began to plan her next plan. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Giving Lu Ming's identity information, she asked the other party to find out Lu Ming's hotel room number on Moss Island. And I Yen Yen had thought that this would just be a breeze for that top hacker. But she didn't expect to hear anything after a long time. She had to call again to urge the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party told her that she had checked the registration information on the entire Moss Island and had not found Lu Ming's development record. How is that possible? And I Yen Yen was surprised. She knew that with the other party's ability, as long as Lu Ming had a record on Moss Island, she would definitely be able to check it out. Could something have gone wrong? I really can't find out that the hotels on the island have rooming records for such a person. The hacker said so. And I Yen Yen suddenly remembered something. Right? Then check this person's. And I Yen Yen gave Lin Ruan's identity information. It suddenly occurred to her that perhaps the hotel room used Lin Ruan's name, which was why the hacker hadn't found Lu Ming's rooming record. After a while, the hacker gave the same answer. Sorry, this person's wasn't checked either. This time it didn't check out again, and Ni Yen Yen was even more puzzled. It can't be. They really checked into the hotel on Moss Island? The hacker was all confused. If the information was correct and the other party had really checked into a hotel on Moss Island, it was impossible for him to not be able to find out. That's for sure. I've even seen them people on Moss Island. In the end, the hacker couldn't give any valid information and could only guess. That could be that they used someone else's identity information to open a room. Listening to the hacker's explanation, Ni Yen Yen also nodded. If they couldn't find out the information, that was the only possibility. Then this path was not going to work. But Ni Yen Yen's mind was so flexible that she immediately thought of another way. That was waiting for the rabbit. Chapter 126 Mischief. So Ni Yen Yen then instructed her men to go back to where they were just now and keep an eye on Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming and his men went back to their room to rest, their own men would quietly follow, and they would be able to know Lu Ming's hotel room. Although it was a stupid way, it was the most useful way at the moment. Next, Ni Yen Yen stayed in the room with one bored person, waiting for news from her men. It was getting late in the day. Ni Yen Yen's cell phone shook. Miss found it. Quick! Move over immediately. Ni Yen Yen, who got the news, was very excited and immediately checked out from the original hotel, arriving at the hotel where Lu Ming was staying. Good fellow. This is the most upscale hotel on the island, right? Ni Yen Yen could not help but marvel at Lu Ming's ability to choose, and the hotel she stayed in was indeed quite a bit better than the one she had chosen. My man, his vision is good. Now Ni Yen Yen already knew Lu Ming's room number through her men's report, so she booked a room on the same floor as Lu Ming. It happened to be the room next door to Lu Ming's. The environment was only a little bit worse than Lu Ming's room, but it was also expensive. But with her Ni family's status as a young lady, it wasn't worth mentioning. After completing the formalities, Ni Yen Yen couldn't wait to move into the new room. But according to the report from the men, Lu Ming and the others were not in the room at this time. They just came up to take a shower and then went out to play. Therefore Ai Yen Yen didn't have much of a chance. She also didn't want to follow Lu Ming and keep watching them show their love, which would only piss her off. So Ai Yen Yen stayed in the room alone. Until she accidentally fell asleep toward the end of the night. It was only then that Ai Yen Yen was woken up by the report from her men. It said that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had returned to the hotel. After hearing the news, Ai Yen Yen forced herself to endure her sleepiness and got up. She came to the door of Lu Ming's room. She knew that Lu Ming and her wife were in the room at this time, so she pressed her ears tightly to the door, listening carefully to the movements inside. But after listening for half a day, Ai Yen Yen didn't hear any sound. It wasn't until she stood until her feet were numb that she was forced to return to the room. If they really did that kind of thing, I should be able to hear it from next door as well. Ai Yen Yen muttered and returned to her room. She felt that with Lu Ming being so young and hot-blooded, something would definitely happen when he came back. She was only one room away from him, so she should be able to hear some of the commotion. Thinking of this, Ai Yen Yen was a little unhappy in her heart. The man he likes will be with another woman later. After returning to the room, Ai Yen Yen continued to pace against the wall, probing the movement next door. However, she repeatedly listened several times, but still did not hear any sound from next door. In the end, truly exhausted, Ai Yen Yen couldn't hold on any longer and flung herself onto the bed. She gave up. Am I not a bit perverted? Didn't hear it isn't better. Lying on the bed, Ai Yen Yen muttered. She also didn't know what she was expecting to hear the sound for. Properly not sleeping, standing against the wall for so long. But not hearing anything was good news for her. This was proof that Lu Ming was peaceful and didn't do anything. Ai Yen Yen thought prettily. But what she didn't know was, in fact, once Lu Ming returned to the room, he had already done everything. Just the soundproofing effect of the hotel is really too good. Even at the door of the room or the next room, the sound inside could not be heard in the slightest. At the same time, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan in the next room were embracing each other contentedly. Hubby, I might be pregnant? That one has been late for a long time. Lin Ruan in her arms suddenly said. The words came out. It directly stunned Lu Ming and asked with a look of surprise. I'm going to be a father? Lu Ming's heart was pounding wildly at this moment. Looking at Lu Ming's excitement, Lin Ruan couldn't help but hesitate for a long time. I don't know. After all, she was inexperienced in this area. It was just that one suddenly came late, so she couldn't help but be skeptical. But seeing how excited Lu Ming was, Lin Ruan regretted saying that. What if it wasn't? Wouldn't it be a blow to Lu Ming? It's fine. We'll find out tomorrow when we go and check, Lu Ming said, holding Lin Ruan in his arms tighter, but at the same time being careful. Hubby, it's not even sure. We'll know tomorrow. Let's just rest early. Lu Ming planned to take Lin Ruan to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Although with his medical skills, he could diagnose Lin Ruan by feeling her pulse. But he didn't intend to do that, because if he wanted to share this joy with Lin Ruan together tomorrow. Just when the two were planning to rest. Bang bang. A sudden noise came from outside the window. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan looked up. Bang. The sound rang out again. I'll go take a look. Lu Ming got up and headed for the window, pulled open the curtains and looked. There was nothing unusual to be seen. Don't worry. There's nothing outside. Lu Ming closed the window and went back to bed. Only after hearing Lu Ming say this did Lin Ruan put her heart down. Well, then hubby came back for a cuddle and went to bed. Lin Ruan opened her arms and pouted for Lu Ming to cuddle and sleep. Good. Lu Ming hugged Lin Ruan and just laid down. The strange sound rang out once again. Bang. Hubby. What the hell is this sound? Lin Ruan's heart was hung up again. There was this strange sound in the middle of the night. She couldn't help but be very scared, and all of a sudden, she hid under the quilt. Humph! The thrice disturbed made Lu Ming a little angry. Don't be afraid. I'll go look again. This time, after Lu Ming came to the window, he didn't leave and kept waiting by the side. He wanted to see what kind of demon or devil it was. Hubby, why don't you come back? Lin Ruan popped her head out from under the covers and looked at Lu Ming with a worried face. It's fine. I will definitely pull this thing out. Lu Ming didn't believe in those gods and goddesses. Not a moment later, Lu Ming saw a black spot approaching the window. There was also a buzzing sound. Take a look. This is not a drone. He saw that the drone was constantly approaching the window. Bang bang. It made several more impacts on the window, so that's how the sound was caused. Go you! Lu Ming, who had been hiding on the side, suddenly appeared, and with one hand, he yanked the drone hard and slammed it to the ground. The drone was instantly all shattered into several pieces by the violent impact. Lu Ming squatted down and looked at it. It was found that the quality of this drone was still quite a good kind. Whether you're playing a prank or pretending to be a god, this is your price. Lu Ming put the body of this drone aside. It's fine, it's probably some little kid playing a prank. Let's hurry up and go to sleep. Lu Ming returned to his bed and embraced Lin Ruan to sleep. Chapter 127 Hospital Checkup. Early the next morning, Lu Ming got up first. He wanted to make Lin Ruan a delicious breakfast. Although Lu Ming was a very good cook, Lin Ruan was always heartbroken and didn't let him cook. Instead, she herself tried to learn cooking skills and cook for him. But now that Lin Ruan might be pregnant, Lu Ming naturally couldn't let her cook. Since Lu Ming was staying in the best room in the hotel, it was not only as simple as a sea view room. Even the kitchen and private theater were fully equipped. So he didn't have to go to the restaurant's back kitchen. He just needed to ask the hotel to send some materials up. Lu Ming didn't wake up Lin Ruan when he got up, but let her continue to rest. Just before getting out of bed, he gently gave her a kiss on her cheeks. When he left the room, Lu Ming also saw the drone after he violently pounded it last night. He vaguely felt that this matter might not be that simple, and that he could properly track it down afterward. However, nothing was as important as him cooking dinner for his wife and taking her to the hospital for a checkup later, so the drone matter was put on the back burner for now. Not long after, the hotel sent up all the ingredients he needed. The kitchen was also fully stocked with kitchenware. Next was the time for Lu Ming to show off his skills. Lu Ming specially boiled Lin Ruan's favorite millet porridge and also made a few small dishes for the porridge. When the porridge and small dishes were completely done, the entire suite was already filled with a tantalizing aroma. Lu Ming was just about to serve out a bowl of congee and come out to cool off, when he suddenly saw a confused figure appear at the kitchen door. It smells so good. Lin Ruan was still not fully awake at this time, and came over in a daze seeking the source of the fragrance. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile when he looked at Lin Ruan's adorable appearance. Wife, I've cooked congee for you so you can go back to sleep and eat later. Saying this, Lu Ming also wanted to carry Lin Ruan back to bed. However, Lin Ruan shook her head and refused, not wanting to go back to sleep. She was woken up by this scent. How could she sleep if this would make her go to sleep? Then you go wash up first. Lin Ruan nodded and continued to go to the restroom in a daze. Lu Ming, on the other hand, continued to be busy in the kitchen, bringing the meal to the table. By the time Lin Ruan came out of the restroom, she was no longer in a daze as she was just now, and seemed to be fully awake, looking at the meal on the table. Before she even ate it, Lin Ruan took a big hard breath of air. It smells so good. Hubby, your cooking smells really good. Just smelling it alone is satisfying. Is that so? Then you can smell it. I'll eat it myself. Oh. Lu Ming teased. Hee. That's not okay. Lin Ruan hurriedly sat down and hugged the bowl of porridge tightly. All right, then eat quickly. I've already helped you blow it, it's just right now. Lu Ming had already helped Lin Ruan's congee to a temperature that was not too hot and not too cold, suitable for entrance. Thank you, hubby. Hubby is so nice. Lin Ruan didn't drink the congee first, but stood up at the first opportunity and gave Lu Ming a kiss on his lips. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup and we'll know if we're pregnant. Aha! Hearing that she was going to the hospital for a checkup later, Lin Ruan couldn't help but be a little nervous. At the same time, inwardly, she was looking forward to it. She had been looking forward to giving birth to a child belonging to her and Lu Ming earlier. So she and Lu Ming had been working very hard as well. By today, there were finally some clues. So Lin Ruan also quickly finished her breakfast. Hubby, I'm done eating. Let's hurry to the hospital. Okay. I've already arranged it, let's go. As the owner of Moss Island, Lu Ming naturally had the highest privilege. When things were ordered, someone would immediately do it. And as an independent tourist island, Moss Island naturally had all the facilities on the island. So the hospital is definitely equipped. Soon, the two got into the car that Lu Ming had arranged. They arrived at the St. Leah's Center Hospital on the island. Lu Ming had already greeted them, so they could directly conduct the examination without having to queue up. When they arrived at the hospital, the first thing that happened was the blood draw session. Although Lin Ruan had always been a strong woman in the past, how many storms had she gone through on her own? But now, because she had Lu Ming, she had instead become much softer. Looking at the pillow where the blood was drawn, Lin Ruan could not help but say in fear, "Hubby, it should hurt. Wife, not afraid, not afraid. I'm here." The nurse in charge of drawing blood looked at the two people showing love in front of him and couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. This was undoubtedly breaking open his mouth and pouring dog food into his stomach. If it wasn't for the orders of the senior management, knowing that she was in charge of a big shot's blood draw today, she would definitely be in a hurry at this time. So the nurse had to forcefully bring up a smile. The blood draw is quick. It doesn't make sense at all. Under Lu Ming's comfort, Lin Ruan also finally overcame her fear and stretched out her arm for the nurse to draw blood. Soon, the nurse finished drawing blood and pressed the wound with a cotton swab. Lu Ming hurriedly took over and painfully helped Lin Ruan press it. After resting for a while, only then did they continue with the following examination. After more than an hour, the two of them managed to finish the inspection process. Waiting to pick up the report. "Please have patient number 1 go to room 6 for medical treatment." When the radio called their number, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan also immediately came to the diagnostic room. After entering the room, he only saw a 50 to 60-year-old chief physician with gray hair looking at Lin Ruan's report. This was the best and most experienced gynecologist that Lu Ming had found in St. Leah's Central Hospital. "Doctor, how long has my wife been pregnant?" Hearing this, the doctor froze. Took a short while before he reacted. "Ah? Your wife isn't pregnant." These words came out. Both Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were shocked. "Ah? No." They had both come to the hospital for a checkup because they thought Lin Ruan was pregnant. But I've been late with that one for quite a while," Lin Ruan said in a hurry, thinking that if she wasn't pregnant, how could this happen? She hadn't been like this before. "That's because you've been overworked and the hormones in your body are disorganized. That's why you're experiencing this symptom. Just rest more in the future. All right?" "Thank you, doctor." Lin Ruan disappointedly pulled Lu Ming away.
"Hubby, I'm sorry.
"It's my mistake." She knew that she had made Lu Ming happy in vain, so she felt guilty. "Fool, what are you saying sorry for? Our future days are still long. There's no rush." Lu Ming gathered Lin Ruan into his arms and comforted her softly. "I still want to enjoy more days in the world of two." Hearing Lu Ming's comforting words, Lin Ruan felt a lot better in her heart. And not far away, an Ai Yen Yen, who had tracked her down, looked at the two people who were hugging each other. The gas trembled cold. Humph! She also wanted to be embraced so gently by Lu Ming. Chapter 128. Poor playing with cars and rich playing with watches. Under Lu Ming's comfort, Lin Ruan's mood recovered quite a bit. The two decided not to take the car back, just so they could continue to take a walk on the island. "Wife, then let's continue our plan next and go take wedding photos in the afternoon." On the way, Lu Ming suddenly proposed. Originally, according to their honeymoon trip plan, today was the day to take wedding photos. However, since Lin Ruan was possibly pregnant and had to come to the hospital for a checkup, the wedding photo shoot trip was put aside. Now, since Lin Ruan is not pregnant, she will definitely continue with the previous trip plan. And Moss Island as the famous couple Holy Land, wedding photo studio naturally quite a lot and still top kind. Originally, Lin Ruan is not bad money, set the highest end level of wedding photography. Coupled with Lu Ming's privileged arrangement as the island owner, the service was naturally needless to say. As long as they wanted to shoot, they could start shooting anytime. Yes, speaking of wedding photos, Lin Ruan was also looking forward to it. She and Lu Ming didn't even have a wedding photo that belonged to them until now. She had long wanted to have a big wedding photo that she could hang in the Yunli former residence villa. Next, the two of them wandered aimlessly around the island. This leisurely feeling made Lu Ming and Lin Ruan very comfortable. Suddenly, while passing by a store, Lin Ruan stopped in her tracks. "Hubby, let's go in for a stroll." Lu Ming turned his head to see that it was an international top luxury watch store. Hearing Lin Ruan's excited tone, Lu Ming guessed what she wanted to do. It was true. "Go, hubby. Let's buy you a watch." Lin Ruan pulled Lu Ming and walked in towards the store. "Welcome to the VIP." Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had just walked into the watch store when a clerk wearing the store's uniform came up to greet them. It had to be said that it was worthy of being a top international watch brand. Even on Moss Island, where every inch of land was gold, the location and store size of this watch store was superior. The store's decoration also revealed the heritage of 100 years of luxury brands without fail. The two nodded in the face of the shopkeeper's welcome. The store clerk also immediately recommended a watch as per usual. Our store has a Patek Philippe Crown Ladies watch that is very suitable for this lady. Since they opened on Moss Island, most of the store's customers were couples or couples in love. Usually, if a lady's watch was recommended in this situation, the men would be generous enough to pay for their women. Only this clerk was looking the other way this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ruan waved her hand. Take out all the most expensive and best men's watches in your store and choose them for my husband. Lin Ruan's domineering tone made the clerk freeze. She completely had the backbone to be able to say this. Because even if it was the most expensive watch in the store, or even rounding up the entire store, it wasn't a problem with her wealth. This was the charm of a rich woman. The clerk froze for a while before coming back to her senses and hurriedly said, Okay, you wait for a moment. I'll prepare it for you right away. Saying that, he hurriedly turned around and trotted over to the storeroom, thinking to himself, Is today favored by the heavens? There's a big customer here. If this is done, it'll be a fortune. As the clerk jogged over to the storeroom, another clerk pulled her back and said in a sour voice, Xiao Lu, don't be too happy. Maybe he's just pretending to be someone else. I don't see this kind of person in the store. Definitely just here to pass the eyeballs. You're just waiting to spend your efforts in vain. No matter what, it's what we should do to fulfill our customers' requests. And Xiao Lu didn't pay attention to his words. After dropping a sentence, he went back to pick the highest-priced watches in the store. In the end, 6 watches suitable for Lu Ming's age were selected and brought out. Ma'am, these are the 6 watches I picked for this gentleman that are the most expensive in the store and most suitable for this gentleman. Starry Moon Phase Tourbillon Ref 5002p priced at over 18 million. Out of print Patek Philippe Caliber 89 priced at 165 million. Which one do you like? The clerk introduced the 6 watches in order according to the price from low to high. Looking at the 6 exquisite watches, Lu Ming once again fell into a selection problem. Originally, he didn't like picking out things, plus he almost rarely wore a watch, mainly because he didn't feel comfortable having something on his hand. It is said that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. But Lu Ming does not have this concept. He does not like is not like. Lin Ruan, on the other hand, is different from Lu Ming. She never intended to pick. Since she was buying for her husband, she naturally wanted all of them, all packed away. But Lu Ming could have guessed Lin Ruan's thoughts, and before Lin Ruan opened her mouth, he had already curbed her. He knows that Lin Ruan has money, but then again, cannot be so spoiled. Occasionally it's okay, but every day so crazy consumption. Even if the money couldn't be spent, it wouldn't fit in the house. So for a while, the selection process came to a halt. Not far away, another clerk in the store was secretly observing this side. Looking at Lu Ming and their delay in settling, she secretly covered her mouth and sneered. She knew it would be like this. Sir, which one do you prefer? Xiao Lu enthusiastically introduced. Lin Ruan on the side knew that Lu Ming was having trouble choosing. Plus Lu Ming didn't let her pack them all. So she directly picked up the most expensive one. She helped Lu Ming try it on. It is said that a penny is worth a penny. This watch can be sold so expensive, naturally has its reason. The workmanship is not generally exquisite and complex. The watch was already expensive and exquisite, and then put on Lu Ming's hand, it was even more expensive. Wow, good looking Lin Ruan couldn't help but marvel. The sales clerk Xiao Lu also hurriedly said, This is our Patek Philippe Master Harry's handmade product from 30 years ago, and is limited to 16 pieces worldwide. It's definitely the top men's watch in the world. As Xiao Lu spoke, his heart was also thumping wildly. If Lu Ming and the others really bought this out-of-the-box watch that was priced at $165 million, her commission would be at least $7 to $8 million. This amount of money could directly buy a house in even a second or third city. Hubby, just buy this one. I think it's quite pretty. Lu Ming shook his left hand. It wasn't too comfortable, but it was good. So he also said lightly, Then let's have it, it's quite good. Good. I will prepare the formalities for the two of you right away. Hearing this, the store clerk Xiao Lu immediately excitedly brought the PSO machine. When the dust settled, Xiao Lu was almost about to jump up and down with excitement. Fortunately, she didn't give up. Finally, she waited for a big customer. This time she directly earned millions of commission. On the other hand, The other clerk in the store was so sorry that her intestines were almost broken. Just now, she was the closest to the entrance of the store. If she had taken the initiative, this big business might have been hers. Chapter 129 Wedding Photos. After buying the watch, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan left satisfied. After casually finding an upscale restaurant on the road to eat, the two of them arrived at the photography building that they had gotten better at earlier. Hubby, let me choose. After arriving at the photography building, the first thing that started was making choices. From the smallest clothing props to the largest styles, there are too many things that need to be chosen by the shooter according to the intention of the heart. Lin Ruan knew that Lu Ming had always had difficulty in choosing, so she took the initiative to take over. Lin Ruan was so considerate, so naturally Lu Ming would not refuse. Good. I'll leave it to you then. Lin Ruan nodded with interest, clearly looking forward to it. During the time that Lin Ruan was selecting, Lu Ming waited in boredom. Finally, after waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Ruan had also all picked out. Immediately after that, it was time for the two to do their styling. The photography building had a professional makeup artist. It was reasonable to say that the general session of doing the makeup styling would take quite a long time. After all, you have to try to make up a handsome man and a beautiful woman. But since Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were both naturally beautiful, they were perfect with almost no makeup. So this troublesome session passed quickly instead. When it came to the photography session, Lu Ming changed into a dark blue suit, while Lin Ruan was in a long white bustier dress, which Lin Ruan had picked out beforehand. The two came to change into their clothes and came to the front of the studio. Oh my God, it's too perfect. I have a feeling that this will definitely be the most perfect work of my life. The photographer in charge of the wedding photos was a woman who looked quite young. Although young, she was talented in the direction of photography and had won many photography awards at a young age. To ask her to take care of the wedding photos, it was a not-so-small price. The photographer looked straight at the tall and straight Lu Ming, her eyes not moving. She had taken countless portraits, but had never seen such a handsome man. This face value, it was simply heaven-defying. At the same time, his aura and charisma were also nothing less than those top-stream fresh meat. This kind of man, to be able to have one night, is also earning a lot. The photographer couldn't help but think a little crookedly as she thought about it. This sentence was heard by the owner of the photography studio beside her, who was also her best friend and partner. He also chimed in, who says it isn't, but just think about it. You can only dream about it. The photographer was still trying to retort how it could only be dreamed of. She also wanted to say that she was at least an internationally famous photographer and not bad-looking in person. There wasn't even the slightest possibility of falling back on this handsome guy for a night. But before she could finish her sentence, her best friend interrupted. Since he has the capital to spend millions of dollars on your wedding photos, he must be worth a lot of money. Besides, their wives are so beautiful. When he said this, the partner also couldn't help but envy Lin Ruan's looks. Then he went on to lower his voice and said, "The most important thing is that they are a big deal. The people from the management of Moss Island specifically greeted them, saying that they must entertain this VIP. The photographer couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard the Moss Island management. The Moss Island management department could be said to hold the power of life and death for those of them who had set up store on the island. If you don't have the approval of the Moss Island management, you won't be able to open a store on the island." After some small talk, the wedding photo shoot officially began. Under the photographer's guidance, Lu Ming and Lin Ruan posed for one action after another. The clicking sound of the camera continued to ring out. It didn't take long. The photographer signaled that the indoor shoot was complete. "All right, let's get ready to go to the exterior shoot next." Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Ming was still frozen for a moment. This was done? In just a short while, a set of indoor modern photos were done? Although he didn't have any experience in taking wedding photos, by all accounts, this was a bit too fast. That fast? Lu Ming directly posted. The photographer hurriedly explained, fearing that Lu Ming would misunderstand. According to common sense, it is necessary to find the angle and keep adjusting the details, so the average person is not that fast. But you two are naturally beautiful and look good any way you shoot, so it's a bit faster. Hearing the photographer's explanation, this was undoubtedly complimenting them. Lu Ming and Lin Ruan also accepted it cheerfully. Due to the fact that they were going to shoot exteriors next, or different styles, sports styles, and antique styles, so the two of them had to change their clothes again and set off to the location. This is again a lot of work. That was it. An afternoon passed. Lu Ming was feeling tired, and only then did he finally get the photos done. Your shooting speed is the fastest since I started shooting. Not only did you shoot fast, but you almost didn't have to deal with much in the later stages. So you can come pick up the pictures tomorrow. Before leaving, the photographer was still continuously praising Lu Ming and Lin Ruan. Okay, thanks. And on the other side, Ai Yen knew that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan had gone to take wedding photos in the afternoon after the report from her men. Her heart was irritated. But at the same time, there was no way for her to deceive herself anymore. Originally, she had been holding the idea that Lu Ming and Lin Ruan were unhappy and that she was chasing Lu Ming for their own good. But these days, she had been observing Lu Ming and Lin Ruan and knew how in love they were. Plus now knowing the news that they went to take wedding photos. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And Ai Yen finally couldn't hold on anymore. He and his wife have a really good relationship. Does it really make sense for me to do this? And Ai Yen sent countless messages to her sister, and Ai Xiao, to vent her heart's bitterness. And Ai Xiao hurriedly replied the first time she saw it. Sis, it's not right for you to think like that. Think about it. He treats his wife so well. That's even more proof that he's a good man. If you're with him in the future, he'll treat you better too. Where can I find such a good man? So you have to persevere. And Ai Yen, who was originally broken down inside and already wanted to give up. After seeing Ai Xiao's reply, she suddenly realized, what his sister said made sense. He was envious of Lu Ming for treating his wife so well. When she became Lu Ming's next wife, she would be able to enjoy Lu Ming's kindness to herself. Thinking of this, Ai Yen was instantly motivated again. Xiao, I've come to my senses. Thank you so much. Sister, cheer up. Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe you can do it. Ai Xiao encouraged. After seeing this message, Ai Yen was also ready to regroup. She must chase such a good man as Lu Ming into her hands. In her heart, she had already unconsciously started to bring in the role of Lu Ming's wife, fantasizing that Lu Ming would be as gentle and considerate to her as she had seen recently. Chapter 130, The Three of a Kind. Early the next morning, Lu Ming had just woken up from his sleep when the system's beep came in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the soft meal. Soft meal gained assets plus 5. 000.000.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft meal exceeded $950 billion. Rewarded with a proficiency in gambling stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has obtained an out-of-print Patek Philippe caliber 89 wristwatch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The soft rice assets exceeded 1 billion. Reward 25% of the shares of the Manning Group. Ding! Congratulations to the host leveling up. Reaching LV10. Daily cash increase to 100%. Rewarding God-level treasure identification skills. Please host to continue to work hard. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone text message. Your account 7688 transferred 1,157,457,288 yuan at 8:25 on September 24th. Account balance 6,258,259,826.06 yuan. Listening to the system's beep, Lu Ming was a bit surprised. He had risen to level 10 in this, but turning his head and thinking about it, it seemed right. After all, the watch Lin Ruan had given him this time was too precious, and was actually worth $165 million. In one fell swoop, he had flushed up his soft food gained assets. And after the system had risen to level 10, the daily increase in cash had now reached the point of 100%. Every day, as soon as he woke up from his sleep, he could whittle away twice the cash reward. And this time, the system also rewarded 2 skills, treasure appraisal and stone gambling. Usually the skills rewarded by the system were very useful. For example, divine cooking skill, which allowed him to make incomparably delicious food and capture Lin Ruan's appetite. Divine level car skills, allowing him to drive a sports car like a fish out of water, operating with full marks. There were also medical skills, self-healing and so on, all skills that Lu Ming found to be of great use. But these 2 skills this time around, Lu Ming hadn't felt much use for a while. And the other reward, 25% of the shares of Manning Group. Lu Ming did feel good about it, since Lin Ruan's Shuangmu group was in the cosmetics business. Therefore, Lu Ming usually paid more attention to these types of companies. He knew some information about Manning Group. Manning Group is a world-class cosmetic giant, with business in many countries, and has a number of best-selling products under its umbrella. Now that he had a 25% stake in this cosmetic giant, he would be able to help Lin Ruan in her business in the future. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, Lin Ruan's figure walked into the room. Lin Ruan's figure walked into the room. "Hubby, get up and eat." It turned out that Lin Ruan had gotten up even earlier than Lu Ming and had already prepared breakfast. "Wife, the doctor has said that you are overworked and told you that you need to rest more. Why are you still getting up so early to make breakfast?" Although Lu Ming was scolding, his tone was full of concern. "There can't be a next time, huh? How can I be tired from making breakfast? It won't be tired, ah. I can't tell you how happy I am to be able to make breakfast for my husband, eh. There are many people who want to cook breakfast for my husband, but only I can do it." Facing Lu Ming's reproach, Lin Ruan responded mischievously. Although Lu Ming knew that Lin Ruan was being kind to her, he was being intolerant. So he hugged Lin Ruan tightly and said seriously, "Wife, I mean what I say. Don't be so tired in the future. I will be heartbroken." Lin Ruan was touched in her heart when she heard Lu Ming's words from the heart. "All right, husband, I understand all your thoughts. I will pay attention in the future. Let's go eat first," Lin Ruan said. Lu Ming nodded and got up to wash and eat breakfast with Lin Ruan. After eating breakfast, the two of them went out again. Today, they had no specific plan, they just strolled around casually. After strolling on the road for a while, the two suddenly saw a place in front of them that was very lively and surrounded by a lot of people. So they also came forward and followed to take a look, only to see that the poster read, "The lucky area of Moss Island is hosting a quinquennial stone gambling conference. Welcome." Attached to it was the background information and address of this stone gambling conference. It was even posted with many examples of overnight riches, tempting those who fantasized about getting rich to go there. Gambling on stones, in the end, was still a gamble, and Lin Ruan didn't have much interest in reading it. "I thought it was something interesting. It's this, Lin Ruan said with disappointment. But Lu Ming looked at the poster and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Thinking of the gambling skill rewarded by the system in the morning. Such a coincidence? Everything seemed to have been anticipated by the system. Thus, Lu Ming got interested and said, "There's nothing to do today, so why don't we just go and join in the fun?" Hearing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruan naturally would not refuse. Since Lu Ming wanted to go, she would definitely accompany him. "Good. Then let's go and have a look together." Lin Ruan's words had just fallen. A young, innocent-looking sister suddenly appeared behind them. "Yeah, since we're both going to the stone gambling conference, why don't we join together?" Lu Ming and Lin Ruan turned their heads to look. Upon seeing this young sister, Lu Ming immediately felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. This wasn't An family's eldest young lady, An Yen Yen? He almost didn't recognize it. The An Yen Yen that Lu Ming had seen before was at the reception. An Yen Yen was dressed in a long dress, and her outfit was very mature and sexy. But today, she was dressed in shorts and short sleeves, looking very young and innocent, just like a high school student. The two styles changed too much, no wonder Lu Ming did not recognize her at first. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart could not help but feel a bit flustered. It was unknown why An Yen Yen had appeared here, in case she suddenly burst out in the next second that they had met and that Lu Ming had saved her. Then, Lu Ming just wanted to refuse. One more second with her was one more chance of exposure. But Lin Ruan immediately agreed. "Okay. Then let's be together. Is it okay to take our car?" Good. I was worried about how to get over there. "Thank you guys." An Yen Yen all of a sudden climbed along the pole at night. Seeing this, Lu Ming hurriedly whispered to Lin Ruan, "Wife, we don't even know her. What's the point of bringing her?" Although Lu Ming didn't know why An Yen Yen appeared here and didn't know what attention she was playing. But it certainly wasn't something good. So Lu Ming didn't want to bring An Yen Yen at all. As for Lin Ruan, she was a kind-hearted person, and when she heard that An Yen Yen didn't have a car to go over, she thought of helping her. "Hubby, let's just send her over. She's a girl without a car, and it's quite troublesome to take public transportation." Lin Ruan had said so. Lu Ming couldn't say anything else and had to acquiesce. "She hasn't shown that she recognizes me until now. so nothing should happen for the time being. Anyway, after arriving at the place, just hurry up and separate from her. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Chapter 131, Arriving at the Venue. And so, Lu Ming just drove and took Lin Ruan and Ni Yen Yen on the road. In the car, Lin Ruan did not sit in the passenger side out of respect. Instead, she accompanied Ni Yen Yen to sit in the back row so that she wouldn't feel lonely. The car was heading towards the location of the Stone Gambling Conference. After driving for a while, Ni Yen Yen suddenly asked with a curious face, "Sister, you and your brother-in-law look so in love." "Yeah, my husband is my favorite person, and I believe he loves me the most as well." Lin Ruan responded with a happy face. "So envious. I haven't been in love until now." Ni Yen Yen's tone was low though, as if she was envious of Lu Ming and Lin Ruan's love and sad that she hadn't experienced this kind of love. But her real purpose was actually to reveal some information to Lu Ming. To tell Lu Ming that she had never been in love and was still pure. But she was destined to waste her efforts. Lu Ming drove the car peacefully. Although he heard them talking, he did not intend Ni Yen Yen's words at all. "Sister, how did you and your brother-in-law get together?" Ni Yen Yen threw out the next question. But Lin Ruan wasn't on the defensive either, just treating it as an ordinary chat and responding truthfully. "Your brother-in-law and I met on a blind date and got married later." Although Ni Yen Yen originally looked pure and lovely, human and harmless, and her speech was also very sweet-tongued, she kept calling Lin Ruan sister and Lu Ming brother-in-law. However, Lin Ruan did not go into too much detail about Ni Yen Yen, a stranger. After hearing this information, Ni Yen Yen couldn't help but steal joy in her heart. In her heart, she secretly thought, if Lu Ming and Lin Ruan met on a blind date, then they shouldn't have much of an emotional foundation. This would be more favorable for her to compete for Lu Ming. Subsequently, Ni Yen Yen also did not dare to ask more questions for fear of revealing her purpose. She began to chat about some topics between women. Just like that, the three of them arrived at the location where the Stone Gambling Conference was held. As soon as they arrived at the place, Lu Ming tried to find a way to get Ni Yen Yen to leave, only to see Lu Ming find a random place to stop and said, "We've arrived at the place, you go down. My wife and I won't be joining you." Lu Ming's words like this were simply nakedly driving people away. Although Ni Yen Yen was dissatisfied in her heart, she acted like she was soft. "Sister, I don't quite dare to go in alone, in case I encounter any danger. Can I go in with you guys?" Lin Ruan heard her say that and quickly agreed. She had just had a very good chat with Ni Yen Yen in the car, so of course she was willing to take care of the sister. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. He could only take Ni Yen Yen for the time being. So after finding a place to park his car, he led the two into the venue. After entering the site of the Stone Gambling Conference, there was a staff member who guided them. "Hello guys. Please collect your number plates first." "Aha." Lu Ming nodded and went up and then received a number plate, opening it to see number 520. Lin Ruan also followed suit and went up to receive one. Number 1314. Her and Lu Ming's number plates were connected to 5201314. "I love you for a lifetime." Apparently Lin Ruan also realized this and exclaimed, "Hubby, look, our number plates are connected." Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh when he heard Lin Ruan so happy. He and Lin Ruan really were a match made in heaven, receiving a random number plate and actually being so showy. "I know, it's probably God blessing us," Lu Ming said as he dotingly stroked Lin Ruan's hair. Ni Yen Yen on the side looked at this scene, although her heart was very bad, but still played her current role very well and hurriedly said, "Sister brother-in-law, you guys, this is too much of a bond. This must be a photo to commemorate it." Once Lin Ruan heard this, she felt that what Ni Yen Yen said made sense. This matter was indeed very memorable. "Yeah, then please take a picture for us, sister." Saying that, Lin Ruan stood next to Lu Ming, and the two of them also placed their respective number plates in front of them to connect together.
Ok le.
Ni Yen Yen enthusiastically helped the two take a lot of pictures. After shooting, "Sister, how do I send you a? Let's add the prestige." Thus, Lin Ruan and Ni Yen Yen added their prestige in such a watery manner. Even if Lu Ming wanted to stop them, he couldn't find an excuse for a moment. "All right, let's go in." Lu Ming helplessly urged the two who were looking at the photos. Only then did Lin Ruan and Ni Yen Yen temporarily stop picking photos and entered the venue. According to the introduction, The Gambling Stone Conference was graded. 3 meeting halls existed in the convention, the million level, the 10 million level, and the billion level, representing the lowest starting price of the stones gambled in the venue. Looking at the crowded stone gambling congress, the three of them didn't know where to go for a while. Hubby, where are we going? Although Lin Ruan asked Lu Ming, and I Yen Yen was the first to speak. Let's just go to the million level venue. After all, none of us know anything about this, so we can just play casually. Once Lin Ruan heard this, she also subconsciously nodded. Although she hadn't tried this matter of gambling on stones, she also knew that it was very risky. One cut to heaven, one cut to hell. So it made sense to think what Ni Yen Yen said. It was better to be sensible and just casually stroll around. Although she was worth a lot of money and was willing to spend money on Lu Ming, but the matter of gambling on stones, but it was a watering hole. Just as Lin Ruan felt like following Ni Yen Yan's advice and heading to the million-dollar gambling venue, Lu Ming suddenly said. Lu Ming, however, suddenly said, "Wife, let's go to the highest level, the billion-level venue." These words came out. Lin Ruan and Ni Yen Yen both froze at once. "Trust me, I can do it," Lu Ming continued. Lin Ruan also immediately held Lu Ming's hand. "Of course I believe in you, husband. Just listen to you and go to the highest level venue." Lin Ruan was completely 100% trusting of Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming said he could, Lin Ruan had no doubt. Because Lu Ming had already given her many surprises, she wouldn't be surprised even if Lu Ming showed proficiency in gambling stones now. And I Yen Yen, on the other hand, thought differently from Lin Ruan. She knew how risky it was to gamble on stones. Even experts who had been immersed for decades could not win 100% of their bets. Moreover, this strong sense of excitement was easily addictive, and one could lose their entire fortune if they weren't careful. There were people she knew around her who had gambled all their assets into it. So she didn't think highly of Lu Ming's decision. I think. And I Yen Yen just wanted to make a move to stop him. But it was because Lu Ming had already taken Lin Ruan away. She also had no choice but to follow. "Aren't you going to the million-dollar venue? What's the point of following us?" Lu Ming said unhappily when he realized that Ni Yen Yen had followed him again. Why was this woman like a piece of rubber candy? How could she not get rid of it? Chapter 132, High-End Socializing Place. Lu Ming definitely didn't want to bring Ni Yen Yen with him, but in the way she was stubbornly following, and Lin Ruan also helped her put in a good word. So in the end, Ni Yen Yen followed them as she wished. The three of them arrived at the highest level of the billion-dollar gambling venue. After entering inside, the three of them were somewhat surprised. Don't look at the sea of people outside the stone gambling conference. It was very lively. But this highest level of 100 million level gambling venue is actually very cold. The number of people is only a few. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 30s or 40s walked over and took the initiative to accost the three of them, saying, "Hello you guys. I'm Huang Mingxiang, the chairman of Ling Shan Group. Let me introduce you guys. This is..." The few people in the arena were introduced by Huang Mingxiang, and one by one, they were either the chairman of some group or the son of some family. When Lu Ming saw this, he suddenly realized. This was treating this billion-dollar gambling venue as a socializing ground. However, it was also true that those who could come to the highest level venue were either rich or noble. This is similar to the principle of going to the auction, participating in the activities to participate in, maybe by the way in people and a good deal of business, or to make a certain big brother. This kind of scene Ni Yen Yen was seeing a lot, and took the lead to open her mouth.
Ni family ni Yen Yen.
Just as Ni Yen Yen exited, someone recognized it. "Oh, so it's Ni Hong whose eldest daughter. I've seen her a few times." Ni Yen Yen also seemed to recognize the person and nodded with the opposite party. "Uncle Wong." At this time, someone looked at Lu Ming and opened his mouth to ask, "This gentleman?" The words were not even finished. Lin Ruan took the initiative to step forward and introduced herself. "I'm Doublewood Group, Lin Ruan. This is my lover, Lu Ming." When he heard Lin Ruan's name, the visitor was stunned, but soon became even more enthusiastic. "So you are the famous founder of the Doublewood Group, Mr. Lin. I'm the old general manager of the Fujia Group, Fuboen Ah." "Oh, you are Mr. Fa." Lin Ruan had also heard about the Fujia Group and Fuboen. This was because the Fujia Group was also a beauty company that focused on skincare products and specialized in acne removal products. Although the company's products weren't very rich because they were more specialized, their technology in acne removal was still very good. Many beauty companies would cooperate with the Fuga Group in this regard. However, Doublewood Group did not. Mr. Lin, the matter between Doublewood Group and Roe Group has shocked our entire circle. You are worthy of being the premier strong woman in our circle. Fubo Wen spoke with a hint of compliments in his tone. Although he was older than Lin Ruan in the business world, it wasn't age that was being compared. Rather, it was the size of the group, and the bigger the business of whoever was doing business, the higher the status of whoever was doing business. And I Yen Yen on the side also sensed Fubo Wen's deference and couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. The gap between her and Lin Ruan right now was just too big. The people present had such a respectful attitude towards Lin Ruan, while she could only rely on her father's reputation in exchange for an entrance ticket. But there was no place for her to speak at all. Mr. Fuzzy, you're joking. Our group just got lucky. Lin Ruan responded officially. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Lu Ming beside her and smiled sweetly. She was the only one here who knew that if it wasn't for her husband, Lu Ming, appearing in time to stop it, Shuangmu Group would have really cooperated with Luo Wei Group. This was all thanks to Lu Ming, and she herself didn't get any credit for it. Mr. Lin, you are also too modest. Holding some sort of purpose, Fubo Wen kept bragging about Lin Ruan. It made an I Yen Yen couldn't help but feel that Lin Ruan was really powerful even after hearing it more. With such a powerful woman, it was no wonder Lu Ming would be with her. General Manager Lin, look, between our Fujia Group and Shuangmu Group, isn't it possible to cooperate? In the end, Fuboen finally revealed his fox's tail. He had been touting Lin Ruan for so long, wasn't it just to be able to draw closer to Lin Ruan and reach a business cooperation? Mr. Fa, it's definitely a win-win thing for Doublewood Group and Fujia Group to cooperate. But this year, our Shuangmu Group's development plans are all set. Why don't we work together again next year to develop new products? Lin Ruan didn't say the words to death and politely refused. Mr. Lin, I really think that we can cooperate between our two groups to make an acne skincare product. We, the Fuga Group, are willing to provide the latest acne removal technical support. Fuboen played his bottom card. Although their Fujia Group wasn't big and couldn't compare to the Doublewood Group. But in terms of acne removal technology, it really had some research, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to stand in the beauty industry. Although your company's recent main perfume sales are very hot, but one more excellent product is also very beneficial to your company. Fubo Wen had been very confident that Lin Ruan would not refuse this cooperation. After all, this was indeed a win-win cooperation that would benefit both his Fujia Group and Lin Ruan's Shuangmu Group. However, Lin Ruan was what Fubo Wen didn't know was. Nowadays, Lin Ruan's letting go of Doublewood Group is to better accompany her husband Lu Ming. However, Fubo Wen had been talking to her about official business while they were traveling on their honeymoon. At this time, Lin Ruan didn't have the heart to pay attention at all. More importantly, Shuangmu Group did not immensely need Fuga Group's acne removal technology to develop a new product as Fubo Wen thought. This was because the current Shuangmu Group was fully preparing for the facial mask project given by Lu Ming. This new mask product already came with a strong acne elimination and mark reduction effect. So the technology that the Fuga Group should be most proud of was actually not very attractive to the Doublewood Group. Wife, let's go over there and take a look. At this time, Lu Ming took the initiative to step forward to create an opportunity for Lin Ruan to leave. He had already seen that Lin Ruan didn't want to work with this general manager Fuxing, but was just in the way and couldn't leave. I'm sorry, Mr. Fux. My husband called me. We'll talk again later. Lin Ruan ended the conversation apologetically and returned to Lu Ming's side. Only now did they have the time to start looking at the raw stones in the room. Only a dozen or so stones of various sizes were placed in the venue, not a very large number. However, this was normal. The threshold of the billion-level venue had eliminated most of the raw stones. These raw stones looked unimpressive. Ordinary people looked and felt no different from the roadside boulders. At most there were some places with that moss-like green color. If not placed here, who would have thought that in this thick layer of stone, hidden in the beautiful jade? So that's the biggest risk of gambling on stones. No one dare to determine the appearance of the inside. Hidden in the end is what kind of texture of the emerald, or even if there is no emerald. If the original stone inside just a pile of waste stone. That is undoubtedly a big loss. Chapter 133 The Raw Stone. Lu Ming first roughly swept a glance at the raw stones in the field and probably had some goals in mind. As for Lin Ruan, after looking at it, she couldn't see anything at all, so she had to ask Lu Ming. Hubby, how come they all look the same to me? I don't know how to choose at all. How about you? Do you see anything? Although Lu Ming already had some ideas in his mind, He had just taken a rough look at it and he still needed to be sure again, so he just said rather vaguely, "Well, take another look." It just so happened that at this time, the chairman of Lingshan Group, Huang Mingqiang, who had first introduced himself to them at the door at the beginning, was also looking at a piece of raw stone near them. After hearing Lu Ming's words, he asked with great curiosity, "Mr. Lu, you still know how to gamble on stones?" "Not bad, not bad." Although Lu Ming spoke modestly, his tone still carried a strong sense of confidence. It couldn't be helped. This was the bottom line given to him by the system's rewarded stone gambling skill. And Huang Mingqiang also heard it. He didn't know why Lu Ming had such strong confidence. But still, he kindly reminded, "Mr. Lu, this thing called gambling on stones, the water is deep. Let me put it this way, those that can be judged better by their appearance, such as white salt sand, yellow salt sand, black osage, and other jadeite raw stones that are prone to green have long since been picked off by people at certain points. To here are even those experts cannot see out of the door of the raw stone. Gambling experts cannot judge, we the general public even more cannot understand. So we should be more cautious. Otherwise the loss will not be small." Huang Mingqiang seemed to have some research on gambling stones, and inadvertently revealed some information. Immediately after, he looked around and whispered again, "If you want to really gamble on stones, you still have to go to Ruili, Yunnan, or some border places. That's the first-hand source more likely to produce green. The stone gambling conference here is just a gimmick to run an event. Look at these people, which one is not talking about business, who would buy raw stones here ah?" Hearing Huang Mingqiang's words, Lu Ming also looked at the field. Sure enough, just like what Huang Mingqiang said, almost all the people in the field were talking and exchanging resources with each other. No one was really here to gamble on stones. However, Lu Ming was different from these people. He used to be just an ordinary person who didn't know anything about jadeite raw stones, but with the gambling skill rewarded by the system. He had full confidence that he could judge the inside of a raw stone by its shape in all aspects. However, Huang Mingqiang was also acting out of goodwill, and Lu Ming smiled and said, "Thanks for the reminder, I know." And Ai Yen, who was on the side, also had a deeper understanding of the set of gambling stones after hearing Huang Mingqiang's words. Although she knew that gambling on stones was risky, she didn't realize that there were so many insiders in it. So she also said with concern, "You really want to buy it?" Because she looked at Lu Ming as if he was very interested. He had been scrutinizing these raw stones, whether he was getting his hands on them or not. Even after Huang Mingqiang had said so much, she did not see Lu Ming's interest diminish in the slightest. "Please make way." Lu Ming didn't have a good attitude towards an Ai Yen, the rubber candy. Turning around, he said gently to Lin Ruan, "Wife, I've watched it. Let's buy this one." "Well, husband, you just decide." Lin Ruan trusted Lu Ming 100%, and she would buy whichever Lu Ming said to buy. "Hello. The selling price of this raw stone is $140 million. We'll take it." Lin Ruan waved her hand and swiped her card on the spot. This action caught the attention of many people on the field. They gathered around one after another. General Manager Lin, think twice. The risk of gambling on stones is just too great. Such a raw stone would cost $140 million. Yes, and there might be something inside. Even if it comes out green, it might still be worth less than the original price. Mr. Lin is still too uptight. Women, once in love, that IQ is. Otherwise, Mr. Lu, you change a piece of large or good the chances of green and the size have also become bigger. There are even people who don't know anything about the industry who advised Lu Ming to get a bigger piece. Just because Lu Ming chose a piece of raw stone that is only the size of his head, in the eyes of these people who don't know how to look at it, as if it would be a loss. They think that the bigger the stone, the higher the possibility of green inside, and the size of the emerald will also be bigger. Joke, there is absolutely no relationship between these three. Even if the larger the original stone, it is possible that the whole is a waste of stone And Ai Yen couldn't help but persuade Lu Ming even after hearing the words of the people around her. "Lu Ming, what they said makes sense. Or else you'll change it." Lu Ming blankly glanced at an Ai Yen with a look of an idiot. "They say it and you believe it?" At this time, Lin Ruan pulled Lu Ming's sleeve and nodded. "Hubby, I believe you." Lu Ming pulled Lin Ruan's hand, and the tacit understanding between the two was self-evident. "Ma'am, sir, may I ask if you want to cut it here or pack it up and bring it back?" The staff came up lame and asked. "Cut it here." "Yes, sir." The staff said that and went back to the backstage, and when they came back again, A raw stone cutting machine and the master in charge of cutting the raw stone came up as well. TSK, Mr. Lin is confused. This $140 million is kind of a waste. Hey, maybe it's really green, and we can still salvage a few $1,000,000. It's hard. This piece of raw stone that Mr. Lu chose is too ordinary. Obviously, none of the people in the venue were optimistic about Lu Ming's choice. They felt that they would definitely lose big, huge losses. Soon, the raw stone master in charge of cutting carried the raw stone onto the cutting table. Zira la. In the gazes of the crowd watching, a knife went down. Nothing was seen. The crowd of onlookers immediately launched a small outcry. I told you. Hey! Lin Ruan and Ni Yen Yen also looked at Lu Ming with nervous faces. However, Lu Ming remained cloudy, commanding the raw stone master, continue! Upon hearing this, the master continued to open the cut. The second cut, still no green, was seen. Now everyone started to shake their heads. This original stone is already waste, no hope. Some people even chose not to watch anymore and paced away. Cut. Under Lu Ming's instructions, the third cut went down. There. Got it. Seeing green. This is okay? Everyone shouted excitedly. This third knife actually saw green. It was really out of everyone's expectation. And this small slice of green light looks like the color is still very good. This cheer also pulled back the people who were about to leave. At this time, the staff came to Lu Ming's side and asked, Sir, do you still want to continue cutting? Lu Ming did not hesitate. Keep cutting. When the original stone master heard this, he maneuvered his guy and prepared to continue cutting. Wait, wait! Huang Mingxiang, who had kindly reminded them earlier, suddenly rushed out. Mr. Lu, why don't you stop cutting?